After Rebirth I am the white moonlight of all big brothers chapter 370 to chapter 454. Chao Daong had a stroke and was hospitalized. He was diagnosed with terminal cancer and didn't have much time left. The power of Chao Ji naturally fell into Yu Xiangmei's hands. Chao Daong had been hospitalized for half a month. Other than a few visits at the beginning, she refused to visit him with the excuse of being busy. Chao Daong was just one step away from death's door. Lying on the hospital bed, he suddenly thought of his first wife who had passed away a long time ago. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. The coldness and heartlessness of his current wife made him feel the deep affection of his first wife. Even Jantar, his son, turned from a detestable person to a filial and kind one. Some things couldn't withstand thinking. Once you thought about it, you'd realize how wrong you were. Chao Daong regretted it. He used to have a harmonious family and a strong father-son relationship. Even if his wife passed away, his father-son relationship with Jantar was not affected. Instead, it grew stronger day by day. When did it change? Chao Daong knew it very well. He just didn't want to admit it. Now that he was about to die, he was calm. His life's work was Chao Ji. He couldn't let it fall into the hands of an outsider, therefore, he called a lawyer and drafted a will. It was written in black and white that Jantar would inherit Chao Ji. The reason why Jantar was filial was because he promised his master's wife that he would send his master off. He didn't want him to walk alone at the hospital bed. As for the inheritance, to be honest, he never thought about it. But the more he didn't want it, the more Chao Daong wanted to give it to him. At the last moment of his life, he finally saw the good in people's hearts. Unfortunately, it was too late. After Chao Daong's death, the lawyer took out the will. Yu Xiangmei and her son refused to accept it and filed a lawsuit. They refused to recognize the legitimacy of the will on the grounds that Chao Daong was unconscious. Due to the dispute, Chao Ji's turnover fell sharply. Its reputation was also affected. The first trial ruled that the will was invalid. Jantar and Chao Daong were not related by blood. Adopted was only a folk saying and was not protected by the law. Jantar did not have the right to inherit. As Chao Daong's legal wife, Yu Xiangmei inherited all of Chao Daong's assets. Jantar didn't appeal and left F City on the same day. He had nowhere to go but back to the Jiang family. When Qiu Shufan found out about this, she blamed Jantar for being a coward. He couldn't even keep a duck that was already in his mouth and lost such a huge inheritance for nothing. Then, he cursed Yu Xiangmei, saying that she had a black heart and rotten liver, and that she would die a horrible death. Without a job, Jantar could only stay at home. As time passed, his mother and brothers began to dislike him. It wasn't until Qiu Shufan married Han Yunru that the relationship between mother and son was completely exposed, that Qiu Shufan chased her out of the house. Ahem. That's about it. Jiang Shaodi pursed her lips and ran over to Jantar. She gently patted him on the back and said, "Poor dad." Jantar felt gratified. The next second, he continued, "That much money is gone just like that." The old man was speechless. Was this a matter of money? Jiang Shaodi was still trying to calm him down. But it doesn't matter. It's gone anyway. Although it's still a bit of a pity, Jantar, how come I've never heard you mention it before? Han Yunru asked. It's all in the past. There's nothing to talk about. But judging from Jantar's expression, it was obvious that he couldn't let it go. Then why did San Peng and the others come to you? Jantar pursed his lips slightly. Back then, he left in a hurry and didn't have time to say goodbye to his juniors. But later, he asked his acquaintances to inquire about them and learned that they continued to work at Chow's restaurant. San Peng Fu Man, and a few others had been working there for more than 3 years and had even been promoted to head chef. Jantar was both gratified and disappointed. Since then, he had completely cut off contact with City F. He never expected that one day, San Peng and the others would take the initiative to come to him and instigate him. Jantar, I guess they haven't had a good time over the years. Jantar knew very well what kind of person Yu Xiangmei was. Suspicious, greedy, ruthless, and used to putting on a show. It was already incredible that she could tolerate Chao San Peng and the others working at Chow's restaurant for so many years until now. Han Yunru, then what are you going to do? Jantar spread out his hands. It has nothing to do with me. Even if Sam Pang-er and the others wanted to use him as their leader, they had to see if he would agree. Jiang Fuyue seemed to have met her father for the first time. Perhaps the outside world had underestimated his honesty. At the very least, his action of bringing those uncles back to the villa was very scheming. Han Yunru nodded. That's true. Our family is doing well now. We don't want to be greedy. Sam Pang-er and the others also gathered in the room to discuss what to do next. Little Bean, why aren't you saying anything? Chao Do seemed to have just realized what was going on. Say what? Forget it, you little brat. You only know how to be lazy. Chao Do curled his lips in a corner where his seniors couldn't see. He didn't think that his seniors, who already lived in the villa, would get involved in this mess. Just wait and see. Sure enough, when they woke up the next day, Jantar had already gone out to open the store. After they washed up, they hurried to the store. Before they could say anything, they were hired as laborers. Han Yunru suddenly felt that it was good for them to be like this. They had ready-made free labor. It would be a waste if they didn't use it. That day, Jiang Fuyue didn't go to the store because she had to attend Xi's birthday party. As early as 2 days ago, the boy had reminded her several times that she had to come. When she signed up, Jiang Fuyue agreed. She didn't want to go back on her words, but she had a headache about what gift to give. Fortunately, this problem was quickly solved. The third class also received an invitation. Wan Xiaotong, Lu Bowen, and Lin Xiao were also invited. Whether it was intentional or not, these three weren't close to Eci. However, they were good friends with Jiang Fuyue. F***ck. Brother Ci actually invited me to his birthday party? When Lu Bowen received the invitation, he was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Wan Xiaotong also had a look of disbelief. Daddy invited her? Birthday party? Lin Xiao reacted quickly. She took the invitation and flicked it twice with her fingers. I've heard that school bully comes from a rich family and lives in a manor-style mansion. This time, I can finally bask in the limelight and broaden my horizons. Wan Xiaotong, bask in the limelight? Lin Xiao glanced at Jiang Fuyue, who was immersed in her homework, and said meaningfully, what do you think? On the day of the party, Jiang Fuyue met up with the three of them at the school gate. Then, they took a taxi to Ici's house. When they arrived, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The butler and the bodyguards went forward to open the car door for them. After reading the invitation, they politely welcomed them in. Wan Xiaotong, it's really a manor-style mansion. It's so big and beautiful. Compared to the divided villas of Imperial Palace, Ici's mansion should be called a detached manor. Compared to the former's craftsmanship, Ici's mansion was more natural and wild. It was also closer to the original ecology. For example, the fountain was directly connected to the underground drainage system to achieve a continuous flow of flowing water. Another example was the garden at the back. It was at the foot of a mountain and was fenced in. Occasionally, they could see small wild animals roaming around. Lu Bowen and Lin Xiao were both well off, but they were also mesmerized by the view in front of them. How much will this cost? He gulped. This seems to be a reserved development zone? In other words, no amount of money would be enough. If they couldn't get the land, how could they build a manor like this? Apart from the 4 of them, a group of people had already arrived. They gathered on the lawn in 2s and 3s, either chatting or eating. Although most of them were of the same age, they were all dressed up. It was obvious that this birthday party was definitely not a simple celebration like Eci had described. Wan Xiaotong lowered her head and looked at her dress. Then, she looked at the girls of the same age who were wearing evening gowns and exquisite makeup. Suddenly, she became nervous. Did I wear the wrong dress? Lin Xiao was also hesitant. She didn't know it was such a party beforehand. She thought it was just a gathering of a few classmates to eat cake, blow out candles, and play games. If she had known, she would have worn an evening gown too. Lu Bowen covered his face. Other people were wearing suits and ties, but he was wearing a sweater and sneakers. It was simply, he was going to die. Looking around, he didn't see many familiar faces from number 1 middle school. He suddenly felt a little helpless. At some point, the three of them looked at Jiang Fuyue at the same time to see her reaction. After all, she didn't even wear a dress. She came in a simple t-shirt and jeans. Jiang Fuyue quickly received their gazes and calmly looked back at them. "Why are you all looking at me?" She put her hands in her pockets and walked inside. "Your sister Yu is still your sister Yu." That aloof back view, that calm and unhurried pace, was like a reassuring pill. The three of them immediately calmed down. "What are you afraid of? Follow me, hold your head high, and never be afraid." Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. There are 2 or 3 chapters at the same time. It's late. I don't recommend waiting. On the second floor of the villa, Eci barged into the study angrily. "Old man, what's wrong with you?" Xianxia, who was dealing with documents, was confused. Eci said, "What's that group downstairs?" Xianxia said, "They're here to celebrate your birthday? Didn't I say that I only needed to invite a few friends?" "Who told you to invite those people?" Xianxia said, "Isn't that simple?" "How simple do you want it to be?" Eci was speechless. "Besides, those people I invited are your friends. The daughter of the Zhang family, you were classmates in elementary school. The second daughter of the Zhao family, didn't you two dance the opening dance together? And the Li family." "Stop." Eci's temples were throbbing. "What I mean is that I can invite people myself. You don't need to invite those messy socialites." TSK. Xianxia understood that his son was dissing him for being a busybody. This brat really didn't give him any face at all. Ahem. Now that they're here and they've brought gifts, I can't chase them away, right? Eci was about to go crazy. Especially when he walked to the window and saw the group of people on the lawn, he was even more annoyed. He had only invited a few classmates and didn't intend to make it so grand. Who was he showing off his wealth to? He felt uncomfortable when he thought that Jiang Fuyue might look at him with a knowing and mocking gaze. Xianxia followed him and was quite satisfied with the lively scene in the garden. There aren't many people here. They're all friends and no adults. Why are you so uncomfortable? It's an 18-year-old coming-of-age ceremony. If we don't do it well, it's not in line with our family's conditions, right? Eci was speechless. Stop babbling and shut up. Xianxia clicked his tongue and was a little unconvinced. Suddenly, Eci's eyes fixed on a certain spot on the lawn. The next second, she was pleasantly surprised. "I'm leaving." After saying that, he ran away like the wind. Xianxia stood in the same place without moving. He thoughtfully glanced at the garden downstairs and suddenly stopped at a certain spot. There were 4 figures, 3 women and 1 man. Just by looking at their clothes, one could feel the youthful aura of a student. They were incompatible with the exquisitely dressed people around them. Xianxia subconsciously felt that the 4 of them might be different. Sure enough, Xianxia immediately ran to their side and started chatting and laughing. His guess was confirmed. Since when did this brat get along so well with ordinary students? He didn't mean to belittle these students at all, but compared to Xianxia's gang of scoundrels and hedonistic second generations, they were indeed very different. Xianxia watched with interest. Suddenly, the tallest girl among the 4 looked up in his direction. Xianxia subconsciously leaned back, and a pair of bright peach blossom eyes flashed in front of his eyes. When he came back to his senses, he was stunned. The glass had been specially processed to prevent peeping. People inside could see outside, but people outside couldn't see inside. What's more, he was the dignified president of the E group, and the other party was just a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Why was he hiding? In the garden downstairs, although Eci was talking to Lu Bowen, she didn't take her eyes off Jiang Fuyue for a moment. When she saw her looking up, she subconsciously asked, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Fuyue looked away. "Nothing." But at that moment, the feeling of being spied on was very obvious. "Lu Bowen, why don't I see the students from number 1 middle school?" "Eci, I invited about a dozen of them. They probably haven't arrived yet. A birthday present for you." Lu Bowen handed over a gift bag containing a beautifully wrapped square box. "I wish you eternal youth and happiness every day." Eci accepted it and politely said, "Thank you." "Lin Xiao, this is mine." It only has a shelf life of 3 days. You have to eat it as soon as possible. Thank you. When it was Wan Shoutong's turn, she was really shy. She stammered, this is for you. Happy birthday. After saying these few words with difficulty, she hid behind Jiang Fuyue. Her red cheeks were the same color as the cooked shrimp. Eci scratched her head. Thank you. Just as Xianxia knew, he actually didn't have much interaction with these good students. They avoided him like he was a snake or a scorpion, and he was too lazy to talk to them. The reason why he invited Lu Bowen and the others was because he wanted to invite Jiang Fuyue. But at this moment, listening to their simple and sincere blessings, Eci suddenly felt a surge of warmth in her heart. There was also a bit of helplessness and cute awkwardness. Jiang Fuyue also took the opportunity to give her a gift. Happy birthday. Eci's eyes lit up. In the end, she didn't do something as rude as opening it on the spot. Instead, she held the box tightly. Hee. Thank you. At this moment, the housekeeper came to call him. Another group of guests had arrived. They were the children of Xianxia's business partners. Eci's face was as dark as ink. The housekeeper was covered in cold sweat. Sir said that they are guests, and we can't forget basic etiquette. Eci, he called them. Tell him to come down and entertain them himself. The housekeeper's legs turned to jelly. Young master, don't joke around. With Sir's status, how could he personally entertain this group of brats? Even their parents didn't have this privilege. In the end, Eci still cursed and left. Before he left, he said to the 4 of them, I'll be back in a while. You guys can eat something first. If you're bored, you can walk around. Then, he gave the housekeeper a look. It's fine if you go, but take good care of them for me. The housekeeper breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. He personally led Jiang Fuyue and the others around the garden and introduced them to a few of the Yi family's best desserts. Wan Shoutong took a bite and her face lit up. It's delicious. The housekeeper nodded with a smile. As long as the guests like it. Lin Xiao, the foodie, couldn't pull her head out once she dived in. While eating, she commented, this flowing heart cheese is sweet but not greasy. Especially the taste of the juices, it's simply amazing. It doesn't taste like refrigeration at all. It's more authentic than any dessert I've eaten in a Michelin restaurant. Lu Bowen didn't like sweet things. He took a bite of a fried chicken leg and thought that it would be better if there was iced Coke. The housekeeper seemed to have heard his thoughts and immediately handed him a glass of Coke. The glass was still cold. Burp, perfect. Jiang Fuyue took a bite of the dessert and couldn't help but frown. This taste. Jiang, I didn't lie to you, right? Isn't it delicious? Wan Shoutong blinked and replied. Yes, it's delicious. She nodded. It was so delicious that it tasted exactly like what Lu Mingyue liked in her previous life. Jiang Fuyue looked at the garden again and felt even weirder. She saw a large patch of purple irises in full bloom. The roots were thick and strong, and the leaves were as wide as knives. They were dense and full of vigor. These flowers, the housekeeper said, are you talking about these irises? Yes. Jiang Fuyue looked down with an unreadable expression. They're beautiful. She was the first customer to notice the irises today. The old housekeeper suddenly became talkative. Of course they're beautiful. Sir spent a lot of money to hire experts to take care of them. The annual fee is the same. Occasionally, he'll trim them himself. The shape of the irises we see now was cut by him. Is that so? Jiang Fuyue didn't know what to say. The irises were neatly trimmed. They looked ordinary up close, but from afar, they looked like a rainbow. The colors of the rainbow were gradually changing. Why are they cut into this shape? The housekeeper smiled. Sir said that the irises are God's messengers. They're rainbows that connect Earth and other worlds. They symbolize light and freedom. Jiang Fuyue's expression became more subtle. She seemed to have said this before, right? Moreover, it was nonsense, so there was no way to investigate. Unless the housekeeper heard her say it in person, it was impossible to know from other sources. So, the owner of this house, surnamed Yi, a young and tender face suddenly flashed in her mind. That face was stubbornly standing in front of her. Her eyes were red and full of grievance. It really wasn't me. Just as Jiang Fuyue was lost in her memories, the housekeeper was called away. Lu Bowen and Lin Xiao went to another long table to taste the delicious food. Wan Shoutong was attracted by the sudden appearance of the little squirrel. She unconsciously chased after it. Jiang Fuyue was left alone. She stood there with a thoughtful expression. Pfft, what's so great about it? A delicate snort came from the side. There was a hint of mockery in the reserved tone. Jiang Fuyue suddenly came back to her senses. She looked over and saw a girl in a light pink evening gown. Her makeup was exquisite, and her chin was almost raised to the sky. She was coldly sizing her up. Question mark. Did she know this person? Digression, 3,000 words, 2 chapters at the same time. Jiang Fuyue did not know who Zhaosin was. However, Zhaosin could not help but look at Jiang Fuyue from the moment she entered the room. As the daughter of the Zhao family, Zhaosin's beauty and figure went without saying. In short, she was the prettiest girl in the banquet hall. She had long legs, a slim waist, and a height of 1.65 meters. She thought that she would win the birthday party, but Jiang Fuyue's appearance disrupted everything. When the housekeeper welcomed them in, it caused quite a commotion, especially those who were close to Eci. Their saliva was about to flow out of their mouths. Oh my God! What a beauty! Look! When did we have such a beauty in our circle? That waist, those legs, are they real? They are as white as snow. They are almost the same as Zhaosin. Nonsense! What do you mean by almost the same? Her appearance is much better than the one from the Zhao family, okay? Wow, she is at least 170 plus, right? She is a head taller than Zhaosin. I can play with her legs for a whole year. They were not far away and they did not bother to hide their conversation. Zhaosin could hear them from the beginning to the end. The word complete was really harsh. However, it was not over yet. There was something even more heart-wrenching. Eci ran to those people as soon as she appeared. Her eyes were glued to that girl and she could not take them off. She thought that since they were all guests, she should at least come over and greet them. However, she did not. Eci left just like that? She treated them like air and chatted happily with those people from the slums. After she left, she even asked the butler to entertain them personally. This was ridiculous. Zhaosin felt insulted. She would never admit that she was jealous. However, she was afraid of the Yi family's power. Moreover, Eci had a bad temper. She did not dare to provoke her. Hence, she targeted Jiang Fuyue, who was alone. Which family are you from? She made the first move. Jiang Fuyue did not respond. She was confused. Zhaosin frowned. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me talking to you? I heard you. I just don't want to answer. Jiang Fuyue's eyes turned cold. What's with your attitude? My attitude will depend on your attitude. His voice was indifferent and did not stir up any waves. Zhaosin was so angry that she laughed. As expected of a poor family background. You have no manners at all. Jiang Fuyue was neither angry nor angry. I am a poor person, what are you? Enrich the people? Nouveau riche? Don't tell me, you think you're a princess? The girl's face stiffened. She really did think so. But she couldn't say that out loud. It was too embarrassing. Anyway. Nobler than you. Oh, how are you nobler than me? Appearance? Moral conduct? She was speechless. Jiang Fuyue turned to leave. Zhaosin did not let him off easily. Just by looking at your impolite appearance, I can tell that you are of low quality and lack of education. Dress up, Jiang Fuyue thought to herself. All the guests who are here today are all dressed up. The men are wearing suits and leather shoes, the women are wearing evening gowns. Only you. What the hell are you wearing? Since you're not in the same class, don't try to jump ranks. After all, mud is born to stay on the ground. No matter how you disguise yourself, you can't turn into clouds. Does the invitation say anything about formal attire or attending a banquet? Jiang Fuyue asked. What? For formal occasions, formal invitations state the dress code of the guests. But the invitation I received did not state that. Did you? Since it's not a banquet, and it's not written formal attire, is there a problem with me dressing like this? Jiaosin was suddenly speechless. But the next second, another voice interrupted, of course there is a problem. The girl lifted the hem of her dress and walked towards the two of them. She was shorter than Jiaosin and did not look outstanding, but her expression was arrogant. There was a group of men and women behind her. This time, with Jiang Fuyue as the center, all the onlookers rushed over and soon formed a circle. Lu Bowen and Lin Xiao, who were still tasting the food, immediately squeezed through the crowd and returned to Jiang Fuyue's side. What's going on? Although the two of them were confused, they still stood firmly on Jiang Fuyue's side. Wan Shoutong stopped chasing the little squirrel. Jiang, she was a little uneasy. Jiang Fuyue gave her a comforting look. Xiao Shui. Jiaosin seemed to have found an ally. She excitedly hugged the person who came and whispered, "Help me." Zhang Shui gave her a look. "Don't worry, watch me." Although it's not written on the invitation, any guest who has some manners and knows how to respect the host will not dress as casually as you. Wan Shoutong's cheeks burned when she heard this. Lin Xiao was also a little embarrassed. They were originally worried about the issue of clothing. Now that someone brought it up, they suddenly felt guilty and short of breath. Lu Bowen looked down at the sneakers on his feet. Although the limited A-cone was very handsome, it really seemed a little awkward now. Therefore, Jiang Fuyue was the only one left who was confident. Her cold eyes swept across the crowd and suddenly asked, "Today is Yixi's birthday. Did you notice what she was wearing?" Jiaosin and Zhang Shui were stunned at the same time. What was Yixi wearing? Of course they knew. The moment the young man appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. The two of them were no exception. He was wearing a set of sportswear today. It was high-end gray with sapphire blue, custom-made by a certain sports brand. No matter how high-end it was, it couldn't change the fact that it was a set of sportswear. Jiang Fuyue asked again, "Speaking of manners, do you know what guests should follow the host means?" Zhang Shui pursed her lips. Jiaosin frowned. A boy in the crowd said, "That's right, if Brother Ci is so casual, then wouldn't it be stupid for us to wear a suit and a bow tie here?" It seems that young Master Yi didn't want to make it so formal. He should have said so earlier. Why would I wear a stupid suit? It's so tight that I can't breathe. I even specially looked for a stylist to get a new hairstyle. In the end, I feel like my hair is going to be melted by the sun. It's better to be casual. That's how a close friend should be. Surprisingly, there were sounds of agreement among the boys. Jiaosin, ? Zhang Shui, ? If you want to talk about these girls, why are they dressed so gorgeously? Would Brother Ci take a fancy to them? Someone in the crowd said. Most of the girls' faces flushed completely red. Why were they here today? Why were they competing with each other? Although they didn't say it out loud, they all knew in their hearts why. Didn't they just want to please Ci? To win his favor, it would be better if they fell in love at first sight. It would be even more perfect if they fell in love with each other again. The things that they didn't want to say were now clearly exposed. The girls were embarrassed and embarrassed. They wanted to find a hole to hide in. They didn't dare to speak up for Jiaosin and Zhang Shui. Just as the two sides were in a deadlock, Eci, who had gone out to greet the guests, returned. Why are you all gathered here? The crowd automatically made a path for him. He walked to Jiang Fuyue's side and glanced at the crowd in confusion. Jiaosin originally wanted to continue to cause trouble, but when she saw Eci coming over, she immediately chickened out. Zhang Shui's eyes flashed slightly. She looked at Eci and Jiang Fuyue who were standing side by side. She rolled her eyes and instantly put on a friendly smile. I haven't seen them before. I'm here to say hello. Eci didn't suspect anything. Zhang Shui, remember to open the gift I gave you. It's 2 months of pocket money. Don't be like last year, piling it up in the storage room to mold. Eci didn't know why she suddenly jumped to the topic of gifts, so he casually responded. Zhang Shui went along with it. Guess what I gave you this year? To be honest, ECI didn't have any patience at all. He just wanted to show Jiang Fuyue around and create an opportunity for them to be alone. If it were in the past, he would have already rebuked her with a few words. However, it was different now. Jiang Fuyue was right beside him, so he couldn't behave too badly. Ahem. ECI guessed casually. A watch. Xianxia was surprised. How did you know? ECI. I don't want to know. How long is this woman going to keep talking nonsense? She's so annoying. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly turned her head and looked at Jiang Fuyue. What did you give her? It seemed casual, but in fact, it was premeditated. Jiang Fuyue chuckled. An inconspicuous little thing. So modest? Then it must be something great. ECI directly interrupted. It doesn't matter what it is. What's important is the thought. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Why was he so protective of her? He was always speaking up for her. The more she thought about it, the more indignant she felt. However, her smile became brighter. If young Master Yi thinks so highly of it, the thought must be very special. Of course. ECI blurted out without thinking. In fact, he didn't know what Jiang Fuyue gave her. He was too busy just now and only had time to put the box in the bedroom. He hadn't opened it yet, however, he was confident that Jiang Fuyue's gift must be special. Xianxia, wow. I'm so curious. What about everyone? Do you want to see it? Yes, with someone taking the lead, the onlookers naturally spared no effort to make a fuss. Xianxia, young Master Yi, why don't you bring everyone to see it? Digression, 1 chapter, 3,000 words. The second and third chapters are tomorrow morning. I don't recommend waiting. P.S. The name Xiaoxin was left by a small reader in the bookstore. She wanted to use her real name to provoke a cannon fodder character. Of course. I agreed to her request. HHHHHECI wasn't very happy about it. What right did he have to show these people what Jiang Fuyue had given him? He didn't even know what it was. He was about to reject it, but Xianxia beat him to it. Or is this gift not good enough? It's hard for you to cover for your friend. Let's not look at it. She was being considerate. Unexpectedly, ECI didn't agree impulsively. Instead, he turned to Jiang Fuyue and asked, Can I? Jiang Fuyue was a little surprised. It's a gift for you. You can decide for yourself. ECI suddenly felt confident. Okay. You want to see it? Come in with me. He ran back to the bedroom, took the gift down, and put it on the coffee table in the living room. At this time, everyone had already gathered around and was waiting to watch a good show. Xiaoxin said, looking at her clothes, I know she can't give you anything expensive. She gave ECI a custom-made suitcase from House L. It was one of a kind in the world and was worth 6 figures. What can such a small box hold? Xianxia smiled and said, It can't be a hand-folded paper crane, right? Or a little star? The kind that's in a glass jar? Haha, no way. I've only received such things in kindergarten. Now that I think about it, it's too childish. At least you've received one before. I didn't. There were girls in elementary school who gave stars, but it was a limited edition star diamond watch from House L. Nowadays, other than in romance novels, who would give such idiotic gifts in real life? I'm afraid they'll laugh their heads off. Don't say that. Looking at the size of the box, it's possible. Ha ha ha, Brother C, I actually received such a gift one day. It's funny just thinking about it. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Do you think there's a confession hidden in the star? Oh. That's amazing. Ha ha ha, speaking of which, that girl is beautiful, but her family background is a little poor. Thinking about it this way, Xiaoxin still has an advantage. Although she's not as beautiful, her family background is good. If you marry her, you'll be a strong union. Wouldn't it be better to make a lot of money every day? With money, you can have as many embroidered pillows as you want. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Hee hee, Brother C.I. Take it apart, hurry up, I'm dying of waiting. There was another burst of laughter. Eci took a deep breath and turned to look at Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue was smiling calmly. He no longer hesitated and directly attacked. First, he peeled off the outer wrapping paper, and a small square box appeared in front of everyone. There was a card on top of the box. He opened it, and 2 lines of elegant handwriting came into view. Zhu Eci, every year, there would be this day, and every year there would be this day. Looking at her name written on the paper, Eci could even imagine the girl writing under the light. His heartbeat quickened. Thump, thump, someone wanted to peek at the card from behind, but Eci slammed the card shut and glared at him. That person laughed awkwardly. What did you write? Why aren't you showing me? Eci, get lost. Then, he opened the box. Eh? Everyone craned their necks, their eyes full of curiosity. Eci took out a remote control? What's this? Is it a lighter? The kind that Taba gives a key ring for 5 yuan? Isn't this too ugly? She should have at least bought brother Ci a Maserati car key. Ha 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 ha, oh my god, how can she afford such a cheap thing? She's poor and self-righteous. If she doesn't have the money to buy a dress, she'll say that the guest should follow the host's wishes. Now that she doesn't have the money to buy a gift, she'll probably make a fuss. Jiaosin squinted. I smelled the smell of poverty on her as soon as I walked in. I really don't know what young mastery likes about her. Is she beautiful? I think she's okay. That's all. Zhang Shui heard this and secretly curled her lips. That's all? Pfft, how did she have the courage to say that? Eci heard the ridicule around him, but he still picked up the remote control and walked to Jiang Fuyue with a silly smile. Hee, no matter what it is, as long as it's from you, I'll like it. The card is also very nice. Thank you. Wow. Brother Ci is awesome. I suddenly feel that this remote control isn't that ugly after all. It looks like a curved surface. It's quite special. The object is not important. The thought is the most important, right? Yes. Eci's group of buddies immediately changed the topic and jumped out to support him. Although they also thought that the gift was not very good, the person in question liked it, they still had to give her some face. Besides, she was such a beautiful sister. They could not bear to go overboard. What if she cried? Sigh, it was all because of her damn beauty. Jiang Fuyue turned a deaf ear to the comments outside. She looked at the remote control in Eci's hand and said, try pressing it. Huh? But I don't have a cigarette with me right now. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. What did this have to do with cigarettes? Don't ask. If you did, Eci would really treat this thing as a lighter. F***ck. Okay, but, where is it? Eci flipped around and could not find any buttons that could be pressed. They were all painted on and could not be pressed. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched and said, turn on the power first. Eci, question mark. This thing has a power source? Jiang Fuyue, on the left side, diagonally above. Oh. He touched it and gently pushed it. The black remote control instantly became transparent, and the buttons that were thought to be painted on it suddenly lit up. Touch screen? Eci was shocked. The onlookers were dumbfounded. However, this was just the appetizer. The more magical part was yet to come. Eci pressed the menu button under Jiang Fuyue's guidance. A beam of light shot out from the small black dot in front of the remote control and projected onto the opposite wall. All the functions of the menu appeared. Automatic flight mode, radar signal capture, stealth function, high-altitude alarm, long-distance aerial photography, etc. Eci swallowed and pressed return on the wall. He seemed to know what this was. His breathing slowed and his heart raced. The onlookers also stared at it without blinking. 30 seconds passed, and nothing happened. They waited for another minute, and still nothing happened. Huh. Jiaosin sneered, I thought it was some high-end product, just deliberately mystifying. But this time, no one agreed. Zhang Shui really wanted to pry open this person's brain and see if it was full of grass. The moment the power was turned on, the sense of technology that came rushing out was unmistakable. But she actually said deliberately mystifying? Was she blind? Obviously, Xiaoxin was not blind. She was just stupid and evil. Xianxia immediately decided to stay away from her. Usually, people like her were only fit to be cannon fodder. Whoever got close to her would be dragged down with her. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from afar. Everyone pricked up their ears. They saw a black and gold drone fly in from the villa door. Without any control, it landed steadily on EC's palm and stopped. After 5 seconds of dead silence, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. KT-39. Oh my god! This kind of advanced technology really exists. This is incredible. KT-39. What is that? KT's black and gold drone. The person was so excited that his eyes lit up. His breathing unconsciously quickened. They have already achieved all the functions of today's military drones 20 years ago. They also have other unannounced functions. Some experts say that KT's drone technology is at least 50 years ahead of the world's average. Now that 20 years have passed, the legend of KT in the drone industry still exists and cannot be broken. This means that the saying that they are 50 years ahead of the rest is not baseless. They are really ahead of the world. Are you serious? Better than the military? Why have I never heard of this KT company before? I haven't heard of it either. What about you guys? Nope. Me neither. Everyone shook their heads. Qi, what's going on? You're talking about this KT, and this black and gold drone. Why don't we know about it? The excitement on the face of the guy called Qi gradually faded. Finally, only regret was left. He sighed, because as early as 20 years ago, this company went bankrupt, and its drone technology disappeared along with it. Huh? Why did such a powerful company go bankrupt? Qi, because KT's founder, chief think tank, and core technology master, Dr. L, disappeared. Digression, 3,000 words, 2 chapters together. Dr. L, floor. No wonder I've never heard of KT since the company went bankrupt and the technology disappeared. Where did this drone come from? Everyone looked at EC's hand. Right, where did it come from? In the next second, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Fuyue. Yes, she gave it to him. That. Qi squeezed through the people in front of him and went straight to Jiang Fuyue. Hi, I want to ask, where did you buy this drone? Jiang Fuyue looked at him. Qi quickly added, I want to buy one too. His buddy went forward, afraid that Jiang Fuyue would not believe him, so he immediately proved it for his buddy. Qi is a fanatic for drones. His family has a collection of drones from all the major companies. I remember he said before that his biggest regret was not being able to collect a black gold drone from KT. Me too. I want to buy one too. Another guy popped up. Then, I want to sign up too. Sign up plus 1 inch, sign up plus 2. Xiaoxin looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. Jiang Fuyue was surrounded in the middle by the guys. Everyone was talking to her in a friendly manner. There were a few girls around her who were whispering, I didn't expect her to have such a rare product. She's amazing. That black gold drone sounds expensive just from the sound of it. It's not just expensive. You might not even be able to buy it with money. Then, why don't we go take a look? That's not good, we were just laughing at her. Hey, didn't those guys also laugh at her just now? Now they're shamelessly licking her. We just hid in the crowd and said a few words. Maybe she didn't even hear us. That's right. Xiaoxin and Xianxia are the fiercest among the girls, especially that Xiaoxin. We were all led astray by her. We didn't mean to say those words, right? Yes. I think Xiaoxin is just jealous of her beauty. She's been trying to hook up with young Master Yi for a long time. Unfortunately, young Master Yi is too lazy to even look at her. She thinks too much. Let's go take a look. As he spoke, he happily plunged into the crowd. Xiaoxin? Ah, these traitorous little bitches. Just now, they were clearly the ones who kept talking, but now they were pushing all the blame onto her. How infuriating, were they not jealous of each other's beauty? Don't you want to seduce ECI? Bullshit, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of Xianxia standing quietly at the side from the corner of her eye. Zhao Isen's face flashed with the melancholy of we're both in the same boat. She walked over. You don't feel well, do you? Xianxia, ? Zhao Isen said, stop pretending. I know you must be as angry as I am right now. You can't wait to cut that woman into pieces. Xianxia laughed out loud. Is there something wrong with your brain? Zhao Isen, ? What do I have to be angry about? I can't compare to her in terms of looks, and my figure isn't good enough either. She's just prettier than me, and I know that. Zhao Isen was dumbfounded. Then why did you attack her just now? I was bored and wanted to have some fun. Of course, I also wanted to see what good things she gave ECI. Why else do you think I attacked her? Xianxia, tisk, I'm not like you. You treat pretty girls as imaginary enemies and think that everyone wants to snatch ECI from you. Zhao Isen's lips trembled in disbelief. Aren't we friends? Oh, if plastic sisters count as friends. Zhao Isen's face turned pale. By the way, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. I'm not as vicious as you to want to cut her into pieces. Miss Zhao, murder is illegal. Can you not be so ignorant? After saying that, she walked towards the lively area with a smile. Hey, you guys have seen enough. Let me enjoy it too. Why are you looking at drones when you're a girl? A boy joked. Xianxia did not let it go. So what if I'm a girl? What era is there to be gender discrimination? Do you believe that each of the sisters here will give you a punch and turn you into a national treasure? Ha 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 ha, Xiaoxue is still so tough. Master Qi is so scared. It was a harmonious scene and there was endless laughter. Zhao Isen seemed to be isolated. No one took the initiative to talk to her. She couldn't act as nonchalant as Xianxia. Therefore, she ran away without waiting for the cake to be cut. Go to the lawn. The cake is here. Go, go, go. A group of people surrounded ECI and even Jiang Fuyue was surrounded in the middle. ECI didn't forget to stretch her neck and loudly warned, without my permission, no one can touch my black gold. I'll fall out with whoever touches it. I'll really flip it over. Their thoughts were exposed. A group of boys withdrew their small hands that were on the verge of danger and wailed. Brother CI. You're too stingy. Can't I even touch it? I just washed my hands. They're absolutely clean. I'm so greedy. Look at the metallic texture of the body. I dare say that it's the only one in the country. Qi Yang walked out with the crowd but followed closely behind Jiang Fuyue. Isi's eyelids twitched and her eyebrows furrowed. Qi Yang, classmate Jiang, just tell me where you can order it. I don't care about the price. I'm very sincere. Jiang Fuyue turned around and saw several groups of people staring at her. I can tell you, everyone's eyes lit up. The next second, but because it's a limited edition, you may not be able to order it. It's okay. It's okay. Just tell us first. We'll see if we can order it. The others immediately nodded. Yes, yes. Jiang Fuyue took out a business card from her trouser pocket. It was a very typical black and gold business card with a string of phone numbers on it. Qi Yang was the closest. When Jiang Fuyue handed it to him, he snatched it first as if he had received a treasure. The rest of the people looked at Jiang Fuyue eagerly. Continue. Give us more. Sorry, there's only one. Then, Qi Yang became the target of the crowd. Don't fight over it. I won't give it to you even if you do. It's a limited edition, first come, first served. If I share it with you, then I won't order it. Qi Yang no longer cared about cutting the cake. After saying goodbye to ECI, he held the business card and ran out of the E family's house. Damn. He ran away? He really ran away? Isn't he here for the birthday party? Oh, he must have gone to order the black gold. Stealing the drone from Qi Yang is more serious than stealing his girlfriend. Now you know? I can't afford to offend him. As a result, Jiang Fuyue and EC's house was much quieter. I really like your gift. It's super cool. Thank you. ECI stood in front of the cake and turned to face Jiang Fuyue with a sincere look on her face. Wan Xiaotong and Lu Bowen lit the candles. It's done. Lu Bowen, brother Ci, do you want to make a wish? In the past, Ci wouldn't allow it. He felt like an idiot praying in front of a few candles, but now, make a wish. The young man closed his eyes, put his hands together, and said silently in his heart. 3 seconds later. It's done. Blow out the candles. Eci looked at Jiang Fuyue. Together? Okay. Then, it was time to divide the cake. Everyone had a piece and gathered in 2s and 3s to talk. Eci was worried about her black gold. She finished the cake in a few bites and strode into the house. He had to keep an eye on her, in case some bastard secretly stole it. When he entered the living room, there was no bastard, but there was a black gold for his father. Xianxia stood in front of the coffee table. His tall back was as straight as a pine tree. Under the natural light, he had a mature charm that was hard to hide. Some men could win a lot of hearts just by looking at their backs. Eci clicked her tongue. Dad, why did you come down? Xianxia slowly turned around. His calm face was full of unpredictability, and under that unpredictability, there was a hidden turbulence. At first glance, he was even calmer than usual. However, Eci felt that such calmness was just the precursor to a storm. In fact, dark clouds had already gathered and thunder and lightning were about to strike. What's wrong? The young man looked puzzled. The next second, he suddenly saw the card in his father's hand. Eci couldn't stay calm anymore. She rushed forward and snatched the card from her father's hand. Why are you rummaging through my things? He turned around and carefully put the card into his trouser pocket. His ears and the back of his neck were quickly covered with a layer of rosy red. Well, young Mastery was shy. However, Xianxia didn't tease him as usual. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. Who gave you this card? Digression, 3,000 words. There's more content at the end tomorrow morning. Why are you asking? The old man didn't usually care about these things. Eci wasn't used to reporting to him either. Xianxia said coldly, I'm asking you, who gave you the card? My classmate. Which classmate? Eci's expression became more and more strange. You don't know her. Why are you asking so many details? Tell me. I can tell you. Jiang Fuyue gave it to me. She wrote it herself. What do you think? Oh? The man's eyes became darker. She wrote it herself? Yes. Eci was instantly proud. Jealous? Jealous, useless, an old bachelor should have the self-awareness of an old bachelor. Jiang Fuyue. Xianxia smiled. There's a U in her name. What's wrong with the U? She takes care of my son so much. As a father, shouldn't I greet her in person and say thank you? Huh? Eci was shocked. You? Greet her? Of course. No way. Did the sun rise from the west? Who was the one who refused to show up in the study just now? Did he think it was beneath him to entertain a group of kids? Xianxia, take me to her. Eci thought about it and felt that it wasn't a bad idea to let his father meet Jiang Fuyue. Maybe they would be a family in the future. Okay, but let's make it clear first. Be more enthusiastic. Don't look so angry. It's scary. Xianxia curled his lips but didn't smile at all. Of course. But look at your attitude. Why? Are you interested in her? Eci's cheeks turned red and she said stubbornly, don't talk nonsense. Who's interested? Oh. It seems that you're interested. By the way, the man pretended to ask casually, is there any connection between Jiang Fuyue and the Jiangji restaurant you went to last time? Eci was confused. Why did the old man ask so many questions today? Jiangji restaurant is owned by her family. Oh. His reply was full of meaning. Oh, you're talking about that signboard? My daughter asked an advertising company to make it. Not bad, right? Although I really want to help you, I really didn't know that this signboard would be like this when it was brought back. So that's how it is. Xianxia understood. The hidden excitement in his heart was slowly extending its tentacles, as if it was touching a fragile glass-like dream. Come on, let's go out. Go meet that person. That person who had made him unable to calm down for 20 years. On the lawn, Wan Xiaotong was holding her chin and staring at Jiang Fuyue with sparkling eyes. Jiang, you have no idea how shocked everyone was when the drone flew in. The person next to me muttered to himself, how can a lighter command a drone these days? Because they're all machines? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. The corners of Jiang Fuyue's lips curled up as well. At this moment, there were gasps around them. Is that Brother C's father? Why is mystery here? Didn't the butler say that the adults are not here? But my parents didn't come today. What should I do? I don't dare to talk to him, Uncle Yi is so young. He's much more handsome than my dad. Amidst the whispers, ECI had already brought Xianxia to Jiang Fuyue. The man was tall and straight. His beautiful facial features from 20 years ago had now been covered by the precipitation of time. When he smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were like medals of time, adding to his charm and handsomeness. Just like that, he walked straight towards her. His dark and deep eyes were like two bottomless whirlpools. Jiang Fuyue was stunned for a moment. Digression, this was yesterday's second watch, 1,000 words. There was also a third watch, 2,000 words. Recently, the update time was unstable because I was saving the manuscript. The time for the burst update had been confirmed. This month, November 23rd at midnight. The daily update will not be short, but the timing is a bit messy. I hope everyone can understand and don't scold me moi. When Jiang Fuyue saw the sea of purple irises trimmed into the shape of a rainbow, she had a vague guess. The Yi family, Xianxia, 20 years ago, he was the assistant that she had personally chosen. He was also the poor guy that she had personally chased out. At that time Xianxia was not as mature and steady as he was now. He was a fair and clean young man who was easily embarrassed. He had a beautiful face, and his words were slow. Later, he became her assistant and gradually became more straightforward. However, when he and Ling Qingzhou both left, Lu Mingyue did not find a suitable person for a long time. After that, they had never met again. She did not expect that 20 years later, they would meet again in such a way and under such an identity. He was Ici's father and she was Ici's classmate. According to their seniority, she still had to call him uncle. This was really hard to explain. While Jiang Fuyue was sizing up Xianxia was also sizing her up. She was a very young girl, bright and elegant. Standing there, she was charming and lively, like a blooming flower. But that was the problem, she was young, but wasn't she too young? How could she be that person? She should be the same age as him now. But this girl in front of him was the same age as his son. What was going on? Xianxia could not help but frown. He was originally very determined, but when he saw her, he began to waver again. Hello. In the end, he decided to remain calm and nodded slightly at Jiang Fuyue. I am Ici's father. Jiang Fuyue was not sure if he recognized her, but she still had to respond. Hello. She did not call him uncle. You are Ici's classmate? We are in the same grade but different classes. I see. Welcome to our house. Jiang Fuyue smiled politely. She thought to herself, little assistant is indeed different. Oh, she was so shy back then, but now she has a firm grasp of her position. She has quite the style. However, she also made up her mind that if Xianxia did not recognize her, she would not take the initiative to expose herself. To avoid trouble. Miss Jiang, how did you get to know ECI? The man's smile was gentle, and his eyes were kind. Dad. You have too many questions. Before Jiang Fuyue could answer, ECI couldn't help but interrupt. She then explained, ignore him. My dad is a little strange today. He's not usually like this. Wasn't that strange? He wanted to see Jiang Fuyue out of the blue and asked her some questions. It was not at all in line with his usual lazy and undisciplined persona. Xianxia. Stinky brat, you only know how to undermine me. That birthday card, Dad. Ici's eyelids twitched, and her voice suddenly rose. She picked up a piece of cake and handed it to the man. It's delicious. Try it. Xianxia, who was holding the cake in his hand with a dumbfounded look on his face after his son stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth, ? He didn't give up. He ignored Ici's angry glare and asked Jiang Fuyue a few more questions, mostly about her family. Ici just wanted to cover her face. She didn't know what was wrong with the old man today. He was fine in the morning and at noon, but after coming down from the study to the living room, he went crazy. Everything he said and did was not like him at all. However, at this moment, Xianxia, who only wanted to test her, was extremely disappointed. Through Jiang Fuyue's answers, he clearly understood her family, ordinary, but very real. It was so real that every word and sentence she said did not have any loopholes. At least, Xianxia did not notice. How could a girl with a complete life be Lu Mingyue? The man's eyes dimmed visibly. Finally, he said. You guys have fun. I'll go in first. ECI? He came and went as he pleased, so what was his motive this time? Xianxia strode away. If one observed carefully, one would notice that his hurried steps were a bit like he was running away. Jiang Fuyue was deep in thought. After entering the house, Xianxia walked to the middle of the living room. There was a coffee table next to him. The card that was originally placed on it had been taken away by ECI. And the handwriting on it was obviously Lu Mingyue's. There was no way he was mistaken. However, Jiang Fuyue's age and appearance were also there, so it couldn't be faked. Or, the card was given by a girl, but the handwriting was written by someone else, just like the sign of the pancakes in Jiangji restaurant. Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around and strode out. He wanted to ask Jiang Fuyue personally who wrote the handwriting for her. Suddenly, the man stopped in his tracks and fixed his gaze on the corner. There was a drone sitting quietly there. Why are you leaving? ECI was a bit confused. Jiang Fuyue, I suddenly remembered something. Since she didn't want to expose her identity, it was better to avoid contact with Xianxia as much as possible. It was best to leave. Is that so? ECI was a bit regretful. Her mood instantly became depressed. Jiang Fuyue smiled, happy birthday. His heart warmed, and his mood turned sunny. I'll ask the driver to drive you. No need, I've already handed in the car. Okay. Be careful on the road. Okay. Jiang Fuyue strode away. Just as she was about to walk out of the iron gate, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind her, accompanied by a roar, Lu Mingyue. I know it's you. Her back stiffened. When Xianxia saw this, he immediately crossed over and blocked Jiang Fuyue's path. Their eyes met. One slowly calmed down from her surprise, while the other's eyes were red from shock and anger. Fine. This time, she had to dodge. Jiang Fuyue sighed softly and slowly smiled. How have you been, Xiaoyi? The man's body shook, and then he started to tremble. She called him Xiaoyi. How many years had it been since he heard this title? It seemed that ever since he left Reno and came to Linhuai alone, no one had called him that. President E, Mr. E, Boss E, he had many titles, but no one knew that the one he missed the most in his life was Xiaoyi. It's really you. The man bit his lips. Jiang Fuyue sighed softly. I'm guessing that you must have seen the KT-42. The drone she gave to ECI was not the KT-39 that Qi Yang had mentioned. It was a new model that had been improved on the basis of the KT-39. It was also the KT-42 that had the blueprints but had never been released to the market. In other words, in this world, other than Lu Mingyue, who was the chief think tank and the master of the core technology, no one else could recreate such a drone after 20 years. Xianxia knew this because when he was Lu Mingyue's assistant, he and Ling Qingzhou were both trained as confidants. If they did not leave halfway through, they would have been sent to KT in a few years to manage this private property for Lu Mingyue. That's right, KT did not belong to the Lu family. It was only owned by Lu Mingyue. He had been exposed to the secrets of the Black Gold drone project and had also seen the blueprints of the new model. Even after so many years, his memory was still clear, which was why he could recognize it at a glance. You gave it to ECI? He asked faintly. Jiang Fuyue, ? Now that you have confirmed my identity, shouldn't you be asking me why I'm so young? Xianxia was very jealous. He was extremely jealous, back then, she did not even let him touch the model of the black gold drone. Now, she even made the real thing and gave it to Xianxia. Although this little brat was his son, he could not tolerate it. You have to promise to give me one. He began to make a request. TSK. Jiang Fuyue looked at him carefully. Xiaoyi, I suddenly realized that your skin is much thicker than before. Yihansheng! Exclamation point. You must be disgusted with me. You think that Xianxia is better than me. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Am I not pleasing you anymore? Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Time is unforgiving. I'm old and there are more young men coming out. You are still so young and beautiful. At that moment, tears flashed past his eyes. However, they were instantly replaced by a smile and banter. Yihansheng thought that this was good. It was good that she was still alive. No matter what she looked like, how old she was, what kind of family she had, none of these were important. The important thing was that she was still alive. Tell me, do you think that Xianxia is more handsome than me? The veins on Jiang Fuyue's forehead throbbed. She gritted her teeth and reminded him, he's your son. What's wrong with my son? He was still jealous. Oh, so no matter what happened many years ago, Xiaoyi was still that arrogant. It was just that he did not know how to restrain himself in the past. Now, he had learned how to hide it. Jiang Fuyue suddenly thought of something and asked, what about Yiling? How is he now? Digression, originally, I wanted to write 2,000 words. However, I didn't want to leave everyone hanging. Therefore, I decided to write 3,000 words instead. That's 1,000 words less moi. Xiaoling, Ling Qingzhou. When Yihansheng heard this, his face darkened. You might as well have mentioned Xianxia. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. The main entrance was not a good place to talk. Thus, Jiang Fuyue followed him into the house through the back door. They went all the way to the study. Yihansheng invited her to sit on the sofa. This is the brand of furniture that you used to use in your office. It's custom-made. I guarantee that it's exactly the same as before. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Jiang Fuyue tried it. It was exactly the same. Yihansheng asked the servant to bring tea. And some snacks. He was so busy that he kept walking around. When he finally calmed down, he sat opposite Jiang Fuyue and gazed at her with a surprised and slightly disappointed gaze. All these years. The man's voice choked. How have you been? Jiang Fuyue, not bad. How about you? I'm fine too. I didn't expect you to come to Linhui after you left. Yihansheng, I remember you saying that Linhui will become the second Shanghai in 50 years. That was why he came. Not only did he come, but Ling Qingzhou also came. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. She smiled and said, I said it casually. You still remember? Of course. Isn't it the job of an assistant to remember everything that their boss says? This was Lu Mingyue's basic requirement for an assistant. I'm not your boss anymore, Mr. E, she said teasingly. The man suddenly became serious. No matter how long it has been, you will always be my boss. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. If I didn't learn a lot from you back then, I wouldn't have been able to get to where I am today. It's all in the past. You don't have to stick to your previous identity. Jiang Fuyue wanted to redefine their relationship. After all, she was no longer Lu Mingyue. Before she could finish speaking, she received the man's resentful gaze. Do you think I'm old? Yes, I am indeed old now. I can only be considered an old man, but you can't just dump me like that. What did I throw? Boss, you're not being honest. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Yihansheng, an assistant for a day, a subordinate for a lifetime. No matter when or where, as long as you are Lu Mingyue, I will be your assistant. Pfft, you're the CEO now, and you want to be my assistant? Yihansheng glared at him. Why? Is there a problem? Jiang Fuyue immediately stopped smiling. No, as long as you like it, hey. The man was satisfied. Jiang Fuyue, you look exactly like Xianxia when you're having sex, exclamation point. Why did he mention the brat again? Yihanqing sat on the sofa and rubbed his hands. He wanted to say something but stopped. Jiang Fuyue, if you have something to say, just say it. 20 years ago. What exactly happened? Jiang Fuyue paused. Yihanqing, why did the Lu family announce your death? Back then, when he and Ling Qingzhou found out, their first reaction was, how could it be? She was so strong, so powerful, and omnipotent. She was the person standing at the top of the pyramid. She was the only one who could decide the life and death of others. How could she put herself in danger? The two of them flew to the capital overnight, but they still missed the memorial service. They could only see a black coffin being carried far away and finally sent to the rose garden for burial. At that time, her brother Lu Mingxin, sister Lu Mingxin, and ex-fiancé Mingyu were the ones holding the coffin. Her stepmother did not appear. This was also the first time Jiang Fuyue heard about her own funeral. With your influence at that time, the whole capital was shaken when the news came out. However, the Lu family kept a low profile and requested for everything to be kept simple. Therefore, many people who wanted to mourn didn't go. Now that I think about it, the Lu family's behavior was very unreasonable. Jiang Fuyue sneered. Of course they wanted everything to be simple. Otherwise, how could they arrange for the burial as soon as possible? Once the body is buried, the cause of death will not be investigated. The longer the coffin is in the coffin, the higher the possibility of being discovered. The Lu family is not stupid. Yihanqing's eyelids twitched. He seemed to have touched upon a great secret. Jiang Fuyue looked up and said word by word, I was killed by the Lu family. Although he was prepared, hearing it with his own ears still made him shudder. Yihanqing felt a chill down his spine. Then how did you survive? Me? She smiled. Her voice was soft and her tone was slow. I've already died once. The man froze. Are you scared? Jiang Fuyue tilted her head and looked at him. Yihanqing clenched his fists and his veins popped out. I just want to kill those Lu family members now. Oh, Xiaoyi, you've really grown up and matured. You used to be so weak, but now you can kill people with just a word. Yihanqing, cough. Low profile, low profile. Don't worry. Jiang Fuyue blinked and smiled. Those who owe me, I'll take them back personally. I'll help you. He said immediately. Well, I'm doing okay now. Jiang Fuyue laughed. Okay. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Dad? It's me. What's wrong? Yihanqing and Jiang Fuyue both paused. To open the door or not, Xianxia obviously had no intention of stopping. Old man, what the hell are you doing? Jiang Fuyue asked, did he call you old man? His dignity was at stake. In the end, Yihanqing opened the door. Eci walked in with the black gold drone in her hand as usual. What are you doing? You've been knocking for so long. If I didn't know better, I would think that you're guilty. Yihanqing, isn't my drone cool? He was afraid that Yihanqing wouldn't notice, so he waved it in his hand. Do you know who gave it to you? Your future wife. Before he finished speaking, he stopped abruptly. Eci was standing in the middle of the study when he suddenly saw Jiang Fuyue sitting on the sofa. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. After a while, he found his voice. Why are you here? He was surprised and in disbelief. Jiang Fuyue was about to speak, but Yihanqing explained first. I'm looking for classmate Jiang to talk. Eci immediately became nervous. Talk about what? Then, her small eyes revealed a hint of warning. Dad, don't do anything rash. He thought that Yihanqing knew that he liked Jiang Fuyue and was ready to take him down a notch. Back then, the little girl who sat next to him in kindergarten was so scared by his biological father's words that she didn't dare to play with him anymore. Yihanqing felt very wronged. He just asked the little girl, how old are you? What's your name? In the end, the little girl wailed and wailed. He still couldn't figure out the reason. Was it because he looked fierce? Could he scare people to tears? No, he wouldn't admit it anyway. Eci smiled at Jiang Fuyue. Wait for me for a while. After that, she pulled her biological father aside. Old man, if you have anything to say, come at me. Don't bully girls. Xianxia, question mark. Him? Who was he bullying? Eci sighed. I know you don't like her, but she's still my classmate. You can't do this to her. Xianxia said seriously, no, I like her too much. Eci, question mark. Since when did this old man learn to be sarcastic? Xianxia spread his hands and shrugged. Nowadays, no one would believe the truth. A silly son will always be a silly son. He will never be too smart. Lu Mingyue used to like smart people the most. Back then, he and Ling Qingzhou were chosen because they looked smart. The original words, thinking about it this way, it was obvious that he had the advantage. Xianxia instantly regained his confidence. At this time Eci had already walked up to Jiang Fuyue. She lowered her voice and asked softly, did my dad make things difficult for you? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No. That's good, that's good. When did you come up? I thought you had already left. About 15 minutes ago. Oh, okay. Eci nodded. Jiang Fuyue said, we've talked enough. I'll go first. I'll drive you. The father and son said in unison. Jiang Fuyue, it's okay. I'll go by myself. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue walked out of the Yi family's house and got into a taxi. To the city hospital. It was still early. She wanted to visit Xianxia, who was in the hospital, and give him her homework. At the same time, in the study, Eci sat on the sofa, where Jiang Fuyue had sat before. She was in a daze. Xianxia stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and watched Jiang Fuyue get into the car and leave. Why are you still here? There are guests downstairs. Aren't you going to entertain them? Life isn't easy, and your father doesn't like you. Eci came back to her senses. Old man, I don't think that's right. What could you talk about with Jiang Fuyue? Why did you ask her to come to the study? Xianxia thought to himself, oh, isn't it a bit too late for you to realize that now? However, considering his son's low IQ, as a father, he should be more forgiving. Sigh, it's too difficult. Of course we're talking about things that we should talk about. Eci, what should we talk about? Are you going to warn her to stay away from me? Or, are you going to give her a check? Xianxia, son, do you need me to get a psychiatrist to check your brain? Eci. No way. Tell me the truth. Are you interested in Jiang Fuyue? What? Don't play dumb. If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. Eci's eyes flashed and her cheeks flushed. Then, why are you suddenly asking this question? Although she didn't admit it directly, how could Xianxia not understand from this shy little wife look? Suddenly, he had mixed feelings. His son had taken a fancy to that person, however, on second thought, he felt that it was normal. Lu Mingyue had the magic to make people fall in love with her. Back then, didn't his heart beat so fast and he couldn't take his eyes off her? It was a kind of heartbeat. It couldn't be called love. It couldn't even reach the level of like in a short period of time. It was a state of involuntary attraction and fascination. This state made his heart beat faster and involuntarily. All these years, Xianxia had been thinking about his feelings for Lu Mingyue. Gratitude? Love? Admiration? Admiration, or something else? Unfortunately, there was no answer. However, there was one thing that he was very clear about, and that was what attracted him to Lu Mingyue: strength, the strength of a woman, digression, second watch, 2,000 words. And third watch, now do you know why so many people liked Sister Yu? It was not because of Mary Sue, but because men also admired strength. Think about Ling Xian, Eci, Zhongxiang, Lin Shumo, and the rest. Which one of them wasn't attracted by this woman's strength? Therefore, Dog Xia was special. After all, he didn't think that Yaya was strong. Ha ha ha. Xianxia sighed softly. Son, it will be difficult to like her. You have to think carefully. Eci was slightly stunned. What do you mean by difficult? Maybe you can't win against others, or maybe she doesn't like you at all. The teenager frowned and fell into a momentary dilemma. But soon, he returned to normal and spread his hands. It's okay. She's so outstanding. There must be a lot of people chasing her. I can't give up because of this, right? How cowardly. No matter if it works or not, I have to try. What if I'm the chosen one, the one and only? Hee hee. Xianxia was stunned when he heard this. After a while, he said. How thick-skinned. But he was better than him. For the first time, Xianxia felt that his silly son was not that silly. Cough. You can chase her, but you have to be polite to her. Don't be silly and provoke her. Do you know what to do? Eci had an expression that said, do I need you to say it, and threw her father a look of disdain. Little brat, on Jiang Fuyue's side, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the city hospital. She paid the driver and went straight to Xiangxia's ward. Uncle, do you think I look handsome with my legs crossed? Or do I look more handsome lying down? The man raised his eyelids and said indifferently, I think you look the most handsome when you shut up. Xianxia. He was despised. After less than 30 seconds of silence, he put his hands behind his head and began to sigh. Weekends are good. I don't have to do homework on weekends. Xie Dingyuan ignored him. Xianxia was not angry. He just wanted to find someone to talk to. Even if Xie Dingyuan did not respond, he could still talk to the air. You didn't tell my mother, right? And the old lady, I can't let her know. Otherwise, she will definitely fly over to see me. She's already so old. It's not worth it. Uncle, aren't you busy in the laboratory? You seem to be quite free recently. Xie Dingyuan frowned. You keep talking. Aren't you tired? Actually, I'm a little tired. Can you get me a glass of water? Xie Dingyuan, just as he poured the water and handed it to Xianxia, there was a knock on the door. 2 seconds later, the door was pushed open from the outside and Jiang Fuyue walked into the room with a bunch of sunflowers. Xie Dingyuan paused. Xianxia was also stunned, but he reacted quickly. His eyes were filled with surprise. Why are you here? Am I not welcome? She smiled. Welcome, welcome. You're very welcome. Sit, sit, sit. Do you want some water? I'll ask my uncle to pour it for you. Xie Dingyuan, ? Ordering me around? Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. Don't bother. I'm not thirsty. Even so, Xie Dingyuan poured a cup of warm water from a clean cup and handed it to Jiang Fuyue without waiting for Xianxia to speak. Thank you. You're welcome. His voice was gentle. Jiang Fuyue held the cup and walked to the bedside. I'm here to bring you something. Ah? What is it? She put down the cup and took out a small square box from her bag. What is it? Xianxia asked as he opened the box. Jiang Fuyue did not need to answer. He had already seen it. A cake? Yes. It's Ici's birthday. I brought you a cake. You came over from his place? Jiang Fuyue nodded. I'm not eating it. Xianxia pursed his lips. He didn't treat me. Jiang Fuyue thought he was serious. She glanced at Xie Dingyuan and thought for a while. Professor Xia, do you want it? It tastes okay. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Wasn't it for him? Why did it give to his uncle in the blink of an eye? But then there was something even more dumbfounded, digression, yesterday's third watch came. 1,000 words. Today's episode was longer than the next. Xie Dingyuan said, okay. He wants it, he actually wants it? Xianxia watched as the cake in front of him was sent to his uncle along with the box. Jiang Fuyue even personally handed it to him. No. She didn't say that she didn't want it. Huh? Jiang Fuyue looked at him questioningly. Xianxia forced a smile and said, nothing. Just as he was feeling depressed, Jiang Fuyue said, there's one more thing. He looked up and asked, what else? He didn't dare to say that he didn't want it anymore. Jiang Fuyue took it out from her bag and said, homework. Xianxia, ? I've asked DCI. You have 2 classical Chinese translations, 1 essay, 1 math test paper, 2 biology and chemistry exercise books, and 2 physics test papers. Also, I've applied for a postponement of your physical studies exam this semester. Xianxia? I'm deaf. I can't hear you. Jiang Fuyue saw that he was in a daze and asked thoughtfully, do you need me to repeat it? No, no need. Okay, let's start. Start what? Jiang Fuyue said, do your homework. I heard from ECI that he only left after you finished your homework. Damn. Stupid ECI. Do you want to do math or physics first? These were both exam papers. Zhongxiang felt a chill down his spine when he thought of the fear of being dominated by the moon god at the table tennis court. Ouch. My leg hurts. Jiang Fuyue? It started so suddenly. I wasn't prepared at all. I don't know what's going on. Then, he hugged his knees and shouted. Xie Dingyuan said coldly, you're faking it. Jiang Fuyue, Zhongxiang. In the end, Zhongxiang forced himself to finish a math exam paper before Jiang Fuyue asked to leave. Ah? Leaving so soon? Then I won't leave. Take out the physics test paper and continue working on it. Ah. It's almost 6 o'clock. Zhongxiang pretended to look at his watch. The sun is setting. It's safer for a girl like you to go home early. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. At this moment, Xie Dingyuan stood up. I'll send you off. The words of rejection were about to come out of her mouth, but the man had already walked past her and went straight to the front. Seeing that she didn't follow, he couldn't help but turn back. Aren't you going? Only then did Jiang Fuyue follow him. She noticed that Xie Dingyuan had specially put on a jacket. The broad suit did not have a single crease on him, and the buttons were also neatly fastened. There was something old-fashioned about this man, refined, polished, gentlemanly. You don't have to see me off, Jiang Fuyue said. Of course, he said. The two of them were silent the entire way. After leaving the hospital building, the afterglow of the setting sun shone diagonally on the avenue, elongating the shadows of a man and a woman walking side by side. Thank you for coming to see Zhongxiang. Jiang Fuyue smiled. I don't think he wants me to come. Xie Dingyuan, he doesn't want to do his homework. There was another moment of silence. The wind rustled through the branches. Suddenly, he said, I have an experimental project. I wonder if you're interested? Me? Jiang Fuyue was slightly surprised. With Xie Dingyuan's scientific research status in China, once he released the signal, there would definitely be people fighting over it. However, from the previous papers he had published, there were almost no second authors. This meant that he was used to independent research and did not often use the model of collaboration. Then why was he extending an olive branch to her? The man did not ignore the question in her eyes. My research field is in biochemistry. Occasionally, I will involve mathematics and computers, but I rarely involve myself in physics. I need an assistant. He must have a strong knowledge of physics and a creative mind. What kind of research required both biochemistry and physics? Jiang Fuyue was a little curious. However, her rationality still prevailed. If Professor Xie needs an assistant, I think a lot of big names in the physics world would be willing to help. Why did you choose me? Xie Dingyuan analyzed for her. First of all, when I was borrowing the laboratory, I saw the prototype of your paper. I knew you had the ability, and your wonderful performance in the EPO competition proved this point. What's more, you combined biology and physics in your paper to reflect the interdisciplinary thinking. This is very rare. It's a height that many people who have already achieved success in the physics world can't achieve. So, I think you're very suitable for this project. Another point is that the research process requires a lot of modeling. Although there are professional modelers, the simulation results are relayed to the modelers. The finished product may be very different from what is imagined. It's best if the research team can do the modeling themselves. And with your computer skills, you can complete all of this. Jiang Fuyue clicked her tongue. You seem to have more confidence in yourself than I do in myself? He thought about it and said seriously, maybe this is, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player involved? Jiang Fuyue asked, do you want to publish the results of the project? Yes. The man nodded. Then I want the authorship. I want to be the second author. Okay. Jiang Fuyue was really surprised. Originally, she just casually mentioned it to test the other party's bottom line. She did not expect Xie Dingyuan to agree. One had to know that an ordinary university professor would not easily give out authorship rights for a paper published on the street, let alone a big name like Xie Dingyuan. Every paper was the real deal. She might even be able to publish it in a Nature or Science magazine. He actually wanted her to be the second author? Xie Dingyuan looked happy. Then I'll take that as a yes. No. I'm just a high school student. Do you really trust me? Your knowledge and thinking ability are far beyond the level of a high school student. I don't look at qualifications. I only trust my own eyes. But I have to participate in the mathematical Olympiad training recently. I might not have time for the National League, CMO, and IMO. The National League is easy for you. As for the CMO, if I remember correctly, the winter camp is during the winter holidays. The IMO is in March next year. You just have to promise that you will be free after the end of the season. Of course, it might delay your daily classes and studies. However, I believe that it doesn't make much of a difference to you whether you study or not. He had considered all aspects. What else could Jiang Fuyue say? The key was that she was really curious about the research. However, to be on the safe side, she did not say anything. I'll try my best. Okay. He no longer pressed her. He had a good grasp of the situation. As they spoke, the two had already walked to the entrance of the hospital. Jiang Fuyue said, "We'll stop here. You can go back. There's no hurry." She got into the taxi and looked back through the mirror. The man was still standing there. Jiang Fuyue only looked away when the distance between them was too far and his tall figure turned into a small black dot. At the same time, Xie Dingyuan also turned around and returned. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing his rare good mood. This joy lasted until he pushed open the door of the ward and saw Xianxia eating cake with satisfaction. "Uncle, you're back. Why did you take so long? Has Jiang Fuyue left? Did you send her to the car?" He asked as he ate. "Who told you to eat?" "Ah?" Xianxia shook his fork. "You mean the cake?" Xie Dingyuan's face darkened. "That's right. Are you going to eat it if I don't eat it? I thought you didn't like these sweet things?" "That's great. I'll solve it for you. How did you get it?" He had clearly placed it on the low table next to the sofa. Xianxia couldn't get out of bed. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to reach it. "Isn't that simple?" The young man smiled. "The nurse came just now. I asked him to help me get it. Don't say that this cake is quite delicious. Although it's EC's birthday cake, it might have been sent by Jiang Fuyue. It's very fragrant." "Uncle. Why are you so mean? Who offended you?" "Shut up." "No. If someone offended you, why are you so fierce to me? I'm still a patient." Xie Dingyuan didn't want to talk to him anymore. "Are you angry because you didn't get to eat the cake?" "Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding. Why would you eat this kind of thing? You obviously hate it the most." Xie Dingyuan. He felt bitter in his heart. "By the way, I'll take a picture of ECI and send it to him. Let him guess who brought it. Hee, he'll be so jealous." Xie Dingyuan said, "Have a good rest. I'm leaving." He pretended to leave. "Wait, uncle. The doctor wants you to pay the bill." He must have done something wrong in his previous life to have this nephew. When Jiang Fuyue arrived home, it was already dark. Jantar and Han Yun were still working in the restaurant with free labor. On the way back, Jiang Fuyue scrolled through the real-time updates of the topic #Jiangji Restaurants Pancakes hashtag and realized that everyone on Weibo was praising the efficiency. "I only queued for 20 minutes today before it was my turn. Happiness came so suddenly, so I quickly queued up again and bought a second pancake. I'm really a little genius. I'm so fast today. In the past, I wouldn't be able to eat it without waiting for half an hour. I'm so lucky, what happened? When I came in, all I saw were comments about efficiency and queuing. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Is Jiangji restaurant over so quickly? Why isn't there a long queue? Sales are dropping like a cliff? A certain troublemaker needs to figure out what happened before speaking, okay? Otherwise, it'll be really funny. The lady boss is finally willing to spend money to hire people. But what's with all these fat and strong uncles? Fortunately, there's still a handsome young man, hee. I heard that they're Uncle John's junior brothers. They're here to help and won't be staying for a few days, so let's rush in. Hurry up and eat pancakes that save you 10 minutes of queuing. There won't be another shop like this after this. I'll be there soon. I'm hailing a taxi. Pancake fairies, I'm coming. Jiang Fuyue entered the house and changed her shoes. The two assistants were adjusting the lights in the living room. Wu Qian's jacket was on the sofa, but he went into the kitchen to film Xianxia cooking. The two assistants greeted her a little cautiously. Jiang Fuyue nodded slightly. After filming, Wu Qian left with the two assistants, saying that he had to go back to edit the film. Only the siblings were left for dinner. Jiang Qinqing said, "Sister, try this cola chicken wing. I just learned it." Jiang Fuyue said, "It's delicious." Jiang Xiao's face lit up. After dinner, Jiang Fuyue was about to wash the dishes when she was stopped by a certain little one. She immediately became anxious. "I already said that girls can't do this kind of work." Jiang Fuyue, question mark. "Wow, you dare to bare your teeth at me." After Jiang Xiao finished yelling, she was also stunned. She lowered her head in embarrassment and hid her chin in her collar. I am going to wash the dishes." After saying that, she ran into the kitchen. Jiang Fuyue shook her head and laughed. At night, Jantar brought his 6 juniors home. Han Yunru went to the kitchen to cook and found that there were ready-made dishes in the fridge. They were sealed in plastic wrap and could be served after heating them up. Sam Pang Er picked up a cola chicken wing and put it into his mouth. His eyes lit up. Sister-in-law's cooking is getting better and better. These chicken wings are soft and tender just right. Not only is the skin fragrant, but it's also flavorful. Amazing. Han Yunru smiled. She did not say that it was Jiang Qinqing who did it. Jantar did not say much either. Chao Qingxiang took out his phone. He had just learned how to use Weibo and was now in high spirits. When he was free, he could not help but scroll through it. Oh. We were photographed by netizens and the comments are saying that we are the Fat Chef Heavenly team? Let me see, this picture of me looks quite handsome, hee. I'm not bad either. I must have used some face makeup. Beauty. Yes, beauty. After dinner, Chao Do offered to help wash the dishes. Han Yunru could not persuade him and agreed. In the kitchen, one washed and the other wiped. They cooperated quite well. Sister-in-law, I have an idea, Chao Do suddenly said. Han Yunru looked up at him. A blush appeared on the young man's face as he stammered, can I come over and work with you and eldest senior brother? Han Yunru was shocked. Isn't Boss Chao good? Why would you have such an idea? Chao Do rubbed his nose. The current Boss Chao is not the same as before. I don't think it's interesting. It was like a chicken rib. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. Sampang and the others might hesitate, but Chao Do was different. He was young and energetic. He wanted to do something. Obviously, the current Boss Chao was not suitable for him. I can't make the decision. You have to ask your eldest senior brother. Chao Do nodded. Okay. But sister-in-law, what do you think of me? Han Yunru, question mark. Ahem. I mean, if you were the boss, would you hire me? Han Yunru thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Chao Do was very flexible and nimble. In addition, he had an advantage that Sampang and the others did not have. He was good-looking. This was very attractive to young consumers, especially young female consumers. At night, when the couple returned to their room, Jantar was already sleepy. Han Yunru mentioned this to him. The man sat up and instantly woke up. Little Bean really said that? Yes. When I was washing the dishes today. Jantar frowned. His expression fell into a visible struggle and anxiety. Han Yunru asked him, "What are you thinking? Do you agree or disagree?" After a long while, Jantar said with a sigh. Little Bean is a good person, but I'm afraid that Boss Chow won't let her go. We might even become enemies. That woman, Yu Shangmei, Jantar shook his head. His expression was not very good. On Monday, school was in session as usual. Linhuai Convention and Exhibition Center also welcomed the annual economic summit. Yi Hanqing and Ling Qingzhou were the key guests. Their seats were arranged at the front, right in the middle, and they were right next to each other. Digression, second watch, 2,000 words. Third watch, as soon as possible. The host was speaking on the stage, and the two were bickering. The surrounding bosses did not dare to make a sound, but their ears pricked up at the same time. Ling Qingzhou said, "I thought you wouldn't come." Yi Hanqing said, "Since you're here, I have to come." "Mr. Yi, you look ruddy recently. You must have taken a lot of supplements, right?" "Have I ever looked ruddy?" Yi Hanqing chuckled. "You, on the other hand, have been very thin recently. You must have been worried about Abwa's mess, right?" "Fortunately, I withdrew early and did not fall into it. Otherwise, I would be like you, unable to pull out." Ling Qingzhou's face suddenly darkened, but soon returned to normal. The business world is like a battlefield. Victory and defeat are common. If you lose this time, I'll win next time. Who can say for sure? Yi Hanqing felt that he was cursed. "I'm afraid that someone will fall and not be able to get up. Even if he gets up, he will lose an arm or a leg." "Don't worry." Ling Qingzhou smiled. "I can still stand." It was far from the point of falling, the two of them were at daggers drawn, but the surrounding bosses were listening with great interest. They thought that this was enough to watch, but they did not expect that there would be more exciting news. Ling Qingzhou said, "Mr. Yi has been very happy recently. It seems that he has been looking for a lot of fun." Yi Hanqing was dumbfounded. What was this guy talking about? He admitted that he was happy. But what the hell was looking for a lot of fun and looking for fun? His confidant has contributed greatly. Ling Qingzhou nodded and said so. The surrounding bosses were shocked. Soon, their eyes were crazily surging with the light of gossip, and their pupils turned green. Yi Hanqing had a situation? Was he in a relationship or a mistress? The infatuated old sago tree that had not fallen for many years was about to bloom. Next time, he would not refuse to go to a nightclub to discuss business, right? How could he stop when he had already started? He had to figure out which type of woman he liked, so that it would be convenient for him to buy her in the future. Boss Ling's ears and eyes were sharp. They did not hear anything at all. "Ling Qingzhou, what do you mean by this? Ruining my reputation in public?" He gritted his teeth. Ling Qingzhou only thought that the other party was angry out of humiliation. He said meaningfully, "High school students aren't suitable, right? You haven't graduated yet, so you have to take it easy." Yi Hanqing's originally angry expression became strange. A high school student? Isn't it? There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. It's understandable if you think about it. After all, you've been single for so many years. Sometimes, you do need to divert yourself. It's just. Ling Qingzhou paused and said in a mocking tone, "It's a little heavy." This time, Yi Hanqing completely understood. Did this guy think he was with Jiang Fuyue? TSK. Originally, he was still hesitating whether to tell Ling Qingzhou that Jiang Fuyue was Lu Mingyue. It was not that he was being generous, but since Jiang Fuyue intended to ask about this guy, he would not hide it for long. Yi Hanqing planned to tell the truth after the summit, but now Ling Qingzhou made such a move. Interesting, it was so interesting, Yi Hanqing decided not to say anything. He would let him continue to be so arrogant. One day, when this guy found out the real identity of Jiang Fuyue, at that time, it would be very exciting. Thinking about what he said today, what expression would Ling Qingzhou have on his face? Yi Hanqing could not help laughing just thinking about it. He said, "Don't look down on high school students. The internet says that the treasure girl is not for nothing." Ling Qingzhou used to think that this guy was annoying, but now he found that he was not only annoying, but also disgusting. Yihanqing's tone was irritating. Why, are you jealous? Digression, third watch, 1,000 words. Ling Qingzhou, I want to smash his head, smile, Ling Qingzhou said, I'm not as shameless as you. Yihanqing chuckled. He was not angry at all. If this had happened in the past, this person would have probably yelled at him on the spot without a care in the world and spat out a torrent of abuse. Yihanqing had always been good at talking. Ling Qingzhou knew this very well. But now, after waiting for a long time and seeing that he did not respond, President Zuan changed his mind. More importantly, this person smiled meaningfully. Ling Qingzhou suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck and his scalp tingled. He seemed to have something to rely on. For the next 2 hours, because Yihanqing did not take any action, the two of them were at peace. When it was Ling Qingzhou's turn to speak on stage, Yihanqing actually smiled and clapped for him. This scene fell into the eyes of many bosses. Were the two companies going to cooperate? But when Yihanqing went on stage, Ling Qingzhou sat there with a cold face. Not to mention clapping, he took out his phone and looked at it. He did not even look at Yihanqing. Everyone understood. Oh, so it was not a cooperation. Did President Yi find a new way to anger President Ling? Needless to say, this was indeed a possibility. After the summit ended, there was a business cocktail party. Ling Qingzhou attended with his wife and instantly became the focus of the party. Zhou Qin followed beside the man with a faint smile on her face. She used her decent posture and good conversation style to earn face for her husband. On the other hand, Yihanqing was still alone. Many women threw themselves at him, but they were all rejected by him mercilessly. When they finally found a quiet place to sit down and take a breather, they heard a sneer. Why didn't you bring your new lover? It was Ling Qingzhou. His wife was not with him. He was alone. Yihanqing loosened his tie and rolled his eyes. It's none of your business. It's true that it has nothing to do with me. But after all these years, you finally can't maintain your hypocrisy. That's good. Me? Hypocrisy? Are you sick in the head? Yihanqing felt that it was ridiculous. Ling Qingzhou, you don't deserve to be there for her. Neither do I. After saying that, he turned around and left. Yihanqing was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Suddenly, his expression became strange. Guard, for her, suddenly, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID, and his originally drowsy eyes suddenly became clear. Hey, it's me. Where are you? I'll get the driver to pick you up. Don't worry, I'll get away as soon as possible. You want to come over? Alright, let's go together after we meet. Yihanqing ended the call and called the driver. Huang, pick someone up from number 1 middle school. Yes, I just sent young master to the hospital. He went to visit his classmate. It's not ECI. Old Huang was stunned. If he didn't pick up the young master, who would he pick up? Jiang Fuyue. Old Huang didn't know Jiang Fuyue. Yihanqing asked him to stop by the roadside. She would naturally get in the car when she saw the license plate. After saying that, Yihanqing patted his face, took a deep breath, and tried to sober himself up. Then, he strode towards the bathroom. Yes, he had to clean up. He couldn't see him drunk like this. Halfway through, he stopped a hotel waiter. Do you have that, breath freshener? Yes, do you want it sprayed out or chewed? Yihanqing paused. Which one is better? Both are good, but the chewed one smells better. Okay, I'll take the chewed one. After he finished cleaning up and left the hotel, Old Huang arrived with Jiang Fuyue in a few minutes. The backseat window rolled down, revealing Jiang Fuyue's young, beautiful, and student-looking face. Yihanqing's eyes lit up. He only felt that his whole body was boiling. He thought to himself, it's all that wine's fault. It's too strong. Old Huang was about to get out of the car to open the door for him, but Yihanqing raised his hand to stop him. He sat down on the other side of Jiang Fuyue. Let's go. Old Huang nodded, started the engine, and drove away. Little did he know that this scene happened to fall into the eyes of someone in the car behind. Ling Qingzhou said in a deep voice, "Follow them." The driver obeyed. Just now at the cocktail party, when Xianxia answered the phone, he heard it. Number 1 Middle School. Jiang Fuyue, this name had appeared many times in his son's mouth. Was she Xianxia's new love? He wanted to see what the hell these two people were up to. Xianxia's abnormal behavior in the afternoon made him vigilant. In addition, he had received news that this person was trying his best to investigate a female student. Now, it seemed that it was not as simple as a sugar daddy and a mistress. Ling Qingzhou's keen sense of smell told him that there must be something else. In the spacious car of the Rolls-Royce, Xianxia took out a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, unscrewed it, and handed it to her. Drink some? Jiang Fuyue raised her hand to take it and took a sip. Thank you. What's the matter? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyes and glanced at him. He was indeed someone who had once been her assistant. I want to talk to you about a business deal. Are you interested? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Of course. Soon, the car stopped in front of a tea house. Xianxia said a few words to Old Huang, and then went in with Jiang Fuyue. Old Huang drove the car to the parking lot opposite. At this time, a Bentley came and parked in the place where the Rolls-Royce had been. Ling Qingzhou looked at the entrance of the tea house. A man and a woman not in a hotel at night, but in a tea house? Interesting, he snorted and pushed the door open. Find a parking lot nearby and wait for me. The driver hesitated. But Madam is still at the party. Do you need me to drive her back first? Ling Qingzhou, don't worry about her. The driver nodded and didn't dare to refute, but he couldn't help but feel sad. Madam is such a good person. It's a pity that she married a husband who doesn't know how to love her. In the private room of the tea house. The place was chosen by Xianxia, and Jiang Fuyue didn't doubt its privacy. The two of them sat face to face, and a series of tea brewing tools were placed between them. Xianxia directly started. The whole set of movements was very smooth and beautiful. Until the cups in front of them were filled with light green tea, Jiang Fuyue took a sip and nodded. It's very fragrant. How is it compared to the past? He asked. It's better. Xianxia laughed happily. That's good, that's good. What Jiang Fuyue didn't know was that no one was qualified to drink the tea he made for 20 years. She was the first one in all these years. Back to the topic. You said business just now? What kind of business? Jiang Fuyue pushed the prepared documents in front of him. Take a look. Xianxia opened it with some doubts. Soon, his expression gradually became serious. This is, from the moment of my accident, the first 20 years of Reno's development plan for the past 30 years have been realized. Next up is the 21st year. Jiang Fuyue sat in her seat. Without even looking, she skillfully flipped to one of the pages. Her fingertips landed on a certain part of the page and gently tapped it. That sound seemed to be clasped in Xianxia's heart. It was muffled. It said, purchasing the land around Linhuai's Bronze Street to build a high-end residential area. This will be Reno's first step into Linhuai. Bronze Street. That was the dirtiest and messiest place in Linhuai, but the land price was also the lowest. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath. Who made the plan? How daring. Jiang Fuyue, me. Cough cough. The man choked and his cheeks turned red. What did you say? Jiang Fuyue, I did it. Before I was killed, I planned out Reno's future for the next 50 years. I only had time to write down the plans for the first 30 years. Fortunately, it was only 30 years. If she had made up for the last 20 years, Reno's development would have been much better than it was now. Ironically, Lu Mingxin had stolen her position and was still using the things she had left behind. Wasn't she disgusted? Xianxia gulped. Are you serious? Jiang Fuyue chuckled and crossed her arms. Where else do you think this came from? She had written it down from memory. Xianxia was speechless. Not only did the contents of the plan for the past 20 years accurately predict the entire real estate market and even the national economic situation, it also provided corresponding countermeasures based on the predictions. Every single one of the plans accurately grasped the economic lifeline of the era. It was no wonder that Lu Corporation was able to make steady progress even after losing Lu Mingyue. So it was because of this, unfortunately, it was only making steady progress and didn't make full use of this strategic plan. This was related to the ability of the person executing it. Lu Mingxin was much weaker than Reno. Where did she get the confidence and courage to usurp the throne? Yi Hanqing sneered at this thought. What do you want to do? He asked Jiang Fuyue. At this moment, the door to the private room suddenly slid open. The two of them turned around at the same time. They saw Ling Qingzhou standing outside the door. His expression was both indignant and agitated. His eyes were watery and he was suppressing his ecstasy and grief. His expression was extremely complicated. Is that you? His voice trembled as he stared at Jiang Fuyue. Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. Tomorrow morning check the comments section for the exact time. In the quiet tea room, 3 figures sat at the square tea table. 2 men and 1 woman. Silence spread. After some time, Ling Qingzhou spoke in a hoarse voice and looked directly at Yi Hanqing. How long has it been? Ahem. Yi Hanqing cleared his throat. It hasn't been that long. Why didn't you tell me? He pursed his lips. Why should I tell you? Ling Qingzhou looked at him as if he wanted to kill someone. Besides, did you give me a chance to talk during the summit and the banquet at night? Heh. You keep saying that you're an old cow eating young grass and raising a mistress. The veins on Ling Qingzhou's forehead twitched. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes as he shouted, Shut up. Are you afraid that I'll say it? Yi Hanqing smiled like an old fox, leisurely and carefree. TSK, you deserve it. You deserve it. Yes, this was the same smile he had when he saw him at the summit today, so that was it. Ling Qingzhou could only remain silent and force himself to ignore the other party's provocation. As for why, of course, it was to avoid angering Yi Hanqing, fearing that he would say something shocking again. Ling Qingzhou couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he saw Jiang Fuyue from the corner of his eye. He must not let her know. Jiang Fuyue didn't know what the two of them were talking about. Her probing eyes wandered between the two of them and suddenly revealed a trace of suspicion. When did the relationship between the two of you become so bad? The two of them were speechless. I remember that you used to call each other brothers, right? Yi Hanqing, he's not my brother. Ling Qingzhou, who wants to be his brother? The two of them spoke at the same time, full of disdain. Jiang Fuyue, ? Ling Qingzhou sneered. It's been more than 20 years. Today, in front of Miss, let's make things clear. He addressed Jiang Fuyue as Miss. This form of address, Yi Hanqing put away the playful smile on his face and said seriously, Fine, let's make it clear. Who's afraid of who? All these years, I've been accused of many things by you. Today, I'll settle it in front of Miss. In the past, to show their loyalty, the two of them had followed the Lu family and called Lu Mingyue Miss in private. This also meant that the two of them were prepared to break up the events of the past. A confrontation that was more than 20 years overdue was about to begin. Ling Qingzhou, during the Pingshan Theater bidding, the person who leaked Reno's base price wasn't me, it was you. I saw it. The day before the bid, you met with the project manager in the underground parking lot. Other than Miss, only you and I know the base price. If it's not me, then it can only be you. Huh. ECI sneered. When did I meet with the project manager of the other company? I didn't even King drive the car for those 2 days. Why did I go to the parking lot? Am I crazy? You, on the other hand, know very well what you copied from the USB drive. If it wasn't for the complete information, how could the other party find our weaknesses? Back then, Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hanqing were both Lu Mingyue's assistants. As his right-hand men, although there was competition, they got along harmoniously and cooperated well. Both of them were in charge of the Pingshan Theater bidding. The day before the bid, the other company found out about the base price. As a result, the bid failed and Lu Mingyue missed out on the opportunity of nearly 500 million yuan. Both of them suspected the other, but unfortunately, they didn't have any concrete evidence. Both of them were in a deadlock and the situation turned ugly. In order to prove their innocence, the two of them submitted their resignations one after another and quickly left the imperial capital. However, they didn't expect to bid farewell to Lu Mingyue forever. For the next few years, the two of them worked hard in Linhui until news of Lu Mingyue's death came. When the two of them met outside the morning hall, they blamed each other and got into a fight. If you didn't cause me to leave back then, Miss wouldn't have died. Same to you. If I were here, I wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. It's all your fault. They said in unison. Just like that, a grudge was formed. Digression, second watch, 1,000 words. Third watch, haha also, please vote. Without votes, I feel less motivated to write, haha wait a minute, Jiang Fuyue suddenly said, who told you that Lu Corporation lost the Pingshan Theater tender? Everyone is spreading the news. Wasn't it announced that it was won by a new real estate company called Henghui? The two of them looked at Jiang Fuyue inquisitively. What did she mean by that? Everyone is spreading the news? Who are you referring to? Jiang Fuyue looked straight at Yi Hansheng. It's Fang Yi, Li Hongkai. These two people were Lu Mingyue's trusted aides back then. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Fang Yi is Lu Mingxin's man. As for Li Hongkai, he also resigned after you left. How? How did that happen? Yi Hansheng was shocked and in disbelief. Jiang Fuyue looked at Ling Qingzhou. The latter had a bad feeling. Sure enough. The new real estate company you mentioned, Henghui, did win the tender in the end. But didn't anyone tell you that Lu Corporation is the controlling shareholder of Henghui? In other words, the project that they thought was going to fail had simply turned around and returned to Lu Corporation. There was no competition and no failure in the tender. For so many years, he and Yi Hansheng had been like fools. They had attacked each other and suspected each other. But in the end, they had been fighting alone, they didn't even know who their real enemy was. Ling Qingzhou was dumbfounded. How did that happen? Yi Hansheng had already calmed down. Let's sort this out. Back then, I saw Ling Qingzhou copying documents on a USB drive and Ling Qingzhou saw me secretly meeting with the project manager in the parking lot. Could I have been set up? Ling Qingzhou said seriously, I can swear that I didn't copy the tender documents. I only copied the company's financial report. Yi Hansheng grasped the key point. Why did you suddenly think of copying the company's financial report for no reason? Fang Yi told me to. His words came to an abrupt end. Ling Qingzhou finally reacted. Fang Yi did this on purpose? It would take a lot of time to copy such a huge document. The more time passed, the greater the chance of him being hit by Yi Hansheng. This was also the reason why Fang Yi didn't allow him to copy other documents and insisted on choosing the company's financial report. Yi Hansheng snorted. You only realized it now. Your eyesight and IQ are only so. 60 points is the best. Ling Qingzhou said coldly, I've already explained it clearly. What about you? How are you going to explain when you meet the project manager? You said that you didn't drive during those few days, but I saw your car parked in the basement that you usually use. You saw my car? Sorry. My car was maintained at the 4S shop for the past few days, and I didn't drive it back. If you have the heart, you will definitely be able to find the relevant vouchers from that year. Yi Hansheng didn't look guilty at all, and his expression didn't seem to be lying. Ling Qingzhou frowned. Obviously, he still had reservations about Yi Hansheng's words. Jiang Fuyue reminded him, did you just find this 4S shop? No. Someone recommended it, so I went there. Who recommended it to you? Xiang Ping from the Human Resources Department. Jiang Fuyue suddenly understood. No wonder. No wonder what? Jiang Fuyue looked at him sympathetically. Xiang Ping is Fang Ye's lover. Their relationship was exposed the year I got into the accident. Fang Yi again, Yi Hansheng slapped his thigh. I've been set up. Ling Qingzhou imitated his previous tone. It seems that your eyesight and IQ are not very good. Yi Hansheng. At this point, the truth of the misunderstanding was revealed. The culprit was neither Ling Qingzhou nor Yi Hansheng, but the person who was closest to them and most easily overlooked. But why did Fang Yi do this? Do you even need to ask? Back then, when the Pingshan Theater case was over, you and I would have been appointed with real power. We would have either stayed in Lu Corporation to hold important positions or been sent to a subsidiary company to gain experience. At the very least, we would have been at the level of vice president. Fang Yi could only choose the ones left behind by us. But if we were gone, he would have been able to move up 2 ranks. Jiang Fuyue said, besides, cutting off the 2 of you is equivalent to cutting off my left and right arms. Lu Mingxin might have added fuel to the fire behind this incident. Otherwise, the arrangements would not have been so meticulous. Even small details such as Yi Hanqing's car and Ling Qingzhou's USB drive were taken into consideration. The 2 of them looked at each other. They had been at each other's throats for 20 years and were used to arguing. The sudden silence made them feel awkward. Jiang Fuyue could see the awkwardness between the 2 of them. Their relationship had been stiff for decades and could not be eased so easily. If the 2 of you could have explained everything to me face to face like you are now, Fang Ye's evil scheme might not have succeeded. However, Fang Yi might have been able to predict their tempers and personalities, which was why he dared to set up such a trap. Yi Hanqing and Ling Qingzhou resigned one after another, which caught her off guard. In addition, the Lu family kept causing trouble during that period and she was exhausted. By the time she reacted and wanted to talk to them again, the 2 of them had already left the imperial capital and were nowhere to be found. F***ck. Fang Yi, that bastard, I'm going to kill him. Yi Hanqing gritted his teeth. Ling Qingzhou's eyes were also filled with anger. Jiang Fuyue crossed her arms and looked at the 2 of them. There's a chance now. Do you want it? Digression 3rd watch, 2000 words. Today's first watch will be at 12 o'clock. Fang Yi was currently the general manager of Reno Corporation and this year happened to be the assessment year that happened once every 5 years. Yi Hanqing asked, so? Jiang Fuyue pointed at the plan she had brought with her. If nothing goes wrong, Reno Corporation is already preparing to take action. They will take action on Bronze Street in at most half a month. As Reno Corporation's biggest project this year, there's no way it won't go through Fang Yi, the general manager. Ling Qingzhou's eyes lit up. What do you plan to do? Jiang Fuyue replied, we'll buy the houses on Bronze Street before Reno Corporation does. Once Reno Corporation comes to negotiate, we'll have no choice but to raise the price. I've done some calculations. Bronze Street is filled with old-style apartments and the average price per square meter is about $8,000. Compared to the houses in the city center, which are easily in the tens of thousands, the cost of buying them is relatively low. Therefore, it's possible to buy them in bulk. Yi Hanqing said, there's a problem. How can we guarantee that Reno Corporation will still be willing to pay after we get the houses and raise the price? If Reno Corporation was angered and decided not to buy them, they would have to hold on to this batch of old-style apartments. They wouldn't be able to sell them or rent them out. Wouldn't their funds be tied up? However, Jiang Fuyue shook her head confidently. Reno Corporation will definitely want them. Even if we raise the price, they'll have to bite the bullet and buy the entire street. Yi Hanqing was confused. Jiang Fuyue took out her phone and opened the map. This is Bronze Street. This is the empty land around it. Do you see this area? She drew a circle with her finger. Ling Qingzhou asked, isn't this area still under construction? Do you know who bought this land and what they're planning to turn it into? Yi Hanqing replied, I've asked the higher-ups a few times, but they all kept their mouths shut. The more they acted like this, the more suspicious they became. Yi Hanqing was interested in these pieces of land back then. However, when they were officially auctioned, they weren't sold. This made people even more curious. Jiang Fuyue pointed to the red area and said, we're going to build a large-scale fashion and luxury department store here, similar to the SKP in the capital. In the future, the main consumers will be the rich, celebrities, highly educated people, high-paid people, and so on. What do you think the residential area near this kind of shopping center should be planned? Ling Qingzhou, a mansion. That's right, Bronze Street was the reserve for luxurious houses, Yi Hanqing replied, but what does this have to do with the Reno Corporation? Jiang Fuyue said, this superstore was jointly built by Hualien and Reno. Since Reno Corporation is in the real estate business, it must have an ulterior motive for investing in department stores. At the end of the day, its goal is still to build houses. Therefore, they were determined to obtain Bronze Street. Ling Qingzhou frowned. I've been paying attention to Reno all these years, but there's been no news about the department store or the Bronze Street project. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Of course there's no news about it. If everyone knew about it, do you think the prices of the houses and land around Bronze Street would still be the same? The Reno Corporation has been preparing for this game of chess in Linhui since 10 years ago. This is just the final step to pulling in the net. What could be more exciting than failing at the last step? The Reno Corporation had already completed the first 99 steps. She wanted to ruin it at the last step. When the time came, not only would Fang Ye's expression be interesting, but Lu Mingxin's reaction would also be interesting. After Yihanqing and Ling Qingzhou heard this, they looked at each other and made a decision on the spot. I'll invest 300 million. I'll invest 300 million too. They were afraid that Jiang Fuyue didn't have enough money, so they tried their best to give her more. Ahem. After all, Miss was still a high school student and was their son's classmate. In terms of seniority, both of them had to be addressed as uncle. This was, in short, they had mixed feelings. However, this didn't affect their generosity. However, Jiang Fuyue shook her head. Right now, the new company only has 20% of the shares available for purchase. The total price is 300 million. If you split it evenly, each of you will invest 150 million and each of you will own 10% of the shares. The two of them gasped. You've already registered the company? Of course. Lu Jinzhong had never let her down. This meant that even without the support and participation of Yihanqing and Ling Qingzhou, Jiang Fuyue would have been able to complete this project on her own. She had called them along to share the risk and also to give some benefits to her old friends as a greeting gift. Yihanqing was speechless. You're still the boss. Ling Qingzhou was speechless. She was still so strong even though she had changed her appearance. Jiang Fuyue handed the task of buying all the houses on Bronze Street to the two of them and repeatedly reminded them, don't alert them. Most of the people living there are renters. When you send someone to buy a house, talk to the owner directly. Don't worry, we know how to do this. Jiang Fuyue said, you have to contact the owner separately and quickly. Don't give them time to react and raise the price. After some discussion, they finally finalized all the implementation rules. It was already 11 p.m. The familiar feeling of working with her for a long time made the two men's eyes redden unconsciously. That's all for today. I'm going back. After Jiang Fuyue finished speaking, she picked up her coat and pretended to leave. Yihanqing and Ling Qingzhou spoke at the same time, I'll drive you. After that, their eyes met and sparks flew. Although the misunderstanding had been cleared up and the two of them were now facing a common enemy, they had been enemies for more than 20 years. Their attitude towards each other could not be changed so easily. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the two of them. No, I'll take a taxi. Ling Qingzhou saw that the hem of her coat was almost dragging on the ground and reached out to grab it. The sweet scent of orange flowers hit his face and he was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, Jiang Fuyue had already left. Yihanqing sneered. Come back to your senses. A good man should go home to accompany his wife at this time and check on his son's learning at the same time. Hurry up and go. Ling Qingzhou frowned. When they left the tea house, the two drivers had already parked the car at the door. Mr. Ling, Mr. E. The driver opened the door respectfully and the two of them got in and sat down. They did not talk at all. The Rolls-Royce and the Bentley drove off in two different directions, gradually moving further and further away. Finally, they disappeared into the deep night, disappearing without a trace. When Yihanqing got home, Eci was still awake. He was holding his baby drone and fiddling with various functions. Old man, you're back. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he did not raise his head and said perfunctorily. Yes. Eci looked up and clicked his tongue. You're dressed quite well, but your tie is a bit crooked. You don't pay enough attention. Yihanqing's veins twitched. You brat. However, he was in a good mood today and did not argue with him. He walked briskly to the second floor. He had to check the company's capital chain and withdraw 150 million as soon as possible. Fang Yi, right? How dare you plot against me? Just wait, I'll definitely let you die a good death. Digression, 2000 words. Tomorrow morning at 2 or 3. Sir, we're here, the driver said carefully. When Ling Qingzhou opened his eyes, he was already outside the house. The sound of the door being unlocked woke Zhou Qin up from the sofa. She turned her head and saw her husband changing into slippers at the entrance. Click, the light switch was pressed, and the living room was suddenly brightly lit. Seeing his wife on the sofa, Ling Qingzhou was stunned. Why aren't you sleeping? Zhou Qin got up and took the coat from his hand. Suddenly, she smelled the unfamiliar fragrance of orange flowers and amber. Her pupils shrank slightly. This smell, although she was not familiar with any perfume on the market, her intuition told her that this fragrance came from a woman. Did he leave her at the party to meet another woman? This realization made Zhou Qin confused, so she did something that she had not done for so many years. It could even be said to be out of line. Where have you been? She was questioning her husband's whereabouts. Ling Qingzhou's eyes flashed with surprise. His wife was acting strangely, and a feeling of being interrogated made him frown in discomfort. It's getting late. Go to bed. He avoided answering and was about to go upstairs. Zhou Qin looked down and her voice was soft and hoarse. Can't I even ask a question? The man paused. And looked back at her. You're acting strange today. I haven't asked before, but now I'm acting strange? She looked up. But in most families, this is just a very ordinary question. It's the same as what you ate today and whether you slept well. Ling Qingzhou said, other people are other people. Every family has a different way of getting along. Then do you think it's normal for us to get along like this? The man looked puzzled and asked, is it not normal? Zhou Qin was speechless. Ling Qingzhou did not want to argue. The quiet atmosphere at home was what he was used to. However, Zhou Qin did not listen to him like before. Is this a difficult question? Why do you refuse to answer? Ling Qingzhou did not understand what was wrong with his wife today. It's not difficult, but it's not necessary. You left me alone at the party and let the other wives laugh at me. Don't you owe me an explanation? The man was slightly stunned, and then his tone softened. Sorry, today is my negligence. I should have said goodbye to you before I left. Zhou Qin, the driver should have warned you, right? Ling Qingzhou's mouth tightened. Sadness flashed in Zhou Qin's eyes, and her smile became more bitter. Even the driver remembered that I was still at the party. What about you? Even if someone reminded you, you wouldn't have given me a call. Even if you had asked the driver to pick me up after the party, you wouldn't have embarrassed me in front of everyone. Today, it was indeed because it happened so suddenly that Zhou Qin waved her hand. Forget it. You know that I will never cause you any trouble. It is precisely because they know that they are unscrupulous. No matter when, no matter what you do, I will unconditionally tolerate and forgive you as much as possible. You're spoiled, Zhou. That was why he dared to be so fearless. The man was speechless. It was indeed my fault today. I won't do it again. Zhou Qin was stunned. Her heart, which was originally cold to the point of being stiff, actually felt a trace of warmth because of the man's moment of weakness and humility. The next second, Ling Qingzhou took her hand. It's getting late. Let's go back to the room. Don't wake our son up. Zhou Qin no longer had the strength to resist. She loved this man so much that under this little bit of gentleness, her heart softened. She forgot all her grievances and pain and let him hold her hand. Digression, second watch, 1000 words. Third watch in the afternoon. It was already the latter half of the night. Zhou Qin was awakened by a nightmare and sat up in a cold sweat. She turned around and found that the pillow beside her was empty. She felt that it was more like a nightmare. She put on her coat and looked for him. She saw light coming from the crack of the study door. He hadn't left. She suddenly felt relieved. This time, she didn't go forward. She wasn't curious about whose photo Ling Qingzhou was looking at. She turned around and went back to the bedroom. In the study, Ling Qingzhou really hadn't looked at the photo. She was already back. What was the point of looking at the photo? He was looking at the company's financial report for the previous quarter. Like Xianxia, he also wanted to get the 150 million as soon as possible. He was happy to take revenge on Feng Yi. Just based on Jiang Fuyue's request, he had to agree. Moreover, if they followed the plan step by step, the rate of return would be much higher than ordinary investments. He didn't need any guarantees. Lu Mingyue herself was the biggest guarantee. That night, Ling Qingzhou stayed up all night. He turned off his computer when dawn broke. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he watched the red sun break through the clouds and rise higher and higher. He felt an inexplicable sense of excitement and ambition. In the past 20 years, he had only felt this way when the Nasdaq bell rang to mark the company's listing. After that, it was yesterday, when he stood outside the tea room and heard Jiang Fuyue admit that she was Lu Mingyue. His heart seemed to stop beating and his breathing gradually faded away. She was still alive. This realization almost made him cry tears of joy. Ling Qingzhou accepted it faster than Yi Hanqing, even though he had already seen the strangeness of this matter. For example, Jiang Fuyue's current age, appearance, background had completely changed into a different person. But he didn't ask. He didn't even mention it. As long as she was alive, Ling Qingzhou went back to the bedroom and lay down. He quickly fell asleep. Zhou Qin woke up when the man pushed the door open. Or rather, she didn't sleep much. However, she still pulled herself together and got up to make breakfast for her son. Originally, there were servants to do these things, but she couldn't sleep anymore. She might as well find something to do. Lest he let his imagination run wild. Ling Xian, Mom, did you not sleep well? Zhou Qin was stunned for a moment before she nodded. The wind was too strong last night, causing the branches to rustle. I woke up a few times in the middle. Ask the butler to send someone to trim it properly. After the excess branches are removed, it will be much quieter. All right. Hurry up and eat. We're going to be late. Where's Dad? Zhou Qin, still sleeping. Ling Xian was slightly surprised. He doesn't have to go to the company today? I don't think so. Oh, Ling Xian said thoughtfully. There were 365 days in a year. Except for the few days during the Lunar New Year, Ling Qingzhou would set off for the company on time every day. Today was a rare occasion, however, he didn't think too much about it. He finished his breakfast and got into the car. The driver drove all the way to the school. On the way, Uncle Lu, what time did my dad get home last night? When old Lu heard this, he said, it's almost midnight. So late? Old Lu's eyes flickered as he mumbled, it's a little late. He didn't dare to say that Sir came out of the tea house with a young girl. Although President E of the E Group was present, he could tell that the two of them were very familiar with each other. After all, he had been Ling Qingzhou's driver for more than 10 years. He more or less understood his temper. If she was just an insignificant woman, Sir's gaze would never linger on her for a second. However, the truth was that before he left last night, Sir had looked out of the window more than once and even told him to wait for a while before driving. It wasn't just a second, it was a minute. However, old Luke couldn't say a word. One of the important reasons Sir chose him as his driver was that he was a tight-lipped person. If he said anything, he would definitely lose his job. It was better not to add to the mess. It was normal for rich people to flirt outside. Rich people were all the same. As an employee who received a fixed salary, he shouldn't worry about other people. A similar scene happened in another car. However, the driver took the initiative to mention it. Young master, you seem to be in a good mood today. ECI curled her lips. I'm fine. Why? Oh. President E came back late last night. I thought he would disturb your rest and almost went to the hotel. Oh, I was still awake at that time. I was in the living room. I see. Then, did President E say where he went? Yes. Old Huang's eyelids twitched. The next second, ECI, he said he had something to do. I didn't ask what it was. I'm too lazy to ask. It's useless to ask. It's a waste of saliva. Old Huang's face was full of disappointment. Young master, you have to be more careful. If you don't care, you might have a stepmother soon. At this moment, ECI suddenly looked up. Old Huang, do you know where my dad went? Where did he go? ECI saw that he didn't want to say it and suddenly became excited. He didn't ask you to tell me? No, he didn't. Then hurry up and tell me. Don't mention the 3 things. The so-called 3 things were going to banquets, meetings, and mahjong. Old Huang's eyes twitched. This time, it's really not. President Yi asked me to pick up a girl from number 1 middle school, digression, 3 chapters, 2,000 words. There will be a new chapter at 12 o'clock beep. The traffic light was still green, and the cars behind them started honking crazily. Old Huang had no choice but to swallow his words and focus on driving. However, ECI did not notice it and was focused on playing her game. When they arrived at the school gate, Huang moved his lips and wanted to say something. However, a group of boys rushed up and called him Brother Ci. ECI did not have the time to listen to him. Huang, I'm leaving. Be careful on the road. Young master, yes? ECI turned around and asked, is there anything else? Huang sighed. President Yi's work is also very hard. You should accompany him more when you have time. Otherwise, the little vixen outside will accompany your father. ECI waved her hand impatiently. Okay. Old Huang sighed again. Xianxia and Ling Qingzhou were very fast. Within 2 days, the money was transferred to their account. Jiang Fuyue called Lu Jinzhong. After school, a black business Buick stopped across the road. Jiang Fuyue walked over and opened the car door. Miss, President Lu asked me to pick you up. Let's go. The Buick roared away. Brother Ci, isn't that sister you? I saw it too. Whose car is it? ECI was also puzzled. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Fuyue did not have a car. Even if she had a car, she did not need to be sent to and from school. At this moment, one of his friends guessed. Is it a relative? Yes, it's possible. ECI was relieved. Okay, let's play basketball. Okay. Brother Ci, wait for me. On the 2nd floor of Yufeng Group's kitchen. Lu Jinzhong had been waiting for a long time. Mississippi Uncle Lu, is everything ready? Jiang Fuyue asked as she walked. Everything is ready. This is the business license, this is the share subscription, this is. Very good. Everything was available. Lu Jinzhong smiled. Just for these 2 words, he had to do a good job, right? Jiang Fuyue received several folders. Lu Jinzhong said, since you're here, why don't you have a meal before you leave? Anyway, it's ready-made downstairs. All right. The 2 of them went downstairs together, and the waiter immediately arranged for the most luxurious private room. Lu Jinzhong handed her the menu. Jiang Fuyue casually glanced at the menu and ordered a few dishes. Lu Jinzhong added 2 more. While waiting, Jiang Fuyue called Xianxia and Ling Qingzhou respectively and asked them to come over to sign the contract. At that time, Xianxia was in the middle of a meeting when his phone rang. Hiss, who has the guts to not turn off their phone during a meeting? Newcomer? Are you itching for a beating? Do I need to teach you how to mute the meeting? That seems to be President Yi's phone. As expected, Xianxia gestured for a pause and went out to answer the call. Okay, I'll be there as soon as possible. Ling Qingzhou did not go to the company today. He was at home. When the phone rang, he picked up the phone and went to the balcony. Zhou Qin looked at the man's back and a dark look flashed past her eyes. Where? Okay, I'll leave now and be there in about half an hour. Zhou Qin looked at the untouched sandwich on the plate and asked him, you're not eating? Ling Qingzhou took his coat and found his car keys. Yes, I have something to do. Don't wait for me for dinner. Zhou Qin smiled. Okay, come back early. The man left. Zhou Qin walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. After a while, a Porsche came up from the basement and drove away quickly. She turned around and picked up the phone on the table. She found a number and dialed it. Accountant Yan, it's me, Zhou Qin. The person on the other end of the line hurriedly said, Lady Boss. It's like this. I've been thinking of investing in an office building recently. A conservative estimate is that it will cost 9 figures. I can only take out half of that amount for the time being. So, I want to ask if the company has enough liquid funds. I'm sorry, lady boss. I can't transfer them for the time being. Zhou Qin did not change her expression. Why do I remember that the financial report for the last quarter showed that there was a surplus of liquid funds? There is a surplus, but President Ling transferred more than 100 million yuan a few days ago. Don't you know? Oh. Zhou Qin trembled, but her voice was normal. I know. 100 million yuan is not a lot. I thought there was still room for turnover. The accountant said quickly, there's no turnover. If you transfer another sum of money, the company's cash flow will be in trouble. In that case, forget it. It's a good investment project. I'll think of other ways. After the call, Zhou Qin's eyes turned red. Her slender figure could not help but tremble. Ling Qingzhou came home from school and found that the house was a little frighteningly quiet. Mom? He went up to the second floor and was about to return to his room when he suddenly heard sobbing. The teenager's expression changed slightly. He strode to the master bedroom. When he opened the door, the woman leaning on the dressing table happened to look up. Their eyes met. Ling Qingzhou was stunned. Zhou Qin could not stop crying. Instead, more tears flowed down her cheeks. Mom, what's wrong? He strode forward. Zhou Qin shook her head. I'm fine, you're crying like this, and you're still saying that you're fine? Ling Qingzhou gritted his teeth. Is it my dad? Zhou Qin's body stiffened. Panic flashed in her eyes. Ling Qingzhou knew that he had guessed correctly. Did you quarrel with my dad? Zhou Qin shook her head again. Ling Qingzhou looked anxious. He growled, what did he do? Zhou Qin's tears fell like rain. Xian, your dad, he has a mistress. The teenager looked as if he was struck by lightning. How is that possible? He shook his head in disbelief. He had known for a long time that his father had a cold personality. One could even say that he was unromantic. In terms of romance, he was not a good man. However, in terms of family responsibility and chastity, he did not make any mistakes when he was young. Why did he do it when he was older? Mom, is there a misunderstanding here? He left me alone at the cocktail party last time. When he came back, he smelled of a woman's perfume. Just now, I called the company's accountant. She said that your dad moved more than 100 million yuan in cash. Jiang Fuyue and Lu Jinzhong had just finished eating when the waiter came in to inform them that Xianxia and Ling Qingzhou had arrived. Lu Jinzhong said, Miss, I'll go up first. Okay. Soon, Xianxia and Ling Qingzhou were led to the private room. They saw the two sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. They thought about it but did not show it on their faces. Jiang Fuyue asked the waiter to clear the table and invited Ling Qingzhou and Xianxia to sit down. After a while, the table was cleaned. When the waiter left the private room, he closed the door behind him. Jiang Fuyue used a simple tea set to make tea for them. Each of them had a cup and steam was coming out of the cup. They looked at each other. Jiang Fuyue took out the share subscription form that she had prepared beforehand and pushed it to each of them. Take a look at the details. Also, this is the new company's information. You can raise any objections in person after you read it. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Yufeng Group Real Estate? Jiang Fuyue nodded. Is it related to the Yufeng Group that I know of? Jiang Fuyue said, legally, it is not related. It is just the same name. But the scope of business is different, so it is allowed to exist. Ling Qingzhou asked, then what about the non-legal aspects? Jiang Fuyue said, they have the same boss. The two of them were shocked. As expected of Lu Mingyue. No matter where he was or what status he had, he could control the wealth and resources in the shortest time possible. No wonder when they were prepared to invest 300 million, she said, the new company only has 20% shares left. It was not an arrogant price, nor was it a pretense. In fact, Yufeng Group was not short of money. Giving them 10% shares was just to give them a chance to take revenge on Feng Yi. Xianxia finished reading and signed his name. Ling Qingzhou followed closely behind. Jiang Fuyue stood up. Happy working with you. The two of them said, happy working with you, after signing the contract, the next step was to get the old houses on Bronze Street before the Reno Corporation. Jiang Fuyue directly handed it over to Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hansheng. Of course, she could let Lu Jinzhong handle it, but shouldn't business partners cooperate, it was only natural for them to contribute. Furthermore, the Yufeng group had not been exposed yet. They were only active in the underground. If Lu Jinzhong were to take over the company, he would be restricted. However, Yi Hansheng and Ling Qingzhou were different. First of all, the Yi and Ling families were both reputable families in Linhui. They had been around for many years and their connections were complicated. If they wanted to do something, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Secondly, if the matter was exposed, the Reno Corporation would only investigate the two of them and would not implicate her. Jiang Fuyue directly told the two of them about this, "My identity can't be exposed now. If you don't want to deal with the Reno Corporation, I'll think of other ways." Yi Hansheng sneered, "Without you, the Reno Corporation is just a paper tiger. Why would I be afraid?" Ling Qingzhou said calmly, "If they want to investigate, then let them. I didn't waste my time all these years." Jiang Fuyue smiled at the two of them. "It's been 20 years since we last met. You've become much tougher." Back then, the two of them were still young and inexperienced. Now, they had grown into overbearing CEOs. She had to admit that time was the best magician. It could make hard-working people look like they were worth it. When she said this, the two of them strangely blushed. To avoid being discovered, they pretended to be calm. Even their coughs were the same. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. There were things that the magician time couldn't change. That night, Ling Qingzhou returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Ling Xian. "Dad, where have you been?" Digression, second watch, 1,000 words. "I went to the hospital to get my eyes checked today. I just got home. 3 months ago, this book had just been published. My eyes were also uncomfortable. The doctor said that it was conjunctivitis and that it would recur. I didn't expect it to recur so quickly. Furthermore, during the checkup today, they found mites on my eyelashes. They were still moving when the microscope showed them. I was so disgusted. Today, the doctor pulled out 10 eyelashes and said that my eyelashes are too thin. Before I feel like I'm going bald, my eyes will go bald first." Haha. Third watch, around 8:30 a.m. Important point, probably. I have something to do. Why? The lights were still on. Ling Qingxuan's face was hidden in the shadows, blurring his expression. Come back earlier in the future. He paused and said, Mom will be worried. Ling Qingzhou gave face to his son. Okay. Then I'll go to bed. You should rest early too. The day after signing the contract, Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hansheng started to buy the old house on Bronze Street. With their current status, there was no need for them to do such a small thing personally. Many people would rush to run errands for them. As the price was in place and there were a few rumors, many owners were not optimistic about owning this property. Now that there were people who sincerely wanted to buy it, they signed the contract very quickly. However, there was also a group of people who were more hesitant. Don't you think it's strange that a house that couldn't be sold in the past is suddenly in high demand? Anyway, it's been in our hands for more than 10 years. 1 or 2 more years won't make a difference. Who knows, we might even get demolished. That's more promising than selling the house. There's no rush. Let's wait and see. Didn't they say on TV that we should let the bullets fly for a while? Jiang Fuyue, Ling Qingzhou, and Yi Hansheng had a special meeting to discuss this group of people. Yi Hansheng said, if you ask me, I'd say that they're insatiably greedy. When they couldn't sell it, they went around begging sellers. Now that they have a buyer, they don't want to sell it anymore. They don't even know how much the house is worth. Ling Qingzhou said, it's not worth much now, but it might be in the future. Yi Hansheng frowned. Whose side are you on? Will you die if you don't make sarcastic remarks? Ling Qingzhou raised his eyes. I'm just telling the truth. What are you angry about? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. With Lu Mingxin's character of taking advantage of others, and the property prices in this area aren't high to begin with. It's not competitive. The price offered by the Lu group might not be as good as what we're offering now. This time, Ling Qingzhou did not say anything. Yihanqing glanced at him and scoffed. Based on the information we received, the owners of the houses on Bronze Street are generally not well educated. Even if they were to gather, they would only be a motley crew. Don't expect them to compete with the Reno Corporation. Ling Qingzhou, but the problem now is that these people make up the majority. I suspect that they will raise the price soon. Should we agree or not? This time, the two of them stopped arguing and looked at Jiang Fuyue in unison. No. What if the Reno Corporation beats us to it? Therefore, our no can only last for a week at most. If we can't reach an agreement within a week, we really can't reach an agreement. At the end of the day, we might still agree to the other party's price increase. If that's the case, what's the point of wasting an entire week? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. Don't do anything for a week. The two of them were surprised. Then what are our people doing? Wait. They lowered their nonchalant attitude and waited for these people to come knocking on their door. Jiang Fuyue, humans are strange creatures. They might not cherish things that they're rushing for, but if you don't give it to them, someone else will snatch it away. Get our people to lie low for the time being. If they come looking for you once, just leave their phone numbers. Don't go there a second time. As expected, after her subordinates carried out Jiang Fuyue's instructions strictly, the group of people who were originally determined not to sell their houses could no longer sit still. The most direct way to express their dissatisfaction was to make a phone call to test the waters. The staff followed the words that they had been taught and skillfully played Tai Chi with the other party. Their tone was neither fast nor slow and their attitude was extremely arrogant. If the conversation went on for a long time, they would show a hint of impatience. It was as if they really had an attitude of I don't lack a house even if I don't buy it. After the phone call, this group of people could no longer sit still. The next day, they agreed to sell their houses. They were even afraid that the other party would run away and refuse to buy their houses. Their words were full of flattery. The treatment of the staff was upgraded from a grandson to a master. It was a wonderful feeling. When Ling Qingzhou received the news, she looked out of the French window and was slightly absent-minded. Then, she sighed. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Yihanqing also had mixed feelings. 20 years had passed. Not only was Miss getting younger and younger than them, but her brain was also faster than theirs. Whether she was Lu Mingyue or Jiang Fuyue, she was always shining, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Soon, the houses of this group of diehards were sold one after another. However, there were also owners who stubbornly refused to sell their houses and insisted on increasing the price. Fortunately, there were not many of them, only 2 or 3. Yihanqing wanted to continue to ignore them, but Jiang Fuyue shook her head. This method obviously won't work on them. If we continue to ignore them, the result will be the same. Then what should we do? Jiang Fuyue, increase the price. Didn't they want 10,000 yuan per square meter? Then give them this price and let them sign a confidentiality agreement. Yihanqing frowned. Isn't this unfair to the people who sold their houses first? Jiang Fuyue smiled. There is no absolute fairness in this world. If they are not willing to take the risk of not being able to sell their houses, they will not get additional returns. But these 3 families did it. The extra 2,000 yuan per square meter is what they deserve. Just like holding stocks, the people who sold them first could not blame the people who sold them later for earning more per share. Risk and income were always proportional. Yihanqing looked at Jiang Fuyue differently. He was not looking at Lu Mingyue, nor was he looking at the miss in his heart, but a businessman looking at another businessman who was colder and more powerful than himself. Digression, third watch, 2,000 words. 12 o'clock was today's first watch. It was just like holding a stock. No wonder the person who sold it later earned more per share than the person who sold it later. Risk and income were always proportional. The way Yihanqing looked at Jiang Fuyue was different. He was not looking at Lu Mingyue or the miss in his heart, but a businessman looking at another businessman who was colder and more powerful than himself. As soon as she relented, the 3 families immediately agreed to sell their houses and promised not to reveal the price. Boss, are you going to do something big? When signing the contract, the wife of one of the families asked the staff member with a smile. The staff member did not dress as formally as she usually did in the company. She wore a shirt, a black skirt, and high heels. She looked like an insurance salesperson. On the contrary, she dressed very casually. It was impossible to tell just by looking at her appearance. She looked like a self-employed person who did business. Because of this, the other party politely called her boss. After all, to be able to buy 3 houses in one go, they were definitely not living there. They might be doing some big business. Yes, the wife of the house owner thought that they only bought her and the 2 neighbors' houses. Little did she know that the entire Bronze Street was already in their pocket. This was also one of the strategies Jiang Fuyue proposed. Attack separately and defeat one by one. Whether it was lying or coaxing, in short, these house owners could not gather in large numbers to discuss selling their houses. They had to let them think that they were only interested in their houses. Fortunately, these house owners did not live on Bronze Street. The houses here were either empty or rented. They did not have a good relationship with the neighbors. They did not even know each other. This gave them the possibility of deceiving everyone. If it was a residential area with harmonious neighbors, the news of people buying houses in large numbers would probably spread overnight. The staff member smiled and said, "What do you mean by doing something big?" "It's because of the convenient transportation here. It's convenient to go to the city and the farmer's market. I want to do some small business." Of course, the wife of the house owner did not believe her, but she did not pursue the matter. Instead, she stared at the contract with shining eyes. Finally, she could buy a decent wedding house for her son in the city center. At this point, all the old-fashioned houses on Bronze Street, including the old-fashioned shops on the first floor, had been bought. It took exactly 1 week. Xianxia did not expect things to go so smoothly. When he answered the phone, he almost slipped and dropped it. Ling Qingzhou was silent for a long time. This efficiency, as expected of her. At the same time, Yufeng Group Real Estate officially opened for business. From the office to the staff, everything was ready. It didn't look like a new company that was set up on the spot. The operation model was quite simple, and it was accompanied by high speed and efficiency. The old houses on Bronze Street were officially registered under the name of Imperial Wind Real Estate and became part of their fixed assets. As long as the original tenants, as long as they were willing. Therefore, from the outside, Bronze Street appeared calm and peaceful. What they didn't know was that under this peaceful facade, all the houses and shops had already changed owners. Now, all they had to do was wait for Reno to show up. A tall building with a unique design stood under the setting sun. The words Lu Corporation were particularly eye-catching. 15 minutes. I'll be right there. Bring in 2 cups of coffee. Yes. The moment the office door was pushed open, the person sitting on the sofa stood up. Director Feng. Xiaohe, take a seat. You're welcome. We just finished a temporary board meeting. Sorry to keep you waiting. Director Feng, you're treating me like an outsider. He was Feng Ye's direct subordinate. Naturally, they were close. Soon, the secretary brought in the coffee. The 2 of them chatted for a while. Feng Yi put down his cup. Xiaohe, you've been working for me for 5 to 6 years. It wasn't easy for me to push you up to the position of project manager. You have to hold on tight. Manager, he smiled, but in his heart, he was sweating. Of course. Although I didn't lack projects after I took over, I didn't encounter any big projects. If this dancer wants to show off, I have to give him a stage, right? Feng Yi smiled. Now, there's an opportunity. Manager, his eyes lit up. I'll do my best. Immediately set up a temporary project team. Go to Linhuai. You can mobilize 600 million yuan. You have to take down Bronze Street. Manager, he was in charge of the entire project team. He was considered one of the higher-ups. However, he had never heard of Reno's plans in Linhuai. He was surprised, suspicious, and couldn't help but be curious. When Feng Yi pointed at the map and told him the purpose of the construction site around Bronze Street, manager, he was deeply shocked. This plan couldn't have been set up without at least 10 years. However, in these 10 years, the economy, the market, the consumer base, national policies, and other factors had all changed. How could a decision be made in advance to such an extent? In the end, it turned out that this prediction was correct. The person who set this up was too scary. Who is it? Fang Ye's eyes were absent-minded. Director Fang? A stunning person. Unfortunately, beautiful women had short lives. Manager He, whose full name was He Yongjing, had a discussion with Fang Yi that afternoon. That night, he flew to Linhui with a temporary project team. The next day, he stayed at the hotel to deal with work. First, he asked his subordinates to find out the basic situation on Bronze Street. It would be best if they could get a list of landlords and their contact information. Before that, he had to think about how to buy these old houses at the lowest price. He couldn't make a big deal out of it, in case the landlords ganged up and raised the price. But he couldn't make it too small either. If he didn't have some style, who would buy it? Before he could figure out what to do, his subordinates returned. They returned earlier than he expected. He Yongjing frowned. Is everything settled? Director He, the situation might be different from what we expected. What do you mean? He Yongjing's eyelids twitched. He had a bad premonition. The old houses on Bronze Street have been sold. Actually, this wasn't hard to find out. He just called a few landlords and asked them. It was fine if one of them sold their houses, but if 10 out of 10 said that their houses were sold, then it was a big problem. Find out. Who dared to steal Lu Corporation's business? The results came out quickly. There was no need to investigate because the other party had no intention of hiding it. In Jiang Fuyue's words, if we don't tell them, how are we going to negotiate? Yi Hansheng. Ling Qingzhou. Yufeng Group Real Estate? He Yongjing looked at the results of the investigation. His brain worked quickly, but he couldn't remember anything about this company. Have you heard of it? He turned to ask his subordinates. Everyone shook their heads. It can't be a new company, right? As it turned out, this was indeed a new company that couldn't be any newer. He Yongjing said, ask the person in charge of this company to meet. I want to see who he is. Soon, his subordinate reported, the appointment has been made. Tomorrow afternoon at Xyland Restaurant. He Yongjing sneered. His eyes flashed with contempt. He thought it was some big shot, but it turned out to be just SOSO. The next day, He Yongjing was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. The other party was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. He had a beer belly and looked like a nouveau riche. The contempt in He Yongjing's heart grew even stronger. He had gained the upper hand in several verbal exchanges and thought that he had the upper hand. He was no longer courteous. Then let's get straight to the point. Tell me, how much do you plan to sell the old houses on Bronze Street? The other party smiled and was about to speak. He Yongjing couldn't help but remind him, you should know that I'm asking on behalf of the Reno Corporation. I don't think I need to say more about what the Reno Corporation means in the real estate industry. Yes, it's very clear. The man nodded. He maintained a smile on his seemingly honest face. But no matter how powerful Reno is, you still have to pay for things, right? He Yongjing's smile froze. The man continued, all the old houses on the street, including the shops on the first floor, are priced at 2 billion. How much? He Yongjing couldn't believe his ears. 2 billion, he said calmly. Not 1 cent less. This is extortion. Anyway, I've already brought the price. Why don't you go back and ask your boss? I'll go back and report my work. Let's not delay each other. We'll go our separate ways. Wait, what work report? He Yongjing was stunned. Aren't you the boss of Yufeng Group Real Estate? Huh? The man's tone was exaggerated. How can I be the boss? Don't tell me you think that with your position and status, you can make the boss of Yufeng Group personally spend the time of a meal to meet with you? He Yongjing's face turned green and red. What kind of teapot needs a lid? You're dreaming. The question is, do you deserve it? After the meal, He Yongjing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Before he came, he was high-spirited and insufferably arrogant. He even thought that the boss of Yufeng Group was crude and unsophisticated. In the end, the boss of Yufeng Group was the one who didn't take him seriously. He simply found a subordinate to pass on the message. It was laughable that He Yongjing was so serious about it. He Yongjing was just a clown. Mr. He, I have passed on the message. 2 billion. I don't think you can make the decision. You should go back and ask someone who can make the decision. Thank you for your hospitality today. I will make a move first. After he finished speaking, he got up and left. After he left the restaurant and got into his car, the man took out his phone. Mr. E, I have done as you said. The other party thought that I was the boss and spoke in a forceful tone. But when he found out that I was just a messenger, his expression was interesting. Really? You have passed on the message? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. 2 billion. Not a single cent less. I have remembered it. On the other end, Yi Hansheng was shocked. His voice suddenly rose. How much, 2 billion? What's wrong? This is the price I received in the email. Don't you know? Ah? Ha ha ha. Yi Hansheng laughed and said seriously. Of course, I know. How can I not know what I asked you to do? I know it too well. Of course not, he was the one who sent the email, but the content was written by Jiang Fuyue. Yi Hansheng didn't even look at it and forwarded it directly. It was actually 2 billion. After ending the call, Yi Hansheng gave a thumbs up to Jiang Fuyue, who was drinking tea with her head lowered. You are still the best. Jiang Fuyue slowly looked up. Digression, second night watch, 2,000 words. Third night watch was about 11 o'clock. Fang Yi did not respond to Fang Ye's praise and only said, the tea is not bad. Ling Qingzhou, who was beside him, snorted. So what if it's 2 billion? It's not like we can't afford it. Yi Hansheng said, of course we can afford it. I'm just worried that Reno might not be able to give it to us. However, Jiang Fuyue said, don't worry, they will give it to us. That night, He Yongjing reported to Fang Yi about his work over the past 3 days. He noticed that Fang Yi was getting quieter and quieter. Even through the phone, He Yongjing could feel the suffocating pressure. In the end, when he said the words 2 billion, the other side finally exploded. In his dreams, He Yongjing broke out in a cold sweat. His hand trembled as he held the phone. 2 billion. How dare they say that in front of Reno? He Yongjing wanted to know who gave this small real estate company the courage. Was it Liang Jingru? Tell them if they want to sell it or not. If they don't want to sell it, forget it. Fang Yi said and hung up. However, He Yongjing knew that it was impossible to give up. Broad Street was connected to the shopping mall. After development, it would be worth much more than 2 billion. However, for now, 2 billion was too much of their budget. Fang Ye's actions were not hard to understand. He wasn't really giving up. He just wanted to make a good show of it to intimidate the other party and prevent them from raising the price. He Yongjing immediately executed his orders. The next day, he replied, 2 billion is impossible. At most, 500 million. In reality, their ideal price was 600 million. They wanted to give the other party some room to bargain. This was a common practice in the industry. Hence, He Yongjing waited for the other party to bargain. Then, they would be halfway done. However, who knew that Fang Yi would hang up with a bang? He Yongjing did not dare to act rashly. After all, both parties were in a tug-of-war. Any action could send the wrong signal. He called Fang Yi and asked for advice. Fang Yi was silent for a long time before saying, wait. They waited for 3 days. However, no one from the Yufeng group contacted them. He Yongjing and his team could not sit still any longer. Director He, they might be able to decide whether they want to sell it or not. Hanging up the phone has already expressed your attitude, hasn't it? I don't think there will be any results even if we wait any longer. Do you want to ask Mr. Fang again? If this goes on, we'll be at a disadvantage. That night, He Yongjing was still debating whether to call Fang Yi, but the other party had already called him. Director Fang. Did he contact you in the past few days? No. Not even once? No. After a while, Fang Yi said, I'll personally go to Linhui tomorrow. He Yongjing suddenly realized that the person who was even more restless than them was Fang Yi. The first thing Fang Yi did when he arrived in Linhui was to meet with the person in charge of Yufeng Group. This time, the person on the other end of the line didn't hang up immediately. Instead, he asked them to wait and said that he would only be able to give them a reply after being interrogated. This wait lasted for 2 hours. The other party agreed, but it was not the boss who came forward. It was one of the investors. Fang Ye's veins twitched as he held back his anger. All right. He was not the person in charge of the Yufeng Group. Naturally, he did not have the right to meet the person in charge of the Yufeng Group. He was telling him that he was not qualified. Ever since he became the president of the Lu Group, Fang Yi had not experienced such blatant malice and humiliation. He didn't offend anyone from the Yufeng Group, did he? He had never even heard of this real estate company before this. His doubts persisted until the next day, when he met with the investors of the Yufeng Group. To be precise, there were 2 investors. Yihansheng, Ling Qingzhou? He chuckled. It's you guys. Why? Are you surprised, Director Fang? Yihansheng pulled out a chair and sat down. Fang Yi sighed. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. I didn't expect to meet 2 old friends. Ling Qingzhou invited him to sit down and adjusted his glasses. He wasn't as rude as Yihansheng. He poured a cup of tea and personally brought it to Fang Yi. He smiled warmly. If you want to do something in Linhui, you can't avoid me and him. Otherwise, wouldn't you have wasted all these years? Fang Ye's expression froze. If he could still rely on the Lu Group's support in the imperial capital, he could still do whatever he wanted. Now that he was in Linhui, he could only be described as a dragon trapped in a shoal. He couldn't suppress the local tyrant. Ling Qingzhou said, Come, let's use tea as wine and have a toast to our reunion after 20 years. Yihansheng immediately agreed. That's good. That's interesting. Fang Yi reluctantly raised his cup. He looked at Ling Qingzhou and Yihansheng thoughtfully. If they let bygones be bygones and talked about what happened 20 years ago, then wouldn't his little trick, which was full of loopholes, be, Fang Yi, oh, I should call you Director Fang now. I didn't expect you to fall into our hands one day. Yihansheng smiled and asked, Do you still remember the Pingshan theater tender? Recently, we suddenly discovered something very interesting. It has something to do with you. Do you want to hear about it? Fang Ye's face turned pale. Digression, 3rd watch, 2,000 words. Today's first watch was at midnight. The door to the tea room had been closed for a long time. No one knew what they were talking about inside. Fang Yi left in a hurry and looked like he was running away. Yihansheng drank the last mouthful of tea and sneered, Who do you think you are? Ling Qingzhou was well educated and could not say such things. But he still sneered. After the 2 of them left, Ling Qingzhou immediately called Jiang Fuyue. Yihansheng said, Success, success. We got 2 billion. Ling Qingzhou was a step too late and only got a busy call reply. After 2 minutes, he dialed, We won. Yes, you all did very well. Ling Qingzhou suddenly felt irritated. Jiang Fuyue said you all and not you. Although this was the truth, he realized that he still hated sharing her praises with Yihansheng. It was just like when they were still working as assistants. On the surface, they were fighting for credit, but in reality, they were fighting for favor. Do you want to come to the signing of the contract tomorrow? Jiang Fuyue said, No, you all handle it. Okay. With Fang Yi giving in, the 2 billion was almost set in stone. The most surprised person was He Yongjing. After working for Fang Yi for so many years, he knew his boss very well. He would fight for every little thing and was domineering. Normal people would not be able to snatch anything from him. But this Yufeng Group was not snatching anything from him. They were directly tearing off a piece of meat from him, and they only used 1 day to do it. How awesome! After signing the contract and completing the relevant legal procedures, Bronze Street was officially sold to Yufeng Group. On the same day, 2 billion in cash was transferred to Yufeng Group's account. The cost of buying these old houses was less than 200 million. This meant that Jiang Fuyue had made a net profit of 1.8 billion. Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hanqing each got 180 million. After deducting the 150 million they invested, they still had 30 million in profit. Furthermore, they each held 10% of Yufeng Group's shares. This was equivalent to hugging a golden hen. There was no need to worry about not earning more in the future. Rounding it up, it was almost equivalent to whoring. The two of them laughed the whole day. Yi Hanqing even gave a big red packet to his secretary team out of the blue. What's wrong with President Yi? The person who was usually so stingy that he would pick his nose was suddenly so inhumane today. How strange. Don't tell me you're going to make us happy first and then take it back later? This was indeed something Yi Hanqing would do. President Yi, you seem to be in a good mood recently. Are you, in love? Don't tell me that's really possible. That smug and radiant face, there must be something going on. Everyone was talking at once. Yi Hanqing stood at the door of the office, eavesdropping on the secretary's conversations, from his potential girlfriends to his personal ability XF*CK, could it not be so explosive during working hours? In the end, he slipped away quietly. He could not afford to offend them. He pretended not to hear them. At the same time, Ling Qingzhou, who did not go to the company but stayed at home to work, saw the funds flowing in. He immediately contacted the finance department to replenish the 100 million in cash that was withdrawn a week ago. Suddenly, his phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw that it was Yi Hanqing. He did not want to answer it. Hello, what's the matter? But in the end, he still answered. After making such a big deal and successfully making Feng Yi suffer, aren't you going to come out to celebrate? Ling Qingzhou subconsciously wanted to refuse. Yi Hanqing suddenly said, Miss promised that she will come. So, it's okay if you don't come. Really? In other words, it was better if he did not come. Ling Qingzhou's eyes darkened and his lips curled. Address. He would not let Yi Hanqing be alone with Jiang Fuyue. I'll send it to you. 7 p.m., King. Night fell. Jiang Fuyue said goodbye to Jiang Xiaodi and prepared to go out. Jiang Xiaodi ran over. It's so late. Be careful. Okay. He stood still, as if waiting for something. Clearly, Wu Qian was frantically urging him to go back. He was still live-streaming and was warning him to lose fans. Jiang Fuyue smiled and patted his head. The young boy blushed shyly and contentedly, then turned and ran back to the livestream. Wu Qian. Isn't it just a pat to the head? I have hands too. Little Qingqing, why don't you let me touch you, Jiang Qingqing, exclamation point. So you want to touch me? 7 p.m., King Bar. Hu Ben did not know that Jiang Fuyue was coming. At this time, he was scolding a waiter. When he saw her, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He immediately thought about what he had done wrong recently. After a brainstorming session, he realized that he had been doing very well recently. The number of fights that Jiang Fuyue had criticized had plummeted, and even the number of bodyguards had decreased. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked over calmly. He called out in a low voice, Sister Yu. You're busy. Just treat me as an ordinary customer. So she wasn't here to inspect his work. Hu Ben was completely relieved. Since it wasn't work, then it must be, to play. To spend money, Hu Ben understood and vowed to give boss an unforgettable service experience. At the same time, Ling Qingzhou also arrived. But he still did not know that there was a little tail behind him. Ling Xian sat in the car and coldly watched his father step into the largest bar in Linhuai. The neon lights shone through the car window and onto his face. The young boy was expressionless. Digression, 1 chapter, 2,000 words. Don't forget that there will be a huge update at midnight on the 23rd if there are tickets. Can you give them to the fish? Shy, in the private room, Jiang Fuyue and Yi Hanqing were sitting together and talking. As the music was playing through the speakers, their voices were not very clear. As a result, the two of them were sitting quite close to each other. When Ling Qingzhou pushed the door open and entered, he saw that the two of them were almost touching each other. His gaze turned cold. He glanced at Yi Hanqing and said, You're early. The latter replied indifferently, it's basic courtesy to be early rather than late. Excuse me, please move. Xianxia's face darkened. There are so many other places. Why do you have to squeeze in with me? What's wrong with you? There are so many seats. There's only one good seat. Why? Are you the only one allowed to occupy it and I'm not allowed to fight for it? Ling Qingzhou was not someone to be trifled with. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the two of them and said in a neutral tone, "Are you done?" The two of them immediately stopped. Although it was a celebration, it was actually just a change of venue for the meeting. The three of them sat down and sorted out what Yufeng Group needed to do next. Xianxia said, "The Reno Corporation suffered a huge loss this time. I'm afraid that they won't let this matter rest. In the past few years, the Reno Corporation had relied on their wealth and used many dirty tricks to eliminate their opponents. In the past, the Reno Corporation only cared about watching the drama unfold. Now that it was their turn, they realized that it was not that easy. Who knew what a mad dog would do when it went berserk?" Ling Qingzhou glanced at Jiang Fuyue and said, "It's best if you don't show up during this period of time. We should also try not to show up. If there's anything, we can communicate over the phone." Xianxia nodded. It was rare that he did not disagree with Ling Qingzhou. Right now, Jiang Fuyue's safety was the most important thing. He had already lost someone once. He could not lose her a second time. "Should we arrange for a few bodyguards to secretly?" Ling Qingzhou's mouth twitched. "Are you afraid that they won't find out? A high school student with bodyguards. Wasn't this just giving away 300 taels of silver? They were obviously normal people." However, this was not normal at all. Jiang Fuyue, Yiling is right. Ling Qingzhou, who was suddenly called Yiling, felt a little embarrassed. After all, I'm an old man, cough cough. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The three of them quickly exchanged glances. In the end, Ling Qingzhou asked, "Who is it?" There was a pause outside. "I'm the person in charge of King. I'm here to say hello to these distinguished guests. Do you mind?" "Hu Ben?" Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Seeing that neither of them had any objections, Ling Qingzhou said in a deep voice, "Come in." Hu Ben pushed the door open and entered, but he did not come alone. A group of delicate young ladies followed behind him. They were young and beautiful, each with their own charm. After the ladies entered the venue, there was also a string of handsome men with tall and straight figures and outstanding appearances. Xianxia? Ling Qingzhou? Jiang Fuyue's eyelids twitched. She suddenly had a bad feeling when she met Hu Ben's fawning eyes. Sure enough, these are prepared for the three distinguished guests. You can choose whatever you want. If one did not know better, they would think that the farmer's market was selling cabbage. Xianxia choked on a mouthful of wine and coughed violently. Ling Qingzhou's expression was not very good. He stole a glance at Jiang Fuyue. Did she think that he was always like this? He was innocent. As for Jiang Fuyue, she glanced at the row of handsome men in front of her. Then, she looked at Hu Ben with a hint of warning in her eyes. However, Hu Ben did not notice it immediately. He quickly ordered the group of ladies behind him to rush into the arms of Xianxia and Ling Qingzhou. In the blink of an eye, Ling Qingzhou and Xianxia were surrounded by flowers. Their expressions were still a little confused. While the two of them were still in a daze, Hu Ben smiled and walked up to Jiang Fuyue. "How was it? Did I arrange it well?" Jiang Fuyue? Hu Ben chuckled. "There's more to come." As he spoke, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The puppies standing in a row heard the sound and moved to surround Jiang Fuyue. "Hu Ben, these are the best young men in King. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Jiang Fuyue? What the **ck am I satisfied with? Seeing that the handsome men were about to lean on Jiang Fuyue, Ling Qingzhou and Yi's expression suddenly changed. How could they tolerate this? The two of them immediately pushed aside the flower-like ladies around them. With one puppy in each hand, they directly pushed the people away. Jiang Fuyue breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Qingzhou and Xianxia roared at the same time. "Get lost!" Hu Ben was dumbfounded. How did the program he had carefully arranged irritate them? This time, when he met Jiang Fuyue's eyes, he immediately understood. His hair stood on end and he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately called out to the group of men and women, "Let's go. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb the distinguished guests." After Hu Ben took over the bar, he had accumulated a lot of power. Everyone treated his words like an imperial edict and did not dare to have any objections. In less than 2 minutes, they exited the private room in a well-trained manner. Hu Ben also smiled awkwardly. After saying a few words of praise, he left dejectedly. He seemed to have misunderstood. Sister Yu was not here to have fun. If Jiang Fuyue knew what he was thinking, she would probably laugh at him and say, "Have fun, my foot." After this incident, the three of them did not look too good. "Yihanqing, shall we leave?" "Okay." When they passed by the hall, Yihanqing was stopped by an acquaintance. He could not refuse, so he stayed. Therefore, when they left the door, only Jiang Fuyue and Ling Qingzhou were there. "Give me the jacket." Jiang Fuyue stretched out her hand. When they were leaving just now, Ling Qingzhou was close and helped her carry it. The man handed it over. "The car will be here soon. I'll give you a ride." Jiang Fuyue waved her hand and put on the jacket. Ling Qingzhou helped her straighten the hem of her clothes. "No need. I'll take a taxi back." Soon, Jiang Fuyue sat in the taxi. Ling Qingzhou personally closed the door for her and said a few words to the driver. And all of this was seen by a pair of shocked eyes not far away. Digression: this is the second watch of yesterday, 2000 words. It will be updated after 10 o'clock. It is a limited period. Everyone can read it for free. This is a benefit for everyone. Mwah, it was 11 o'clock. Ling Xian could not believe that when he was waiting outside, the people he saw were his father and Jiang Fuyue. Although he only saw the side of her face, he had secretly observed her figure countless times. He could recognize her at a glance. It was her, no doubt about it. Soon, the chauffeur arrived. Ling Qingzhou got into the car and said, "Let's go home." Ling Xian could not come back to his senses for a long time. Until, "Child?" An old lady patted him on the shoulder. "Are you okay? Why are you sitting alone on the road?" Ling Xian's eyes were blank. The old lady asked again, "Did something happen?" Ling Xian stood up without a word and stumbled away. His mind was in a mess and he could not think straight. Dad and Jiang Fuyue, how did the two of them cross paths? When did they know each other? Why did they come to the bar so late at night? And his father's little actions just now. He had never been so meticulous with anyone, including his mother and his son, but he just had to treat Jiang Fuyue. Ling Xian did not dare to think about it anymore. For the first time, he had the thought of deceiving himself. He hailed a taxi, got in, and asked the chauffeur to drive to the Ling family villa. "Hurry up." So, he and Ling Qingzhou arrived home at almost the same time. "Where did you go so late at night?" The man frowned, changed into slippers, and walked to the living room. Ling Xian stood in place without moving. Suddenly, he called out, "Dad." Ling Qingzhou turned around and saw him standing at the entrance with his head lowered. He did not change into slippers and came in. Ling Qingzhou's frown deepened and he could not help but look at him. "What's wrong? Where did you go tonight?" he asked. This question, this tone, it felt like déjà vu. It happened not long ago. "Ling Qingzhou, what's wrong with you? You're like your mother. Do I need to report to you where I go?" The last sentence was too harsh. Ling Qingzhou realized it when he said it out loud. But what was said couldn't be taken back. He was a strict father and didn't have the habit of admitting defeat in front of his son, so he could only remain stiff. "Heh." A soft chuckle escaped from the youth's lips. Ling Xian changed into slippers and calmly walked to the man without any emotion. He called him, "Dad." Ling Qingzhou frowned as he looked at his son, who was about the same height as him. Children had emotions, and he still had the ability to recognize them. "Mom is in the bedroom." "Ling Qingzhou, ? With the smell on your body, it's better for you to go to the guest room and wash up before seeing her again. Otherwise, you can stay in the guest room. It smells so bad." Ling Qingzhou's eyes darkened. Ling Xian's eyelids were half closed, making it hard to tell what he was feeling. Then, he walked past him and went straight upstairs. In the following days, Ling Xian went to school as usual. But it was obvious that she was avoiding Jiang Fuyue. He didn't have the courage to directly question his father about their relationship, but he couldn't help but be curious. He wanted to ask Jiang Fuyue, but he couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Even someone as proud as him had such a timid and embarrassing moment. It was funny and sad. Especially since the two of them had to participate in the semi-closed training before the Elite League. Most of the time, they stayed in the same training class and saw each other frequently. He tried hard to stay calm, but he couldn't help but care. Fortunately, the two of them didn't interact much after that, and his father no longer had the pungent smell of perfume. One day, when he came home from school, he saw Zhou Qin's gloomy face finally brightening up. "Mom, did something happy happen?" "Xian, last time." She was a little embarrassed. "I might have misunderstood your father." Ling Xian was stunned. Digression, 3 chapters, 1,000 words. Today's update was at midnight. "What do you mean?" Zhou Qin said, "I called the company's accountant today. She said that a few days ago, your dad put back the 100 million yuan that he took out. He even added 30 million yuan. It should be a profit from the investment." Ling Xian smiled. "That's good. You don't have to worry about it now." "Okay. I'll make tea for your dad. You can go upstairs and practice." "Okay." Zhou Qin was relieved, but Ling Xian didn't think it through so easily. 100 million yuan might not mean anything, but he saw his father interact with Jiang Fuyue that day. It was so casual and natural, as if they had known each other for many years. At least Zhou Qin didn't feel bad anymore. As for him, he believed that seeing was believing, but he didn't believe that someone as proud as Jiang Fuyue would give herself to an old man for money. "Ling Qingzhou, say that again?" "What man?" After Jiang Fuyue took a taxi home that day, she didn't expect to be seen by Ling Xian. She didn't feel burdened. But recently, she realized that the atmosphere at home wasn't right. Jantar sighed from time to time. Han Yunru also frowned. Even Jiang Shaodi followed suit. "Sigh, why are you sighing? You're so young, but you look like you're in your 70s or 80s. Dad isn't in his 70s or 80s, but he sighs like that too." Jiang Fuyue was deep in thought. Soon, she found the problem. Chao Sampeng pulled Jantar to the garden outside. "Want a smoke?" Jantar waved his hand. "No. Sister-in-law is quite strict with you." There was a hint of complaint and ridicule in his words. Jantar said seriously, "Aru doesn't let me smoke for my health." Chao Sampeng smiled. "Senior brother, you're the lucky one. You have a son and a daughter. Sister-in-law is so considerate. No wonder she doesn't want to go back to F-City with us." Jantar knew that he was going to play the same tune again. He couldn't help but sigh. "Sampeng, I know what you're thinking. But please understand how I feel now. After so many years, I really don't want to fight with them anymore. You guys keep Master's legacy in mind. Keep Master's teachings in mind. Carry Chao Ji forward. Carry forward Bulsh *T. This was the first time that Sampeng had a breakdown. Now, Master's direct disciples have nothing to do with Chao Ji. That mother and her son have the final say. She told us to go east, but we didn't dare to go west. She told us to put salt, but we didn't dare to put sugar. Now, she's even asking for a yard after giving us an inch." Jiangda was shocked. How could that be? Jantar was speechless. He had been avoiding the words Chao Ji all these years, so he didn't know about the company's current development. Sampeng said, "Senior brother, I don't want to say it. It's too embarrassing. I was fired in my middle age. But you don't want to go back with us. I really have no choice. We shouldn't have let her inherit Chao Ji back then. Now, she's killing us. Yu Shengmei is too cruel." Jantar listened quietly. He didn't say anything. Sampeng asked him again if he wanted to take back Chao Ji's. If there was a lawsuit again, they could all testify in court to prove that the will was indeed completed orally by their master when he was sober. Jantar thought for a long time and shook his head. "No. Sampang was disappointed. But he still respected his senior brother's decision. Back then, they weren't firm enough and didn't have the courage to stand on Jantar's side. That was why they were reduced to such a state. They couldn't blame anyone. But Jantar changed the topic. If you don't have anywhere to go and don't mind the small work here, you can come to Xianxia restaurant. Sampang's eyes lit up. During this time, he stayed in the restaurant to help. At first, he just casually helped. Now, he was helping out nimbly. He wandered around the restaurant happily all day. It was much more interesting than watching the cold mechanical stir-fry in the kitchen of Xiaoji restaurant. His heart was unprecedentedly calm. Not only him, but also Fu Man, Dazhuan, Abayo, and Shangqing. Everyone had more smiles on their faces. Little Bean was especially popular. With his handsome face and eloquent mouth, he was now the face of Xianxia restaurant's pancakes. Countless netizens wanted to take photos with him. Even an old uncle like Sampang was tempted. If they had this opportunity, they would certainly want to stay. But the restaurant doesn't seem to need so many people. Jantar said, "We'll open a branch soon. We're short of people." Sampang, think about it. Okay. He nodded seriously. That night, the brothers discussed and felt that it was possible. The next day, they replied to Jantar. "We're all willing to stay." After Sampang and the others left, the Jiang family's villa returned to its usual tranquility. However, the restaurant was inevitably short of manpower again. However, Han Yunru had learned to be smart. Instead of hiring long-term workers, she hired university students who worked for her. Their wages were paid daily, and 3 meals were included. They could drink the sugar water in the restaurant for free. In addition, the couple was kind, warm, and down-to-earth, which attracted many university students to experience life. Most of them didn't work for the sake of earning money. They just wanted to get closer to the popular restaurant and the immortal couple, Jantar and Han Yunru. These people would update their Weibo status from time to time during their working hours. Occasionally, there would be photos of long queues in the restaurant, and occasionally, there would be photos of Jantar and Han Yunru inadvertently looking at each other. Oh, there was also work meals. It could be said that they clocked in every day regardless of rain or shine. Uncle Jiang made sweet and sour pork ribs today. Are you hungry? Attached picture, 9 squares. The style of the comments section was like this: hand over the ribs and I'll spare your life. I envy those who can eat Uncle Jiang's home-cooked dishes every day. Me. The last time I went to work, I ate Uncle Jiang's hand-fried cabbage. Oh my god, the crispness of the cabbage, the saltiness of the soy sauce, and the choking of the dried chili rolled on the tip of the tongue. The taste was amazing. Sister above, I'm hungry. You have to be responsible. Slurp, I've also eaten it once. It's steamed eggs. They're tender and smooth. There's not a single pore in them. It's like yogurt pudding. The taste is full of egg flavor. Uncle Jiang, are you really not considering opening another private restaurant? I'll definitely eat there every day. One person begging to open a restaurant with my blood. 2 people. 3 people. I want to hire Uncle Jiang as the head chef of our restaurant, Shy, F***CK. There's a tycoon above. But, Uncle Jiang belongs to everyone. Don't even think about keeping it for yourself. Yes. Who can let Uncle Jiang keep it for himself just because of love? The one above made me unable to hold back and sing. There were even little cuties who specially flew over from other places just to work here for 2 days. They were all very shy, cultured, and not squeamish. They were really helpful little brothers and sisters. Of course, if they didn't have these advantages, Han Yunru wouldn't have invited them. When it came to reading people, Han Yunru seemed to be born with a natural intelligence. Compared to the slow and dull Jantar, she was much more perceptive. Jantar seemed to be aware of this as well. He was not annoyed when he mentioned it to his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's great. Your mother and I complement each other. Our family will have everything." She was smart, eye-catching, kind, and content. Jiang Shaodi blinked his big eyes. Then what am I? Jiang Fuyue teased him, "You're a stinky kid." The young man pursed his lips and blushed. After a while, he said, "I don't stink." The whole family burst into laughter. "Yes, yes, yes. You don't stink. Your whole body smells good." Han Yunru coaxed her son. Jiang Shaodi said seriously, "Really, I just took a shower." Ha 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 ha. The laughter spread out of the villa and floated on the lawn filled with the fragrance of flowers. However, compared to the happiness and beauty of the Jiang family, the atmosphere in the Chao family far away in F City was a little stagnant. "Resign?" The woman's raised voice suddenly became a little sharp and sharp. "Who?" The secretary braced herself and said, "It's Chef Chao and the sous chef." "Huh." Yu Shangmei sneered. "I'm already thankful that I didn't fire them. How dare they play this trick on me? Why, even the simple and honest people have learned the trick of retreating in order to advance. Then I really have a whole new level of respect for them." The secretary had a headache. This doesn't seem like an act because the resignation email has been submitted to the Human Resources Department. If it weren't for the special status of Chef Chao and the others, they would have approved it according to the procedure. After the approval, those people were no longer employees of Chao's restaurant. No matter how much they retreated in order to advance, they couldn't take such a desperate gamble. So, they could only be serious. The woman frowned slightly. "What are they up to now?" "I heard." The secretary hesitated. "Chef Chao and the others took a long leave not long ago to go to Linhuai. They said that they were going to see eldest senior brother? The day after they came back, they sent a resignation email. I don't know if there's any connection between the two." When Yu Shangmei heard the words eldest senior brother, her eyelids couldn't help but twitch and blue veins popped out. Jantar, this name, which had disappeared from her life for 20 years, had returned without warning. "Ask Xiaozhang to check it out." After a long time, the woman found her voice. The secretary found a trace of darkness and coldness in her voice. She didn't dare to question and lowered her head. The undercurrent in F City was surging, but the Jiang family knew nothing. Jantar and Han Yunru were not only busy running the current restaurant, but also taking time out to run the renovation of the branch. Although they were contracted out, they still had to check the materials, right? After each phase of the project was completed, they still had to check it, right? Jiang Shaodi was busy studying while cooperating with Wu Qian to do live broadcasts and shoot videos. Not only did his results not fall behind, but his popularity on the internet also reached a new high. As for Jiang Fuyue, she had already devoted herself to the training of the League. Digression, the explosive update started about one chapter every 1 or 2 minutes, set a timer for the update. The training had been going on for a week, and the questions were not difficult. The main purpose was to help everyone get used to it. After all, there was a summer break in between, so it was normal to slack off. Except for one person, no way, why did she hand in her paper again? "I only wrote one big question." "Do you have to be so awesome?" "I wrote half, thank you." "Look here, yo, I'm the one who's still reading the question. Check it out, you and I are the same, F***ck shut up. Your earthy rap successfully made the leftovers in my stomach churn crazily. I tried my best to keep smiling, but you had to make it collapse. You're not kind at all. You deserve to be tortured by Jiang Fuyue, skr. F***ck. Calm down, ancestor. I was annoyed to death by you before I was killed by the demon. Who's to blame? It's all the fault of the demon, Jiang Fuyue. I think she should be called Test Paper Crusher. Don't you think Problem Slayer is more appropriate? Oh my god. I don't want to be in the same class as her anymore." A group of elementary school kids who had just entered whispered to each other. They had the same look of despair on their faces. According to the usual practice, the mathematical Olympiad class would expand every semester. From year 1 to year 3, students would voluntarily sign up and be selected through examinations. Those with potential would be taken away by Su Jing and added to the class. Of course, the original members of the class could also choose to withdraw, but they had to submit their application a week in advance. This time, 8 old members left. Most of them were year 2 to year 3 and were ready to get busy with their studies. The ones who spoke just now were all new students. 5 of them were year 1 and 3 were year 2 transfer students. Before this, they did not know Jiang Fuyue and naturally did not understand how terrifying she was. Now that they slowly understood her, they were not used to it. A year 3 senior in the front row turned his head and said in an experienced tone, "It's okay, it doesn't matter if you get crushed a few more times." A bunch of elementary school students, ? No, we refuse. The year 3 senior could not help but frown, and then his eyes showed pity. Okay, whatever. The little brat was rushing to be taught a lesson and could not be stopped. He only hoped that he would not be tortured too badly. Cough. It's not good to cry. Among this group of people, there was a youth who did not speak from the beginning to the end. His ears were filled with chatter and complaints, but he acted as if he did not hear anything. He continued to write the test paper as if nothing had happened. His writing was fast and accurate. Except for the moment when Jiang Fuyue stood up to hand in her paper, which caught his attention for a moment. "Hey, Xianxia Su, don't you have any ideas?" The young man looked up, his dark pupils glowing with a deep light. "Let's do the questions first." The corner of his deskmate's mouth twitched. Your title as a genius prodigy is about to be snatched away by someone else, yet you're still in the mood to do questions? Are you stupid? The young man's pen flew as he flipped to the next page. My deskmate said, "Fine, I've eaten too much seawater, I'm so bored, salty, that I'm asking you." TSK, the second person to hand in his paper was Ling Xian, but he was half an hour later than Jiang Fuyue. Tan Chiasu frowned and increased the speed of his hands. 10 minutes later. "Teacher, I'm done." He immediately attracted a lot of attention. No one was surprised that Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian had handed in their papers early, but this newcomer seemed to have some skills. This was the first time Tan Chiasu had left an impression on everyone in the mathematical Olympiad class, especially the old members. After school, a few of the first-year students walked together. "Jiaxiu, you did well today. The way Teacher Su looks at you is different now." The young man's expression was indifferent, and he couldn't help but frown. What's there to be good about? I'm still slower than others. Eh? You can't say that. Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian entered the class earlier than us, and they've studied for more than half a year. Tan Chiasu said, "The competition doesn't depend on qualifications, but on ability. Some people won the gold medal even though they haven't studied before. It's not a matter of time." This. They didn't know how to comfort him. "Hey, what are you afraid of? Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian are good, but we're not bad either. Jiaxiu, you're recognized by everyone as the little problem solver. The harder the question, the clearer your mind and the higher your accuracy. If there's a chance, you can challenge Jiang Fuyue to a one-on-one problem and see who's better." Needless to say, this opportunity came quickly. One day, after lunch, everyone came to the mathematical Olympiad class to collect their test papers. The entire training was basically focused on solving problems, and there were at least 2 test papers a day. Usually, Su Jing would move a chair and sit at the door of the classroom to receive a ticket to enter. But today, the person sitting at the door of the classroom was Jiang Fuyue. "Teacher Su is having a meeting in the district and asked me to substitute for him for the day." The old member said, "Okay, no problem." It wasn't the first time Jiang Fuyue had substituted for someone else. After setting a precedent in the competitive physics class next door, her graceful figure also appeared on the podium of the mathematical Olympiad class. But the new group of elementary school students were horrified. "What? Is there something wrong with my ears?" The teacher asked a student to substitute for him. "Does he have to be so arrogant? Is he crazy? Why didn't the others react at all? Didn't they say that the mathematical Olympiad class of number 1 middle school is the best in Linhui and ranked among the top in the country? That's it? Isn't it too sloppy? What right does Jiang Fuyue have to do this? She's a student like us." Tan Chiasu frowned as he listened to the discussions around him. "Zhou Hao," he suddenly said. "Huh? What's the matter, Jiaxiu? When the class starts, you..." After he finished speaking, Tan Chiasu stepped back with an indifferent expression. Zhou Hao's eyes, however, were shining with excitement. The bell rang and Jiang Fuyue walked to the podium. Almost at the same time, a figure stood up from below. Senior Jiang, why don't we wait for Teacher Su to come back? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. There was an uproar around them. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Hao shrugged and said in a relaxed manner, I don't think it's good to let you substitute for the class. Jiang Fuyue asked, what's not good about it? You're a student too? How can a student teach another student? Unless, you're very strong. Even if you're not stronger than Teacher Su, you have to at least be more capable than the other students here. Only then can you convince everyone, right? So he was waiting for her here. Jiang Fuyue smiled and went along with the flow. Oh, then who do you think is stronger than me? Zhou Hao's eyes lit up and he said the name that he had been thinking about for a long time. Xianxia Su. Jiang Fuyue paused. Who's Xianxia Su? Zhou Hao, exclamation point. Everyone. Although they looked calm on the surface, they were laughing crazily in their hearts. You think you're a star, but the other party doesn't even know who you are. What could be more humiliating than this? Jiang Fuyue swore that she didn't mean to insult him. She had never heard of this name. However, if she had heard of it, she would have at least heard of it. In the end, she handed in her paper too quickly and left too early. Everyone. I suspect you're doing Versailles literature, but I don't have any evidence. I'm Xianxia Su. A tall teenager stood up from the back of the classroom under the scrutiny from all directions. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyes and looked over. Not bad, a very handsome junior. How do you want to compete? Xianxia Su was stunned by her straightforwardness. Zhou Hao pulled him under the table and he finally reacted. Do the question. The question was from the latest issue of the world's top mathematics magazine, MT. It was written by the Finnish mathematician Xianxia. So far, there was no correct answer in the world. Soon, the original question was projected on the screen. Jiang Fuyue and Xianxia Su stood in front of the whiteboard and answered on the spot. Given any positive real number without for all but finite lim positive integers v, given any positive real number a, please prove that, except for a limited number of counterexamples, all positive integers v satisfy all vertices of v and at least 1 plus a. The graph formed by each edge has a pair of different simple circles of equal length. Note, simple circles do not allow the same vertex to appear repeatedly. As the question provider, Ling Xian naturally played the role of the referee. He said in a deep voice, the time limit is 2 hours. The time starts now. F***CK. What the hell is this? In English? I've memorized every word, but when put together. Sorry, I don't deserve it. Come on. Is this a math problem? Come on, let's start a game. Who do you guys bet on? I'll bet on breakfast that sister you will definitely kill him. A pack of spicy sticks, Jiang Fuyue. 2 meals of chicken chop rice, believe in the moon god, get eternal life. Jiang Fuyue +1 +2, someone in Xianxia Su's small group was anxious. Howsy, they're too much. Who are they looking down on? Zhou Hao gritted his teeth, DreamWorks KTV bag, I bet Xianxia Su will win. The audience was silent. Then? Invite the whole class? Does it include drinks, fruit platters, and snacks? Monday to Friday or the weekend? I suggest the weekend is better. We have time, but the price is slightly more expensive. Are you okay with that? Can we bring family members? Hee. Zhou Hao was so angry that he almost cried. From the tone of these people, it was as if he would definitely lose. No way, a sheet of skin, on the weekend, all food and drinks are included. No family members. Oh yeah. Cool, little junior. Zhou Hao was patted on the shoulder and was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, a second-year senior gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Our class only lacks a rich, silly, and cool, rich, little guy like you. Zhou Hao. He had clearly said those words, but why did he still feel so humble? Knock. Look, Jiang Fuyue is starting to write, someone shouted, and all eyes turned to the podium in unison. Yes, Jiang Fuyue had started. On the other side, Xianxia had not even taken off his pen cap. He did not look at the question and stared at the whiteboard with his dark eyes. He seemed to be in a daze and also seemed to be deep in thought. How, can Jiaxu do it or not? He has already started. Shut up. What's wrong with you? Are you trying to boost his morale? Jiaxu has a habit of blanking out for 3 to 5 minutes before he starts writing. Don't you know that? Yeah, I haven't seen him solve a problem in a long time. I almost forgot. Zhou Hao nodded and inadvertently glanced at Jiang Fuyue. He suddenly felt uncomfortable. Damn. How did she write so fast? It had only been a few minutes and the densely packed numbers and formulas had already spread out half of the whiteboard. Damn. The others also realized it. Didn't you say that this question was very difficult? Then why did she write so fast? It is very difficult. It hasn't been certified in the world, it's over. I realized that she doesn't even use draft paper. Really? If you don't believe me, just write the formula and insert the numbers. You get the answer directly. It's really, the second-year senior in the front row suddenly turned his head and looked at them with a smile. Now you know how many eyes Ma Wan has? The senior said, Sister Yu never uses a piece of paper to do her homework. Her answers are even more accurate than a calculator. F***ck. At this moment, Xianxia, who had been in a daze, also started writing. His speed was very fast, as if he already had the steps in his mind, and now he was just writing them down. How's he? It had begun. It's starting. Zhou Hao cursed inwardly and immediately retorted with a provocative look, our praise is not bad either. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Not only was the senior not angry, he even shook his head regretfully. This little brat still lacked the vicious beating of society. Zhou Hao? Why are you shaking your head if you want to quarrel? 20 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue capped her pen and said casually, I'm done. Everyone was stunned. Xiaosu's hand, which was writing furiously, paused for a moment. Then, he continued in silence. Ling Xian stepped forward. Even though he was prepared, he was still shocked. It was too fast. In her eyes, there was no difference in difficulty between the questions. The only difference was the amount of time it took to solve them. On her face, there seemed to be no confusion. No matter what, she was determined and brave. Mount Everest could be measured, but no one knew where the ceiling of Jiang Fuyue's thinking was. At that moment, Ling Xian seemed to see the gap between the two of them. It was not a chasm, but a moat. He thought of her relationship with his father. Ling Xian's eyes dimmed. When there were 3 minutes left, Xiaosu stopped. It's done. Next, it was time to judge whether it was right or wrong. As this was a proof problem, there was no need to solve it. As long as the steps were logically self-consistent and the conclusion could be verified, it would be considered a solution. Ling Xian said, now, everyone is the judge. As long as we can find any logical loopholes in the steps of the two, the proof process can be judged as wrong. 20 minutes, start now. Everyone was stupefied and dumbfounded. Huh? You want us to find it? Can I say that I didn't even understand the question? You're not alone. This is a new question. The standard answer can't be found on all the major mathematics websites around the world. This is the only way. Is there a better way? Fortunately, this is a proof problem. If it was a solution, who knows what the F***ck the correct answer is? There were continuous howls, but there were also people who were calm. For example, Ling Xian. He had been thinking about this question since he saw it in a magazine 2 days ago. He already had a general idea in his mind, so it was easy for him to see the steps of the two people. Another example was Chen Cheng. The scene in front of them was no stranger to the older members of the mathematical Olympiad class. This was because when Jiang Fuyue first entered the class, something similar happened. However, the person who challenged her at that time was Ling Xian. Chen Cheng was the only person who stood up in that Jiang Ling battle and pointed out Ling Xian's logical errors. Now, history repeated itself. Ling Xian became the question setter and referee. The challenger was a junior who had just been promoted. Only Jiang Fuyue was made of iron. Chen could not help but laugh when he thought of this. He was no longer the boy who would blush when he stood up and said something. As soon as the question was announced, he took out a piece of draft paper and started working on it. Although he did not reach the last step, he was not far away. He used 8 minutes to finish reading Jiang Fuyue's proof steps. Her thinking was clear, her logic was rigorous, and the whole process was quite smooth. The method was simple. Then, he looked at Tan Chiasu's. This time, it took him a full 18 minutes. There were a few steps in the middle that he did not completely understand. However, the final conclusion was correct. Based on this point alone, he had a clear idea of who was better between the two of them. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xian said, "Time's up. If anyone has seen anything, please stand up and say it." Everyone looked at each other, but no one stood up. Ling Xian changed the way he asked, "Did anyone understand?" They were silent and felt guilty. The truth was that most people did not even understand the word's question. "So I'm not worthy. Maybe the mathematical Olympiad I studied is different from Sister Yu and the others?" I understood Jiang Fuyue's process, but Tan Chiasu's. I'm a bit confused. Ling Xian saw that everyone was whispering but did not dare to stand up and say it. In the end, he could only look at Chen. This was the big boss of logic. Maybe he was not the best in the class when it came to calculating and solving, but his logic was definitely the strictest. "Okay, then I'll say it." Chen slowly stood up under everyone's gaze. "Generally speaking, I can see through student Zhang's steps without any obstruction. Although student Tan's entry point is different, in essence, it is similar to student Zhang's method. There is not much difference between them, so both of them are right?" Someone couldn't wait to continue. "That's because Sister Yu won. She finished more than 10 minutes before Tan Chiasu. Yeah, competing with Sister Yu in hand speed. He's really stubborn." Chen ignored the voices around him and continued, but the disagreement occurred in the proof of lemma. In order to prove lemma 1, student Jiang embedded lemma 2 and discussed and proved it in 2 different cases. Student Tan used the inequality theorem to try to prove lemma 1 to the end. Although the final conclusion was correct, it did not apply to any positive real number. As for why this happened, I'm sorry, but I haven't figured it out yet. Ling Xian nodded. His train of thought was similar to Chen Cheng's. Jiang Fuyue was correct. There was no doubt about this because the logical chain was linked to one another. It was too perfect. But to say that Tan Chiasu was wrong was not entirely correct. Because they really didn't find out which step the problem was. Then they could only, "Why don't you two exchange positions?" Ling Xian suggested to the two of them. Jiang Fuyue shrugged. "I don't care." Tan Chiasu's mouth tightened. "Okay." The two of them exchanged positions. 5 minutes later, without waiting for Jiang Fuyue to find fault, Tan Chiasu said, "I lost." The audience went silent for a moment. Then, "Sister Yu is awesome. This is what it means to be an invincible legend. I won the bet. Little junior brother, Big Bun, I'll thank you here first. When are you going? Remember to tell me the time in the group. I'm the group admin, I can help you at everyone. Also, I want the biggest fruit platter. There should be cherries." Zhou, question mark. "Why, do you feel bad? You have to pay up." Zhou smiled. "No, I don't feel bad at all. Wallet, I feel bad." Slimming warning, at this moment, Ling Xian looked at Jiang Fuyue and suggested, "Why don't you share your thoughts with everyone?" Due to the limited space on the whiteboard, the steps presented in the end were as concise as possible. As a result, the thinking process was neglected. However, those who studied mathematical Olympiad knew that the solving steps were only externally presented. The most important thing was the ability to think. Tan Chiasu also wanted to hear how she solved the problem, how she started, and how she came up with the lemma and nested lemma to prove a conclusion. Jiang Fuyue asked, "Does everyone want to hear it?" "Yes, okay." Tan Chiasu returned to his seat and looked up at the podium. For the first time, he looked at Jiang Fuyue seriously. Zhou looked at him in amazement. Although Jiasu usually hung out with them and they had a good relationship, there was always a sense of arrogance in the bones of geniuses. He did not deliberately show it, but Zhou Hao could feel it. Now, he was looking at Jiang Fuyue with such a gaze, it could only mean that only a genius among geniuses could subdue a genius. At this time, Jiang Fuyue had already picked up a pen and stood in front of the whiteboard. When people see this problem, their first reaction is to try to find the relationship between the vertices and edges. Most of the students nodded. That was what they thought. We know a connected graph. Suppose it has V vertices and V1 edges, it is impossible for a circle to appear. Otherwise, this graph would not be a connected graph. However, when we have V sides, there will definitely be a circle. On this basis, every time we add an edge, we will create a new circle. Suppose that when we have V plus 1 edges, there is only one circle in the graph. Then, when we remove an edge from the circle, there will no longer be a circle in the graph. However, there are still V vertices in the graph, so there must be a circle. Therefore, our hypothesis is not valid. There are at least 2 circles in the graph. Tan Chiasu's eyes were focused. Zhou Hao did not want to hear it, but the girl's voice was clear and cold, like a mountain spring in a deep stream, gurgling and tinkling. He was unconsciously attracted to it. Jiang Fuyue said. We need to introduce a new definition here. It's called margin. The number of edges E minus V minus 1 is equal to E minus V plus 1. It's used to describe the amount of extra vertices in a graph, and this amount roughly determines the number of circles in our graph. Tan Chiasu's eyes lit up. That's right, this was the step. He was thinking about how to bypass this proof point, but Jiang Fuyue directly introduced a new definition. He avoided risks, but she faced them head-on. This was the difference in their thought processes, which ultimately led to the difference between success and failure. Therefore, it was not without reason that he lost. Jiang Fuyue stood on the podium. Her figure was slim and her temperament was outstanding. But at this moment, almost everyone subconsciously ignored her appearance. What they saw was her shining wisdom, strong logic, strict attitude, and her respect and piety for knowledge. Think about it further. In fact, when there are more and more edges in the picture, there will be more and more circles. Moreover, these circles will intersect with each other, and the circumference of the circle will become smaller and smaller. Back to the question itself, the description limited counterexamples is used. If we want to solve this problem head-on, the only way seems to be to find 2 such circles in a random graph. So there really were people whose souls could shine. It was so bright that people couldn't take their eyes off it. Ling Xian stood to the side and tilted his head slightly. At this angle, the students below could not see the infatuation in his eyes. His heart beat one after another. The strong feeling that was about to burst out of his chest made him panic and excited. He knew that there were some things that he could not control. For example, he liked her. But he did not even have the courage to say it. Jiang Fuyue was too dazzling. He used to think that he could gather light, but now he realized that Jiang Fuyue herself was the light source. Her excellence made him retreat. Her brilliance overshadowed everyone else, including himself. He wanted her, but he did not dare to. This kind of dilemma that was out of reach became a kind of torture. Ling Xian looked down fiercely. You have to endure, he told himself. At this time, through the half-closed back door of the classroom, someone was also staring at the girl on the podium in a daze. Jiang Fuyue. But the question tells us that there are limited counterexamples to this situation. It's almost telling us that this path is blocked. Why don't we change our perspective and use the proof lemma to draw out contradictions and achieve counterexamples? Her clear and cold voice revealed absolute rationality, and there was even a strong logic supporting it. The man listened as he read, and a smile slowly appeared in his eyes. Professor Xie? Zhao Taijun called out softly. Xie Dingyuan suddenly came back to his senses, but he did not look away. Zhao Taijun took the opportunity and smiled. This is the Mathematical Olympiad class. They're about to participate in the National League. They're training. Xie Dingyuan nodded softly. Seeing that he was interested, Director Zhao could not help but become more talkative. The girl on the podium is the top student in her grade. She's also the winner of this year's EPO and IOI. She scored full marks in both subjects. She's a good seedling from B University and Q University. At this point, Zhao Taijun suddenly felt a sense of pride. Even his chest was puffed up. Is that so? Xie Dingyuan replied faintly, giving him a chance to continue. Sure enough, Zhao Taijun began to talk non-stop. This child is very outstanding. All the teachers in her subjects praise her for being smart. Xie Dingyuan, yes, she's very smart, whether it's studying or scolding others. She gets along well with her classmates. When she's free, she'll explain the questions to everyone and sort out the key points. Everyone calls her Sister Yu. Xie Dingyuan, sister? She's still a little girl. She's also very good at sports. She specializes in the high jump and shot put. After class, she often plays basketball with her classmates. Xie Dingyuan, classmates? Are they guys or girls? Some time ago, she even published a thesis on the main page of the PRL journal. What's the topic called? Oh. I forgot. Anyway, it's related to the movement of bacteria. Xie Dingyuan knew about it without needing him to say it. He was probably the first person to see the prototype of that thesis. In short, Jiang Fuyue is a well-rounded student. She's a very outstanding student. She's the pride of number 1 middle school. Xie Dingyuan could not help but nod. His eyes flashed with a smile. However, he had already heard what was being said. Therefore, the lemma is as follows: for any positive real number a and natural number n, prove that there are n vertices for a proposition, 1 plus a, and there are cycles with lengths less than n in the graph of an edge. There are only a limited number of counterexamples. Just listening to the sound made him feel good. The only bad thing about her, Director Zhao sighed, is that she's a little stubborn and has big ideas. Oh? Xie Dingyuan raised his eyebrows. Some time ago, B University and Q University sent a recommendation letter to her school. They said that she could choose any major she wanted. I didn't expect her to reject them so easily. She didn't even leave any room for negotiation. Her parents also followed her nonsense. Zhao Taijun looked regretful. That was B University and Q University. He heard that Su Jing, Meng Zhijian, and Yuan Zhou went crazy in the office that day. They sighed and cursed. What about Jiang Fuyue? She was stubborn. No one could persuade her to come back. Xie Dingyuan heard about this for the first time. Why did she reject them? Zhao Taijun, I think she's planning to take the college entrance exam. Speaking of this, he felt a little proud. Did students from other schools have the courage to reject B University and Q University? No, but number 1 middle school did, and there was more than one. Ling Xian also rejected them. Good heavens. How could they join forces? This year's cohort was amazing. Xie Dingyuan looked away and restrained the faint smile on his lips. Let's go, Director Zhao. Oh, okay. Student Zhong's leg is almost healed, right? Yes. That's good, that's good. Actually, you don't have to come in person. You can just make a phone call or ask student Zhong to bring a handwritten and signed note from your parents on the day she returns to school. It was better than coming in person, right? Actually, Zhao Taijun didn't know why this great Buddha suddenly appeared. When the school sent him to pick her up, he was completely dumbfounded. Xie Dingyuan walked forward. The girl's voice behind him became softer and softer. Let's say that a graph has n vertices and there are at least 1 plus a, n edges, and all the circles in the graph have different lengths. We need to construct a contradiction when n is large enough to prove that this hypothesis is not true. Then we can do this and find the shortest circle in the graph. Su Jing came back from a teaching and research meeting and suddenly found the atmosphere in the class was much more harmonious. He asked for the reason, but who knew that this group of students was more tight-lipped than the other? His curiosity was aroused, and his heart was scratching. But he didn't dwell on it for too long. Harmony was a good thing. This friendly atmosphere lasted until the end of the 2-week semi-closed training. Soon, the National Mathematical Olympiad came. Digression, there was no reason. He just wanted to see his wife. Zhongxiang, using me as a cover? Do you have any shame? The weather was good on the day of the exam. Number 1 high school was assigned to number 72 high school. Su Jing arrived early in the morning. She waited at the school gate for everyone to gather. The National League was divided into 2 rounds, the first round and the second round. The first round was from 8 to 9:20, which was 80 minutes. The second round was from 9:40 to 12:10, which was 150 minutes. At 7:15, the candidates from number 1 high school gathered. Su Jing gave a simple speech. She said 2 things: examine the questions carefully and control the time. They officially entered the venue at 7:30. While waiting, everyone was flipping through a small notebook. The candidates from other schools were curious. What are they doing? They're cramming at the last minute. It can't be? They're cramming at the math Olympiad? It's not like they're taking dictation. Who knows? Anyway, it's weird. Which school are they from? Let me see. Number 1 high school? It can't be. Number 1 high school's math Olympiad is the best in Linhui. Do they need to practice at the last minute? Why don't we go and take a look? A group of people approached carefully. First, they went behind Xianxia. He closed the book. They left. Why are you so arrogant? Do you think we care? That's right. You have no manners at all. Soon, they stared at Zhou Hao, who seemed easier to fool. Students, what are you looking at? Zhou Hao kept the book quietly. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I've told you, but you can't tell anyone else. Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret. That's right, we won't tell anyone. Okay. Zhou Hao hooked his finger at them. They leaned closer and pricked up their ears. Listen carefully, this is called Sunflower Manual, also known as Bixia Sword Manual. After saying that, he walked away. Everyone froze in place. This name sounds a little familiar? Damn. He said he's Dongfang Bubi. It could be Lin Pingji or Yu Buchuan. Damn, they were fooled. Su Jing was also curious. Why didn't he know that his student had such a booklet? Cough. Zhou Hao. Teacher Su, you called for me? Take out your sunflower manual and have a look. Zhou Hao. In the end, the booklet obediently fell into Su Jing's hands. He suppressed his curiosity and slowly flipped through it. After flipping through 2 pages, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Where did this come from? I copied it. It took me 3 days, and I even stayed up late. No. I mean, where did the content come from? Sister, you dictated it. Chen Qing and Jia Su helped organize it. The corner of Su Jing's mouth twitched. She pointed at the percentage marked in red and asked, what does this mean? The probability of the relevant knowledge points being tested. Sister, you said that more than 90% of the tests are compulsory. Huh? Why didn't I know about it? Su Jing was dumbfounded. However, Zhou Hao said matter-of-factly, because you never predict the questions for everyone. How would he know how good the shortcut was if he had never tried it before, Su Jing? Then what does the star beside it represent? Zhou Hao, the more stars there are, the more difficult it is. Why are they all 2-star and 3-star questions? There are only a few 4-star and 5-star questions? Think about it. Can a test paper be filled with difficult questions? That's impossible. Sister, you said that half of the questions in the Elite League test paper are 3-star questions, while the other half are 2-star and 4-star questions. As for 1-star and 5-star questions, they almost never appear. Su Jing, Zhou Hao, it doesn't matter if they appear. Anyway, I don't know how to do it, and neither do the others. Everyone is on the same starting line, so don't panic. Whoever is stable in the end wins. Su Jing, did Jiang Fuyue say that again? Zhou Hao raised his chin. Of course. Do I look like I would say something like that? You are quite self-aware. At 7:30, the school gates opened and the students entered in an orderly manner. Zhou Hao and Su Jing spent the last 5 minutes looking at the sunflower manual together. Teacher Su, I'm going in. Can you return it to me? Su Jing took the opportunity to put it in her arms. The exam will start once you go in. How will you have time to look at it? Leave it with me first. I'll keep it for you and return it to you when you come out. Actually, he hadn't finished looking at it yet. Okay. Zhou Hao nodded and walked in with the crowd. From the back, he looked confident and calm. Looking at the others, they were all holding their heads high. Not bad, not bad. Su Jing was satisfied and kept nodding. Old Su, your subordinates are quite energetic. The person who spoke was a 6th high school math Olympiad teacher, Xianxia. The two of them had a good relationship. Su Jing's lips curled up and she said modestly, they're just SOSO. Eh? What are you holding in your hand? Oh, a student's notebook. He asked me to keep it for him. Zhou Hao, who had already walked far away, achoo, you were the one who held it by force. Jiang Fuyue, Chen Qing, Tan Chia Su, and Zhou Hao were in the same exam room. Ling Xian was next door. Zhou Hao and Jiang Fuyue's seat numbers were connected. One was in front and the other was behind. Chen Qing and Tan Chia Su were in the middle of the exam room and the corner near the wall. They were further apart in a straight line. Zhou Hao sat in front of Jiang Fuyue and moved around. He looked like he was being bitten by lice. Jiang Fuyue frowned. What are you doing? Zhou Hao turned around. I'm a little nervous. Because I'm sitting in front of you. You should be glad that you're not sitting behind me. Huh? What was the difference? Zhou Hao soon found out. The first exam started at 8 o'clock. The questions included 8 fill-in-the-blank questions. Each question was worth 8 points. There were 3 answers, which were worth 16 points, 20 points, and 20 points respectively. The total score was 120 points. Jiang Fuyue got the answers to the fill-in-the-blank questions in one glance. It took her 3 minutes to answer all 8 questions. The first answer was a conventional question. It was classified as a 2-star question in the booklet. Jiang Fuyue read the question and wrote it down. It took her 5.5 minutes. The second question was also a 2-star question. It was very easy. This time, she only took 4 minutes. The third question, which was the last question, was also the finale of this year's league entrance examination. Although it was a 3-star question, it was still not good enough for Jiang Fuyue. In addition, solving the questions required thinking ability. The calculation was not complicated, and the steps were quite simple. It only took her 3 minutes. So far, 8 choices and 3 answers had all been completed. It took her 15 minutes, she had just reached the minimum time allowed to hand in her paper. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand. The invigilator saw this and thought that she wanted draft paper. He took 2 pieces of paper from the podium and walked toward her. Here. Teacher, I want to hand in my paper. You're welcome. What do you want to hand in? Jiang Fuyue, hand in my paper. The entire examination hall fell into a dead silence. The sound of pages turning stopped, and the sound of the tip of the pen rubbing against the paper disappeared completely. The world was silent. Until, the invigilator confirmed again, are you sure you want to hand in your paper? Yes. Okay. Check the answer sheet and draft paper. You can't take them out of the examination hall. Jiang Fuyue finished and got up to leave. Another invigilator took her to the rest area to wait. The examination hall returned to silence. However, many people's mentality was not as good as before. The rhythm of answering questions was forcefully disrupted. They had to find the feeling again. Chen Qing and Tan Chia Su adapted well. After all, they were used to it. And the person who felt this pressure the most was Zhou Hao, who sat in front of them. The moment Jiang Fuyue said she wanted to hand in her paper, his heart felt like it was being squeezed. There was only one thought left in his mind, was she still human? Suddenly, there was a loud bang behind him. He subconsciously turned around and found that the boy sitting behind Jiang Fuyue had fallen to the ground with his desk. His face was pale and cold sweat was pouring down. The invigilator strode over and helped him up. Are you okay? The boy hurriedly checked the paper, afraid that it would be dirty or wrinkled. I'm fine, there's a temporary medical station outside. I'll take you there. It's really not necessary. I'm just too stressed out and nervous. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Fuyue's seat in front of him with a fearful gaze. The clean draft paper on top of the paper came into view, and he trembled even more violently. The invigilator couldn't persuade him and could only let him continue with the exam. But Zhou Hao found that the boy couldn't even hold the pen. His lips were pale and he was sweating. He finally understood what Jiang Fuyue meant when she said, "You should be glad that you're not sitting behind me." Knock. The Demon King wants to kill me. As for what happened in the examination hall, Jiang Fuyue, who was already sitting in the rest area drinking water, had no idea. She took out 2 pieces of A4 paper and a black pen from her bag. Under the surprised gaze of a teacher not far away, she began. At 9 o'clock, there were still 20 minutes before the exam ended. Jiang Fuyue had already memorized the entire test paper. As soon as she stopped writing, the female teacher who had been staring at her for a long time walked over. She had long legs and a slim waist. She was dressed fashionably, but her makeup was too heavy. Her bright lips added to her attractiveness. She stopped beside Jiang Fuyue's table and looked at her sharply. "What are you doing?" "Practicing writing." Jiang Fuyue did not hide anything. She placed the 2 pieces of A4 paper on the table. It was obvious what she had written. "You're secretly copying the test paper." The female teacher's voice suddenly rose. In contrast, the girl was neither fast nor slow. Her voice was calm. "2 corrections. First, I'm not secretly copying. Second, this is not copying. Isn't this the original exam question?" "So? Do you know that you violated the exam rules?" "Jiang Fuyue, which one?" "Which one?" "You." The female teacher was so angry that her eyes widened. "Your attitude is so bad. You don't know how to repent." Jiang Fuyue was unmoved. The female teacher reached out to grab the 2 pieces of paper on the table. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue got them first. This provocative action completely infuriated her. "Just you wait." Soon, the female teacher came in with a group of people. Her high heels made a rhythmic sound on the floor. "Student, we're the supervision team. We just received a report from this teacher that you smuggled the test paper out of the exam room. How do you explain this?" Jiang Fuyue handed the 2 pieces of A4 paper in her hand over. The leader took it and looked at it. He then turned around and exchanged glances with the other colleagues behind him. The female teacher immediately said, "This is the original exam question. According to the exam rules, she's already cheating." The leader heard this and ignored it. He looked at Jiang Fuyue and asked, "Did you write this yourself?" "Yes." "You wrote it all down from memory?" The man was shocked. "Jiang Fuyue, if you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance camera. Also, the pen and paper are my own." In other words, there was no such thing as being smuggled out of the examination hall. Immediately, a staff member ran over to check the surveillance footage. Very quickly, Jiang Fuyue's words were verified. She didn't know if it was a coincidence or intentional, but the camera happened to be facing this direction and even captured the entire process of her dictation clearly. The man listened, nodded, looked at Jiang Fuyue's eyes with curiosity. "How did you write the whole test paper from memory?" Jiang Fuyue said, "Use your brain." The other party, the female teacher, panicked. "Director Chen, she brought the exam questions out of the examination room." "That's cheating." The man lifted his eyelids and glanced at her. "As a teacher, your every move affects your students. Please understand the cause and effect before you make any decisions. Don't jump to conclusions. Most of the time, a single word from us teachers, or even a single glance or action, can cause harm to the students. Therefore, we have to be careful when using the power that comes with this identity." The female teacher's face turned red from the scolding. Director Chen turned to Jiang Fuyue and changed his stern expression into a kind smile. "It's just a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart." Jiang Fuyue nodded. People and things without logic are indeed not worth worrying about. The other party was stunned and immediately flashed a smile. What an arrogant student. Her mouth was sharper than a knife. It's returned to its rightful owner. Keep it well. The man returned the A4 paper to her with a smile. Just as the female teacher was so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head and the group was about to leave, Jiang Fuyue suddenly spoke. She said, "I want to report it too." Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned around in surprise. The female teacher was also stunned. The girl said calmly, "The 12th rule of the examination hall, set up the rest area as a temporary waiting place for candidates who have handed in their papers in advance. At least one invigilator is to stay here, and candidates and invigilators are not allowed to use mobile phones." Did I remember wrongly? Director Chen nodded. There is such a rule. The rest area and the examination hall are one-way passages. In other words, the examination hall can lead to the rest area, but the rest area can't lead to the examination hall, right? Director Chen didn't know her purpose, but from the literal point of view, the other party was right. He nodded affirmatively again. The female teacher was keenly aware that this foreshadowing was very likely directed at her. She didn't know what to think, but her face turned pale. At this moment, it was too late to stop it. The girl's lips curled up into a faint smile. Since the rest area and the examination hall can't be connected, and invigilators can't use mobile phones, then may I ask how the invigilator is so sure that this thing I wrote is the examination paper? Have you seen the original question? How did you see it? In an instant, all eyes fell on the female teacher. The latter shook her head in panic. I didn't, but other than repeating these 3 words, she couldn't say anything else. She had no ability to refute the 2 points raised by Jiang Fuyue. Just then, the bell rang. Time was up. It was time to hand in the paper. Jiang Fuyue put away her bag and prepared to leave. Director Chen promised again and again, "Student, our monitoring team attaches great importance to the problem you reported. After we come down, we will definitely investigate it clearly and give you a satisfactory answer." That would be for the best. She nodded and slung her bag over her shoulder. Director Chen, please leave your name and school, as well as contact information. Jiang Fuyue finished writing and handed it to him, then strode away. Director Chen retracted his gaze and looked down at the paper in his hand. His eyes suddenly froze. A few colleagues also looked over. This girl is from number 1 middle school? Jiang Fuyue. Why does it sound so familiar? It's her. The student who won the gold medal in 2 subjects during the summer vacation. She's very popular online. Everyone calls her the genius girl, the top of the competition, and the professional with full marks. Wow. She's really here? Previously, the netizens were guessing if she was going to continue participating in the mathematics competition. Director Chen had obviously heard of Jiang Fuyue's name. Not only had he heard of her, but he also knew that she was the focus of the city's education department. It seems that this matter can't be handled carelessly. He looked at the female teacher sympathetically. If she didn't make things difficult for Jiang Fuyue for no reason, the latter probably wouldn't have exposed her in public. It could only be said that one's sins could be forgiven, but one's own sins were the hardest to bear. Let's go, teacher. Please cooperate with the investigation team. The female teacher's heart was miserable. There was only one thought in her mind, it's over. It's not my turn to become a full-time employee this year. If it's serious, I might even lose my job. During the 20-minute break, Jiang Fuyue saw Chen Qing and Tan Chiasu in the corridor. Zhou Hao was also dancing with excitement. That's amazing. Sister Yu is F*King amazing. I'm going to go back and pray for her, kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Sister. Sister. Zhou Hao had already seen her. He waved and ran towards her. He looked like an idiot. From now on, you're my sister, really? Zhou Hao said sincerely. At this moment, Chen Qing and Tan Chiasu came forward. Jiang Fuyue asked, "What's wrong with him?" Chen Qing coughed softly. You got a lot of questions right. Zhou Hao had never felt that he was so good at answering questions. He started to go crazy as soon as he left the examination room. Sister, do you have any special abilities? He asked. Jiang Fuyue rolled her eyes at him. He was not angry. Instead, he laughed. You don't know. After you handed in your paper, the boy sitting behind you immediately withered and fell to the ground. He looked so pitiful. Then, the atmosphere in the examination room became very strange. Fortunately, we're all used to it. Hee hee. At 9:40 in the morning, the additional exam began. It was the same examination room and the same seats. Jiang Fuyue had just picked up her pen when she felt that she was being sized up by people around her. Her expression did not change. She started to read the exam papers without any distractions. The additional exam would last until 12:10, a total of 150 minutes. There were 4 questions that involved plane geometry, algebra, number theory, and combination. The first 2 questions were worth 40 points each, and the last 2 questions were worth 50 points each. The full score was 180 points. The first question was plane geometry. Combined with geometric reflection, translation, and rotation, and combined with simple isoperimetric problems, several important extremes were examined: the point with the smallest sum of the distances from the 3 vertices of a triangle, the Fermat point, the point with the smallest sum of the squares of the distances from the 3 vertices of a triangle, the center of gravity, the point with the largest sum of the distances from the 3 vertices of a triangle, the center of gravity. There was a lot of information on the question, and there were also a few pictures that looked very complicated at first glance. However, it was not difficult in terms of thinking. Jiang Fuyue finished it in 5 minutes. She thought fast and her pen was even faster. She almost never stopped in the middle. Therefore, when everyone was still busy reading the questions, they found that Jiang Fuyue's pen was moving at a strange speed. At this moment, Zhou was once again glad that he was sitting in front of Jiang Fuyue. If he didn't see it, he could comfort himself not to panic and stay calm. As for the others, the second question, algebra, had a total of 3 questions. Among them, the triple angle formula, triangular identities, and triangular inequalities were the most basic. The first question examined the second mathematical induction. The second question was about the average inequality, Cauchy inequality, ranking inequality, and their applications. The third question was more interesting. It involved elementary number theory, but the test point perfectly avoided the syllabus. Instead, it asked the examinee to study Gaussian functions and Fermat's small theorem. Jiang Fuyue spent 10 minutes, half of which was spent on the third question. The third question, three-dimensional geometry. It required a high spatial imagination ability, but the steps were not that complicated. It took 3 minutes. The last question, plane analytic geometry, also had 3 questions. The first question, using a ruler, compass, and triangular board to draw according to the requirements. Simple. The second question, find the area of the triangle in the shadow. The third question, combine the power of a circle and the root axis to find the conic curve. Except for the second and third questions, which were more complicated, there were no difficulties in thinking. Jiang Fuyue spent 5 minutes to complete. It seemed that the final question was not the last question, but the second and third questions, which were beyond the syllabus. So far, all 4 questions had been completed. Including the time spent at the beginning, it took a total of 25 minutes. Teacher, hand in the paper. Everyone, she's here. She's here. She's here with mine to hand in the paper, knock. This time, there was no need to wait in the rest area. Jiang Fuyue was escorted by the invigilator and left 72 High School. Then, the teachers and parents who were anxiously waiting at the school gate saw the following scene. In the empty campus, behind the closed iron gate, a teacher came from afar with a student. As they got closer, their figures and appearances gradually became clearer. The iron gate opened, the student was sent out of the school, and the teacher returned to the examination room. Why are they out? Didn't the exam start half an hour ago? Could it be that he was caught cheating and was dragged out? I don't think so. Cheating is no small matter. Usually, the person who cheats will be detained to cooperate with the investigation. Then, they will be exposed and the punishment will be announced. How can they just chase the person out? If it's not cheating, then I can only hand in my paper in advance. This is too early. He probably won't do it. Let's just go with the flow. There were always people who liked to speculate about others with ill intentions, but there was no lack of people with discerning eyes. Let's go with the flow? Don't be funny. Look at who it is before you speak. Don't laugh your head off. Who is it? He does look a little familiar. Jiang Fuyue. That genius on the internet. He's from #1 high school. Right. That's her. She's even prettier in real life than in photos. Good girl. She must have finished it and handed it in early. Jiang Fuyue turned a deaf ear to the discussions around her. Su Jing bought a bottle of sports drink and handed it to her. Drink some to replenish your energy. Jiang Fuyue did not stand on ceremony. She was indeed a little hungry. How difficult are the questions? Simple. Su Jing. She seemed to have asked the wrong person. Is there a printing shop near here? Su Jing, go straight and turn left. There's one. Why are you suddenly asking this? Jiang Fuyue smiled. To generate revenue. After that, she walked towards the printing shop. She handed 2 sheets of A4 paper to the shop owner and asked him to make 4 copies with A3 paper, just like the exam papers. The shop owner nodded. How many sheets do you want? Jiang Fuyue calculated for a while. Let's start with 100 sheets. The original price is 1 yuan per sheet. Since you ordered a lot, I'll give you a 20% discount. How about 80 cents per sheet? Okay. Do you have paper and a pen? The shop owner directly took 2 sheets of A4 paper from the machine and gave it to her. This is for you. It's free. The pen is on the table over there. Feel free to use it. While the 100 copies of the first test questions were being printed, Jiang Fuyue took the opportunity to write down the additional test questions from memory. There weren't many questions, only 4. She finished them quickly and handed them to the shop owner. Still 100 sheets. Thank you. The shop owner couldn't help but look at her and smile. You made so many sheets. Are you going to sell them? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. At 11:30 in the morning, there were still 40 minutes before the exam ended. One after another, students were sent out of the exam room like Jiang Fuyue. Ling Xian and Tan Chiasu were also among them. He glanced at the stack of papers by Jiang Fuyue's feet. What's that? The questions. You wrote them down from memory? Yes. Then are you going to sell them? Sell them. At 11:45, Zhou Hao walked out of the exam room happily. Before he could say anything to Su Jing, he was pulled aside by Jiang Fuyue. The two of them chatted for a while, and Zhou Hao's face became brighter and brighter. Okay. I'll do it. Then, everyone saw a boy shake out 2 A3 sheets of paper and start shouting at the top of his voice, selling the original questions of the 2 exams of the Elite League. Only 10 yuan. Take the original questions home and slowly compare the answers. There are 100 sheets in total. First come, first served. Instantly, there was an uproar. What did he say he was selling? It seems to be the original questions. Are you serious? Let me see. A few students who had handed in their papers in advance rushed forward. Zhou Hao generously handed them over. See if it's the original questions. It's true. Where did you get it? Zhou Hao, don't worry. It's from a legitimate source. You can tell from the handwriting that it's not printed. It's purely handmade. Su Jing was stunned by her student's professional words. Zhou Hao. What are you doing? Hee. Teacher Su, I'm benefiting the people. Su Jing, ? Come. I'll make one for you. It's free. As he spoke, he obediently handed it over with both hands. Su Jing frowned and took it. She glanced at it and knew that it was from Jiang Fuyue. No wonder she asked him where the printing shop was. But, was it really good to give out exam papers like this? Before she could think of a reason, Zhou Hao had already started selling. How many copies do you want? 3 copies, right? Okay. 30 yuan. You want one? 10 yuan. Don't push. Line up. Everyone has one. Su Jing, ? At first, it was the students who were buying. Soon, the teachers couldn't sit still. There were only 100 copies. They wanted to follow in Su Jing's footsteps. They smiled and said, "Old Su, your student is really capable." "TSK," Su Jing said modestly, "what kind of capability is this?" "He only knows how to play tricks." Cough. "Can you show me the copy in your hand?" Su Jing handed it to him. "Take a look. Is it the original?" Question. The teacher muttered softly. Su Jing frowned and felt a little uncomfortable. Do you think children these days are so easy to fool? If it's not the original question, will they rush to buy it? 10 yuan wasn't much, but it was enough for a cup of pearl milk tea. That's true. You see, we have a good relationship. The one selling the questions is your student. Why don't you give us a few copies for free? Su Jing chuckled. I shamelessly asked for this copy. I won't dare to ask for a yard after taking an inch. Besides, this is a business. How can I take more than that? Fortunately, 10 yuan isn't expensive. It's not even enough to pay for a pack of cigarettes. Don't make things difficult for me. Su Jing said half-jokingly. In reality, she was smiling on the surface but cursing on the inside. Taking advantage of a child. Can you be more shameless? In the end, a few teachers paid for it. They were still muttering. Su Jing pretended not to hear them. At 12:10, the exam officially ended, and a large number of students rushed out. At that time, the 200 test papers in Zhou Hao's hands had all been sold out, and he had received 1,990 yuan. Following Jiang Fuyue's instructions, he first went to the printing shop to settle the bill with the boss and paid 160 yuan for the cost. In the end, he made a net profit of 1830. Yes. He had enough money to go to the KTV. Ah, Tan Chiasu walked over. Why are you howling? Teacher Su is calling for us to gather. Oh. He followed her. Where's Sister Yu? Tan Chiasu, she left when you started selling the test papers. Let me tell you, Jiaxu, this woman is F*King awesome, a bunch of bootlicking. Halfway through, a group of examinees came over to ask if he could sell the original questions. Sigh, I'm so sorry, they're all sold out. Next time, I'll print more next time. You'll definitely have your share. Yes, I know. Tan Chiasu nodded belatedly. Zhou Hao had just finished dealing with the group of examinees. When he heard this, he was at a loss. Huh? What do you know? She was awesome. Peerless and unparalleled. After the end of the National League, the first monthly test for the third year of high school also came. The form teachers of each class took it very seriously. Even Xianxia, who had been hospitalized for half a month, came back. The splint on his leg had been removed and he could walk normally. When Jiang Fuyue saw him in the cafeteria, he was eating with Yu Jiaza. They seemed to be arguing about something and didn't look too good. When Jiang Fuyue walked over, Yu Jiaza had already stood up and said, I won't believe you. Then he walked past her and strode away. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and sat down opposite Zhongxiang. Your leg is better? Zhongxiang saw her and glanced at Yusei. His eyes lit up. It's been better. If old Meng hadn't dragged me back for the test, I could have stayed in the hospital for a few more days, hee. Jiang Fuyue looked at his I'm lazy and happy look and suddenly asked, which university do you want to go to? Huh? Wasn't this question jumping too quickly? It was the first time Zhongxiang was asked this question. His family cared about him, but they didn't seem to worry about him not being able to study. I haven't thought about it. He scratched his head. You can think about it now, Jiang Fuyue said. Zhongxiang was stunned. Math test in the afternoon. When half an hour was up, Jiang Fuyue handed in her paper on time. Not 1 second more, not 1 second less, as if she had been counting the time until now. It was quite unfair for her. Everyone. They were speechless. Now, all the invigilators know. One high school, regardless of the year, subject, and whether they had invigilated Jiang Fuyue or not, knew that there was a genius girl in year 3 who had won the gold medal in the double subject competition and refused the guaranteed admission to Q University and B University. She was used to handing in her papers early. Over time, the teachers didn't make a fuss and were very calm when they accepted the papers. They didn't worry about her not finishing or carelessly persuading her to check again. Su Jing asked her what she thought. Jiang Fuyue, strangers the first time, but friends the second time. Su Jing, the next day, she had a comprehensive science exam in the morning and an English exam in the afternoon. Jiang Fuyue handed in her papers early. Meng Zijian bumped into her in the corridor and sighed softly. You're so cool, but you don't know how much pressure you put on the students. Jiang Fuyue, actually, there aren't many. After all, there are only about 30 people in the same exam hall as me. She suddenly found herself unable to refute. The end of the monthly exam was on Saturday. Everyone could finally relax. Previously, Zhou Hao had lost a bet. He wanted to treat the entire mathematical Olympiad class to a KTV, including all the drinks and snacks. Finally, he fulfilled his promise this week. In the large private room, there were more than 20 students, both male and female. Zhou Hao clutched the microphone tightly and screamed along with the music. What a painful realization, you're my everything, ha 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 ha. Zhou Hao, are you a clown sent by the monkeys? It's too funny. You can be a comedian, guaranteed to be famous. After the song, Zhou Hao was finally ready to take a break. As soon as he put down the microphone, it was picked up by another person and passed to Ling Xian. School hunk, sing a song. With this, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Everyone hasn't heard the school hunk sing before. You must sing a song in your lifetime. Sing a song. Sing a song. The entire private room was in an uproar. Ling Xian couldn't refuse. He stood up generously and immediately received a round of applause. He selected a song and slowly glanced at the crowd. He smiled and said, I'm not a professional. Sorry to embarrass myself. We'll support you if you sing. The recording function is ready. We can make a lot of money if we sell it to those nymphomaniacs in our grade on Monday, right? Are you obsessed with money? Soon, the prelude started. It was a soothing and melodious tune with a decadent and amorous flavor. It was a very classic song. Ling Xian looked somewhere below the stage and slowly opened his mouth. You ask me how much I love you, how much do I love you? The moon represents my heart. Why did the school hunk choose this song? I feel that only people from our grandparents' era would like it. Classics never go out of style, you know? Why do I feel that Ling, the cutest guy in school, has been looking at Sister Yu? Are you serious? You don't say, it's really that direction. There was a rumor in our grade that Ling, the cutest guy in school, has a crush on Sister Yu. Eh? Why did I hear that Sister Yu has a one-sided crush on the school hunk? Your version is already outdated. Do you believe that Sister Yu only needs to wave her hand and the school hunk will immediately become a bootlicker? The lyrics, the look in his eyes, and the tone, you have to taste it carefully. If you say that Ling, the cutest guy in school, isn't moved, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. After the song ended, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Ling Xian put down the microphone and walked towards Jiang Fuyue. The latter suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, she left the room. Chen Chen was stunned. Wasn't there a restroom inside? Going to the restroom was just an excuse. Of course, Jiang Fuyue didn't go. She walked out of the KTV and stood on the steps to get some fresh air. After a while, she heard footsteps behind her. Ling Xian followed her out. When he saw the girl's back, he paused for a few seconds before continuing. He walked to Jiang Fuyue's side and stood side by side with her. The young man didn't turn to look at her. Instead, he looked into the distance. I saw it, he said. You and my dad. Jiang Fuyue suddenly understood. No wonder Ling Xian had been avoiding her recently. After the league ended, the Math Olympiad class was suspended. The two of them weren't in the same class, so they didn't see each other often. There were a few times when they bumped into each other in the cafeteria, but Ling Xian would turn around and leave. He avoided her like she was the plague. So it was because of this, Ling Xian asked, how do you know my dad? Actually, he wanted to ask what their relationship was. But when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he hesitated. He had a hunch that if he really asked, he and Jiang Fuyue might not even be friends in the end. Jiang Fuyue knew what he was thinking. If you have any doubts, you can ask Ling Qingzhou directly. He will give you a satisfactory answer. Ling Xian was stunned. She didn't even think and blurted out his father's full name. If she didn't do it on purpose, then she was used to calling him that. If the two of them really had an improper relationship, then it was inappropriate to call him that. Secondly, when Jiang Fuyue was asked, her expression was too natural. She didn't panic at all, let alone feel guilty. She even had a hint of fierceness and toughness. No matter what, it wasn't the behavior of a mistress or a mistress. Ling Xian sighed in relief. Thinking about his unfounded guesses and struggles during this period, he suddenly felt a little ridiculous. Okay, I'll ask him when I get back. Okay. The teenager's eyes flickered. Actually, the song just now, it's getting late. I have something to do and want to leave first. Help me tell him when you go in. Okay. Ling Xian stood where he was and watched the girl walk away. His heart was filled with a sense of loss. Jiang Fuyue planned to go home. Taking a shortcut, she needed to go through the back door of number 1 middle school. She wanted to take a look at the store. Suddenly, she heard a low growl. How many times do I have to say, it's not me? This voice was a little familiar. Jiang Fuyue turned and approached the source of the voice. Yu Jiaozi sneered. If it's not you, then who is it? Will a murderer admit to being a murderer? Believe it or not. If you don't believe it, then so be it. Stop right there, Yu Jiaozi. I tolerate you not because I'm afraid of you. Don't push your luck. You tolerate me not because you're guilty? Zhongxiang was furious. Guilty your ass. The last 2 words instantly ignited the accumulated anger in Yu Jiaozi's body. The two of them started fighting on the spot. Suddenly, I think I came at the wrong time? Jiang Fuyue stood 5 meters away under the street lamp with a faint smile. Both of them were stunned. Zhongxiang's eyes flashed with panic. It was this moment of distraction that gave Yu Jiaozi an opportunity. He turned around and used the momentum to directly throw Zhongxiang to the ground. Bang! The heavy object fell to the ground with a muffled sound, accompanied by a cry of pain. Just as Yu Jiaozi was about to punch Zhongxiang's face, a slender hand intercepted his attack. He looked up suddenly and was stunned when he saw Jiang Fuyue's calm and indifferent gaze. Yu Jiaozi, enough is enough. The corner of the teenager's mouth curled into a vicious arc. Then, he slowly withdrew his hand under Jiang Fuyue's gaze. He stood up straight and looked at Zhongxiang, who was lying on the ground. He said word by word, I'm not done with you yet. Let's continue next time. Zhongxiang cursed under his breath as if he was calling him a lunatic or something. Yu Jiaozi turned and left. His back disappeared into the night and soon, he disappeared. Jiang Fuyue kicked Zhongxiang. How long are you going to lie down? Don't you think it's dirty? Hey! I'm being bullied now and you're still kicking me? Get up. I'm not getting up. Jiang Fuyue, unless you pull me up. Then you'd better lie down. With that, she turned and left. Zhongxiang got up immediately. He didn't want anyone to pull him up and chased after her. Hey! You're so heartless. Zhongxiang and Yu Jiaozi had a grudge against each other. It wasn't hard to deduce this from their conversation. As for what grudge, Zhongxiang's eyes darted around with a conflicted expression. Can you not say it? It would be quite embarrassing. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Sure. Hee hee. Oh right, why are you at the school's back entrance at this time? I was just passing by. Zhongxiang. Oh. The two of them parted at the crossroad. Before they left, the young man seemed to have something to say. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Do you have something to say? Just, if Yu Jiaozi says anything bad about me, don't believe him. It's all fake. Okay. She nodded. Ah? Zhongxiang was surprised. You agreed so quickly? What else could it be? Jiang Fuyue shrugged and said honestly, between you and Yu Jiaozi, I have no reason to believe him and not you. Zhongxiang felt a warmth in his heart. He suddenly felt like crying. When that incident first happened, other than Xia Yunzhao and old Mrs. Han, everyone else doubted him. Including his own father, Zhong Yuni. That's right. In everyone's eyes, he was just a second-generation hedonistic son who bullied others. What kind of despicable things wouldn't he do? But this girl in front of him said that she believed him. Zhongxiang rubbed his nose and said loudly, "Don't worry, I'm worthy of your trust." The happy weekend passed in the blink of an eye. It was back to school on Monday. In the afternoon, the monthly test results were released. Before the results were announced, the teachers of each subject would gather together to analyze and summarize the results. At the Chinese literature team, who gave Jiang Fuyue the essay? Me? Why? Didn't you say that you wouldn't give full marks so easily? I didn't give it so easily. I only gave it full marks after reading it thrice. Is there a problem? Also, this wasn't just my opinion. I even showed it to Teacher Liu and Teacher Peng. They also felt that she deserved full marks. Teacher Liu and Teacher Peng nodded immediately. The team leader sighed. We gave her full marks for the essay. Now, she'll get full marks for the entire test paper. Chinese isn't mathematics, physics, or chemistry. Getting full marks feels weird. It's not common, but he does have this level of skill, so we can't just randomly deduct, right? That's too much. I think so too. Since Jiang Fuyue is so capable, why can't we give her full marks? Sigh. That's all we can do now. Mathematics team, Su Jing asked, how many people got full marks? 2, Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian. No one was surprised by this. Su Jing asked again, what about the higher levels? 75. That's not bad. Comprehensive Science Division, as there were the most teachers, their voices were also the loudest. Have you calculated the score for the last question of physics? According to the statistics, it's less than 1%. The physics team leader sighed. Did you get all 3 questions right? Yes. Jiang Fuyue got full marks in the Comprehensive Science Division, so she must have gotten all 3 questions right. I mean, other than her. Everyone knew that Jiang Fuyue could not be included in the statistics. I think there aren't any more. English Division, Class 3, use Jiang Fuyue's essay as an example. All the classes will focus on studying it. See how she can be both literary and meaningful at the same time. Especially the skillful use of different types of clauses. Learn it well. The half-hour-long discussion and analysis meeting ended in a clamor that had not been fully expressed. The red list was also sent out on time. The grade director instructed the 2 intern teachers. Post it out. There have been students asking about it several times. After the mathematics team dispersed, Su Jing returned to her seat and flipped to a new page in her notebook, preparing to analyze the class's results. Suddenly, a few other form teachers came over and said with a smile, "Old Su, Jiang Fuyue got full marks in all subjects again. She's amazing. Based on these results, she'll definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance examination." How do you usually teach her? Do you assign homework to her alone? Or do you ask her to do some more difficult questions? Su Jing immediately waved her hand and said modestly, "What top scorer? It's not even set in stone yet. It's too early to say that. As for full marks. Sigh, has there ever been a time when she doesn't get full marks? She can't avoid the physics and information science competitions, not to mention the monthly exam. Su Jing was quite distressed about this. Don't you think this child's path is too smooth? It's quite a pity that she hasn't fallen. Everyone, haha, the moment she opened her mouth, she was already talking about old Versailles. However, this did not stop them from being jealous. They could not help but imagine if Jiang Fuyue was their student, tsk. They would probably wake up laughing in their sleep. However, there was something even more infuriating. Su Jing, as for Mr. Wang's question, I have to explain carefully. The homework is the same in the class, so there is no difference in treatment. Actually, there's not much point in discussing this with Jiang Fuyue. Why? The few of them widened their eyes and looked curious. Because, Su Jing sighed, Jiang Fuyue has never done the assigned homework. Su Jing, she prefers to do test papers. She takes 10 minutes for the easy ones. She takes 20 to 30 minutes for the hard ones. She throws them away when she's done, ? Are you the mother of Versailles? Su Jing looked innocent. Why are they looking at me like that? I'm telling the truth, these days, no one would believe the truth. It's too difficult. After the first class in the afternoon, the entire grade came out and gathered in front of the red list from all directions. F***CK. Jiang Fuyue got full marks in all subjects. 750 is too eye-catching. Look at her score, why is it so neat? Look at mine, it's like a dog gnawing on it. Next time, if you score 0 in all subjects and come in last, it'll be even. F***CK. Ling, the cutest guy in school, you should be used to being in second place, right? However, it's also a blessing to be suppressed by Sister Yu. Wan Shoutong and Lu Boan squeezed to the front with difficulty. The first person they saw was Jiang Fuyue. Wan Shoutong jumped with joy. Jiang Fuyue got full marks again. Lu Boan groaned. Not bad, she's good. Jiang Han, Gemeng, and Lu Sisi also came together. Make way. Don't push. Ouch. Who the F***CK stepped on my dick? Jiang Han scolded. The surroundings were quiet for 2 seconds. Then, they continued to squeeze, desperately squeeze as if they didn't want money. Jiang Han, ever since she stopped being the big sister of the grade, her prestige had been declining day by day. Now, no one was afraid of her anymore. It was just that she was quite weak. Gemeng was thin and small. She used to rush to the front like a small steel cannon, but now she could only hide behind Sister Han's tall and sturdy figure. Oh. It was too difficult to be a furry fox that couldn't intimidate others. Lu Sisi sighed and raised her hand to separate Jiang Han from a few boys who were pushing maliciously around her. Her slender arms were strong. No matter how hard they pushed, they couldn't move her at all. The boys were a little confused. Was she a girl? Damn it. She was too strong. Lu Sisi escorted the two of them to the front. Gemeng's eyes sparkled. Sisi, I find that you're becoming more and more manly. Lu Sisi cooperated very well and did a muscle-flexing action. Gemeng's eyes lit up. Jiang Han. Wretch, Lu Sisi looked at her questioningly and raised her eyebrows slightly. Jiang Han's gaze froze and her heart thumped. Okay, she admitted that she was a little manly. But just a little, no more. The two of them began to look for their names from the back. Lu Sisi didn't care much about the score and ranking. She didn't even bother to look. 2 minutes passed. Gemeng, Sister Han, why haven't I found it yet? Jiang Han raised her hand to wipe her sweat. Me neither. Could it be that we missed it? Jiang Han pondered for a moment. It's possible. Then, should we do it again? Okay, let's do it again. The two of them returned to the back and started to look forward again. Another 5 minutes passed. This time they were more careful than last time, but, still nothing. Sigh, they sighed naively. Until, Lu Sisi, no need to look, 125 and 144. Huh? See for yourself if you don't believe me. 5 seconds later, Gemeng, I. 125? God, it's like a dream. I can enter the top 200 in my lifetime? Jiang Han was dumbfounded. From the last place to the 144th place, for a moment, she couldn't even believe that this was reality. Could it be that she was still dreaming, or maybe she had entered the virtual world? N-dimensional space, until Gemeng's voice came. Sister Han? Sister Han? Huh? I'm so happy. The little girl's eyes were red. Wasn't Jiang Han the same? It turns out that we can also be good students. Lu Sisi looked at the two of them and glanced at the last page of the red list. Unsurprisingly, she found her name. She curled her lips indifferently. Everyone had their own choices. The most important thing was to find a way to live that was suitable for oneself. Although it was a pity, she didn't feel inferior now. Pretty good, eh? Yu Jiaoza and Yu Kaisen, aren't they the two new transfers from Class 3? I heard that they are biological siblings. But the score. There's a huge gap between them. The older brother was in the top 50, while the younger sister was third from the bottom. I didn't expect that Yu Kaisen, who looks so obedient, pure, and cute, is actually an idiot. There are actually people who compare her to Sister Yu. Save it. Even Jiang Han did better than her. Jiang Han was confused. Do you think I don't care about my reputation? She seems to be very serious in her studies. How could she do so badly? When it comes to learning, it's not something that will be rewarded if you work hard. Some people just lack that little bit of comprehension, so they can't learn anything no matter how hard they try. That's true. Results have nothing to do with being serious. I saw Sister Yu sleeping on the table several times when I passed by the back door of the third class. She still got full marks for the monthly test. Oh, she even handed in her paper early. Everyone looked at the first place with envy and admiration. They couldn't even be jealous. Because it was too far away. When someone was 50 meters in front of you, you might stare at them intently. But when they were 1,000 meters away, all you could do was watch them leave and admire their back view. People were used to comparing themselves with people who were similar to them, but they were intimidated by people who were not on the same level as them. In the 7th class of the second year, everyone went to look at the results, so the classroom was empty. As soon as the bell rang, Xianxia lay on the desk and fell into a deep sleep. He played games too late and was sleepy. Eci, who was diagonally opposite him, was in the same state. The two sleeping gods were PK. There was no such thing as being the most sleepy, only more sleepy. Brother Ci. Brother Ci. Go and look at the results, a lackey ran in excitedly. He didn't even care that the devil had woken up and happily shook him awake. Eci raised his head, but he couldn't open his eyes. Question mark. Did I give you face? The lackey shrank his neck. It's true. Go and take a look. There's a surprise. A big surprise. Huh? Eci woke up and asked, what's Jiang Fuyue's result? Huh? Was there a need to ask? What's wrong? Answer me. Oh. Sister Yu is still the top student in the cohort. She got full marks in all subjects. Eci nodded. That's quite a surprise. That's not the surprise I was talking about, the lackey quickly explained. Eci was not very interested. She leaned back on the table and asked casually, what's that? You'll know once you take a look. Tisk, still keeping me in suspense? Okay, I'll take a look. Eci woke up and got up. Suddenly, are you guys sick? Don't you want me to sleep? Zhongxiang was successfully woken up. He was furious. His eyes, which were red from just waking up, were filled with rage. Eci sneered and crossed her arms. Is the classroom yours? What's wrong with making a fuss? Zhongxiang slammed the table with a loud bang. Eci, if you want to fight, just say it. Let's fight then. Who's afraid of who? Seeing that the two were about to fight, the lackey tensed up and tried to calm them down. Brother Ci, calm down. Brother Ong, calm down too. The surprise belongs to the two of you. Do you want to take a look together? Eci, question mark. Wasn't it supposed to be mine? Why did it become two people, Zhongxiang, question mark. What does it have to do with me? The two of them were eerily quiet for 2 seconds, then, fine, let's go now. Zhongxiang curled his lips. Whoever doesn't go is a son of a bitch. The two of them valiantly rushed to the front of the red list. Where's the surprise? The lackey withstood the stares of the two bosses and pointed at the list with a trembling finger. It's there. The two of them looked at the list, but they did not find anything other than the names and scores. Instead, they took a few more glances at Jiang Fuyue and the 750 behind her name. The lackey saw that the two of them had not found anything and was anxious. He pushed through the crowd and walked to the front. He pointed at the middle of the list and said, here. Then, Eci saw her name. Rank, 326. Zhongxiang also saw his name. There was a number 326 behind it, the same as the person in front of him. The two of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other. Humph, ECI, you actually got the same score as me? Xianxia, then why are you ranked the same as me? She looked at him with disdain as if he was an enemy. The lackey, you two were always at the bottom of the list. Shouldn't you be happy that you're ranked more than 300? It was hard to guess what the bosses were thinking, so he slipped away. ECI, next time, I'll definitely be in front of you. Xianxia, it's not certain who will be in front or behind. The two of them looked at each other, turned around, and walked in opposite directions. However, the moment they turned around, EC's lips curled up. Damn. Ranked more than 300. This is awesome, Xianxia was secretly happy. Oh my god. It was the first time in his life that he got out of the bottom of the list. The lackey who was hiding in the crowd, ? The self-study session in the afternoon became a special session for the assessment of the various subjects. Jiang Fuyue didn't want to listen to it and directly asked for leave. Su Jing waved her hand. Let's go, let's go. Why would a person who scored full marks listen to the assessment? It was good enough that she didn't go up. Therefore, when everyone obediently stayed in the classroom for class, Jiang Fuyue, who was about to leave with her school bag, ran into the dean of teaching, Zhao Taijun. The one in front with a school bag and black sneakers. I'm talking about you. Stop. Jiang Fuyue, ? Zhao Taijun caught up with her and blocked her path. Which class are you, Jiang Fuyue? Why are you here? The girl nodded. It's me. It's class time. Where are you going? Zhao Taijun looked at the school bag in her hand. I'm taking leave to go home. Did something happen? No. She shook her head. The assessment was too boring. I couldn't sit still. Ah? Oh. This was to express his surprise that he heard such a straightforward statement for the first time in his many years as the dean of teaching. Following that, he seemed to recognize who the person in front of him was and felt that it was reasonable. Jiang Fuyue looked at him and asked, is there anything else? Zhao Taijun moved his lips and said after a while. Be careful on the road. Okay. Jiang Fuyue left happily. In the evening, at Imperial Heaven Residence. As soon as Xianxia reached home, he put down his school bag and began to look around. Auntie Lu, where's my uncle? Ah? Auntie Lu ran out of the kitchen, thinking that it was something urgent. Sir isn't back yet. Should I call him? Oh, I see. Xianxia was a little disappointed, but he soon got up. When will he be back? How would I know? Is it urgent? Xianxia waved his hand. No hurry. After that, he fell into the sofa and turned on the TV with the remote control. Auntie Lu realized that the young master seemed to be in a good mood today. He was even smiling when he wasn't playing games. Did something good happen? Hee hee. Xianxia giggled. I'm hungry. When can we eat? Right away. After a full meal, Xianxia left the dining room. For the first time, he didn't go straight to his room on the second floor. Instead, he stayed in the living room to watch TV. He kept changing channels and was obviously not interested in the content, but he still insisted on staying. Auntie Lu was surprised. Usually at this time, the young master would be playing games in his room. At night, Xie Dingyuan hadn't returned yet, but Auntie Lu was already sleepy. Xianxia said, go and rest. Okay, then I'll take a nap. The food is on the stove. I'll get up and prepare it when Sir comes back. The hour hand pointed to 9. Xianxia's patience was running out. He decided to wait for another 10 minutes. If he didn't want to come back, then forget it. 10 minutes later, another 10 minutes, one last time, another 10 minutes later, forget it. I've waited for so long. Let's continue waiting. Finally, when it was almost 11 o'clock, there was the sound of the living room door being unlocked. Xianxia stood up immediately. Xie Dingyuan was surprised to see him. He looked at the TV, the dent in the sofa, and the pile of empty drinks on the coffee table. Waiting for me? Who's waiting for you? Xianxia swallowed his saliva. I'm watching TV. Xie Dingyuan asked, is the commercial good? Xianxia replied. It was a TV drama just now. It's not a commercial. When Auntie Lu heard the noise, she got dressed and went to the kitchen. After a while. Sir, the food is ready. Okay. Xie Dingyuan ignored Zhongxiang and walked into the dining room. Zhongxiang? That's it? He followed in angrily, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Xie Dingyuan. Uncle, I want to talk to you, he said in a serious tone. You don't want to watch the commercial anymore? Xie Dingyuan asked. He did not laugh, but Zhongxiang could hear the sarcasm in his voice. Knock. Xie Dingyuan asked, what's the matter? Zhongxiang first casually threw an A4 paper over. The man picked it up and took a look at it. Report card? 486 marks, 326th place in the cohort. There's another person who's tied with you. Xie Dingyuan nodded. This is an improvement from last time. He commented objectively. Zhongxiang? Do you have any doubts? No. Shouldn't you feel gratified and overjoyed when you see these results? Xie Dingyuan, is this the result you wanted? To see after waiting for me for the whole night? Zhongxiang. F***ck. His lie was exposed. Take out the score and ranking list. To be honest, it's not good enough for your current IQ. Uncle, are you praising me or insulting me? Xie Dingyuan looked at him coldly. What do you think? Zhongxiang touched his nose. However, the man changed the topic. However, it's good to have some improvement. Then. That's it? Zhongxiang was dumbfounded. Xie Dingyuan frowned. What else do you want? Damn, he thought he would be praised after waiting for the whole night. In the end, he felt lonely. Zhongxiang got up and wanted to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a while and sat back down. He looked more cautious than before. Uncle, let me ask you a question. Go ahead. Xie Dingyuan put a piece of pork rib into his mouth. Zhongxiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Which university do you think I can go to? The man stopped chewing and looked at his nephew for the first time since he entered the house. Why do you ask? Someone asked me and I said I haven't thought about it. Then she said I can think about it. So, he thought about it. Xie Dingyuan stared at him. Who asked you? He laughed foolishly. Jiang Fuyue. Do you think she wants me to go to the same school as her? From now on, we'll be together forever. The man's face darkened. Do you think you have the ability? Zhongxiang withered instantly. No. With Jiang Fuyue's grades, even if she didn't go abroad, she would definitely go to a university in the capital. I didn't ask for much, I just wanted to go to the same place as her. Sigh, it's not easy to have a long-distance relationship these days. The breakup rate is really high. Xie Dingyuan. Shut up. You see, if she goes abroad, I'll go with her. After all, I'm rich. If she goes to the capital, that's not a bad idea either. Anyway, my house is there, and I'm close to her. Zhongxiang had already begun to imagine the future. He did not notice his uncle's gloomy face at all. Finally, he asked, Uncle, which university do you think I can go to with this score? Xie Dingyuan. That night, Zhongxiang could not sleep. More than 400 points are far from enough to go to a key university. If you want the most basic qualification to be mentioned together with Jiang Fuyue, then you need at least 600 points. Being in the capital, this requirement is too low. Schools are also divided into different grades. Jiang Fuyue went to B University and Q University. Is it appropriate for you to go to a random school? Even if you're rich, you'll still feel inferior. Do you know what Siva's theorem, Poincaré's conjecture, computer clusters, and the latest MapReduce framework are? An outstanding girl won't find an equally outstanding boy, but at least she won't like an idiot who doesn't even know what she's talking about. His uncle's words smashed his arrogance and self-deception into smithereens. Zhongxiang had to face this bloody problem again. He was not worthy of Jiang Fuyue. The teenager lay on the bed and looked at the cold moonlight outside the window. For the first time, he was confused about the future. He thought that he still had a lot of time to think about life, but it turned out that while he was in a daze, others might have run further away. At the end of October, autumn was getting stronger. The results of the mathematical Olympiad were released. Jiang Fuyue scored 120 points for the first test and 180 points for the additional test. Her total score was 300 points. She was also the only one in the entire province who scored full marks. First in Jie Province, Ling Xian scored 299 points, 1 point away from the top. She was ranked second in the province. Tan Chiasu and Chenqing both scored 297 points, tied for third place. So far, no one middle school had 4 of the top 5 places in the province, and Jiang Fuyue was ranked first with full marks. It could be said that her results were brilliant and could be considered a record high. Other than the few people in the high section who were outstanding, the rest were not bad either. 270 to 290 points, 12 people. 220 to 270 points, 20 people. The entire mathematical Olympiad class passed. The last place was a junior who came in from number 1 middle school. In less than 2 months, he scored 229 points, which was already a very good result. His classmate asked him, "Mo Songbai, why are you so good?" The junior said shyly, "It's because Senior Jiang is good." As soon as he entered the mathematical Olympiad class, he was caught up in the semi-closed training of the league tournament. He had no foundation at all. Holding the test paper was like holding a heavenly book. He could not understand it at all. He even had thoughts of quitting and doubted himself. Maybe he was not cut out for this. After passing the most difficult few days in a daze, he coincidentally bumped into Chenqing asking Jiang Fuyue about a question for the finale. Coincidentally, he did not know how to answer that question, so he quietly curled up at the side and pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. He did not expect him to be able to listen from beginning to end and even understand it. Mo Songbai was amazed by this discovery. After that, he plucked up the courage to ask Jiang Fuyue questions. He did not understand what Su Jing said, but when it came to Jiang Fuyue, he could understand and master it immediately. After that, Mo Songbai's conception and governing vessels were opened up. In Su Jing's words, this child was enlightened. However, Jiang Fuyue's energy was limited. She did not have much time in class. She was always busy and left in a hurry after finishing the test paper. In the end, Mo Songbai had a shy personality. He was afraid that he would disturb his senior sister if he constantly asked her questions, so even if he wanted to ask, he controlled himself and didn't dare to ask too much. However, in his heart, he wished he could invite Jiang Fuyue back to be his tutor. Fortunately, Su Jing held meetings from time to time. Once he left, the class became Jiang Fuyue's personal home ground. She could answer questions and guess questions without missing a beat. Mo Songbai almost flipped through the booklet that recorded the key questions and required knowledge before the exam. Reality proved that all of this was not in vain. Jiang Fuyue's accuracy in guessing questions, her vision was sharp, and her foresight was strong. Who would not say convinced after reading the booklet, the Sunflower Manual deserved its name? Whoever got their hands on it had the possibility of mastering Dongfang Bubi. Among them, the most shocked was Su Jing. Before the exam, he got a copy from Zhou Hao. After reading it, he did not think much of it. If the exam questions could be guessed so easily, then where would the face of the person who set the questions go? But when he finished reading the questions Jiang Fuyue guessed, he suspected that Jiang Fuyue was the person who set the questions. She was too damn accurate. Although he had heard Meng Zhijian and Yu Wenzhou say that she was good at guessing questions, comparable to a roundworm in the stomach of the person who set the questions, when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized how amazing she was. Stealing exam papers was just this much. Su Jing was shocked, but couldn't help but feel happy. Although the current results were due to Jiang Fuyue, this huge cheat, it was the students who did it themselves. And as the teacher, he naturally felt honored. He walked with a swagger for 2 days in a row. His smug attitude made all the colleagues jealous. But he still added fuel to the fire. The performance was okay. It could have been better. The results were out. Next was the awards. According to the established process, the first, second, and third prizes of each provincial competition would be selected based on the results. The first prize papers would be sent to the organizers for review. Then, the authorities in charge, the Huaxia Science Association, would be responsible for the final evaluation and announcement. As for the second and third prizes, it was up to each province to decide. In the end, the top candidates in each province, city, and autonomous region could participate in the Huaxia Mathematics Olympiad, CMO, the National Mathematics Winter Camp for middle school students. The top 30 candidates in the winter camp, as well as the top 2 in the Huaxia Women's Mathematics Olympiad and Western Huaxia Mathematics Olympiad, would form the Huaxia national team that would participate in the IMO. Then, the national team members would be selected to participate in the IMO. After layers of screening, the elites would be left in the end. As expected, Jiang Fuyue, Ling Xian, Tan Chiasu, and Chen Qing won the first prize in their provinces. This year's winter camp was also set in stone. After school in the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue, Jiang Han, Gemeng, and Lu Sisi walked out of the school gate. Jiang Han happily chattered nonstop. My dad praised me for my improvement in the monthly exam and generously gave me 10 shops under my name. That flirtatious B*TCH at home was so angry that her nose was crooked. She's making a fuss with my dad, but my dad can't be bothered to deal with her. Gemeng's eyes lit up. Sister Han, please take me in. Jiang Han waved her hand. No problem. Suddenly, she thought of something. Oh right, sister, recently, a group of people have been looking for shops. They specifically said that they want shops around Tianqing Square. They said that they want a wide view, a spacious place, and it's best if they go up and down the stairs. They're so picky. Originally, this had nothing to do with Jiang Fuyue, but, she narrowed her eyes, they only want Tianqing Square? The Jiangji restaurant branch was located in Tianqing Square. The shop front was rented from Jiang Han's father, Jiang Fuyue. When the contract was signed, Jiang Fuyue was also there. The renovation was almost done, and it was estimated that they would be able to officially open in 2 months. Currently, it was still in the publicity stage. After Chao Dou joined the company, in addition to helping out in the shop like Mrs. Liu, he also worked part-time as the online marketing manager for the Jiangji restaurant brand. Not only did he register and authenticate his Weibo account, but he also applied to become the host of #Jiangji Restaurants Jianbing #SuperTalk. Every day, he would release videos related to the popular couple, Jantar and Han Yunru. Sometimes, the couple would be preparing food in the kitchen. Sometimes, they would quarrel and bicker. Sometimes, even if nothing happened, they would just sit together and have lunch. The atmosphere of Immortal World was vividly displayed by this middle-aged couple. This ordinary but touching moment was captured by Chao Dou with the camera. Seeing that he was doing a good job, Jiang Fuyue simply asked Wu Qian to guide him. In the field of online marketing and self-media packaging, the latter was obviously the professional. Chao Dou also seized the opportunity and worked hard to learn. After a period of time, it could be said that he was reborn. Not only were the videos better, but the editing also became smoother and more interesting. In short, Chao Dou stayed on and was secretly preparing to show off his skills. The first battle was the opening of the branch. Recently, he had been preparing for this and put in a lot of hard work. Back to the present. When Jiang Han mentioned Tianqing Square, Jiang Fuyue keenly sensed that something was wrong. Sure enough, Jiang Han, that group of people looked for my dad. At that time, I secretly listened to them. They actually want to open a Jianbing shop. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Jiang Fuyue's eyes darkened. Also, they only want a shop in Tianqing Square. They said that there are no upper and lower floors. They can even make do with the spacious first floor. There are obviously many other choices, but they don't want it. I even suspect that they are deliberately competing with Jiangji Restaurant. Hit the nail on the head, Jiang Fuyue asked. Do you know where they're from? Jiang Han, I think she's from F City. Her accent is weird. F City sells pancakes. Then there was only one option, Chaoji. At night, when Jantar and Han Yunru came back, Jiang Fuyue told them about it. Han Yunru frowned and whispered, what are they trying to do? Jantar could more or less guess the reason. Sampang and the others left in a group. I'm afraid they angered the other party. It was one thing for Yu Xiangmei to refuse, but leaving on her own accord was another matter altogether. How could she do that? Han Yunru was shocked and angry. Wasn't this the typical "I can dump you, but you can't scum me" double-standard dog, Jantar? No matter what they want to do, we have nothing to fear. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but glance at her father. Judging from his excited expression, he might have the intention to fight back. It seemed that the woman surnamed Yu had played a lot of tricks back then. She had forced an honest man to such an extent that he was still holding a grudge even after decades. But Chao Ji's pancakes are the real deal. I'm worried that we'll be at a disadvantage if we face them head-on. Han Yunru's concerns weren't unreasonable. If two restaurants of the same type opened in the same place, no matter how hard they tried, the customers would be divided. In fact, it was a lose-lose situation. Smart people generally wouldn't do this. Maybe Chao Ji was rich and imposing, or maybe they just wanted to spend some money to disgust people and didn't care about whether the business was good or bad. However, Jiangji restaurant couldn't be so casual. Jantar and Han Yunru were very clear about how much time and effort they had spent on this branch, as well as how much money they had invested in it. They couldn't bear to let their child, whom they had carefully nurtured, go head-to-head with those iron-headed people outside. Han Yunru, since we know the news in advance, we should do something, right? Jantar fell into deep thought. Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment. Why don't we change our approach? Sell something else? Han Yunru's eyes lit up. Obviously, she had the same idea as her daughter. I think it's feasible. Only Jantar was still in a daze. He didn't know what the mother and daughter were talking about. Huh? Change what approach? Han Yunru, don't you like to study dishes? Why don't you open a private restaurant? This? Will it work? Why not? The food you cook isn't bad. The children who work in the restaurant will praise it to the heavens after eating it once. But I'm just blindly thinking about it. It's an unorthodox approach. Jiang Fuyue, weren't these dishes created by other chefs in the beginning? Jiang Xiaodi nodded. Dad's dishes are much better than mine. Jantar suddenly felt confident. Actually, I learned the Chow family's dishes from my master for a while, but after the restaurant failed, my master never touched those dishes again. He only focused on making pancakes. If we really open a private restaurant branch, we definitely can't use the dishes he taught us. Han Yunru, are the dishes you usually cook from the Chow family's menu? Jantar shook his head. Of course not. Back then, he was determined to make a clean break. He didn't even want to hear the words Chao Ji. How could he use the dishes in that menu? Han Yunru heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. What you know now is enough. Jiang Fuyue, Dad, don't you like to come up with new dishes? Let's create an original specialty, the kind that can apply for patent protection. It'll be unique and one of a kind. Jantar couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this. He did as he said. Since the path had changed, the decoration style also had to be changed. This was left to Han Yunru, who had always been good at aesthetics, to communicate. Chao Dou's eyes lit up when he heard that they were going to make a private restaurant. We should have done this a long time ago. Pancakes and sugar water are too simple. Cooking is better. Cooking has a future. When we become famous, eldest senior brother might even be invited to the national culinary competition. And those little cuties on the internet who are crying piteously for food. The blood letter finally worked. They'll probably be so happy that they'll cry. I have to plan how to write the publicity draft first, then plan a few short videos. Oh right, I also have to arrange for a live broadcast. It'll be best if I can invite a local food program. With this report, we'll be famous. After learning from Wu Qian some time ago, he was obviously more professional. He showed strong leadership and planning abilities. He was very thoughtful. Han Yunru let him do as he pleased. As for Jantar, other than opening the restaurant as usual every day, he dove into the kitchen as soon as he got home at night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, there was still the aroma of cooking. Jiang Xiaodi was so hungry that he couldn't sleep well. He followed behind his father like a puppy, wagging his head and tail, wanting to have a taste. The next morning, when the siblings woke up and went downstairs, Jantar was already busy in the kitchen. The aroma wafted everywhere. Han Yunru sighed softly. I don't know where he got his strength from. Jantar responded to her with a silly smile and waved his hand. Honey, come and have a taste. For the next few days, Han Yunru and Jiang Fuyue became happy guinea pigs. Every day, different dishes were served into the stomachs of the mother and daughter, son, under Jantar's expectant and excited gaze. Jiang Fuyue could tell that Jantar really liked to cook. That was why he was so enthusiastic and tireless. The research and development of the new dishes lasted for a long time. In the end, other than Jiang Shaodi, Han Yunru and Jiang Fuyue refused to eat more because they were worried about their weight. Wu Qian and the two assistants were lucky. In less than half a month, their faces had obviously gained weight and their old belts had been replaced with new ones. Wu Qian, in particular, stayed up late and didn't have a regular schedule. When he was in a bad mood, he liked to overeat. In the end, he visibly swelled up. He almost peed himself when he looked in the mirror. After that, he started to control his mouth. As a result, Jiang Shaodi became Jantar's only loyal fan. He could eat as much as he made and even ate for the netizens to see. He used his actions to prove how delicious his father's cooking was. Now, the majority of netizens only knew that the immortal couple of the online pancake shop had a genius daughter, but they didn't know that they also had a super gluttonous son. Therefore, the fans didn't know that these dishes were made by Jantar, but they were still full of emotions. A man who can cook is the most manly. Is Xingxing's father a chef? I don't know if he's a chef, but I know that Xingxing's father must love his mother very much. I can smell the fragrance through the screen. What are the names of these dishes? They're quite nice. I also want to ask what that green and yellow soup is. How can two colors be mixed together without mixing? Although Jiang Shaodi had a big appetite, he wasn't a bottomless pit. Jantar made a lot of dishes but no one ate them, so he was very worried. Later, he listened to someone's suggestion and started to give them to the neighbors in the neighborhood. He put them in small boxes and sealed them with plastic wrap. They looked clean and hygienic, so many people were willing to accept them. After eating, they actually took the initiative to come to him the next day and asked if he was opening a restaurant. They also wanted to eat at which restaurant. Jantar hurriedly took out the new restaurant's promotional business card and gave one to each person. When Xiaodo started this, he thought that it would be a while before it could be used. He didn't expect it to start so soon, and it was a batch of very high-quality potential customers. He couldn't help but give Jantar a thumbs up. Senior brother is still the best. He was also a chef himself, so of course he knew how good Jantar's cooking was. He could completely predict how popular the new restaurant would be after it opened. However, the matter of Sanpeng's resignation had been delayed, and it became a worry. Jiang Shaodi asked, Sister, are you going out again? Jiang Fuyue patted his head and took off his cap. Yes. Soon, a black outfit disappeared into the night. On the second floor of Yufeng Group's kitchen, Lu Jinzhong stood at the staircase to welcome Jiang Fuyue. Mississippi, is everyone here? She asked as she walked in. Yes. As soon as she pushed the door open, the two people standing in the hall turned around at the same time and met Jiang Fuyue's eyes. The girl was slender and weak, and her beautiful face was gentle. She looked innocent and harmless, but the coldness in her eyes was not to be underestimated. The young man was tall and straight, with long legs and broad shoulders. It was late autumn, but he was only wearing a sports vest, which outlined the outline of his back and chest muscles. Unfortunately, the right side of his face was destroyed, leaving behind a terrible scar. He had no eyebrows, and even his eyes were melted to a slit. But the left side of his face was handsome, just like a handsome young man. The girl was Lu Sisi, and the young man was Jiang Ku. Today, the two of them graduated from Camp A at the same time and finished their training. Jiang Fuyue sat down at her desk and assumed the role of the host. Lu Jinzhong took the opportunity to pass her a document. These are the results of their assessment. He flipped it open with one hand and looked down. Bomb disposal, gun loading, mine burying, mine detection, equipment, fighting, boxing. Lu Sisi graduated with straight A's. Jiangku, on the other hand, got mathematics, astronomy, biochemistry, software, engineering, attack, hacker, embezzlement, programming, AI, also straight A's. When I left, I said that I would come back. By then, the computing madman and the imperial hacker can all retire. I didn't go back on my words, did I? The young man smiled frivolously. Jiang Fuyue closed the document and handed it to Lu Jinzhong. She nodded. Not bad, you did what you said. Jiangke leaned forward and lowered his voice. Then when will you let them retire? Oh, I didn't know you were so vengeful. Jiangku was tortured by a group of perverts in Camp A. Although he passed the assessment smoothly, it was not easy to get rid of the resentment in his heart. He admitted it himself. Yes, I'm a vengeful person. Why, let them retire, and you want to take their place? It's not that you can't do that, but you'll have to stay in Camp A for a long time. If you're willing, I don't mind. Uncle Lu, help him arrange. Wait. Jiangku immediately interrupted her. That. I was just joking about retiring. Did you really take it seriously? No matter what, they are still considered half of my teachers. How can a student cause a teacher to be laid off, right? Jiang Fuyue nodded with a look of deep understanding. Jiangku. He was so aggrieved inside, and he was still so aggrieved outside. F*CK, on the other hand, Lu Cece was much quieter. She wasn't like Jiangku, who had been in closed-door training ever since he entered the camp. She even went back to number 1 middle school to attend classes when school started. Therefore, she didn't feel so strongly about the hardships in Camp A. At this moment, Wenwen stood quietly in the same place, neither fighting nor snatching. The years were peaceful. Jiang Fuyue didn't meet them for nothing. Both of them had a mission. Jiangku, she said. The young man's expression instantly turned serious. Report to KT within 2 days. Jiangku was stunned. What KT? Lu Jinzhong heard this and couldn't help but be shocked. Miss actually wanted to hand KT over to him? Lu Cece was the calmest. Because she didn't understand, she was unmoved. KT. Which KT? Jiang Fuyue, the one that produces the black gold drone, of course. What did you say? Jiang's eyes suddenly widened. As a genius, he was also interested in the drone field for a period of time. Naturally, he knew the status of the black gold drone produced by KT. But, didn't this company close down 20 years ago? Even the advanced drone technology disappeared without a trace. You want me to go to KT? His tone was strange, and his expression was puzzled. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand. Uncle Lu. Lu Jinzhong understood and took out a document from the safe and handed it to him. Jiangku opened it suspiciously. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. In the end, he was ecstatic. He remembered the things Jiang Fuyue wanted him to learn: machinery, AI, remote sensing. It seemed to be getting clearer little by little. He was getting the hang of it. Lu Jinzhong didn't find his reaction strange. She said that she wanted him to report to KT, but in fact, she wanted him to completely manage KT, otherwise, the people in Team A wouldn't have taken special care of him. Jiang Fuyue gave him time to finish reading. Jiangke read 10 lines at a glance, and his speed was extremely fast. How is it? Can you do it? Her tone was casual, as if she was asking if he liked the dish. Jiangke didn't dare to take it as a joke. His disfigured face exuded infinite confidence, and the existence of the scar didn't cover his brilliance at all. Of course. I can make your algorithm madman and imperial hacker retire, and I can also make the black gold drone return to the top of the industry. Do you believe me? Then let's wait and see. Jiangke's tone sank. He gritted his teeth. Please change the question into a statement. Thank you. Jiang Fuyue smiled. That depends on whether you have the ability. Eager to prove his ability, Jiang Ke left the door and went straight to the airport. He thought that sooner or later, he would make Jiang Fuyue admit that he was amazing. KT did indeed close down 20 years ago. However, after Jiang Fuyue was reborn, she suddenly had an idea. She tried to restore KT-39 for fun. She didn't expect to hit the jackpot on the first try. Then, she upgraded the original KT-39 and created KT-42. In the end, she gave it to Xianxia as a birthday gift. Perhaps the words out of print were too attractive. The group of kids around Xianxia were actually quite interested. They were all people who didn't lack money, and they all pestered her to order the phone. Jiang Fuyue suddenly had an idea and gave Lu Jinzhong's business card to one of them. She originally thought that the kid was just interested. She didn't expect an order to come in on the same day. The other party even threw in 100,000 yuan as a deposit, as if he was afraid that they wouldn't be willing to pay. Jiang Fuyue didn't even have time to explain the situation to Lu Jinzhong before the phone call came in. Therefore, Lu Jinzhong was confused when he picked up the phone. Fortunately, he was experienced. With a few words, he quietly found out what had happened. The other party said that it was Jiang Fuyue's business card, so he could order the black gold drone. He immediately agreed. After that, he learned the whole story from Jiang Fuyue. At that time, she didn't have any plans to reopen KT. This thing needed to be studied seriously. The technology had to be constantly changed with the times. Otherwise, it would only become a low-quality product that sold feelings. Not only would it overturn the legendary reputation of the past, but it would also lose money. In short, Jiang Fuyue wasn't very willing. She had too many things to do now. She didn't have time to focus on the core technology research. She could only put it aside for the time being. But someone really called to order, and the deposit was paid. She couldn't just stand him up, right? Jiang Fuyue also saw at the party that the boy who took the business card really wanted a black gold drone. She thought about it and prepared to sell the KT-39 in her hands to him. When the other party heard that the delivery could be done in half a month, he was so excited that he screamed on the phone. Could you imagine a boy's scream? It was exactly the same as a female fan seeing a male idol. How much did he have to like it to this extent? Originally, she thought that this matter was over. She didn't expect that after 2 days, someone would call to order again. It was one of EC's friends. The buyer's intention was very strong. I like it. Money is not a problem. If there was one, there would be two. If there were two, there wouldn't be a lack of three. The drones were sold like cabbages. So, she should thank ECI for her birthday party. She actually managed to dig out such a large group of potential customers. ECI, are you blaming me? Hands up, no matter what, integrity was the most important thing in business. Since Jiang Fuyue gave her business card, she had to complete this transaction. Lu Jinzhong, what do you plan to do? Jiang Fuyue couldn't personally restore a few drones. Not to mention that it would take a lot of time and effort, many of the raw materials were hard to find. Previously, it was the Yufeng group that spent a lot of money to buy the special transistor. This kind of transistor was difficult to produce and the production was extremely low. It could be said that there was a market but no price. What should she do? The most difficult problem was placed in front of Jiang Fuyue. Her original words were, if there are no conditions, then create the conditions. If there was KT 20 years ago, then there will be one 20 years later. Lu Jinzhong understood when he heard this. The early preparations for the construction of the factory, the construction of the research laboratory, the registration, and the procedures were all done by him. He used the fastest time to do the most things. Then, when the new KT was established, what followed would not be a field that he was familiar with. Fortunately, Jiang Ke graduated with an A and left the camp. At this time, Lu Jinzhong couldn't help but admire his lady's foresight. She had prepared such a suitable person early on. After thinking about it carefully, Jiang Ke was really suitable in every aspect. He couldn't be a better candidate. Now that Jiang Ke had taken the task and left, there was only, Lu Cixi looked straight ahead and waited for fate to arrange things. She believed in that person. Just like how she believed that the moon would come out and the moonlight would shine on the earth, and that as long as she waited patiently enough in the dark night, she would eventually be able to wear the moonlight. Lu Jinzhong asked if there were any plans for Lu Cixi. A gentle and smiling gaze landed on her body. Lu Cixi heard a slightly indifferent voice saying, then follow me. At that moment, Lu Cixi couldn't suppress her ecstasy. As for what she was going to do, it wasn't important at all. Currently, Lu Sisi was still going to school as usual. Jiang Fuyue would tell her directly when there were plans. Okay. The girl nodded obediently. Then I'll go back first. She was now staying at the Yufeng group and was usually taken care of by Lu Jinzhong. Jiang Fuyue watched her leave and sighed. It's not easy for her. You have to take care of her. Lu Jinzhong acknowledged softly. Before he left, he handed an invitation letter and a set of disguise tools to Jiang Fuyue. The invitation letter is for the Yufeng group. I heard that the Lu family will be there too. This mask is made of bionic real leather. It has pores for ventilation and is very compliant. It'll be convenient for you to do things. Jiang Fuyue took it in her hand and looked at it. Then, she put it on her face. Indeed, it didn't feel as suffocating as she imagined. Instead, it was cold and comfortable to the touch. It must have taken a lot of effort to find such a thing. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I'll say the same thing again. Be careful. Safety first. Jiang Fuyue smiled. It's a pity that I'm very lucky now. After leaving the Yufeng group's kitchen, Jiang Fuyue took a taxi back to the Imperial Heaven residence. She got off at the main entrance of the neighborhood. She declined the security guard's offer to send her to the door with an electric scooter. Jiang Fuyue planned to walk back. Taking a walk and getting some fresh air was good for clearing her mind. She really enjoyed this moment of solitude. It was just annoying when there were cars coming and going occasionally. At this moment, high-beam lights shone from behind. Jiang Fuyue didn't turn around. She just dodged to the side based on her intuition. Unexpectedly, not only did the car not drive away, it even stopped beside her. The backseat window rolled down, revealing the man's indifferent face that seemed to have melted ice and snow. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. She was both surprised and not surprised. Professor Xia. Since they lived in the same neighborhood, it was normal for them to run into each other. The man nodded slightly. Get in. I'll give you a ride. No, I'll take a walk. The man turned his head and instructed the driver. Soon, the car stopped and Xia Dingyuan pushed the door open and got out. Jiang Fuyue, ? The man, I'll go with you. Oh. He stood firm, and there seemed to be no room for refusal. The driver snickered as he looked out of the window and drove away. Xia Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue walked side by side. The moonlight shone on the two of them. From afar, they looked like a beautiful and tranquil painting. Have you thought about the experimental project? He suddenly asked. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. The man's dark eyes were slightly lowered as he looked at her. Have you forgotten? Sorry. She did not lie, nor did she find an excuse. She admitted it. Xia Dingyuan was not angry. There was no anger on his calm face. Instead, he looked more patient. If the older sisters of the Xia family were present, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets and they wouldn't even be able to pick them up. Xia Dingyuan, then you can think about it now. Jiang Fuyue remembered that she still had to go on a long trip. She was a little hesitant, but the project also attracted her. I'm afraid that it won't be easy to arrange the time. If I remember correctly, the National Mathematical Olympiad has already ended. I'm afraid the results have already been released, right? There are no new content in the third year of high school. It's mainly for revision. With your ability, there's not much difference whether you go to class or not. In other words, he had calculated everything for her. There was clearly plenty of time, and she was just brushing him off. Jiang Fuyue, it was not a good thing to suddenly realize that the person she was dealing with was too smart. If you really have something to do, I can wait for you. The man took another step back. Jiang Fuyue looked up and couldn't hide her surprise. Xia Dingyuan smiled. Why? You don't believe me? She rubbed her nose. After a while, she squeezed out a sentence, what right do I have? The man burst into laughter. In the end, Jiang Fuyue said, I can participate, but you have to let me know what the project is first. If she was interested, she would have plenty of time to focus on it. If she wasn't satisfied, there was no need for her to participate. Okay. Xie Dingyuan agreed and asked for her email address. I'll send it to you later. The man was a man of his word. Jiang Fuyue had just returned to her bedroom when she heard a notification, reminding her that there was a new email. Jiang Fuyue ignored it for the time being. Instead, she took a hot shower and changed into her pajamas before sitting in front of the computer. She logged into her email, unlocked the double encryption, and clicked on the new email. The next second, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but widen her eyes. This document wasn't just a simple introduction to the project, but the entire project's plan. It included not only the experiment content, but also a written proposal, appendix, and a list of the experimental methods and experimental equipment that would be used during the experiment. Jiang Fuyue was very surprised that Xie Dingyuan dared to send her such a complete experiment plan. Wasn't he afraid that she would take this and plagiarize it, or leak it to others? Jiang Fuyue didn't send a message or reply to the email. Instead, she dialed the other party's number. Xie Dingyuan looked at the caller ID and was surprised for a moment. However, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyebrows quickly relaxed. Hello. She took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Professor Xia, what do you mean? He curled his lips slightly, but his voice was still calm. If you're referring to the experiment data, I think I've expressed my sincerity very clearly. Aren't you afraid that before Jiang Fuyue could finish speaking, he said directly, no. His decisiveness made her speechless for a moment. Xie Dingyuan, I will give 100% absolute trust to a partner that I think highly of. We're the same kind of people. I believe that it will be very pleasant to work together. Okay. Jiang Fuyue agreed. Based on the other party's 100% absolute trust. When do we start? Xie Dingyuan, in a week. You have to help me apply for leave from school. No problem. After ending the call, Jiang Fuyue deleted the email and erased all traces of it. She set it to an unrecoverable program. Since Xie Dingyuan trusted her, she had to return the same sincerity. This was a matter of principle. However, before the project began, Jiang Fuyue had one more thing to do. She took out the invitation letter that Lu Jinzhong gave her. The name of the auction house was written in English. She glanced at it and put it aside. She picked up her phone and called Lu Cici. Get ready. We're leaving for City A tomorrow. Okay. On Monday, everyone went back to school. 2 students in grade 12 class 3 asked for leave at the same time. Wan Shoutong sighed. It's the first day I didn't see Jiang. I miss her. Not far away, Lu Cici's deskmate looked at the empty seat next to her and whispered to the person in front of her. I don't know why, but I heard from the teacher that she seems to be sick. But I seriously suspect that she just doesn't want to study and found an excuse to skip class. No way? Lu Cici looks very quiet and honest. That's because you don't know how scary her dark eyes are when she stares at you. Jiang Fuyue and Lu Cici didn't know what the class was talking about. At that time, the two had already arrived in City A. They got into the RV arranged by Lu Jinzhong and drove all the way to the hotel. At night, the lights were on and the neon lights were flashing. City A's prosperity had just begun. This was an auction hall under the Ketty Auction Company. At this time, it was a place where celebrities gathered. There was a red carpet with fresh flowers in the hall and a rose fountain outside the hall. The invited guests entered one after another. At this time, a young man in a suit and leather shoes entered the hall with a lady in a dark green silk cheongsam. The lady's skin was fair and her age couldn't be determined. Only the wrinkles at the end of her eyes when she smiled revealed some charm of age. The dark green silk was such an ostentatious material, but it was actually worn by her with some unique nobility. The two of them entered the hall and caused a lot of discussion and commotion. Soon, someone came forward to greet them. His tone was unconsciously tinged with flattery. Boss Lu, long time no see. You look younger. Boss Wei, you're joking. You look more energetic than before. This is? President Wei calmly sized up the young male companion beside the woman. Lu Mingxin introduced him generously. My secretary, Shaolin. Boss Wei praised him with a smile. He said that he was young and promising, but in his heart, he muttered, Secretary? Is he the kind that's close to her? However, it's not strange that Lu Mingxin wants to have fun and keep a young man. As the head of Lu Corporation, the largest shareholder and CEO, she did have the capital to do so. She was about to turn 50, but she still maintained herself like a young lady in her early 20s. Was it because she spent a lot of money or because she was diligent? Lu Mingxin didn't know what these men were thinking, but judging from their smiles and eyes, they were definitely up to no good. However, she had been in the business world for 20 years, so she was already used to it. She comforted herself that women were always at a disadvantage compared to men when they showed themselves in public. But every time, that person's face would unconsciously appear in her mind. Why wasn't she despised by these stinky men? Instead, they swore to follow her to death? Even after so many years, they still saw her as the white moonlight in the sky, the cinnabar mole in their hearts. President Liu, please follow me to the private room. The staff stepped forward and invited her. According to the usual rules of Ketty auctions, each seat had a number and a bidding card with the same number. The more distinguished the person was, the closer to the front the seat. Only the VIPs of VIPs could enjoy the treatment of a private room. So far, the number of customers in the world who could have a private room in Ketty auctions could be counted on one hand. Lu Mingxin happened to be one of them. She and the young male secretary left with the staff under the envious gaze of the crowd. Someone in the crowd complained softly. What's with the arrogance? This private room wasn't hers in the first place, but they both have the same surname. A pheasant and a phoenix can't be compared. What do you mean? Isn't this private room President Liu's? Then whose is it? Of course it's the other President Liu. It's a pity, what's a pity? The onlookers pestered. That person refused to say anything more. She had been dead for 20 years, so why mention her? The woman shook her head and sighed softly. No one knew who she was lamenting for, but she held her wineglass and slowly walked away. In addition to the private room, there were also seats in the hall. In the middle of the first row, one of the 5 largest retailers in Xianxia, the chairman of Qingjiang Group, Hu Taiming, sat with his daughter. He was holding Xiao, and the father and daughter whispered to each other. Dad, isn't our seat the best? Our English teacher said this is the center, the center. Io, our Nan is amazing. You can even speak English. Hu Taiming scratched his daughter's nose and smiled. But the next second, he changed the topic. Although our position is good, it's not the best. Where's the best one? Children always had all kinds of questions. Hu Taiming glanced at the second floor. Do you see that? Upstairs, the cubicle with the lights on is the best. 1, 2, 3, there are 3 rooms with lights on. Then who's the best? Hu Taiming was shocked. If he didn't count, he wouldn't know. There were actually 3 rooms with lights on. He was a frequent customer of the Ketty Auction Company. Although he was not always absent, he was never absent from a large-scale auction like today. This was the first time he saw the lights in the other private rooms other than the Liu family's private room. Moreover, there were 2 private rooms. What kind of wind blew 3 great Buddhas? There was not even the slightest bit of news beforehand. It seemed that the auction item this time was extraordinary. Dad. Father. You haven't answered my question. 3 small rooms with lights on, which one is the best? Hu Taiming mumbled, of course, it's the one with the most money and the most generous. Before the auction officially started, there would be a hanging of lights ceremony in the private rooms. Dad, what do you mean by hanging lights? It's like this. Just as he finished speaking, a red light was hung in the private room on the left of the second floor. The host's voice resounded throughout the hall. Red light, Liu Group. No one was surprised. After all, Lu Mingxin had always been a frequent customer of Ketty's private rooms. He would appear at the auction from time to time. What everyone was really curious about were the remaining 2. Purple light, Yufeng Group. Orange light, Dr. X. Wow, gasps and gasps could be heard. Everyone stared in disbelief and looked at each other. How is this possible? Both of them are here? Yufeng Group has disappeared for many years, right? How did they suddenly reappear? It's like a zombie. I'm guessing that they have been operating underground for the past few years. Now that they want to come out into the open, they are starting to move around. Why are you still discussing Yufeng Group? Didn't you hear? The one hanging the orange light is Dr. X. This? I've never heard of him before. Who is he? That's right. Everyone is using the name of a group, company, or family. Why would a doctor appear out of nowhere? It's very strange. A bunch of ignorant people. Have all of you fallen into money grubbing? Don't just focus on some company or group. Think about the national level. Ah? National level? What do you mean? Dr. X is the head of Huaxia's think tank. He has absolute authority. TSK, are you serious? I've never heard of him before. The government is very low-key. They rarely show off. Looks like Ketty's auction item has a big background. There were different opinions in the hall. The private rooms on the second floor were not calm either. When Lu Mingxin heard Yufeng Group, he subconsciously frowned. Then, when he heard Dr. X, his frown deepened. They're all here this time. In the past, she was the only one who stood out in the private room. Today, there were so many people here, and each one was more influential than the other. The male secretary put his hands on her shoulders and gently massaged her shoulders. He said softly, "President Liu, is there anything you want today? I'll help you raise the paddle later, okay?" Lu Mingxin relaxed under his massage. She looked satisfied. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." The male secretary was even more careful. "It's not hard at all." In the private room with the purple light, Jiang Fuyue, who had changed into a man's face, picked up her teacup and took a sip. Behind her, Lu Sisi, who was dressed in black and had her hair tied into a high ponytail, looked neat and handsome. She could not help but wonder. Is it too hot? Jiang Fuyue, it's stale tea. It's better to drink plain water. Oh. She did not know about these things anyway. Do you want to try the dessert? Lu Sisi picked it up and handed it to her. Jiang Fuyue took a piece and put it in her mouth for 2 seconds. It's not bad. Try it. Lu Sisi. It's a little sweet. Sweet is better than bitter. That's true. In the private room with the orange light. Compared to Jiang Fuyue and Lu Mingxin's casual and relaxed atmosphere, the atmosphere in the private room was obviously much more tense. The man sat behind the round table. A silver mask covered half of his face. Sitting on his left and right were 2 colleagues, one male and one female, who were assisting him. X, will that item really be auctioned today? The male colleague could not help but ask. A reliable tip. Do you know what reliable means? The female colleague rolled her eyes and said in a clear voice. Sigh, I'm just worried. What if it's like the last time? Won't our efforts be in vain? At this moment, the man in the mask suddenly said, It won't. It won't be in vain. He had a good voice. His voice was low and slightly magnetic, but it was so indifferent that people did not dare to get close to him. The 2 of them stopped quarreling. The female colleague sneaked a peek at the man, but all she saw was an emotionless side profile, as cold as frost and as cold as snow. Her eyes dimmed and she couldn't help but stop thinking about it. That was the famous Dr. X. How could he be interested in her? To think that he was still delusional. At this moment, there was movement downstairs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ketty Auction Company's Red Cloud Auction Hall. Our company is deeply grateful to be able to invite all of you here. We hope that you can come while you're in high spirits and return with great pleasure. The host spoke eloquently, and the people in the hall also gave him face and applauded. As you can see, the lights of the 3 private rooms on the second floor are on at the same time. It's our honor to have VIPs here. Let's cut to the chase. Next, I announce the opening of the 1682nd Kadi Platinum Auction. 5 seconds later, it stopped abruptly. All the lights in the hall went out, and only a single lamp on the auction stage was still emitting light and heat. Let's welcome the first auction item. The host's voice was transmitted to every corner of the hall through the microphone and drilled into everyone's ears. A girl in an ankle-length cheongsam, with a dignified and steady bun, walked over slowly with a tray in her hands. Then she stopped and stood in the middle of the stage, looking straight ahead with a perfect smile. Everyone focused their eyes on the tray, but they were too far away and the item was too small, so they could not see it clearly. At the same time, the 3D projector on the ceiling began to operate, magnifying the item on the tray, automatically dissecting the details, and finally projecting everything onto the LCD screen behind. Chalcedony, one of the oldest types of jade in human history. It appeared as an ornament as early as 5,000 years ago, and has continued to appear for generations. Among them, carnelian was widely accepted by people as a gemstone with a strong religious flavor. It has a fine texture, a pure color, and is relatively hard. It makes a crisp and melodious sound when gently tapped. Its name comes from the Latin word carne, flesh and blood, which implies its dazzling orange color. The people of Xianxia call it red chalcedony, or blood chalcedony. Everyone listened carefully. A piece of chalcedony was not as precious as jade, and was less dazzling than a diamond. Its price was relatively low. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should not appear in such a high-profile auction. Unless this piece of chalcedony had a great origin and exceeded the intrinsic value of the object itself. Thus, it was given a higher sense of collectible value. Sure enough, legend has it that the imperial seal of the Arabian Empire's king, Muhammad, was a piece of red chalcedony with a silver ring. And this piece of red chalcedony in front of us was excavated from Muhammad's tomb. Jiang Fuyue looked at the auction stage through the special glass in the private room. The starting price is $3 million, and each bid must not be lower than 300,000. Bidding, begin. Before the hall could warm up, the red bidding light flashed in the private room on the second floor. Lu Mingxin was the first to raise her paddle. No one in the hall had expected the private room to bid so quickly, and Lu Mingyue was the person who liked to make grand finale surprises the most. Usually, when she took a fancy to an item, she would watch from the sidelines and wait for someone else to win the bid. When the hammer was about to fall, she would jump out and raise the price, giving everyone a shock. Today, however, she was in such a hurry. Inside the private room, Jiang Fuyue asked Lu Sisi, "What do you think?" Lu Sisi looked at the item and pondered for a moment. "It's beautiful, but this thing seems to be from a tomb. Isn't it a little inauspicious?" Jiang Fuyue nodded. "It's not auspicious, but it's okay." Competing with Lu Mingxin for something was a pleasure in itself, no matter what it was, whether it was auspicious or not. "Get the paddle ready." Lu Sisi, huh? Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Seeing the movements of the private room on the second floor, everyone in the hall stopped thinking about it. Who would dare to fight with Lu Mingxin? If he didn't have as much money as the other party, he would only end up humiliating himself. Furthermore, the value of the jade marrow itself was not high. Apart from its historical accumulation and meaning, it was not as cost-effective as collecting a set of jadeite glass type. It was indeed somewhat useless. Thus, no one raised their paddles to bid again. However, even if these people didn't dare to do so, it didn't mean that everyone else didn't dare to do so. For example, the private room with the purple lights. 4 million. The purple lamp lit up, and a clear female voice called out the price. It was Lu Sisi. Lu Mingxin continued, 5 million. 6 million pounds. When it was her turn, Lu Sisi casually called out. To the outside world, the voice was as lazy as it could be. It was as if what was given out in the end was not money, but a napkin that could be easily obtained. Everyone sighed. Lu Mingxin, 7 million. Neither hurried nor slow, neither anxious nor impatient. For a moment, it was hard to guess who would win or lose. Everyone was already dumbfounded. Lu Sisi, 10 million. Skipping the unit, from the fixed US dollar to pounds, the price instantly increased by several times. 11 million. Lu Mingxin's voice was slightly heavy. Both private rooms had placed their bids, but there was only one item left. Jiang Fuyue gave Lu Sisi a look. She was determined to get this item. It did not matter how much money was offered. What she did not lack the most now was money. 20 million. Lu Sisi directly called out. Clearly, she no longer had the patience to deal with Lu Mingxin. She wanted to end this quickly, jumping from 11 million to 20 million. Everyone sighed. Just for a piece of jade marrow, what was a rich person? Did you see that? This was it, an item with a base price of $3 million was instantly raised to £20 million. It had increased by more than 10 times. Lu Mingxin's expression was extremely ugly. The male secretary stood to the side, not daring to breathe. Until the people outside were about to knock on the door, £20 million going once. £20 million going twice. Lu Mingxin gritted her teeth. The secretary could clearly see the struggle in her eyes. But in the end, Lu Mingxin. Forget it. Other than this item, there were other items to bid. £20 million going thrice. Sold. Clang, the hammer struck the final bell. Congratulations to the Yufeng Group for winning the Red Jade Marrow Imperial Seal with silver rings. The applause was thunderous and did not stop for a long time. Lu Mingxin gritted her teeth. A look of unwillingness flashed past her eyes. She instructed the male secretary, "Go and find out who came from the Yufeng Group." It was as if they were purposely going against her, in the Purple Lantern private room. The waiter carried a tray, lowered his head, and bowed as he entered. On the tray was the red Jade Marrow Imperial Seal from earlier. "This is what you just bid for. Please check it." Ignoring the white gloves the waiter handed her, Jiang Fuyue directly reached out and scooped the exquisitely carved red jade marrow into her palm. She fiddled with it for a moment, then casually handed it to Lu Sisi. "Take a look. It doesn't seem to be very fun." The waiter's eyelids twitched. He looked at the priceless red jade marrow being played with by a man as if it was a toy, and then casually tossed it to his woman. This was simply not treating money as money. As an outsider, he was scared out of his wits. What if she fell? That was £20 million. My father, no matter how unreliable Jiang Fuyue was, the waiter could only silently complain in his heart. At this moment, he still had to put on a smile and humbly ask, "Did you check it?" "It's okay. Would you like to pay by card or check?" There was no need for Jiang Fuyue to say anything. Lu Sisi had already prepared a check for 20 million. The Jiang character was fluttering in the air. It was very beautiful. "Okay." The waiter bowed and retreated. The first auction item was sold for a sky-high price of £20 million. Everyone even got to watch a battle between private rooms for free. It didn't matter if there was anything to be gained from today's auction. It was more interesting to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, wasn't it? Jiang Fuyue sat on the leather sofa in the private room. From her vantage point, she could see everything that was happening in the hall. However, the people downstairs couldn't see what was happening in the private room. Inequality, as a matter of course, existed righteously and was accepted and obeyed by everyone. "Are we still going to continue the auction?" Lu Sisi asked. "It depends." At this moment, the hall had already delivered the second auction item. Perhaps because of the sky-high price of the red jade marrow, the host's pleasant voice trembled with excitement. "Next, let's welcome the second auction item." As soon as the host finished speaking, a beautiful host in a cheongsam presented a tray. As everyone knows, porcelain is Huaxia's national treasure, and blue and white porcelain is even more outstanding. However, blue and white porcelain is also divided into different grades. Among them, blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty is the best. The item on the stage is the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain guiguzi descending the mountain painting jar that has been jointly certified by 72 international appraisers. It was actually a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. Most of the people present were Huaxia people. When they heard that it was such a treasure, they all gasped in shock. As expected of an auction at the level of Cadian gold. The two items up for auction were both of high quality. Any one of them could stand alone. The main design of the jar is guiguzi descending the mountain painting. It describes the story of Sun Bin's master, Guiguzi, under the repeated pleas of the Qi ambassador, Su Dai, agreed to go down the mountain to rescue Sun Ben and Du Guchen, who were besieged by the Yan kingdom. This item was sold for £14 million at the Huaxia Ceramics, Fine Arts and Crafts for Export auction at Christie's in London on July 12, 2005. After adding the commission, the total was £15.688 million, which was equivalent to 230 million yuan. It set the record for the highest auction of Huaxia art in the world at that time. Now that this item has reappeared, it's a rare opportunity. The starting price is £20 million. Each bid must be at least £500,000. Now, let the bidding begin, 21 million. Someone in the leftmost seat of the third row raised his paddle first. This starting price was enough to make most people back off. Therefore, the bidding process was not fast. It could even be said that it was slow and cautious. Until the bidding reached 30 million. 32 million going once, 32 million going twice, 32 million, 40 million. This voice came from Lu Mingxin's private room. Wow, he's bidding again. It's a pity that he missed out on the chalcedony. Is Mr. Lu trying to make a comeback? It looks like he's determined to get it. Do you think the Yufeng group will continue to bid? That can't be right. They have already won one item. It's not like they have a grudge against Lu Qing. Why are they trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Are they playing with their hearts? I'm just wondering why Dr. X's room is so quiet. 2 of the 3 rooms have already bid. Then why is he here? To watch the show? Ha ha ha, the host couldn't hide his excitement. 40 million going once, 40 million going twice, 40 million going thrice. The auctioneer had already raised the hammer and was waiting for the final word to ring. 50 million. The Yufeng group really bid. Oh my god. 50 million? The crowd was silent for a moment. Soon after, waves of discussions, each louder than the last, erupted. F***CK. The bids have started. The bids have started. Are these 2 parties going to go against each other? Why do I feel like the Yufeng group is trying to provoke them? This is going to be a good show. No matter how the crowd was discussing, Jiang Fuyue just had to raise her hand and Lu Sisi knew how to bid. She didn't even have to move her mouth. She was very satisfied, 60 million. This time, the other party didn't seem to want to give up like the first time. Jiang Fuyue wasn't someone who was stingy with money. Without thinking, she directed Lu Sisi, 70 million. The hall was already in an uproar. Crazy. This is crazy. They're sparing no expense. From £20 million to £70 million, these people don't care about money at all. This is too scary. These 2 parties must have a grudge against each other. Are they taking this opportunity to declare war? Even the poor can only watch quietly. The host, 70 million going once, 70 million going twice, 80 million. It was no longer a woman's voice. Instead, it was replaced by a man's deep and magnetic voice. In the orange-lit room, the masked man spoke softly. The bidding equipment spread his voice to every corner of the hall. They've made their move. Dr. X has finally made his move. TSK, they must have been waiting for a big move. Let the 2 women fight for it first. In the end, it's us men who decide the outcome. Great, Lu Sisi asked, do you still want to bid? Jiang Fuyue recalled the background of the Dr. X she had just heard about, so she didn't express her opinion immediately. Suddenly, an extremely subtle sound came from outside the door. Lu Sisi's eyes immediately turned cold, and her whole body instinctively became alert. Jiang Fuyue nodded slightly. She quickly approached the door and stood against the wall. The next second, she suddenly opened the door of the private room. Everything happened too quickly. The people who were playing tricks outside didn't even have time to react before they were caught red-handed. It was Lu Mingxin's young male secretary. Without a word, Lu Sisi covered her mouth, dragged her in, and threw her onto the sofa. The secretary was dizzy from the fall. She was about to call for help, but before she could make any sound, something cold was pressed against her neck. Lu Sisi held the dagger expressionlessly. Jiang Fuyue walked over with a smile. You can speak, but once you do, you'll lose your life. Think carefully. The secretary trembled. His eyes were filled with fear, and then he began to shake his head frantically. Lu Mingxin sent you? The secretary nodded. What do you want? He didn't dare to speak. Lu Sisi pressed the dagger closer. You can speak normally now. Don't be ungrateful. The male secretary was about to cry. One moment she didn't let him speak, and the next moment she let him speak. It was so hard to live, Lu. President Lu asked me to check on you guys. So he came to eavesdrop? Jiang Fuyue sneered. Lu Mingxin wasn't very smart, and her secretary was also stupid. Indeed, idiots like to gather together. After asking enough questions, Lu Cixi asked for instructions. How should we deal with this person? The secretary trembled. Why did her tone sound like she was recyclable trash? Jiang Fuyue said in a low voice. Throw her outside Lu Mingxin's private room. Let her see for herself how embarrassing she is. After dealing with this small incident, the Yuan dynasty porcelain was sold to the owner of the Orange Lantern private room for a sky-high price of 80 million pounds. Jiang Fuyue was quite happy. Lu Cixi didn't understand and asked her why. Jiang Fuyue, as long as Lu Mingxin doesn't get it, I'll be happy if anyone else gets it. Oh. She understood. Today's auction, this person was purely here to disgust and cause trouble. It was obvious how hateful Lu Mingxin was. Lu Cixi silently made a mental note of this woman she had never met before. In her eyes, Jiang Fuyue couldn't be wrong, so the wrong person could only be someone else. This logic was very simple and crude. But Jiang Fuyue was very happy. Lu Cixi also smiled. The red chalcedony and the Yuan dynasty porcelain that Lu Mingxin had prepared to use as a favor were all sold out. There was nothing left to bid. Jiang Fuyue left with Lu Cixi. As they were leaving, they bumped into the person in the private room next door who was also preparing to leave. A tall figure brushed past her. The two of them, who were originally looking straight ahead, turned their heads to look at each other at the same time. One was wearing a mask, and the other was wearing bionic skin. They were clearly strangers, but they both felt a trace of familiarity from each other. The man stopped in his tracks. Jiang Fuyue quickly looked away, braced herself to stay calm, and left with Lu Cixi calmly. No matter where the familiarity came from, Jiang Fuyue knew very well that she couldn't be recognized. After leaving the auction hall, the two of them quickened their pace. Lu Cixi, I'll go get the car. Okay. Jiang Fuyue stood at the same spot and waited not too far away. Suddenly, her ears twitched. She heard the sound of footsteps. Oh no, she immediately ordered Lu Cixi to abandon the car. Run. Lu Cixi didn't hesitate and immediately fled. At the same time, Jiang Fuyue also ran in the opposite direction. Opposite the auction house was an old village in the city. The street lights were damaged, and sometimes they were bright and sometimes they were dark. At this moment, it was her best camouflage. Jiang Fuyue randomly entered one of the buildings and hid in the stairwell of one of the floors. She tried her best to adjust her breathing, lightening it again, until she was completely hidden in the darkness. Soon, she heard footsteps. There were roughly 5 or 6 people. Leather boots stepped on the old stairs of the building, and the whole building seemed to tremble. Softer, someone said, are you afraid that others won't notice you? Sure enough, the footsteps slowed down a lot. Damn it, where is she? I saw her running in this direction. Did you catch that woman? After a suffocating silence. No, she ran away. Trash. But the red chalcedony is with that man. As long as we catch that man and get the red chalcedony, we'll complete the mission. Ha, naive. The boss said that people who steal from her have to pay with their lives. Jiang Fuyue hid in the dark and heard their words clearly. She wasn't angry, and her breathing rate didn't even change. It was as if she had already guessed that Lu Mingxin would do this. Otherwise, why would she be called stupid? The moment the man left the auction house, she killed him and stole his treasure. It was as if she was afraid that others wouldn't know that she was the one who did it. With someone who could have a private room and could be easy to mess with, perhaps Lu Mingxin didn't even consider this problem. Not only did she mess with him, but she also did it brazenly. She still hadn't made any progress after 20 years. She was still an idiot. We can't waste any more time. Let's split up and find, yes. Soon, the few of them dispersed. Jiang Fuyue's current corner would be found soon. She couldn't continue hiding. She turned and entered the stairwell. When she went upstairs, she suddenly stopped and turned back. She stopped in front of a row of external natural gas pipelines. She turned the valve. It wasn't locked, and there wasn't even a warning sign. Hearing the footsteps coming from upstairs and downstairs, Jiang Fuyue gritted her teeth and didn't hesitate anymore. "I'm sorry." She could only take a gamble now. Just as she bit the tape with her teeth, two men suddenly rushed up from the stairwell below. Their eyes met, and the two sides actually met face to face. Jiang Fuyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. Without warning, she lifted her leg and kicked one of the men in the chest at lightning speed. The tall and strong man was caught off guard. He covered his chest and retreated until he reached the corner of the wall. However, the back of his head hit the wall with a dull thud. When the man raised his head again, his eyes were red and fierce. Even though he tried his best to hold it in, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered all over the floor, and the blood flowed from the corner of his mouth to his chest. The other man saw that the situation was not good. He went forward to help his brother up, and then attacked Jiang Fuyue fiercely. Jiang Fuyue threw out two spinning kicks. Caught off guard, the two men staggered and fell to the ground. Then, he quickly got up and threw out a punch. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless, all aimed at the woman's face. If such a powerful punch were to land on Jiang Fuyue's face or head, she would definitely die on the spot. Jiang Fuyue coldly curled her lips in the dark. She was already prepared when the two men threw their punches. She nimbly leaned to the side, making the two men's punches hit nothing but air. She was safe and sound. Then, she threw a back kick with a force as strong as the wind. A blood-red footprint appeared on the man's face, which was swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. The man who was kicked had a fierce look in his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of blood and two white teeth. Suddenly, the veins all over his body bulged. His bulging arm muscles carried a thunderous sharpness and attacked the woman. In the narrow stairwell, the three men's punches hit the flesh, and every move was fatal. Jiang Fuyue looked at the rubber tube that had been torn off and counted the time in her heart. She knew that she couldn't delay any longer. She had to quietly take care of these two men within 3 minutes, otherwise, after 2 minutes and 37 seconds, the two men fell down. Jiang Fuyue didn't delay any longer. She resealed the torn rubber tube and took out a lighter at the last 2 seconds. Patter, when the natural gas met the open flame, a large cluster of flames suddenly sprang up. The entire stairwell was as bright as day, as if a fire dragon had drilled into it. At the same time, the building alarm sounded. The ear-piercing sound spread far and wide in the quiet night, waking up the entire village. After more than 10 seconds of burning, there began to be a loud crackling sound. It sounded like an explosion, but it wasn't. Although Jiang Fuyue needed to create chaos in this way to escape, she wouldn't joke around with the lives of the residents in the building when she wasn't sure. The main component of natural gas was methane. It would only explode when there was a certain ratio of methane and oxygen in the air. If it was all methane or if the ratio of methane was too large or too small, it wouldn't burn or explode. The principle lay in the instant oxidation reaction under the right conditions. The basic condition was that the air contained 20% to 74% methane, after taking into account the valve leakage rate, the size of the stairwell, the direction of the ventilation window, weather conditions, wind speed, and other factors. She kept the time under 3 minutes. Not only could it create the effect of an open flame, but it would not really explode and endanger the safety of the residents. Boom, boom, accompanied by 2 earth-shattering explosions, the entire building trembled. Under the influence of the fire, thick smoke began to fill the air. The residents were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. The moment the alarm sounded, they covered their mouths and noses with wet cloths. The old woman carried the child while the young man protected the old woman. They quickly fled downstairs. Apart from the floor that was on fire, the residents of the other floors also evacuated in an orderly manner. They didn't even bother to pack up their money and valuables as the whole family ran for their lives. After all, they were ordinary people, and they didn't know what was going on. For a moment, panic spread. Screams, cries, and ear-piercing alarms echoed throughout the building. The scene was chaotic. After Jiang Fuyue confirmed that everyone on the floor that was on fire had safely evacuated, she also escaped from the stairwell. Suddenly, her footsteps paused. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She suddenly raised her knife and turned around. The force was wrapped in the wind as she slashed forward. It was as if the air was torn apart because of this slash. The sharp dagger was mixed with the force of thunder as it slashed toward the face of the person behind her. It was one of the two men who had been fighting with Jiang Fuyue. He woke up. When he was escaping, he bumped into Jiang Fuyue. He was scared and wanted to hide, but he didn't expect that he would still be discovered. The man also didn't expect that the other person, who looked short and thin like a castrated chicken, would have such keen insight. In such a chaotic situation, she was still able to notice him. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He quickly reacted and bent his body backward. The knife actually brushed past his neck. The wind of the blade rose and fell, cutting his skin and leaving a bloody mark. He secretly said, "That was close." Suddenly, he became cautious and his eyes suddenly turned cold. In the thick smoke, the two men were fighting with their fists and feet. Moreover, each of their moves was ruthless and decisive. They both wanted to kill the other. Wherever the wind of their fists passed, the air condensed and the sharp blade shone brightly. "Hand over the red chalcedony and I'll spare your life." The man punched toward Jiang Fuyue's face. The fierce force made the air a little more austere. Jiang Fuyue nimbly dodged and raised her leg to kick the man's back. The sharp dagger in her hand also slashed through the air. "In your dreams. We don't know who will die yet." Just as he finished speaking, the man's neck was injured again. Although it didn't hurt his main artery, blood kept flowing out of a thin slit. Jiang Fuyue knew in her heart that she couldn't delay any longer. Once the alarm sounded, in less than 5 minutes, someone would definitely come. Now, a full 4 minutes had passed, which meant that she only had 1 minute left. She had to end this quickly. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue's eyes turned sharp. Her movements became more decisive. One of her hands formed a fist, while the other held a dagger. All of her strength was concentrated into this final strike. The man was forced to retreat. The wound on his neck was bleeding profusely. It soaked into his black jacket, making the black color even darker. Seeing that the other party suddenly attacked, the man knew that she wanted to end this quickly. At the critical moment of life and death, the fierceness in his body was also stimulated. Unfortunately, he was injured. Although his fighting spirit was strong, his movements became slower and slower, and his face became paler and paler. Jiang Fuyue smiled coldly. Deep in her eyes, there was a murderous glint. At the same time, she hit the man's chest with her elbow. The man groaned and hit the wall. He covered his chest and vomited a mouthful of blood. How could Jiang Fuyue let go of such a good opportunity? She didn't give the other party any chance to breathe. She quickly pressed forward, raised her hand, and slashed down. The night was dark, and the moonlight was cold. Jiang Fuyue had just walked out of the village in the city when the blue and red sirens of the fire trucks approached from afar. Coupled with the ear-piercing sirens, it created an uneasy and tense atmosphere in such a quiet night. She reached out and buttoned the cap on her head. Under the brim of the cap, her red lips were slightly raised. She got away. Jiang Fuyue was about to go back to the parking lot. Lu Cixi probably didn't have time to drive the car away. She still had a spare key with her. Suddenly, she stopped. She looked down and saw that she had stepped on a dark shadow. It was a person's shadow. It was stretched out into a long line under the street lamp. It looked a little lonely under the starlight. However, in the dark night, this sudden shock was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Jiang Fuyue was shocked and quickly turned around. She couldn't help but be stunned by what she saw. A tall figure stood under the street lamp in the distance. The man was dressed in black. His sleeves were slightly rolled up, and his hands were in his trouser pockets. His legs were strong and slender. Although he was standing under the street lamp, the warm yellow light couldn't melt into his body. The silver mask on his face revealed a kind of cold texture. It was an indifference that couldn't be seen through. It was as if he was the only one in the world. He stood there alone, as cold as an iceberg. It was the masked man that she bumped into when she left the auction company. He came out from the private room next door. In other words, he was the mysterious Dr. X with a deep background. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and looked at him quietly. 3 seconds later, she turned around and ran. However, she had just taken 2 steps when she heard the footsteps of the man chasing after her. She knew that things were not good. The man was 20 meters away from her just now, but now he was following closely behind. Not daring to let her guard down, Jiang Fuyue ran faster. For a moment, she could only hear the wind whistling in her ears and see the misty night. The car was parked not far ahead. Once she got on the car, she didn't believe that the man's 2 legs could catch up to her with 4 wheels. However, the man was extremely fast. He was like a powerful cheetah in the night. Just as she was about to reach the parking lot, Jiang Fuyue suddenly felt a punch coming from behind her. She dodged to the side, but her speed couldn't help but slow down a beat. In this gap, the man had already turned around and caught up to her, firmly blocking her way. A smell that belonged to a man with a bit of aggression came to her face. Jiang Fuyue stepped back and stood still. Under the night sky, a man and a woman stood facing each other. They were both wearing masks, so their real faces couldn't be seen. The wind blew, but it was silent. Jiang Fuyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. She didn't know why this man was chasing after her, and she didn't know when he started following her. However, the other party was obviously a master. With her current physical strength, she was afraid. She couldn't escape. At this moment, the man's lips moved slightly. His facial features were hidden under the mask, and only his eyes and mouth were exposed. This movement was very obvious. Jiang Fuyue was on full alert, and the killing intent in his eyes was so fast that it was impossible to catch. However, the man's dark eyes suddenly darkened, and his muscles tightened. In the darkness, he was like a wolf waiting to pounce, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. It was a response to her killing intent and a warning. What a sharp observation ability! Jiang Fuyue's heart sank. Since she couldn't fight head-on, she could only use her wits. No matter what, every second counted. She needed time to recover her strength. Under the cap, Jiang Fuyue smiled faintly and deliberately lowered her voice. The moment she spoke, she said in a man's rough voice, "Who are you? Why are you chasing me?" The man looked at her. His eyes were dark like 2 dark glazes under the moonlight. "You were the one who set the fire." His voice seemed to be abnormally hoarse, but this thought flashed by, and Jiang Fuyue didn't care. What she cared about was that he used the sentence as a statement. "You saw it?" Her eyes darkened. The man didn't answer. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the dustbin beside her, then raised her leg and kicked it toward the man. If she didn't run now, when would she? The man frowned slightly, dodged nimbly, and quickly chased after her. 10 meters, 5 meters. Jiang Fuyue had already taken out her keys in advance. At this moment, her eyes were filled with the car in front of her. Victory was in sight, but the black figure not far from her feet was quickly approaching and catching up. She felt the man behind her raise his hand to stop her, and a cold aura wrapped around her neck. Jiang Fuyue was shocked and reacted quickly. She dodged almost at the same time, then raised her leg and punched the man. However, the man didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and took her attack head-on. Jiang Fuyue was secretly shocked. When the 2 fists collided, she could clearly feel the man's strength. Even though she took the opportunity to retreat when she saw that the situation was not favorable, she was still shocked to the point of numbness between her thumb and forefinger. She took 3 steps back before she could stabilize herself. At this moment, the man suddenly leaned forward, and a strong masculine aura hit her in the face. It was strong, domineering, and cold. There was also a strange sense of déjà vu. Jiang Fuyue immediately bowed and retreated, but the man still couldn't help but lift the cap on her head. Her hair, which was originally tied up at the back of her head, instantly fell down. Under the moonlight, it was like a black curtain that was suddenly laid out, glossy, black, and dazzling. But the face was still a man's face. While the other party was still in shock, Jiang Fuyue seized the opportunity to turn and run. Her beautiful black hair fluttered in the night wind like seaweed that swam leisurely in the depths of the sea. The moment she turned around, the man saw a side profile that was neither delicate nor beautiful. Was it really a man? His eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and a rare look of anger flashed in his eyes. He immediately chased after her. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue had already done a nimble flip on the ground, opened the door, and got into the car. She started the engine immediately, and the black Honda suddenly jumped forward and sped away. Seeing the street behind her getting farther and farther away, she was completely relieved. Fortunately, Lu Sisi didn't drive the car away. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to get away today. What did that Dr. X mean? Was he chasing after her? Fortunately, she was finally safe. Just as Jiang Fuyue was rejoicing, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a black figure in the rearview mirror rapidly approaching at a speed visible to the naked eye. She was surprised, and her eyes went blank for a moment. Was this man crazy? Was he really using 2 legs to chase after 4 wheels? How could Jiang Fuyue let him catch up with her when she had already escaped from the encirclement? She quickly stepped on the accelerator, but she felt like she had forgotten something. She caught a glimpse of the wide-open car window from the corner of her eye. She knew something was wrong and quickly pressed the central lock. But it was too late. The man's figure was like a leopard, and he jumped up through the wide-open car window. His strong body was strong in the dark night, carrying a deadly cold aura. Jiang Fuyue had to step on the brakes. The ear-piercing screeching sound pierced through the quiet night sky, and it also sounded the horn of this fierce confrontation. At the same time, he had already made his move. The man's movements were as fast as lightning, and his black figure was very agile in the narrow and cramped car. Jiang Fuyue was very close to him. Seeing that the situation was not good, the man's big hand caught her waist tightly. His 2 hands were really tight on her waist, and she almost broke it. "You're a woman." His tone was firm. Jiang Fuyue gritted her teeth. "How long do you want to pinch me?" The man's hand suddenly loosened, as if he had been burned by a soldering iron, and he suddenly withdrew his hand. Jiang Fuyue's waist was lighter. Although she was puzzled, she did not have time to think about it at this critical moment. She raised her leg and attacked the man's lower body. The angle was tricky, and the strength was not weak. Just as she kicked out, the man moved as well. He took advantage of the situation and leaned forward. With a neat half-flip, he forced her into the back of the seat. His strong long legs restrained her knees, and one of his hands clasped her wrists. He raised them above her head and looked down at her like a black cloud. Jiang Fuyue suddenly looked up, and the anger in her eyes was undisguised. Unexpectedly, she bumped into a pair of deep black eyes, and she was stunned. First of all, this man was unfamiliar, but he gave her a very familiar feeling. With the dim yellow light in the car, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and sized up this man. Her eyes were like torches, and she was very strict. Unfortunately, she could not see what she wanted to see. It was all blocked by a mask. But that pair of eyes was black and bright, as if they had absorbed the darkness of the universe and swallowed the depth of the boundless starry sky. They were vast and boundless. Inside, there was absolute power and awe-inspiring arrogance that looked down on all living things. However, there was also indifference and coldness that flowed out unconsciously. Just as the man looked back and sized her up, Jiang Fuyue bent her elbow and broke free from the man's palm with one hand. She quickly attacked the man's inner thigh. The man's face turned cold, and he reacted by turning sideways to avoid it. But at this time, Jiang Fuyue seemed to have predicted his next reaction, and the strength of her attack quickly changed direction and followed up. One grab, one pull, and one tighten. The man's tall body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes suddenly turned cold like a cold knife. His whole body was like an ice sculpture standing upright in the polar regions. Jiang Fuyue's expression also froze, and a rare thin layer of red appeared at the base of her ears. This grab, was enough to hit the vital part. At the same time, Jiang Fuyue unlocked the central control and took the opportunity to open the car door. She bent her waist and kicked the man's chest, wanting to kick him out of the car. The man suddenly leaned outwards and flipped over. Just as he landed steadily on the ground, the black Honda had already sped off into the distance. When Jiang Fuyue returned to the hotel, Lu Sisi had already gone out to look for her a few times. She was starting to get restless and was ready to contact Lu Jinzhong. When she cleaned herself up, the clock was already pointing to midnight. Lu Sisi said, "Those people are well-trained and obviously came prepared. I suspect that they are after the red chalcedony. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let me go so easily." Later, she wanted to go back and look for Jiang Fuyue. But she was afraid that Jiang Fuyue had already escaped, and if she was caught, she would be a burden. She could only go back to the hotel and wait. If Jiang Fuyue was still not back after midnight, she would immediately contact Uncle Lu. Jiang Fuyue said, Lu Mingxin's people. During this period of time, Lu Sisi was being trained. In addition to practical skills and fighting skills, Lu Jinzhong would also talk to her about business from time to time. There was no need to go into too much detail, but at the very least, she had to know which company, which industry it belonged to, and who was at the helm. Otherwise, if she didn't know anything, how could she follow Jiang Fuyue in the future? As long as it wasn't schoolwork, Lu Sisi could accept it. She looked at the relationships between rich and powerful families like a melodrama and grasped it very quickly. So, not only did she know who Lu Mingxin was, but she also had a certain understanding of the Lu Corporation behind her. It's really her. If they can't get it, they'll snatch it. What the hell? Jiang Fuyue shrugged, stupid thing. Lu Sisi, I suspect that you've been wanting to say this for a long time. Then what should we do now? If they can't get the red chalcedony, they definitely won't give up. They'll come looking for us again. Jiang Fuyue took out the red jade seal and played with it in her hands. She had already taken off her mask, and her half-smile made her look charming and mysterious. Lu Sisi was almost stunned. It seems like we have to get rid of this thing as soon as possible. But at this price, I don't think we can find a suitable buyer in a short time. Says who? Jiang Fuyue's smile deepened. During the day, the two of them rested in the hotel. After nightfall, the dazzling neon lights lit up all the hustle and bustle of the city. The nightlife was just right. Emperor Jin, one of the 3 legally licensed casinos in City A, along with Silver Succubus and Copper Kuei, they were all under the Jufeng Group. It was a paradise for gamblers and speculators. Jiang Fuyue put on a mask again and disguised herself as a man. She even put on a suitable wig. Now, she didn't even need a cap. Lu Sisi wore a red dress today and put on a charming and heavy makeup. Coupled with her fair skin and cold temperament, she was beautiful beyond words. The two of them entered the casino hand in hand. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. What a perfect couple. At this moment, they were huddled together and flirting. Lu Sisi asked, Is the buyer we're looking for here? Jiang Fuyue replied, Yes. Who is it? Why can't I see him? Of course you can't see him here. We have to use some means to force him to show up. Jiang Fuyue took a cigarette and put it in her mouth. She touched Lu Sisi's face and raised her voice slightly. Go to the front desk and exchange $600,000 in chips. Lu Sisi blushed and her big eyes sparkled with affection. Yes. Soon, she came back with the chips. A waiter behind her carried a tray and personally handed the chips to Jiang Fuyue. Sir, your chips. Jiang Fuyue casually took one and threw it to him. Your reward. The waiter immediately beamed and thanked her profusely. The two of them walked in and saw a dazzling sight. The empty hall was filled with gamblers. They were either glowing or gloomy. The myriad of human emotions could be seen here. Young girls dressed as dear girls shuttled through the crowd, offering drinks or snacks in an attempt to get a small reward. There were also endless gambling methods, from slot machines to dragons and tigers, from 5-card stud to Russian roulette. There were even big and small games that catered to customers with different preferences and took into account the needs of different countries. Along the way, there were many new ways to play compared to 20 years ago. In fact, Jiang Fuyue didn't know much, but it didn't stop her from applying what she learned. Shaking the dice was the simplest way to play in the casino. Because the chips were not big and the rules were simple, there were many people playing. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the electronic display on the table. Jiang Fuyue walked over curiously and found that the numbers displayed on the display were the total number of dice in each round. There were a total of 3 dice. If it was less than or equal to 10, it was considered small. If it was more than 11, it was considered big. Every time the dice were shaken, the dealer only needed to press a button on the side of the table, and the 3 dice in the goo would vibrate automatically. The number of the dice would also be automatically displayed on the electronic display in front of the table. Before the data was displayed, the player would place the chips in the two circles that were drawn, big and small. All the dealer needed to do was to send and receive the chips. There was another situation, which was what we often called big or small wins all, but this situation was very rare. It meant that if the three dice rolled out the same number, then no matter if the player bet big or small, the casino would win. This situation where the three dice had the same number was called encirclement dice. Players could also encircle, which was to place the chips in the circle marked with 3 ones. The previous odds of betting big or small were 1, 1, so the odds of this encirclement were 1, 150. That was to say, if you bet $10,000, and the dice rolled out 3 ones, you would get $1.5 million. The minimum standard for encirclement was $1,000. If you won, you would get $150,000. Most people's $1,000 would be wasted, but $150,000 would only exist in their dreams. Jiang Fuyue stood in front of the display and watched for a long time. Then she smiled slowly, took nearly half of the chips in Lu Cici's tray, and casually placed them on the word small. She placed $300,000 on the table. Those who bet on the outside usually only had a few thousand chips. Those who could hold more than 10,000 chips usually chose to enter the inner hall, because the odds were higher there. Jiang Fuyue had placed $300,000 on the table, and everyone was stunned. Even the dealer swallowed. "Honorable guest, are you sure you want to place your bet?" Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows slightly. "Of course. Place your bets." She moved so quickly that Lu Cici couldn't stop her in time. Her eyes were wide open, and the corners of her mouth were slightly parted, as if she was shocked. "That was a small box of US dollars, Jiang Fuyue shrugged. She seemed indifferent, as if what she had taken out was not money, but a bunch of weeds. "It's just for fun. I'm just testing the waters," she said. Everyone placed their bets, but their eyes would occasionally look at the man who was extremely calm. He was so good-looking, but he was a fool. Just then, the electric dice rolling stopped, and on the screen, 1, 3, 4, small, wow. The dealer pushed $600,000 worth of chips in front of Jiang Fuyue with a professional smile. "Congratulations, sir." Under everyone's amazed and envious gazes, Lu Cici hurriedly put all the chips into the tray with a clatter. Her actions were as if she was afraid that Jiang Fuyue would lose them again. 60 became 90, and the bicycle became a motorcycle. The two of them took the hot $900,000 worth of chips and walked to the inner hall under the guidance of the waiter. "Oh my God. This person won $300,000 in one round? And it's in US dollars. Isn't he afraid of losing? He seems to be very confident. Could he be an expert?" Jiang Fuyue slowly curled her lips as she tossed all the discussions behind her. She wasn't the god of gamblers, nor was she an expert. She was only slightly better at math, faster in mental arithmetic, and knew a little about probability theory and mathematical statistics. There was no such thing as absolute luck in this world. Just like stocks, the buyer had to first analyze the financial situation of each listed company, and then comprehensively evaluate the company's financial ability before making a decision. Dice rolling was the same. If one blindly bet based on luck and intuition, it would be like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. It was tantamount to waiting for a rabbit to come out of a tree stump. She stood in front of the screen for a long time and calculated for a long time. If she still couldn't win, she would have doubted the authenticity of probability statistics. Just like before, Jiang Fuyue entered the inner hall and didn't place her bets in a hurry. Instead, she wandered around and observed. At the same time, in an extremely luxurious office on the second floor of the casino, a handsome man frowned slightly. His hand holding the phone suddenly froze. $300,000? Yes, young master. There's a vacancy of $300,000 in one of the outer rings. Dice rolling? That person bet $300,000. Huh, interesting. Keep an eye on him and send the video to my office. Yes. Naturally, the inner ring wasn't like the outer ring. Instead, it was a card game that took up half of the casino. Unlike the outer ring that was filled with smoke and noise, the inner ring was less than half of the people. The environment was comfortable and the space was spacious. There were even private rooms that catered to special bets or gambling methods, such as Russian roulette and so on. After observing for a while, Jiang Fuyue stopped in front of the Battle of the Dragons and Tigers table. As the name suggested, there were a total of 3 betting rings on the table. One was the dragon, one was the tiger, and the last one was the sum. The dealer dealt a card to the dragon and the tiger to compare the size of the card. The players placed their bets one after another, guessing which of the dragon and the tiger had the bigger number. The biggest face value of the card was a K, and the smallest was an A. The odds for the dragon and the tiger were 1-1, and the odds for the sum were 1-10. Jiang Fuyue used the same trick again and bet half of her chips on the sum. Seeing Lu Cici's surprised gaze, she shrugged, "It's my first time playing, so I'll bet on a big one." She looked completely relaxed, as if she didn't have the concept of money in her eyes. She was just throwing a handful of paper, very casual. Actually, Jiang Fuyue wasn't as relaxed as she looked on the surface. Previously, there were big and small bets, but there was no sum. According to the probability calculation, the probability of a sum this time was about 20%. Although it was less than a 50% chance of winning, it was already a very good indicator. Anyway, it was gambling. If she didn't gamble and take a gamble, what was the point of a bowl of water? Anyway, she still had half of her chips left. Even if she lost, she could still make a comeback. Moreover, her goal today wasn't to win money, but to find a buyer. Moreover, she did the probability questions so well that she never lost any points. In short, a problem that could be solved with mathematical calculations was not a problem. The underachiever, ? How do you expect us to live? Digression. Okay, the 20 chapters that I promised everyone was done. Liver fried fish, please vote love you guys big. The game was still going on. Most of the gamblers made a relatively conservative choice. They either bet on the dragon or the tiger. Jiang Fuyue was unmoved. The dealer couldn't help but glance at her. Jiang Fuyue returned a faint smile. The dealer's hand trembled. When the cards were revealed, Lu Cici was even more nervous than Jiang Fuyue. Her palms were sweating, and her burning gaze seemed to burn a big hole in the 2 cards in front of her. 9 points for the tiger, 9 points for the dragon, and... At that moment, Jiang Fuyue was also a little surprised, but she hid it well in the blink of an eye. She knew that this was not purely a probability calculation. There was still a gambling element in it. But it turned out that she was in luck today. Lu Cici also calmed down from her nervous state in an instant. She thought that at this moment, even if Jiang Fuyue said that the planet would explode in the next second and that they needed to do a belly dance to save the world, she would unconditionally believe it. In the eyes of the others, the two's performance was hiding their strength. Experts, this was, with the odds of 1-10, Jiang Fuyue bet 450,000 yuan. In other words, she won 4.5 million yuan, US dollars, hiss, everyone gasped. Jiang Fuyue lifted her chin slightly. Lu Cici understood and went forward. She reached out her hand and the chips fell into the tray. Then, she calmly left. Jiang Fuyue continued to pace in the field. Her cold gaze scanned the surroundings. Like an elegant cheetah, she shook her shiny fur and looked for the next prey. The young woman in the red dress beside him intimately followed him. The chips in her hand attracted countless covetous glances. The woman looked up slightly. Her sharp gaze was on the verge of exploding. There was a fierceness in her eyes, but she was stunningly beautiful. Soon, Jiang Fuyue made another move and won again. Next, it was time for this casino hack to slay. She didn't make a move easily, but once she did, she would definitely win. Moreover, each round was bigger than the previous one. The chips she won were also increasing. After 7 or 8 rounds, the initial 600,000 US dollars rose to 50 million US dollars. Everyone stopped placing their bets at the same time. They watched as this person slaughtered the casino and sucked in money like crazy. This is King Awesome. Have you ever lost a match since you came in? No. Has he opened his heaven's eye? I'm afraid I accidentally entered the set of God of Gamblers 7 and got pulled in as an extra. Brother, wake up. Even a movie wouldn't dare to shoot like this. There was a lot of discussion and pointing fingers. There was also jealousy. 2 women came forward shyly. Sir, can we bet with you? Jiang Fuyue smiled wickedly and made a please do as you please gesture. The two girls were secretly delighted. They thanked him while throwing flirtatious glances at him. When Lu Sisi saw this, he was so angry that his black eyes glared and his veins bulged. The two girls still didn't know how to restrain themselves. One of them even pulled down the collar of her dress and leaned towards Jiang Fuyue. Just when Lu Sisi was about to explode, an arm wrapped around her waist. Although it was separated by cloth, she could still feel the person's body temperature. Jiang Fuyue wrapped his arm around Lu Sisi's waist. Tisk, it's quite thin. She turned sideways to avoid the woman's hug and smiled apologetically. The woman looked regretful. She looked at Lu Sisi enviously and didn't continue to pester him. On the other hand, Lu Sisi's breathing quickened and her body stiffened. Eh? Why is your face red? Jiang Fuyue lowered his voice and whispered into her ear. Lu Sisi's cheeks were burning even more, but her voice was calm and as cool as water. Oh, maybe the heater is too strong and I'm lacking oxygen. Jiang Fuyue shrugged and retracted his hand from her waist. Lu Sisi lowered her eyes and her eyelashes trembled slightly. For the next few rounds, the two women followed Jiang Fuyue and bought whatever she bought. Did we win? I lost the whole night, and I actually won both rounds? Disbelief, surprise, and astonishment. The two girls looked at Jiang Fuyue with greedy eyes. They couldn't wait to replace Lu Sisi's position and stand beside him. Not to mention that this gentleman was young, handsome, gentle, and rich, just as gambling skills were enough to make them drool. If they became his woman and bet with him in the casino in the future, it would be best if they could call all their relatives. Oh my God, wouldn't they be rich? If they did it a few more times, maybe their family would become a financial group, F***ck. With these two people taking the lead, the gamblers who were originally just onlookers began to get restless. Sir, can we also bet with you? Jiang Fuyue smiled and raised his hand generously. Of course. Like a swarm of bees, the crowd gathered at the gambling table and showed their chips. I'll buy this. I'll buy this too. We're all the same as that gentleman. The dealer was dumbfounded. It was probably the first time he had encountered such a situation. The bodyguards stationed around looked at each other. Should they go or not? Suddenly, the noisy venue fell silent, and the crowd automatically parted to make a path in the middle. A man in a black coat slowly walked forward and finally stopped behind Jiang Fuyue. This gentleman has good luck. His deep voice was laced with laughter. But if one looked carefully, they would find that at this moment, there was no smile in the man's eyes. Jiang Fuyue didn't look back. Her indifferent gaze swept across the gambling table that was piled up with chips, and her cherry lips secretly curved into a smile. It's finally here. She didn't look back, so the man stepped forward and stood side by side with her in front of the gambling table. Looking at the gambling table that was filled with countless people's chips, Su Yao's eyes flashed with a touch of gloominess. Jiang Fuyue turned her head and saw the man's clear eyes and serious expression. He was wearing a black coat and had a calm aura. Behind him was a group of big men in suits, all of whom were tall and sturdy. While Jiang Fuyue was looking at him, Su Yao was also looking at the man in front of him who was shorter than him by a head. He was thin and small, with red lips and white teeth, and a pair of peach blossom eyes. If it weren't for the obvious protruding Adam's apple and the light blue stubble on his chin, Su Yao would have thought that he was a woman. However, with this appearance, he didn't have any masculinity at all, and he was no different from a woman. But his hands, his joints were distinct, and his fingers were slender. When he was playing cards, it should be very pleasing to the eye. Of course, Jiang Fuyue was not afraid of him looking at her. There was no flaw in her calm expression, but, this person looked at her face, but why was he still staring at her hands? At this time, Lu Sisi suddenly stepped forward and leaned into Jiang Fuyue's arms with a smile, blocking the man's gaze. Jiang Fuyue followed her advice and put his arm around her exposed shoulder. He smiled and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Are you bored?" Lu Sisi covered her mouth and yawned delicately. Sleepy. Okay, then let's go back to the hotel. As he spoke, he was about to walk out. Su Yao was completely ignored. His eyelids twitched, and his face darkened. Sir, please wait. Jiang Fuyue turned around and seemed to have just noticed his presence. She raised her eyebrows slightly. What's the matter? Why don't I play with you? Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes. You are? Su Yao, the person in charge of this casino. Wow, the gamblers were shocked, and then they burst into heated discussions. Master of Jufeng Corporation. It's actually him. Even Master Su is alarmed. This is going to be a good show. A tall tree attracts the wind. If you want to blame someone, blame it on winning too much. It's too eye-catching. It shouldn't be. Jufeng is not a sore loser. That's because you didn't see how much that person won. Let me tell you, a conservative estimate is at least 8 figures, and it's in US dollars. If converted to RMB, it's hundreds of millions. Wow, so strong? Otherwise, why would Master Su show up? Also, everyone bet together. If he doesn't show up to stop it, the casino will lose everything. Everyone was talking at once. Su Yao? Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment, then spread her hands. Never heard of him. Lu Sisi chuckled. I haven't heard of him either. Su Yao himself was fine. His expression was normal, and his eyes were calm. However, the group of brawny men behind him were furious. Where did this country bumpkin come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in front of Jean Supreme? How dare he spout nonsense? Lu Sisi sneered. Why, does everyone in the world have to know your boss? Is he a celebrity or a great man? The brawny men choked in unison. Lu Sisi pursed her lips. Isn't it just watching us win money? Are you angry? If you can't afford to lose, you should have said so earlier. The word sore loser made Su Yao's gaze turn cold. The brawny men lowered their heads, not daring to say anything else. The biggest taboo in a casino was sore loser. Now that his principles were being questioned in front of so many people, of course, Su Yao couldn't sit still. Jean Supreme's doors are always open. Everyone can come and go freely. I just saw that this gentleman's gambling skills were good and my hands were itchy. That's why I suggested a spar. I have no other intentions. Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed. What if I do? The man was stunned. Digression, here comes the first update 3000 words, today's third update, weekly begging for a vote moi. Jiang Fuyue, since Boss Su has spoken, it seems unreasonable if I don't accompany you. Then, she lowered her head and asked Lu Sisi, are you still sleepy? The latter shook her head in her arms. I don't seem so sleepy anymore. Okay, then let's play with Boss Su. But, how do we gamble? Su Yao, how do you want to gamble? Anything? She smiled playfully. As long as I have the stakes, as long as I know how to gamble. Okay. She was waiting for this sentence, the man raised his hand. Please. The two went to the second floor, putting an end to the onlooker's observation. Jiang Fuyue stepped on the last step and suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked down at the entire hall. The next second, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Lu Sisi, what's wrong? Jiang Fuyue chuckled. This casino is a bit interesting. If she didn't see wrong, the whole hall showed the feng shui layout of the 5 ghosts' fortune. Water was for wealth and belonged to Yin. The 5 ghosts referred to the Lianjun star of the 9 stars. Yi Qianji taught her, sit as a mountain dragon, face as a water dragon. The mountain dragon and water dragon each set up a hexagram. According to the principles of pure yin, pure yang, and the trigram, they included the 24 mountains. The mountain dragon was placed in the direction of Lianjun, and the water dragon was placed in the position of the giant door. In the Yang mansion, the mountain dragon was placed in the position of Lianjun to open the door and windows, and the water dragon was placed in the position of the giant door to have water. This was the 5 ghosts' fortune. Su Yao saw her staring at the hall with a thoughtful look. He frowned slightly. Is there a problem? I'm thinking that Boss Su rarely plays in person, right? The man said in a deep voice, not much indeed. So, I'm quite honored. I'm being rude. Is Boss Su so polite to everyone? It depends on the person. Then what kind of person do I belong to? The kind of person who is polite. Then what kind of person is impolite? Here we are. The two sides had reached the end of the corridor. The waiter pushed open a brown wooden door. In the middle of the door hung a gilt nameplate with the words, VIP Hall 1. Su Yao, you two go in first, I'll be there later. We're already at the door. Boss Su, do you still need to prepare anything? The man's eyelids twitched. Jiang Fuyue looked over with a smile. Don't tell me you're going to bathe, burn incense, and pray to the god of gamblers to bless you? His joking tone sounded like he was teasing. Su Yao's eyes turned sharp for a moment, but it was quickly covered by a smile. That's a good idea. We can try it next time. With that, he strode away. Jiang Fuyue calmly retracted her gaze and began to size up the gambling hall. Lu Cici's eyes flashed with doubt, but she didn't ask anything. The interior decoration of the hall was very stylish. The walls were painted with Chinese-style murals. There was also a wine bar, a tea room, and other leisure places. The most conspicuous thing was the large mahogany table in the middle of the room. There was a long ring-shaped crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It was emitting a dazzling light, casting a halo on the mahogany table. It was like a spiraling Milky Way belt, with cards and chips piled up in the middle. In the large hall, except for Jiang Fuyue and Lu Cici, there was not a single gambler. There was only a shuffler standing with a smile. He stood in a standard posture, like a motionless piece of wood. There was also a wine waiter in the corner in the distance. He stood facing the wall. Only when the game was over could he turn around and serve. About 5 minutes later, Su Yao came back. He was wearing a black suit, no longer as casual as when he was wearing a coat. The Su Yao in front of her exuded an unstoppable aura from head to toe. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and looked at him meaningfully. It seems that Mr. Su is going to try the method I mentioned, bathing and burning incense. Otherwise, why did you change your clothes? The man's expression froze, and he looked at her with a few tentative eyes. Jiang Fuyue didn't take the bait at all. She walked to the gambling table. When she passed by, her shoulder bumped into Su Yao's arm. Sorry. As she spoke, she reached out and patted the man's suit, brushing away the non-existent dust. Su Yao was slightly stunned. It was just a touch. He didn't show any disdain, but this person felt a little too much. Please, Jiang Fuyue sat down. Lu Cici stood behind her obediently. It was quite a husband and wife posture. Su Yao was the banker. The man opened his hands and casually propped them on the table. There was nowhere to put his charm. You are a guest. I still don't know how to address this distinguished guest. My surname is Jiang. Mr. Jiang, how do you want to play? How about bluff? Su Yao's eyes darkened. Are you sure? Infinite bluff, the bluff of infinite intimidation. The game was very simple. 7 decks of cards were mixed together, and each person drew a card in turn. Starting from the second card, they could choose to increase their chips and cards, or admit defeat and quit. There were 2 ways to end a bet. The first way was for one side to admit that they had fewer cards than the other. In order to avoid greater losses, they would lose all the chips they had accumulated in the previous round and automatically withdraw. The second way was for both sides to draw 5 cards and end the bet with a showdown. There were 7 decks of cards, which added up to hundreds of cards. The base number was huge. It was useless to remember the cards and calculate the score. The only 2 factors that were useful were luck and psychological quality. After drawing the cards, the players could look at their own cards, but they couldn't look at the other party's. If they wanted the other party to admit defeat, then the players had to pretend that their cards were very big. They had to exert pressure and intimidate the other party through words, expressions, and actions to break the other party's psychological defense and force the other party to take the initiative to quit. This was the essence and fun of bluff. The players enjoyed the process of intimidating the other party and being intimidated by the other party. Jiang Fuyue, of course. Su Yao, I want to remind you that this game is pure luck gambling. There is no technique to speak of. Jiang Fuyue, I think I'm lucky today. The man looked at her deeply. Okay. You asked for it. Of all things, you had to compete with luck. Lu Sisi stood aside and was very dissatisfied with the other party's gaze. It was as if they were going to lose. Su Yao, do you have any special requirements for the bet? Usually, the bet was chips exchanged with money, but there were exceptions. For example, in roulette, there was a game of bullet to life. He was just asking a routine question. It was an occupational disease, so he would do the full set. He really didn't expect the other party to mention any special games. But in fact, Jiang Fuyue didn't have any at first, but after hearing what the other party said, she suddenly had an idea. Why don't we choose the bet by name? Suddenly, Su Yao looked at her as if she was crazy. Mr. Jiang, are you kidding? I only know your surname and the $50 million in chips in your hand. Other than that, I don't know anything about you or your property. How can I call the stake? Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. You don't need to know anything about me. When I call the stake, I will give the same exchange conditions. As for whether you want to follow or not, it's up to you. Don't worry, I won't exchange stones for gold mines. If you still have concerns, you can let the property appraiser come in. Su Yao looked at her even more meaningfully. Okay. The excitement of choosing the bet by name was that you could call out what you wanted from the other party. It could be money or something else, as long as the other party agreed to follow. 10 minutes later, the property appraiser came in, and the bet officially began. After shuffling the cards, Jiang Fuyue and Su Yao sat opposite each other. Under the light, they could clearly see any expression on each other's face. Mr. Jiang, please. The man raised his hand, and his smile was like a spring breeze. Jiang Fuyue didn't hesitate. She drew a card, looked at it, and put it down on the table with her back facing down. There was no expression on her face. Su Yao followed and drew a card, and he was also calm. $30 million. She called the stake. Lu Sisi heard that and put 30 million chips in the middle of the table from the tray. She didn't even blink. Cough. In fact, she still wanted to blink, but she had to hold her breath. She couldn't show her fear. Su Yao looked very relaxed and waved his hand. Follow. Do you want to choose the bet? He asked Jiang Fuyue. Of course, $30 million and help me teach a person a lesson in City A. Su Yao wasn't surprised. When the other party proposed to choose the bet, he had a hunch that this person might have other intentions. Sure enough, the first time she called the stake, her real purpose was exposed. The appraiser obviously didn't expect that one day, $30 million and teach a person a lesson would be put together for him to evaluate whether the value was commensurate. There was no comparison at all. Jiang Fuyue and Su Yao looked at him at the same time. The appraiser wiped off his cold sweat and could only bite the bullet and say, excuse me, what does teach a person a lesson mean? To what extent? Also, who is this person? What is his identity? Jiang Fuyue rolled her eyes. Teach a person a lesson. Just beat him up. As for the extent, a bloody nose and a swollen face will be fine. The appraiser, ? What was she talking about, Su Yao, ? My ears are fine, digression, second watch, 3,000 words. Guess whose sister you want, Su Yao to beat to a bloody nose and a swollen face. Ha ha ha. In addition, I recommend everyone to read the book Young Master Quan, Please Take Care of Me on Yutong. There's also this intimidation game in the book. After a while, Su Yao found his voice. You're using me as a hired thug? It's not for free. It's worth $30 million. So, even if it's a hired thug, it's the most expensive one. Su Yao. I almost believed you. Jufeng Group is a local tyrant in City A. You're just beating people up, not killing people. You can put a sack on them and cover their eyes. After all, the other party won't know anything. This shouldn't be difficult for Mr. Su, right? Not only was it not difficult, it was easy. Just as Jiang Fuyue said, Jufeng Group was also well known in City A. The 3 gambling licenses were the first in City A and even in South China. In addition, it was impossible to open a casino without hired thugs or bodyguards. The people were ready-made, so Su Yao didn't need to do it himself. He could just send someone to do it. The appraiser. I haven't answered the remaining 2 questions. Who is this person? What's his identity? Lu Mingxin. Jiang Fuyue said word by word. Mr. Su should be familiar with him, right? I don't need to say more about his identity. After all, Lu Mingxin spared no effort to buy the red chalcedony and the blue and white porcelain of the Yuan dynasty for this person in front of her in exchange for the development rights of a piece of land under Jufeng Group. Jiang Fuyue's trip this time was to ruin all of this and make Lu Mingyue and Jufeng Group completely fall out. There would be no possibility of cooperation between the 2 sides. Buying the red chalcedony was only the first step. Now it was time for the second step. Su Yao's eyes flashed slightly, and he chuckled. Mr. Jiang, you think too highly of me. Jufeng Group has always operated legally and has never engaged in these crooked practices. I'm also a decent businessman. I definitely won't knowingly break the law. Jiang Fuyue's emotions did not fluctuate much when she heard that. It was as if she had already expected his reaction. So, Mr. Su, what's your choice? Su Yao snorted. 30 million, directly follow. In other words, he didn't accept Jiang Fuyue's offer to help her teach a person a lesson. It was true that it wasn't difficult for him to touch Lu Mingxin in his own territory, but why should he satisfy Jiang Fuyue? He wouldn't. I've already said that Boss Su can choose on his own. Don't feel any psychological burden. She was neither angry nor angry. The man's heart clenched. Continue. Jiang Fuyue drew the second card. She picked it up, glanced at it, and remained as still as a mountain. She slammed it on the table and began to call out, $50 million. If Boss Su wants to follow, you can choose between paying the same price or beating up Lu Mingxin. It was still beating people up, but the price had increased from 30 million to 50 million. Su Yao was still not prepared to let the other party get what he wanted. He chose, follow with 50 million. Jiang Fuyue clicked her tongue and looked regretful. If it's just to annoy me, Boss Su doesn't have to go against the money. Unfortunately, what I don't lack the most is money. Jiang Fuyue smiled and drew the third card. Then came the fourth card. Every time the bet was in US dollars, and the amount was getting bigger and bigger. Su Yao followed the bet every time, and the bet he chose was also in US dollars. He just wouldn't let go of the chance to deal with Lu Mingxin. This is the last card. Mr. Jiang, you have to be careful. Thank you for the reminder. Let's do this together. Su Yao frowned. So far, Jiang Fuyue's performance made it impossible for him to figure out the size of the points. In this respect, the other party was a very qualified gambler. Not to mention the skill, just the quality of the psychological quality was admirable. He looked at the 4 cards in his hand. They were 2 kings, 2 aces, and all of them were spades. He raised his hand and drew the last card, King of Spades. In addition to the previous 4 cards, a pair of aces and 3 kings were already very good cards. He didn't believe that the other party's cards would be better than his, digression, third watch, 1,000 words. He didn't believe that the other party's cards would be better than his, then, ouch, my face hurts. Jiang Fuyue called out for the last time, silver ring edged with een and carved with red chalcedony jade seal. The appraiser and Su Yao were both stunned. They originally thought that she would continue to use US dollars, so it was reasonable for her to suddenly change to something else. But after carefully distinguishing what it was, Su Yao narrowed his eyes and smiled. I was wondering what kind of wind brought Mr. Jiang here today. It turns out that it has nothing to do with the wind. It's the big Buddha who wants to come here, and I can't stop her. Jiang Fuyue also smiled and didn't feel embarrassed at all. What Boss Su wants, I take the initiative to deliver it to you. Isn't that good? Yes, it is. But even if you don't deliver it, someone else will. He was referring to Lu Mingxin. Now you're rushing to deliver it, and you even want to negotiate with me. I think it's better to let the previous person deliver it. What do you think? The man smiled. Boss Su, I think there's something you haven't figured out. Now, you can't just get whoever you want to deliver it to you. Because, the thing is in my hands, so it's mine. Jiang Fuyue slowly curled her lips, and every word she said next stepped on the other party's anger points. She was dancing like crazy. If I want to give it to you, you can have it. If I don't, you can only watch. Do you understand? The man's throat choked, and his face suddenly turned cold. You bought this thing before Lu Mingxin, just to raise the price and negotiate with me? No, 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 I just want to make things difficult for her. If she wants the red chalcedony, I'll take it. If she wants the land development rights from you, I'll make it so that you can't cooperate. It's best if you two become enemies. What do you think? Isn't it exciting? Su Yao, crazy. Jiang Fuyue's smile didn't change. She took the red chalcedony from Lu Sisi and played with it in her hands like an old man playing with walnuts. His nonchalant appearance and casual movements made Su Yao's heart skip a beat. That was Muhammad's imperial jade seal, how could she mess it up like that? What if it fell? Su Yao forcefully resisted the urge to berate him. He took a deep breath and concealed his true emotions. He didn't want the other party to see that he cared about this matter and become even more fearless. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue had already noticed the unconcealable nervousness in the man's eyes the moment he saw the red chalcedony. He was anxious. I'm using the red chalcedony as a bargaining chip. Boss Su, you can either take out a piece of the same red chalcedony that has been used as the imperial jade seal of some emperor, or you can beat up Lu Mingxin for me. Make your choice. Su Yao's eyelids twitched fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said, Where do you want me to find a piece of red chalcedony for you in such a short time? It had to be used as a jade seal. Jiang Fuyue shrugged and spread out her hands. That's none of my business. Su Yao. He wanted to hit someone. Actually, there's another option. If Boss Su can't take out the red chalcedony and doesn't want to teach Lu Mingxin a lesson, then you can just admit defeat. If you take the initiative to withdraw, the bet will be over, and the loss will only be the same as the previous few bets. How much was it again? She turned around and asked Lu Sisi. The latter smiled slightly. Not much, $370 million. Jiang Fuyue nodded. It's indeed not much. Didn't Boss Su say that? The last thing you lack is money? It's a piece of cake. Su Yao felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. He couldn't spit it out, nor could he swallow it. He almost choked to death. But there were indeed only two options in front of him, either admit defeat and cut his losses in time, or finish the last round and have a showdown. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the hourglass beside her and reminded him, Boss Su, you still have 30 seconds. I'm in. Clap, 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 clap. Jiang Fuyue clapped. What do you choose? Su Yao's mouth twitched. In the end, he still agreed with her. I'll help you teach Lu Mingxin a lesson. Jiang Fuyue immediately beamed. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? Why did you have to make yourself suffer? Don't you think so? Su Yao. He really wanted to sew up that mouth of hers. The dealer, now, please lay your cards on the table. Su Yao picked up the cards in front of him and threw them to the middle of the table. They were all spades, a pair of aces, and 3 kings. Jiang Fuyue smiled slowly and unhurriedly turned over the 5 cards in front of her one by one. They were all spades, and 5 kings. How is that possible? Su Yao had never lost his composure like this. Wow. Jiang Fuyue pretended to be surprised. It seems that my luck today is really good. 7 decks of cards, more than 300 cards, only 7 kings of spades were in Jiang Fuyue's hands. It wasn't just good luck, it was strange and abnormal. You cheated? Su Yao raised his chin slightly and glanced at her coldly. Jiang Fuyue's smile didn't change. Boss Su, are you overestimating me or underestimating yourself? Su Yao had dominated the casino for many years. Who dared to play tricks in front of him? The reason why he asked this was just to trick the other party. And Jiang Fuyue's performance really didn't seem to be cheating, so, with luck, she got 5 kings of spades. Su Yao couldn't believe it. Before he entered the game, it was reasonable to say that he should be the one with the best luck. Little Lu, collect the money. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand. Lu Sisi immediately gathered the chips on the table in front of her. She counted them while she put them on the table. Her eyes were shining. Oh my God! So much money! Not only did she earn back all the money she spent at the auction, But she also had some left. Suddenly, she looked at Jiang Fuyue with a layer of infatuation on top of the worship in her eyes. How could there be such a powerful person in the world? Lu Sisi thought that she would never meet someone more dazzling than Jiang Fuyue in her life. Even if there was someone like her, they wouldn't be able to attract all her eyes and attention like her, affecting all her emotions and thoughts. Mr. Su, you lost. Jiang Fuyue stood up and said word by word, I'll take the money first. Please do this as soon as possible. After all, Lu Mingxin will leave City A in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. Once he leaves the provincial border, it will no longer be the territory of your Jufeng group. After saying that, he took Lu Sisi and left directly. His back view was indescribably arrogant. However, Su Yao couldn't do anything about it. He could only watch the two of them leave. His money, his people, and his face were all lost. F***ck. After a full 5 minutes, the man calmed down again. He raised his hand and called a bodyguard. Go and find out the background of this person. Yes. In addition, you do as you see fit with Lu Mingxin. Yes. Wait. Su Yao thought of something and called the bodyguard back. He coughed softly and said, remember, it has to be a bloody nose and a swollen face. Oh. It's better to put a sack over it. The bodyguard's eyes twitched. Yes. Lu Sisi exchanged the chips for cash at the front desk. She refused the form of a check and directly asked the other party to transfer the money to her bank card. After confirming that the amount was correct, she left with Jiang Fuyue. I didn't expect you to be a money grubber. It was just a casual tease, but Lu Sisi's cheeks turned red on the spot. Jiang Fuyue felt magical and couldn't help but touch her face. Well, it was smooth and felt good. It would be better if there was no powder. Lu Sisi's black eyes widened, like a frightened puppy, and then, her face became more and more red. Jiang Fuyue smacked her lips. Why are you so shy? At 2:00 in the morning, Su Yao's people who investigated Jiang Fuyue came back. She's from the capital. Her identity information has been specially processed. Normal channels can't find out. Su Yao sat behind his desk and supported his temple with one hand. What about abnormal channels? The subordinate, it takes time, and it's not certain whether we can find out. F***ck, they obviously came prepared. In addition, when we were investigating, we found 2 other groups of people who were also investigating this Jiang guy. Really? Su Yao raised his eyebrows and sat up straight subconsciously. Which 2 groups? One group was sent by the Lu family. Needless to say, it must be Lu Mingxin who was dissatisfied that the red chalcedony was stolen and wanted to take it back from the other party. What about the other group? They're from the capital. They also appeared at the Kadi auction yesterday and bought the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. They have a deep background and have a close relationship with the higher-ups. From the capital to City A, they have green lights all the way. They have official protection. The subordinate paused for a moment and said his guess. They should be here for the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. It's said that it's a national treasure that was lost and wants to be returned intact. But I don't know why they have a relationship with this Jiang guy and used official channels to investigate him. But their methods are gentle, so they shouldn't be enemies in the pure sense. Su Yao listened and fell into deep thought. He didn't expect that an auction would attract so many forces and even bring him in. Damn it, digression, 3,000 words. Second watch, 9:30. In the end, it was all Lu Mingxin's fault, he deserved to be beaten up. If it weren't for Lu Mingxin, that Jiang guy wouldn't have targeted him. If he hadn't targeted him, he wouldn't have lost money and lost face. Now, Su Yao was in a difficult situation. He risked becoming enemies with the Lu family. Not only did he not get any benefits, but he also lost hundreds of millions. He couldn't even get the red chalcedony that he wanted. He could only look at it and drool. King lost a lot. In the quiet office, he cursed bitterly. His subordinate was stunned. He didn't expect that his boss, who had always been successful, would have a day where he made a mistake. But soon, Su Yao swept away his decadence and returned to his calm and strong appearance. He waved his hand. You can leave. Yes. the subordinate bowed and left the room, closing the door behind him. The large office was brightly lit. Xiao was in it, but his face was not bright. Instead, there was a layer of depression and confusion. 5 King of Spades flashed in front of his eyes again. He pulled his hair irritably. That scene was about to become a shadow. Other than question marks in his mind, there were only more question marks. It shouldn't be. After Jiang Fuyue left, to be safe, Xiao asked his subordinate to check the surveillance camera. The camera recorded Jiang Fuyue's every move clearly. There was no trick, no cheating. Every card was indeed a King of Spades. But because of this, Xiao fell into endless confusion. He thought for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Eldertson, it's me, Xiao. After a rustling sound, the person on the other end seemed to react. He roared angrily, Su boy, I beg you. What time is it now? Xiao glanced at the clock on the wall. TSK, 3 o'clock in the morning. You don't sleep, but others do. Especially an old man like me. Old people are very fragile. They must ensure that they sleep for 8 hours. Missing 1 second will shorten their lifespan. Do you know me? Su Yao's ears moved slightly. Are you in Shanghai? The person on the other end suddenly went silent. 2 seconds later, he said faintly. How do you know? Cough. You pick up the accent wherever you go. You haven't changed at all after all these years. The person on the other end went crazy. I'll give you 2 minutes. If you have something to say it. If not, hang up and scram. Su Yao rubbed his nose and deliberated over his words. Do you think there's a possibility that someone is luckier than me at the gambling table and got a bigger hand? Isn't that obvious? There's always someone better than you out there. There are so many people who are luckier than you. Do you really think that you're Yu Ren's son and that you're the male lead? Su Yao's mouth twitched. What male led? What halo? Who was Yu Ren? Forget it. Anyway, this person would often say words that I don't understand. I'll just get used to it. I'm talking about after worshipping the 5 ghosts. The person on the other end paused, as if he had caught on to some key information. You're saying that after worshipping the 5 ghosts, you gambled with someone, but in the end, the cards you got were smaller than the other person's and you lost the bet. Although it was embarrassing and he didn't want to admit it, but, yes. The truth was the truth. This time, the person on the other end was silent for a long time, so long that it had exceeded the given 2 minutes. Tell me the situation at that time in detail. It's like this. There was a gambler surnamed Jiang. Su Yao used a full 5 minutes to describe what happened tonight to the person on the other end, including how Jiang Fuyue deliberately attracted his attention in the hall, how she lured him into a trap step by step, and finally how she forced him to give up his territory and pay compensation at the gambling table. All the details were replayed one by one. There were some things that Su Yao hadn't noticed at first, but when he said this, he suddenly understood. In the end, he gritted his teeth and concluded, treacherous. He's really too treacherous. After hearing this, the person on the other end was not very satisfied. That's all? Think about it carefully. Are there any details that have been overlooked, especially the physical contact? Details, physical contact. Su Yao's gaze suddenly turned cold. When I returned to the gambling hall after changing my clothes, I was bumped into by him, and then he patted me with his hand. Where was he patted? On my arm. See if there's anything left. Su Yao tilted his head and looked at his right arm. It was black cloth. At such a close distance, if there was really something on it, it would be obvious at a glance, but indeed, there's nothing. Are you sure? Anyway, I didn't see it. The person on the other end was silent for a moment. Don't look. Get closer and smell it. Su Yao did as he was told. In the next second, his expression changed slightly. There's the smell of rosin and grapefruit leaves. Yes, the rosin suppresses the soul, and the grapefruit leaves exorcise the ghosts. It's useless to pray in advance. Good luck won't fall on you. On the contrary, if the other party uses the 5 ghosts of fortune pattern in the hall, it's possible to transfer good luck to himself. The moment he plays, he will definitely win. 5 King of Spades. Isn't this a sure win card? The old man sighed. It seems that you've met a master. Suya remembered what Jiang Fuyue said at that time. We're already at the door. Boss Su, do you still need to prepare anything? Don't tell me you're going to bathe, burn incense, worship again, and pray for the blessing of the god of gamblers? It seems that Boss Su is preparing to try the method I mentioned. Otherwise, why did you change your clothes? Combined with Jiang Fuyue's half-smile and meaningful expression at that time, Su Yao suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Digression, Su Yao, very, very scary. Second watch, 2,000 words. Third watch, 10:50 a.m. Young man from the Su family? Young man from the Su family? Ah? Eldertson, what is it? I'll rush back to Cydia right away. Keep that person here. Don't let him leave. What do you want to do? Cough. There are fewer and fewer people in this business now. I have to meet him. Maybe they could learn from each other. Su Yao, okay, I'll wait for you to come back. In the same night, in a 5-star hotel in City A, in a suite on the top floor. Trash. You're all a bunch of useless trash. The sound of things being thrown was accompanied by a woman's angry scolding. She threw things at the bodyguard standing in a row. The dozen or so burly men didn't say a word. They lowered their heads and were scolded. Lu Mingxin, you can't even handle such a small matter. What's the use of keeping you? Are you useless? A group of people caught 2 people, and they were injured and hospitalized. You set fire to a village in the city and alarmed the fire department and the police. Why don't you go to heaven? I told you to kill them immediately. Do you know what immediately means? You should kill them as soon as you leave the auction house. But what about you? You allowed the other party to enter the village and cause so much trouble. Who is the one giving the orders? You should be clear about this. Get out. Get out of here. Looking at this group of blockheads, she couldn't help but start a fire. More than a dozen burly men filed out. What the hell? She wants to kill people and steal their treasures as soon as they leave the auction house. It's as if she's afraid that others won't know that she did it. We'll wait until they're far away before taking action. What's wrong with that? There are so many surveillance cameras outside the auction house. If we really call the police, who is she going to push out as the scapegoat? Speaking of scapegoat, everyone fell silent. Suddenly, I wonder how Awei is doing inside now. Did he get beaten up? Okay, everyone, calm down. She's still a customer. Don't make it too embarrassing. Only then did everyone stop talking, but the thorn in their hearts was getting deeper and deeper. In the room, the secretary carefully handed her a glass of water. Don't be angry, drink some water. Lu Mingxin raised her hand and took a sip. She put it on the table. Her chest was still heaving. Obviously, she hadn't calmed down. Why are you doing this? The secretary walked behind her and massaged the woman's shoulders and back carefully while comforting her gently. It's not worth it to ruin your health because of a bunch of useless idiots. Lu Mingxin suppressed the irritation between her eyebrows, but the wrinkles were still there. The skin that had sagged due to age was not as resilient as when she was young. Without the red chalcedony or the blue and white flower of the Yuan dynasty, what can I use to knock on the door of the giant peak? I don't dare to compete with the government for the blue and white porcelain, but who does Yufeng Group think they are? You think I'm afraid of him? The secretary didn't dare to speak. Cold sweat had already soaked his back, but he didn't stop rubbing his shoulders. So what if he stole it? So what if he did it in public? The most important thing is to get the red chalcedony back. Who would have thought that this group of trash would be so useless and still let him escape? The secretary rolled his eyes. Why don't we send someone else? Send my ass. The item is no longer with that person. How could that be? It's only been a day. Even if you find a buyer, it won't be that fast. Huh, why find a buyer? Why don't you just go directly to Su Yao? He wants this piece of red chalcedony anyway. Someone took the initiative to send it to him. How could he let it go so easily? This person is really cunning. The secretary gritted her teeth. But she was also very smart. Knowing that she couldn't hold back, she simply found another buyer. Not only did she get rid of this hot potato, but she also saved her life. As for finding Su Yao, that was another clever move. In the whole of City A, only this man Lu Mingxin couldn't touch him. Then now Lu Mingxin took a deep breath. Get ready. We'll go back to the capital tomorrow. Isn't it the day after tomorrow? Now that the plan is completely messed up, the giant peak won't act without a rabbit. Without Su Yao as a guarantor, Chairman Su won't even see me. Why should I stay? Do you want to watch those idiots eat? The secretary looked embarrassed. Then I'll arrange to book the plane tickets? Yes. You can leave first. The secretary left the room. Lu Mingxin rubbed her temples. They were still throbbing, and she couldn't stop the pain. Thinking of the man who appeared out of nowhere to snatch the red chalcedony and ruin all her plans, a murderous intent flashed through the woman's dark eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Su Yao got the red chalcedony. Out of morality, he had to protect the seller more or less. Moreover, no one knew if the two had reached any agreement in private. If she acted rashly, she was afraid that she would offend the Su family. If it were anywhere else, Lu Mingxin might not have so many concerns. But this was City A, the giant peak's territory. It was better to be safe than sorry. Thinking this through, she could only let that person go for the time being. Her head seemed to hurt even more. The woman got up and went into the bathroom, ready to take a hot bath to relieve her pain. At this moment, a few black shadows quietly sneaked in from next door. 20 minutes later, Lu Mingxin came out wrapped in a bath towel. Just as she sat on the bed and was about to call the front desk to arrange a technician to come over to give her a spa treatment, her vision turned black in the next second, and her head was covered by something. Come, she opened her mouth to say one word, but her mouth was blocked, and she could only make strange sounds. Then, like raindrops, fists fell on her body, head, and especially on her face. Lu Mingxin wanted to resist, but she couldn't. As soon as she sat up, she was kicked down. The dense punches didn't give her any chance to breathe at all. After an unknown period of time, this one-sided abuse finally ended. The few black shadows slipped away as silently as they came, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the big suite, only a strange sound could be heard. Unfortunately, the sound was too low, and no one heard it. If someone pushed the door open at this time, they would find that the insufferably arrogant, fierce, and almost mean career woman was wriggling in the sack like a maggot. She was embarrassed and embarrassed. After getting out of the sack with difficulty, Lu Mingxin tore off the thing in her mouth. Suddenly, she found that the taste was not right. She took a closer look and almost fainted in the next second. She didn't know whose stinky sock it was. It was stuffed in her mouth just now, and now it was still in her hand. She couldn't hold it in anymore and screamed. The secretary, who was busy booking plane tickets outside, finally realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly pushed the door open and came in. President Lu, after taking 2 steps, he saw the appearance of the person beside the bed. He was rooted to the spot, his eyes wide open, as if he had been struck by lightning. Who is this pig head with a bloody nose and a swollen face? What are you standing there for? Come and help me. Only then did the secretary react. Another hotel. Okay, I got it. The man ended the call. His silver mask had a cold texture under the light. There were 2 people standing next to him. They looked at each other. Boss, what did the higher-up say? Tomorrow, you will bring Yuan Qinghua back to the capital. The higher-ups have arranged a special police team to accompany you. Then the man raised his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more. I have my own arrangements. Oh right, you asked us to investigate the buyer who bought the red chalcedony. The man turned around. The silver mask made his dark eyes look like 2 bottomless whirlpools. How is it? The buyer seems to have some background. From the VIP information registered by Ketty Auction Company, we only know that he is backed by the Yufeng Group. But we don't know his name, where he comes from, what his family situation is, and what his education level is. In addition, I contacted a few colleagues and wanted to use the internal system to see if we can find any clues with the help of facial recognition. But the strange thing is that we can't find any records about this person in the Security Bureau's data pool. I suspect that the buyer may have provided personal information that doesn't match his appearance and forged his identity. The other female colleague thought for a while. There is another possibility that the information is correct and there is also information in the database, but it doesn't match his appearance. For example, he may have undergone plastic surgery. The male colleague nodded. We can't rule out this possibility. Boss, why are you investigating this person? Does he have anything to do with our plan? The man waved his hand and didn't want to talk more. Get ready. We will set off at dawn. Okay. The two left the room. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. The man stood quietly and looked into the distance. After a long time, he closed the curtains and turned to enter the bathroom. In front of the sink, the man took off his mask. A well-defined face was reflected in the mirror. His thin lips were like a blade, and his eyes were cold. Xie Dingyuan's back was slightly bent. She subconsciously reached out and rubbed her temples. But the results of the investigation kept ringing in her ears. The buyer may have provided personal information that doesn't match his appearance and forged his identity. There is another possibility that the information is correct. He may have undergone plastic surgery. Tisk, not only did he undergo plastic surgery, he even changed his gender. The man's waist wasn't that thin. He could pinch it with both hands. Jiang Fuyue looked left and right in the mirror. The bruises around her waist had already turned dark purple, like a belt that was wrapped around her waist. She cursed under her breath. She didn't feel anything when she was strangled, but now she knew how much strength the other party had used. Bandits! That night, Jiang Fuyue didn't dare to turn over because of the pain in her waist, so she didn't sleep well. But the next day, he was still in high spirits, because Lu Mingxin had been beaten up. Su Yao's people specially came to the hotel to report to her. Not only did they perfectly retell the details of the crime, but they also brought the photos of Lu Mingxin going to the hospital in the middle of the night with a swollen face. Two of the photos even captured the bodyguard behind her. The burly man had a hard time holding back his laughter, and the corners of his mouth secretly curled up before quickly smoothing out. Ha ha ha, Jiang Fuyue smiled, and her eyes and eyebrows were filled with joy. She handed the picture to Lu Sisi, who was standing next to her, to admire. Lu Sisi glanced at it, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Although she didn't know why Jiang Fuyue wanted to deal with this old woman, it didn't stop her from being happy with her. Do you have any other orders? The subordinate lowered his head, and his posture was respectful. The laughter of this man and woman made his scalp tingle. Ever since he stepped into this room, the dangerous atmosphere followed him like a shadow. As expected of the person who defeated the boss, Jiang Fuyue said, "Go back and tell Su Yao that I'm very satisfied with what I saw. I also have something to give him." After saying that, she raised her chin at Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi understood and stepped forward to hand a box to the subordinate. Then, she returned to Jiang Fuyue's side and stood quietly. The subordinate acknowledged in a low voice, turned around, and left. During this time, he didn't raise his eyes to look directly at the person sitting at the top. It wasn't until he left the hotel that the oppressive feeling gradually disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief and immediately rushed back to Supreme Jean to report. "You have something for me?" Su Yao raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. The subordinate immediately put the box on the office table. He opened it. The orange-red gem had a pure color and was less than the size of a palm. It was carved into a square piece, and the lines were not very clear due to the passage of time. However, the transparent texture did not decay for a long time, and a simple aura greeted him. It was the red chalcedony imperial jade seal with a silver ring inlaid with yin carvings. He was stunned. After a while, Su Yao closed the square box and looked up to ask his subordinate, "Other than that, what else did he ask you to tell me?" He said that he was very satisfied with what he saw. Su Yao's mouth twitched. "Then, is there a backup of the photo?" The subordinate, "Huh? Cough. Let me see." Was he really that satisfied? When he received the report earlier, he didn't care much and just waved his hand to have someone send it over. Therefore, Su Yao didn't have time to see it himself. Now, he was suddenly interested and a little curious. The subordinate, yes, I'll go get it right away, Suyao waved his hand. Hurry up. The subordinate ran away as if he had seen a ghost. Soon, he came back with the photo in a daze and handed it to Suyao. The boss, who had always been calm, suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, the subordinate, ? This pig head is so funny, ha 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 ha, the subordinate, ? I'm probably not awake yet. Digression, 2,000 words. Second update: Xianxia took the high-speed train overnight. When he arrived, he heard a laugh coming from the door. Ha 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 ha, the old man was a little confused. This voice sounded a bit like the Su family's kid. He pushed the door open and saw Suyao's mouth wide open. Wow. It was really him. The old man was even more confused. Eldertson. Suyao immediately stopped talking when he saw who it was. However, there was still a smile on his face. What's so funny? The old man muttered as he stepped forward. His two handlebar mustaches were sticking out. Ahem. Suyao coughed and ordered his subordinate, go and pour some tea. The subordinate left and did not forget to close the door. Please take a seat. Suyao hurriedly greeted him. Xianxia did not stand on ceremony. He sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. Didn't you lose money yesterday? Why are you laughing so happily today? The other party is better than I thought. He sent this. Suyao handed over the box. Xianxia did not take it. He just looked at it. Muhammad's imperial jade seal? Yes. The old man pondered for a moment. Tell me about that person. Tell me in detail. You didn't tell me clearly on the phone yesterday. Suyao directly pulled up the surveillance footage and showed it to him. Yes. I smeared the rosin and pomelo leaves on your body when I patted you. Then what do you think this person is? It's hard to say. The old man touched his beard. How about this? Ask him out and I'll meet him in person. Okay. When Jiang Fuyue received Suyao's call, she was packing up with Lu Sisi and preparing to go back to Linhui tomorrow. Dinner? That's right. You've given me such a big gift. I have to do my part as a host and express my gratitude. Time and place. Suyao ended the call and nodded at Xianxia. Done. Okay, then I'll go back to the hotel to take a shower and sleep. Let me tell you, this old man can't afford to be delayed. Suyao only breathed a sigh of relief after sending him out and watching him walk away. The old man's voice was really taxing on the ears. He couldn't afford to offend him. As night fell, Yongxing Street, the busiest street in a city, was brightly lit with neon lights. Jiang Fuyue was still dressed in the same way as he had been to the casino yesterday. He was tall and handsome. Lu Sisi, on the other hand, changed into a white dress and followed the man like a quiet lotus flower. As soon as the two stepped into the front hall of the restaurant, they were led to a private room by a waiter who had been waiting for them. The room was spacious. Other than the round mahogany table, there was also a tea area separated by a screen. Further inside was the washroom. Suyao and an old man were already sitting in the main seats. Seeing the two of them come in, the old man did not move, but Suyao got up and invited Jiang Fuyue to take a seat. As soon as her butt touched the chair, she felt a sharp gaze fall on her. Jiang Fuyue chuckled. He didn't even need to look to know that the old man was sizing him up. She ignored him and calmly picked up the teacup and took a sip. The old man seemed to be a little surprised and a little surprised. He suddenly said, "What do you think of this tea?" Jiang Fuyue, "It's okay. It quenches my thirst." Xianxia's mouth twitched. Suyao snapped his fingers and called the waiter. "Serve the dishes." In the meantime, he introduced them to each other. "This is an elder of mine. His surname is Si and this is a new friend of mine. His surname is Jiang." Jiang Fuyue nodded slightly and said, "Elder Cien." She began to look at the old man openly. The old man looked to be in his 60s. He was a little fat, his face was very round, and his earlobes were fat. He looked very lucky. The black tang suit he was wearing was a custom-made brand in China. It was expensive. His hair was combed back and smooth. There was not a single silver strand. It was obvious that he had been taking care of it regularly. The most distinctive thing was the mustache on his mouth. Maybe it was because he had touched it too much. It looked smooth and tame. In short, this was a fastidious and narcissistic old man. Oh, he also liked to pretend to look at people sharply. Sun Huaishan wanted to say, "I'm not pretending. I'm really sharp, these young people don't believe it." Knock, while Jiang Fuyue was looking at the old man was also looking at him. A man with a feminine appearance was destined to be unlucky. That was even more impossible. How could this kind of person be luckier than the Su family's kid? He even won hundreds of millions of dollars from him. What the F***ck? Hundreds of millions. And US dollars, that wastrel brat. As the old man and the young girl looked at each other for a long time, the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Su Yao coughed lightly and called the waiter. "Serve the dishes." Only then did the ice break. The two looked away, and the atmosphere slowly warmed up. It was indeed the most famous restaurant in a city. The taste was excellent. Jiang Fuyue was also very polite. She tasted every dish carefully and asked the waiter to refill her rice. Lu Sisi followed suit. She had not eaten since noon, and now that she was eating heartily, it was indescribably satisfying. The two of them were eating happily, which made Su Yao and Sun Huaishan a little confused. "You're not eating?" Jiang Fuyue took the time to ask. "Ah? Eat now." Su Yao immediately picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork closest to him. After half a bite, it was sour and sweet. The man's whole face wrinkled. Jiang Fuyue only lowered her head to eat, and she didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. Sun Huaishan wanted to speak several times, but the child was eating too happily. He suddenly didn't know how to interrupt. Okay, then he would eat too. As he ate, he found that the taste was really good. No wonder the other party was eating happily. Su Yao had been waiting for the old man to speak, but he waited until the flowers had withered, but there was still no sound. He turned his head and looked. Good Lord, the old man was eating greasily and nodding his head vigorously. Then, forget it, he would eat too. Just like that, the banquet at Hongmen, all the murderous intent and frightening steps were gone. There was only fragrant food and soft rice and 4 rice buckets left. Finally, Jiang Fuyue was full. She pulled the napkin and elegantly wiped her mouth. Lu Sisi also put down her chopsticks. Su Yao swallowed the pork ribs in his mouth and sat up straight. Sun Huaishan smacked his lips and looked regretfully at the plate of tofu in tomato sauce that was the furthest away from him. Burp, looking at the plate of bones that almost couldn't fit in front of him. To be honest, Su Yao was shocked and confused at that moment. Didn't he want to inquire about the other party's background and find out the other party's details? What did I do? King came here to eat noodles. On the other side, the old man didn't have this psychological burden. If he ate, then he ate. It was the same as doing business after eating. Little Jiang, where are you from? It began. Jiang Fuyue, the imperial capital. Oh, the imperial capital is a good place. What do you do? I'm used to being lazy and idle around. I do a little bit of everything. I'm not meticulous about anything. The old man's mouth twitched. How cunning. So you're being modest? You have at least mastered a unique skill. Otherwise, how would you know the magical effects of rosin and pomelo leaves? Here it comes. Su Yao's scalp tensed up. He didn't miss any expression on Jiang Fuyue's face. Unfortunately, the other party's expression didn't change. She was calm as usual. What rosin and pomelo leaves? Why can't I understand a word you said? Pretend. Keep pretending, Sun Huaishan snorted coldly in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled. If you can't understand, then no one in the world can. Jiang Fuyue looked puzzled. TSK, she was quite good at pretending. Sun Huaishan's face suddenly darkened. He asked directly, who is your master? Which sect are you from? To be able to use the 5 Ghosts Fortune Bureau that I set up to change your luck and win a few $100 million from this kid, you must not be from some random sect. Quickly tell me your name. Jiang Fuyue looked at Su Yao and sighed softly. I'm afraid that your elders have become muddle-headed after eating a few drunk shrimps. Otherwise, why are they talking nonsense? Hurry up and take them back to rest. The health of the elders can't be ignored. You have to be careful. Su Yao, who was inexplicably scolded for no reason, was confused. Sun Huaishan, who forced himself to get drunk and was treated as a problematic old man, was confused. Jiang Fuyue, it's getting late, and we've eaten. I'll leave first. Goodbye. After that, she left with Lu Sisi. The old man immediately reacted and wanted to chase after them. Su Yao stopped him. What are you doing? Forget it. Looking at the situation, you won't be able to get anything out of her. I won't ask. I'll just try. Let's see if she dares to take it. After that, he rushed out like a gust of wind. Jiang Fuyue walked out of the restaurant. Just as she walked to the corner of the street, a burning talisman suddenly brushed past her ear with a trace of boiling heat. She immediately turned around and punched back. All of her actions were completely instinctive. She didn't have time to think. There was a bang, the old man fell to the ground, his left eye black and blue. After a few seconds, he struggled to sit up and looked at Jiang Fuyue accusingly. Young people don't talk about martial arts. You, rat-tailed juice. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Digression, second watch, 3,000 words. 12:03 p.m. Young people don't talk about martial arts and rat-tail juice. Everyone who doesn't know these two phrases, ha 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 ha. Su Yao rushed over and saw the old man sitting on the ground, pointing at Jiang Fuyue with his chubby finger. Do you know how important martial arts are to a young man? Have you ever learned how to respect the old and love the young, how to respect the elderly and respect the elderly? You know that I can't take a beating at all, and I'm afraid of pain. I have osteoporosis, and I fall apart easily. Su Yao's figure was bathed in the moonlight, looking elegant and mysterious. At this moment, she was standing quietly in front of the old man, which was a sharp contrast to the old man's sorry state. The wind blew, and the burnt talisman on the ground was swept up. Su Yao had a headache and wanted to run away. Unfortunately, the old man had already discovered him. Su Yao. She hit me. She actually hit me? Su Yao had already stretched out his hand and wanted to run away, but he had no choice but to retract it. He walked over and helped the old man up. He was far away just now, and the light wasn't very good, so he didn't see too clearly. Now that he was closer, he was shocked. Su Yao expended a tremendous amount of effort before he was barely able to hold back the crazy urge to ha 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 in his body, but his face still turned red. She did it. Sun Huaishan stood up and complained angrily. Su Yao said seriously, I'm sorry, old man, no. She hit me. Why are you apologizing? Because I really couldn't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha. Sun Huaishan, question mark. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Su Yao, ha 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 ha, you little brat. Are you laughing at me? No, I definitely didn't mean that. Ha 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 ha. Really? Ha 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 ha. When he finally finished laughing, the old man's face was almost completely black. Su Yao coughed softly, walked forward, and explained to Jiang Fuyue in a kind tone, he didn't mean any harm. He just watched the surveillance video of the gambling hall yesterday and found that you. He tried to find a suitable description, did something and thought that you were a kindred spirit. So, he wanted to verify it in person. Jiang Fuyue, he can just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush, and there's no need for him to test me. Then, she looked at the black ashes by her feet. Su Yao's eyes flashed. He felt guilty. Who knew that the old man would suddenly explode at this time? I clearly said it in the restaurant just now, but you didn't admit it at all. So what else can I do other than test you? As he spoke, he looked quite aggrieved. The fat on his face twitched, and he didn't forget to pull at his hair. Yes, his head can be broken, but his hairstyle can't be messed up. Jiang Fuyue looked at him and sneered, before you ask someone, shouldn't you introduce yourself? You don't want to tell me which sect you are from, but you want to inquire about me. Don't you lack sincerity? Since you're not sincere, why should I tell you? The old man couldn't open his mouth. However, you admit it? Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. With one swollen eye, Sun Huaishan quickly walked in front of her and stood still. He cupped his fists in a formal manner, but his chin was raised high. His voice was as loud as a bell. I am the 26th sect leader of Qinghui Mountain Shaoyang sect. My Buddhist name is Mingsu, and my secular name is Sun Huaishan. May I ask which sect you are from, little friend? Jiang Fuyue was stunned when she heard Qinghui Mountain Shaoyang sect. When the old man finished telling her his Dharma name and real name, her eyes flashed, and her expression was strange. Humph. I've already introduced myself. It's your turn. The old man glanced at her and raised his chin to the sky. Fat and arrogant. Jiang Fuyue smacked her lips. Well, you don't have to introduce yourself. I'll give you something. Huh? Digression, 3,000 words. Another identity came. Same, what's the same, are they as fat or as strong? Jiang Fuyue looked at the petrified old man and touched her nose. Ahem. My grandmaster is called Xianxia. Senior sect leader? The old man almost jumped up. You called him grandmaster? How is that possible? Senior sect leader doesn't have any grand disciples. Except for that one, but 20 years ago, his predecessor was gone, and his senior sect leader disappeared without a trace. Because of this, the inheritance of the sect fell on his head. Bullshit, the old man was furious. Who the hell are you? You dare to use the name of our Shaoyang sect in Qinghui Mountain to swindle people. How dare you? Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Although she had never been to Qinghui Mountain, if you don't believe me, you can take the inheritance register behind the Aoran Righteousness plaque and see if my name is on it. Great, you even know about the Aoran Righteousness plaque. Are all liars nowadays so professional? Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. No. You also know about the inheritance register? This was a secret that only the direct descendants of the sect leader could pass on. I told you that my grandmaster is Xianxia, but you didn't believe me. Sun Huaishan snorted. Do you think I haven't read the inheritance register? Let me tell you, there are only 2 disciples under my senior sect leader's name, and these 2 disciples don't have descendants. Where did your grand disciples come from? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Are you sure? Oh, I have a very good memory. Maybe it was just added? Absolutely impossible. Jiang Fuyue said slowly, don't be so sure before you check it out. Okay, I'll check it out for you now. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed a number angrily. Hello, little Qijing, it's me. Look through the inheritance register and see if your Uncle Yi has any grand disciples under his name. The person on the other end muttered, now? But the main gate is closed and it's dark. 11th and 12th senior brothers are also asleep. Then look for the electronic version. Didn't they hire some operation team to scan and archive all the written information on our mountain? That's right. Let me look for it. While waiting, Sun Huaishan turned on the speakerphone and heard a rustling sound from the other end. About half a minute later. Found it. Sun Huaishan raised his mustache and looked at Jiang Fuyue provocatively. Say it. Does your martial uncle Ye's branch have any grand disciples? Louder. Yes, yes. Her name is Jiang Fuyue. She was added 2 months ago. The old man was dumbfounded. Hello? Master? Are you still listening? Hello? Why aren't you talking? Then I'll sleep too. After a long yawn, the call ended. After Xianxia found Jiang Fuyue, in view of her new identity and the fact that her rebirth was too inconceivable, she simply used her new name to hide her current identity. The first thing he did was to add her name to the lineage register and place her in the same row as the deceased Lu Mingyue. She would be recorded as a grand disciple. How is it? She smiled. Do you believe me now? You're really... The old man stammered. The night wind was silent, but it made people's heads feel cold. Wait, only he and his senior brother could change the lineage register, which meant there was news of Xianxia, who had disappeared for 20 years. Where's your grandmaster? Sun Huaishan's eyes lit up. Jiang Fuyue didn't hide it. The capital. I knew it. I knew he would go back to find his little moon. I've sent people to investigate for so many years, but they all found nothing. I didn't expect to hear news of my senior brother in my lifetime. In the end, the old man couldn't help but choke with sobs. If it weren't for Su Yao's persuasion, he probably would have acted like a fat tiger crying on the spot. Well, can you contact your grandmaster? The old man asked. Jiang Fuyue said yes. Then she took out her phone and called Xianxia. Little moon, what's wrong? She said the most gentle words, but the background was the sound of tapping on the keyboard. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. You stayed up late to play games again. It's not staying up late. It's only 9 o'clock. The nightlife has just begun. I promise I'll play until 10 o'clock. Really? Jiang Fuyue sighed. Internet addiction was scarier in old age than in teenagers. She couldn't control it. Xianxia said, hee, I met Grandmaster Cen. The sound of the keyboard paused. Who are you talking about? Jiang Fuyue said, your junior brother, my Grandmaster Cen. No. How did you meet that thing? As soon as he said this, Jiang Fuyue happened to turn on the speaker. Send that thing Huaishan, ? Cough. The old master wants to talk to you. Xianxia said, can I refuse? Sun Huaishan, well. Jiang Fuyue braced herself. I've turned on the speaker. Oh. Senior brother. So you're still there. Sun Huaishan grabbed the phone. When are you going back to the mountain gate? I'll return the position of the sect master to you. The ancestral hall needs to be repaired, and the statues of the 3 pure ones need to be remade. And Qijing and the others have reached the age where they should go down the mountain to gain experience. Look at the budget. Beep. Senior brother? Crooked? Crooked? Su Yao whispered, seems to have hung up, Sun Huaishan, ? He was so angry that he wanted to cry. Xianxia, let's not talk about money. We're still good friends. Jiang Fuyue couldn't bear to look at him. Well. I'll leave first. Stop. The old man caught up with her and walked quickly. Leave your contact information and address. Looking at his angry eyes, he looked like he was going to go north to settle accounts with Xianxia. Jiang Fuyue obediently left the address and phone number, and left with Lu Cici. The grudges between the two brothers should be solved by themselves. Time to leave. Sun Huaishan got the phone number and immediately dialed it. The phone rang for more than 10 seconds before it was slowly picked up. It was completely different from Jiang Fuyue. Who is it? I'm busy. If there's anything, we can talk tomorrow. Then he hung up. Sun Huaishan, ? What the hell? When he called again, he was already blacklisted. The old man took a deep breath. The boy of the Su family, huh? Su Yao reacted. Yes, what can I do for you? Book the earliest flight for me. I'm going to the capital. He was full of murderous intent. The next day, Jiang Fuyue, who had taken off her disguise and mask and returned to her original appearance, saw Sun Huaishan at the airport, dragging his luggage and looking unhappy. Su Yao personally sent him here. After the old man passed the security check, he turned around and left. On the way, he passed by a young woman. The fresh citrus fragrance entered his nostrils. He couldn't help but look back, only to see a slender and graceful figure gradually walking away. Su Yao frowned and ignored the strange familiar feeling in his heart. He shook his head and strode away. Jiang Fuyue didn't look sideways. When she walked past the man, she was calm from head to toe. As expected, Su Yao didn't notice. Did you get your boarding pass? Lu Cici nodded. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Let's go. It's time to go home. At 12:37 p.m., the flight landed smoothly. The two of them took their luggage and went their separate ways. Lu Cici returned to the Yufeng Group's kitchen, and Jiang Fuyue returned to the Imperial Heaven Palace. As soon as they walked out of the arrival hall, they met Xie Dingyuan, who came out from the other side of the corridor. The man's figure was tall and straight. He wore a silver-gray windbreaker, which made his legs look even longer. Their eyes met, and both of them were stunned. You just arrived too? They asked at the same time. Xie Dingyuan nodded. I went on a business trip. What about you? Jiang Fuyue, I had something to do. If I remember correctly, today is Tuesday. You should be in school. Don't you know that it's easy for good students to ask for leave? The man smiled and nodded. Then when you join the project team, you won't have to be afraid that number 1 middle school won't let you go. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Are you serious? I've sent you all the information, the man said seriously. Do I look like I'm joking? No. Go back and wait for my news. It'll be quick. Jiang Fuyue didn't expect Xie Dingyuan to be so quick. The next day, as soon as she arrived at school, she was called to the principal's office with Su Jing. On the way, Su Jing whispered to her, What big thing did you do? Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment. I don't think so. Why did you use probably with a question mark? A non-declarative sentence represents uncertainty. Don't you know that as someone who got full marks in the language exam? Oh. So there's something? You tell me, what's going on? Jiang Fuyue had a hunch. She touched her nose and said, I might have been caught. What? Digression, 3,000 words. The next update was 12 o'clock. Sure enough, as soon as she entered the office, the principal excitedly took out the letter of appointment. This is from Professor Xiao on behalf of the research team. He invites you to join the new project as the second researcher. This is unprecedented for a high school student. One had to know that a real research team would only accept doctorates, especially professors and scholars like Xie Dingyuan, who were national treasures. It was said that if you wanted to join his team, you had to be prepared to be picky. The fact that Jiang Fuyue was chosen and Xie Dingyuan personally sent a letter to the school made the principal feel like he was in a dream. Everything that was happening in front of him was unbelievable. However, the letter was in front of him in black and white. He had no choice but to deceive himself. Student Jiang, you're so hardworking. If the project goes smoothly and produces results, you'll be the first high school student. First middle school was the fighter jet of high school, then he would be the Hulk of the principal. Just thinking about it made him want to bubble. Jiang Fuyue, then this leave, I'll approve it. I'll approve it now. It's just a month, no problem. Anyway, your grades can keep up, so it doesn't matter if you don't come to school. It was only when Jiang Fuyue was about to leave that Su Jing finally reacted. Who did you say was looking for who to do the project? Principal, Professor Xie is looking for student Jiang. Which Professor Xie? Xie Dingyuan, the founder of History Biotechnology, a famous biochemist. Although you teach mathematics, you should know this kind of common sense, right? The two walked out of the principal's office. Su Jing confirmed again, is it really Xie Dingyuan looking for you? Jiang Fuyue rolled her eyes and was too lazy to answer him. Su Jing walked into the office in a daze. Meng Zhijian looked at him curiously and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Old Su, why are you walking like you're floating? I'm floating? He took 2 big gulps of cold tea. Meng Zhijian nodded, you're floating. Oh, then go ahead. I have the capital anyway. Huh? Hee, I'm Jiang Fuyue's class teacher. Meng Zhijian was confused. What are you talking about? Let me tell you, blah blah blah. 2 minutes later, Meng Zhijian said, F***ck. Was this for real? Xie Dingyuan himself? Are you sure? TSK, the district even stamped it. What did you think? Damn it. That's amazing. Well, I feel like I'm floating too. Su Jing, question mark. Meng Zhijian raised his chin. I have the capital anyway. After all, Jiang Fuyue is also my student. Su Jing, exclamation point. F***ck. He had miscalculated. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue was granted a 1-month leave as soon as she returned to school. She picked up her bag and left with light footsteps under the envious gaze of the whole class. She did not go home. Instead, she took a bus to the city library. After reading the information sent by Xie Dingyuan, Jiang Fuyue vaguely guessed what she needed to do. However, some of the knowledge in her current thinking system was not complete enough. She needed a lot of books and theses to fill in. She stayed for half a day until the library was closed and the staff began to clear the place. Then, she packed her things and left. On the way back, she received a call from Xianxia. "I've been targeted recently. You have to be careful." "I suspect it was sent by the Liu family." Jiang Fuyue was not surprised by this. On the contrary, Lu Mingxin had suffered a big loss in the old house incident at Bronze Street. It was not her usual style to take action only now. Maybe the shadow of a bruised nose and a swollen face was too big, so it slowed down her actions. "Xianxia, in order to avoid you being implicated, Ling Qingzhou and I will try to contact you less during this period." "Okay. Be careful." City A, a private hospital, a VIP ward. "President Liu, don't worry. I've already contacted the best rehabilitation doctor in the country. He'll be here this afternoon." Lu Mingxin had been beaten up for no reason and was rushed to the hospital for treatment. However, the arrangements to return to Beijing had to be put on hold for the time being. At this time, the woman had a pillow behind her back and was casually leaning against the head of the hospital bed. Her movements were natural and elegant, but unfortunately, there was no beauty in them. That was because her face really looked like a pig's head. Not only was it swollen, but it also looked like an overturned color palette, green and purple, mixed together into a pile. Since the doctors in this hospital did not dare to treat her rashly, they had not used any medicine since she was admitted to the hospital the day before yesterday. They also did not dare to randomly wrap her face with gauze. Therefore, Lu Mingxin's pig's head was so exposed that there was nothing to cover her ugliness. Occasionally, patients who passed by the door inadvertently saw the situation in the room and almost peed their pants on the spot. Oh my God, even a pig has become a spirit. Under the double torture of physical pain and disfigurement, Lu Mingxin's temper gradually became more and more irritable. She often scolded people and threw things. Her secretary became her punching bag, but she did not dare to speak out. She still had to carefully smile apologetically and carefully serve her. "President Liu, the rehabilitation doctor is here. Let him in immediately." "Yes. There's news from the people we sent to Linhuai. Do you want to take some time to meet him?" "How can I meet people in this ghastly state? Let them continue to investigate, don't bother me." Bronze Street and the 10-year plan were not as important as her face. The day after her leave was approved, Jiang Fuyue joined Xie Dingyuan's research team. Other than her, there were 5 other people, all men. 3 were PhD students from Q University, 1 was a postdoc from B University, and 1 was a top student from Binhai University. They were all above 30 years old, tall, short, fat, and thin. The only thing they had in common was their high IQ and slovenly appearance. They were all wearing checkered shirts, casual pants, and even the same series of watches. Those who didn't know would think that they were wholesaling. "Yes, we are wholesaling." One of them generously confirmed Jiang Fuyue's guess. "We are from the 11 group. There are activities, so we can save a lot of money." Everyone nodded. "I am responsible for selecting a large number of products and conducting the preliminary screening. I am mainly analyzing the gameplay and calculating discounts. At the same time, I am also looking for hidden coupons. I will consider everyone's opinions and make the best choice. Then, I will pay on time and open the boxes." The division of labor was meticulous. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. "Speaking of which, little kid, what year are you? Did the teacher organize a tour of historical records? Why are you alone? Could it be that you're lost? We can't just barge into some of the laboratories here. You will get into trouble." What he said was true. Bacteria and poisonous gas were no joke. "Hurry up and call your teacher and ask him to come and pick you up." "Forget it. Just ask Xiaolu to take her out." In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fuyue's departure was decided. Just as she was about to explain, she saw Xie Dingyuan walk in after changing into a lab robe and holding another one in his hand. He threw it to Jiang Fuyue. "It's new. I haven't worn it before." "Thank you." She gestured at her chest. The size was just right. The other 5 people were obviously stunned. Professor Xia, who is she? Xie Dingyuan walked to Jiang Fuyue and stood side by side with her. Let me formally introduce her to the new member of the X-Tree project, Jiang Fuyue. She is responsible for the modeling and tree data analysis. Everyone gasped. This kid is a new member? Is she, an adult? Xie Dingyuan, little friend? Yeah, isn't she a student who came to visit history biology? Jiang Fuyue, first of all, I'm not a child. I'm an adult. Secondly, I'm a student, but I'm not here to visit. You didn't give me a chance to explain, so you can't blame me for not making things clear. It would have been better if she didn't explain, but now that she did, it was even more surprising. How many years have you been studying for? Which school? What field do you specialize in? Who is your mentor? Which journals and magazines have you published? How many research institutes have you been in? Everyone was talking at once, their enthusiasm soaring. These questions were not malicious. They simply wanted to know the personal information of their new partner. He didn't have any intention of making things difficult for them. After all, to be personally invited by Xie Dingyuan and be in charge of the modeling, the hardware must be perfect. But in fact, Jiang Fuyue tilted her head and smiled at everyone. I'm in my 3rd year of high school this year. 2 seconds of dead silence. Ha ha ha. Are all young girls nowadays as humorous as you? The joke of being 18 years old isn't popular anymore? You're in your 3rd year of high school now? If you're in your 3rd year of high school, then I'm just a primary school graduate. What's the saying on the internet? Yes, I'm still a baby. Ha ha ha, Lao Bai, can you stop calling me a baby? Baby? I think you have a bump on your head. Jiang Fuyue, little Jiang, don't be so modest. Why don't you introduce us formally? Who knows, your senior brother might be one of us. Yes. Q University and B University have him. Hey. The one from Penn University is still here. He's not dead yet. Don't bully me just because you have more people. You're too niche. If little Jiang hasn't gone abroad, the probability of you being in Q University and B University is higher. Everyone looked at Jiang Fuyue inquisitively. They were all waiting for her answer. She continued to smile. I'm in my 3rd year of high school, Linan First High School. I just handed in a leave of absence yesterday. If you don't believe me, ask Xie Dingyuan. Everyone stopped laughing and looked at the person next to the girl. Xie Dingyuan nodded honestly. I was the one who helped her apply for leave. F*CK, the sky was falling. After that, Jiang Fuyue became the center of attention. The 5 men looked at her from head to toe, then from toe to head, as if they were looking at a rare species. Fortunately, they were just looking at her curiously and did not overstep their boundaries. Little girl, do you have any special skills? Before Jiang Fuyue could answer, another man said, her hair is special. Haha, can you put away your dry humor for a while? Okay. In the end, Xie Dingyuan said, there will be many opportunities for you to get to know each other. There's no need to rush now. Get ready. We'll enter Lab S1 at 10 o'clock. Lab S1 referred to Lab S1, which had the highest level of confidentiality. It was also the main location of the X-Tree project. Jiang Fuyue changed her clothes and followed them to the preparation room to disinfect her clothes. During this time, she was asked a lot of questions. Everyone was curious as to what abilities she had to be able to make Professor Xia lower himself to personally invite her. Jiang Fuyue could not explain it clearly. Of course, she did not know why Xie Dingyuan chose her. There were so many geniuses and capable researchers. He did not want to use these convenient resources, but he was willing to take the risk to invite a high school student. TSK, men's hearts were like the bottom of the ocean. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the preparation work was completed. Xie Dingyuan led a group of 7 people into Lab S1. First, everyone's fingerprint information was recorded. They were required to punch in every entry and exit. Jiang Fuyue knew that many confidential laboratories had strict rules. She was already mentally prepared, so she did not find it strange and did not object. In the eyes of the other 5 people, her performance was synonymous with calm and calm. They felt that she was even more unpredictable. After the established procedures were completed, they gathered together and had a clear plan for the initial stage of the experiment. In the end, Xie Dingyuan divided the work. During the whole process, Jiang Fuyue listened most of the time and did not speak much. First of all, she was not familiar with the project. Instead of speaking rashly, it was better to watch and listen more. Second of all, each of these people was better than the other, and their minds were more active than the other. She was new here and could take the opportunity to understand the colleagues she would be working with for the next month. Everyone's temperament and personality were vividly displayed in the discussion. Jiang Fuyue was assigned the modeling work as expected. The amount of data this time is unusually large. Can she do it alone? Xie Dingyuan did not have any doubts, yes. Not only were the others amazed by his resolute and decisive manner, but even Jiang Fuyue could not help but look at him again. After the division of labor was completed, everyone went about their own business. Jiang Fuyue sat in front of the computer. Because the project had just started and lacked data, she decided to build the framework first. Xie Dingyuan walked over and put a hand on her chair. Jiang Fuyue did not notice this action. See if the computer is convenient for you. If you have any questions, just ask me. Okay. Jiang Fuyue agreed generously, but she quickly realized that there was no need for this. This was because this computer was almost perfect in terms of configuration, performance, and user experience. Soon, the first wave of data was released. Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, had already set up the framework an hour ago. By now, she had already walked around the laboratory several times. She was familiar with everything from the large windows to the small corners of the walls. Little girl, the first wave of data is sent to you. Jiang Fuyue, okay. The busy morning passed just like that. In the blink of an eye, it was time for lunch. Xie Dingyuan, everyone, take a break. Let's have lunch first. History Biology had its own cafeteria. There were 2 cafeterias on the 3rd and 13th floors of the building. Xie Dingyuan brought Jiang Fuyue directly to the 13th floor. Because there were few people, it was quiet, and it was not far away. You don't have to worry about me. I can do it myself. Xie Dingyuan, do you have a meal card? No. If I don't care about you, you won't even be able to eat. Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. She thought that this person did not know how to chat at all. History Biology's food could no longer be described as good. It was sumptuous, there were chicken, duck, and fish, and they all looked very good. There were also all kinds of fresh vegetables. After the meal, there were oranges, apples, and bananas. Beep, Xie Dingyuan swiped his card to pay the bill. Jiang Fuyue picked up the tray and chose a seat nearby. The man also sat opposite her and looked at her. Jiang Fuyue asked, where are Lao Bai and the others? Xie Dingyuan, I don't know. Actually, the few of them were timid and cowardly. They did not dare to eat with Xie Dingyuan at all and had already slipped away. Therefore, when they went back to the laboratory in the afternoon and found out that Jiang Fuyue was having lunch with Xie Dingyuan, brave warrior. Please accept my respect. Digression, 3,000 words per update. My opponent's game was stuck until now in the afternoon, so the update was a little late. Everyone, please forgive me 12 o'clock. The corner of Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. She turned back to the console and continued to look at the computer. Just like that, the first day of the cast passed by peacefully and uneventfully. However, the others didn't think so. They hadn't seen anything special about Jiang Fu yet, so they were all excited and eager to get into action. They couldn't help but be curious. That night, Jiang Fuyue had a video conference with Xie Dingyuan after taking a shower. I plan to use the TX analysis method for the initial model. The main purpose is to capture and collect. As Jiang Fuyue spoke, she used her hands to draw out the general structure of the process. Her thoughts were clear and the notes were clear. Xie Dingyuan played the role of a listener most of the time. He nodded to express his agreement from time to time. Occasionally, he would chime in, but he went straight to the point. His suggestions were also very constructive. This was the first real academic exchange between the two of them. It was also the first time their ideas collided. Although they were separated by a screen, Jiang Fuyue's creative ideas and bold innovations made the man's eyes light up and hot. Xie Dingyuan's quick thinking and inference also made Jiang Fuyue look at him in a new light. She knew that Professor Xia was very smart because everyone said so. However, she didn't think so in her heart. However, this time, she personally experienced this man's powerful thinking ability. Her heart that wanted to compete was even more restless. The entire tree structure still needs to be perfected before we can see the results. However, I believe that it will be very shocking. In the video, when the girl talked about her professional field, she was in high spirits. The strong confidence between her eyebrows made it impossible for people to look away. Xie Dingyuan was fascinated by the video. She must have just taken a shower. 2 strands of hair were still wet and stuck to her cheeks. She might have felt uncomfortable, so she casually tucked her hair behind her ears. This way, her fair and delicate earlobes could be seen. She didn't put on any makeup, but her lips were red and her teeth were white. She was very beautiful. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were sparkling and watery. She was wearing cotton pajamas. The buttons at the collar were well done. She didn't reveal anything that shouldn't be revealed. She must have checked before the video call was connected. But her neck was still exposed, fair and slender. Xie Dingyuan could not help but gulp. The person on the other end asked, "What do you think about this operation?" The man pondered for a moment as if he was thinking. The algorithm is too complicated. If the data increases in the later stages, I'm afraid it will cause a long lag or even a crash. This was exactly what Jiang Fuyue was worried about. Every time this man spoke, he would hit the nail on the head and be impartial. At noon in the cafeteria, she thought that he didn't know how to talk, but now she felt that he was too good at talking. Yeah, it's getting late." It was Han Yunru's voice. It could be heard clearly from outside the door. Xie Dingyuan also heard it. "Sorry, I forgot the time when we were talking. You should rest early. See you tomorrow." Jiang Fuyue nodded. It was indeed getting late. See you tomorrow. The next day, Jiang Fuyue got up at 7 o'clock, had breakfast at 8 o'clock, and was ready to go out. Just as she reached the entrance of the neighborhood, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly slid to a stop beside her. The car window rolled down, revealing the man's cold and arrogant eyes. "Get in the car. Let's go together." Jiang Fuyue didn't refuse. She had no reason to refuse. Not to mention that the two of them were going the same way, it was quite convenient for them to hitch a ride. Since she was working hard for Xie Dingyuan, he should give her a ride. "Have you had breakfast?" After Jiang Fuyue got into the car, the man asked faintly. "Yes, I ate at home." A flash of disappointment seemed to flash through the man's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. No one else noticed it, and maybe he didn't notice it either. When they arrived at the DNA building, Xie Dingyuan had to deal with company affairs. He wore a full suit today. His tie was meticulously knotted, and his leather shoes were shiny. He stood in front of a few secretaries and assistants, and his domineering aura came out. Jiang Fuyue went directly to the laboratory. The second batch of data was going to be released today, so she couldn't be careless. "Lao Bai, why is it that I calculated this data 5 times, but the results are different every time?" He was going crazy. "Huh? Is it that magical? Let me see." The rest of the people gathered around. Lao Bai sat next to Jiang Fuyue. She didn't need to rush over to him. She could see the data from the corner of her eye, and the pile of used draft papers beside her. "Lao Bai, first I used the computer to calculate, then I used the AI to calculate. Finally, I even used the pen myself, but the results were different every time. F***CK. The others couldn't figure out what was going on in a short period of time, and Lao Bai's steps were messy and scribbled. He was probably the only one who could understand it. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue, 387. "Yes?" Lao Bai looked at her. "What are you talking about?" I said, "The final result is 387, you calculated it wrong 5 times. Impossible." Lao Bai stood up. His eyes were not very friendly. For a data analysis genius, Jiang Fuyue's "you calculated it wrong 5 times" was tantamount to a huge provocation. Jiang Fuyue's tone was flat. But you've miscalculated. Bang, Lao Bai pulled the draft papers and slammed them in front of her. His voice was a little loud, and he looked quite fierce. But the truth was that he felt wronged. The 30-year-old man's lips trembled nonstop. You pointed out. Where did I calculate it wrong? Digression, second watch, 2,000 words. Third watch. Everyone saw that the situation was not good and quickly came forward to persuade him. Lao Bai, don't be so petty. What if you scare the little girl? We Lao Bai rookies have to protect our motherland's young seedlings. Didn't I just say that you were wrong? It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's not like we're cutting off your flesh. Why are you overreacting? Lao Bai, ? Are we still good brothers, a bunch of traitors? Little girl, you might not know, but your brother Lao Bai is a top student in the mathematics department of Binhai University. You can say that he's ugly, has a foul mouth, has a bad personality, and is a rotten cabbage, but you can't say that he was wrong. The ugly, foul-mouthed, bad-tempered Lao Bai, who was like a rotten cabbage. They were still persuading him just now, but now it was Jiang Fuyue's turn. The few of them tried their best to persuade him. You're young, so you're more straightforward. But it's okay, just apologize. Lao Bai won't hold it against you. Although he has a bad temper, he doesn't hold grudges. Yeah, your brother Lao Bai has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Isn't that right, Lao Bai? Lao Bai snorted. He was even being arrogant. Old Jean immediately kicked him in the dark and gave him a look that said, say something and make your stand clear. The little girl is thin-skinned. Take the initiative. Finally, Lao Bai hesitated and said, then. I forgive you. He paused for a moment and added, seeing that you're a young seedling of our motherland. Jiang Fuyue was indifferent. She did not even bat an eyelid. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked over. She tilted her head and smiled. Her tone was sincere. But you really miscalculated. Lao Bai? Everyone. It was over. Just as Lao Bai was about to explode and everyone was worried for him, the girl's indifferent voice sounded. Page 2, Step 7, Newton-Leibniz Formula. The value of the definite integral formula equals f, a, f, b. A and b are substituted in reverse. Ah? Lao Bai was dumbfounded. Jiang Fuyue directly slapped the draft paper in front of her back. Her action was as domineering as it could get. No one is always right, even if you are a top student. Mistakes aren't terrible. What's terrible is deceiving yourself and others, not admitting your mistakes. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lao Bai grabbed the draft paper in a daze. Page 2, Step 7, soon, he found the place and looked at it. Sure enough, A and B were reversed. After bringing them into the formula, the result of the calculation was naturally wrong. When he used the computer and the AI to calculate, the values of A and B were mixed up when he manually entered them. This caused both of them to be confused at the same time. Gulp. Someone swallowed his saliva exaggeratedly. Lao Bai scratched his head and smiled awkwardly at Jiang Fuyue. Little girl, I'm sorry. I lost my temper before I figured out the whole story. You're right. I really miscalculated. Jiang Fuyue's expression softened a little. But, firstly, my name is Jiang Fuyue. What kind of nickname was little girl? Secondly, you didn't even produce a set of data today. Do you plan to continue like this? You don't want to get off work on time, but I do. Thank you. Everyone, we want to too. Lao Bai, in the end, he could only sit back down dejectedly. He pulled out a few more draft papers and started to calculate bitterly. He didn't believe it. On the other side, a head suddenly appeared next to Jiang Fuyue. It was old Jean who came up to her with a smile. Little Yaya, how did you know which step Lao Bai made a mistake? You didn't even look at the draft paper just now. Jiang Fuyue, it was a coincidence. Old Jean. I'd be a fool to believe you. This little girl is very cunning. Suddenly, Lao Bai stood up excitedly. 387. It's really 387. Everyone was stunned. So, Jiang Fuyue's casual answer just now was, correct, digression, third watch, 1,000 words. It's the last 2 days of November, please buy tickets. There will be a lot of scenes between 99 and yeah for the whole day. Jiang Fuyue was under the scrutiny of a few people. However, she acted as if she didn't feel anything. She faced the computer and typed furiously. When she was free, she would urge Lao Bai on the data. Lao Bai was almost driven crazy by her. Didn't I just give you one set? Jiang Fuyue, it's done. No, more than 3,000 data in half an hour and you're done? It's really not fast. Wait for more data. After the model optimization, the speed will at least double, Jiang Fuyue said seriously. Double? It's a conservative estimate. F***ck, Lao Bai, are you really a high school student? Do you need to see my student ID? Jiang Fuyue, when will the next set of data be sent to me? Lao Bai, very soon. How soon is very soon? I want the exact time. 40. No, 50 minutes. I guarantee it will be done. The girl frowned. She seemed to be dissatisfied with his efficiency, but in the end, she reluctantly accepted it. Okay. Lao Bai pulled a long face and continued to work hard. 50 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue, send me the data. Lao Bai's body stiffened and his hands trembled. It's not done yet, Jiang Fuyue frowned. She stood up and walked behind him. Let me see. This involves March's new research method. It needs to be combined with the microlayering mechanism. Currently, it's not widely used in China. You must. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the girl's finger land on the screen. Jiang Fuyue, here, the preconditions are not stable. The hydraulic pressure is not enough. The precondition of the R2 formula is unknown. It can't be directly inserted. You have to use Fion to eliminate one factor before the result can be converted. In the beginning, Senior White still had the attitude of let's see what you can say, and he had an indifferent expression on his face. But when he heard the latter part, he subconsciously sat up straight, and his back was as taut as a drawn bow. How did you know? Jiang Fuyue looked at him strangely. Is there a problem? This is the result of the latest research. Lao Bai enunciated each word clearly. No matter how new it is, it can be found in the thesis database, right? Did she think that the few days she spent in the library before joining the film crew were for nothing? Why do you suddenly know about this? Also, even if you have read the thesis, you might not know the detailed operation steps. He only knew how to use it after going abroad to study. The level of precision and complexity was not something that could be understood just by reading the thesis. Jiang Fuyue said, just because you can't, doesn't mean others can't. Lao Bai. Too arrogant. He was so angry that he cried. Hurry up and change it. I want to see the data in 10 minutes. Lao Bai's legs trembled. He immediately followed Jiang Fuyue's instructions and used Fion to eliminate the factors. In less than 2 minutes, the data was out. He immediately packed it up and sent it over. Jiang Fuyue clicked accept and imported the model at the same time. The other computer simultaneously started the data analysis mode. One poured in, the other poured out. Lao Bai was stunned. No wonder she was so efficient. Jiang Fuyue looked at her watch and said coldly, after 40 minutes, I want to see the next set of data. Are you okay? Lao Bai hugged his head and wailed. Finally, it was time to get off work. When he walked out of the laboratory, his eyes were dark and his legs were trembling. He was almost in a half-crippled state. Old Jean and the others clicked their tongues in wonder. You're not in the right state today. You look like you're overindulging. No way. You're watching porn during work? Cough. Do you have the resources? Share it with me. The night is long, so I can pass the time. Lao Bai sat down on the chair and did not even have the strength to refute. If you're my brother, then get me a bottle of glucose first. Seeing that he did not seem to be joking and his face was pale with dark circles under his eyes, everyone realized that something was wrong and quickly got him food. After eating a few pieces of chocolate and gulping down a few mouthfuls of glucose water, Lao Bai's face finally became rosy. "Brother, you seem to have met a vixen and been squeezed dry." Lao Bai licked his lips. "It's not a vixen," he said. "It's Jiang Fuyue." "Ah? What's wrong with the little girl? You were all on the experiment table just now. You didn't see how scary she was." Jiang Fuyue changed her clothes and came out of the female changing room. When she passed by the male changing room next door, she suddenly heard her name. She shrugged and did not stop. Just as she walked out of the door, she met Xie Dingyuan. He was still wearing the same suit. Even though it had been a whole day, he was still wearing it meticulously. "Is it over?" he asked. Jiang Fuyue nodded. "Today's task is complete. Let's go back together." "Oh." Jiang Fuyue did not think much about it. When she got in the car, she realized that Xie Dingyuan had specially come to the test area from the office to pick her up. "Why are you looking at me like that?" The man saw the girl's gaze and could not help but ask, "Is there something on my face?" She shook her head. "Nothing, I just suddenly discovered something." "Is it about me?" "Yes." "Then can I know what it is?" "No." This topic was considered dead. There was a moment of silence in the car. Soon, Xie Dingyuan spoke again. "Are you used to it these 2 days?" He was not a talkative person, but he took the initiative to speak. The driver, old Zhang, could not help but glance at Jiao Yi through the rearview mirror. He was afraid that he would be discovered, so he quickly looked away. "Jiang Fuyue, it's okay. Can you keep up with the progress? Bai Yuchen is a little slow." Xie Dingyuan was slightly stunned. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. His original intention was to ask her if she could keep up, but she was good. Instead, she complained that others were too slow. Jiang Fuyue frowned. "What are you laughing at?" The man's smile deepened. "You're very good. Lao Bai can't keep up because he didn't do his best. I think it won't happen in the future." That was true. Later on, he was forced to hand over the data reluctantly. "Do you know about the catfish effect?" Jiang Fuyue turned to look at him. "What are you trying to say?" The so-called catfish effect was to use the catfish as a natural enemy to stimulate the sardines' survival ability. In the end, the sardines survived. "Xie Dingyuan, I thought you were a sardines, but now it seems that you should be a catfish." He wanted to make her successful, but unexpectedly, she was the one who made the team successful. Jiang Fuyue smiled. "So, you have to thank me." It was originally a joke, but she did not expect the man to nod seriously. "I should thank you." Jiang Fuyue, question mark. "I'll treat you to a meal." "How about it?" He was a little nervous. This feeling came suddenly and unfamiliar. It did not come when he was facing the senior management of Hanqing, when he was making decisions in meetings, when he was giving a report in front of the world's scientists at the International Scientific Research Summit, and even when he received the World-Class Merit Award with both hands, he did not feel it. But at this moment, when he asked Jiang Fuyue if he could have a meal with him, accompanied by the sound of his heartbeat, Xie Dingyuan finally tasted the feeling of nervousness. That feeling was as if his heart had suddenly been lifted by an invisible force. "Jiang Fuyue, okay, what do you want to eat?" And at this moment, it landed gently. Other than Xie Dingyuan himself, no one else knew what had happened. He asked, "What do you want to eat? Is hot pot okay?" "Okay." Old Zhang almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. Didn't Lord Nine always hate this kind of smoky dining environment the most, not to mention the choking smell of hot pot? He always politely declined and would not even enter the restaurant. But what did he just say? "Okay." Old Zhang took a deep breath, looked straight ahead, and said in his heart, "Calm down." Once the news spread, it was like pouring cold water into a pot of hot oil, boiling in all directions. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a hot pot restaurant. On the black signboard, the words "Biantian Hot Pot" were written in flamboyant calligraphy. It was Jiang Fuyue's first time seeing a signboard written in cursive. It was too messy for customers to recognize, and many restaurants would not do this. The two of them got out of the car, and the driver drove away. It seemed that it was Xie Dingyuan's first time here. He led her into the restaurant unfamiliarly, then he looked for the waiter and said his name. When the waiter heard it, he enthusiastically led the two of them to a private room. Jiang Fuyue looked around. At this moment, the waiter handed over the menu. Xie Dingyuan took it and flipped through it, but he did not order for a long time. He seemed to have some concerns. Why don't you order? Jiang Fuyue did not think much of it. After receiving the menu, she quickly checked the menu. Do you want to eat braised pork? She asked. After hearing no response for a long time, Jiang Fuyue could not help but raise her head and look across. Under her questioning gaze, the man's face seemed to have an additional touch of awkwardness. He said awkwardly, what's braised pork? Jiang Fuyue, ? Digression, 3,000 words per night. Xia 99, an ordinary hot pot noob. 12 o'clock. Huanghe was a common food in hot pot. It came from the arteries of pigs, cows, and other livestock. It was usually the main artery, also known as the cardiac canal. Xie Dingyuan listened to the explanation and said thoughtfully, if it's the arteries coming out of the ventricles, then it should be called the aortic arch? Jiang Fuyue nodded. That's the scientific name. What does it have to do with the throat? Who said it has to do with the throat? Why else would it be called Huanghe? Also, why is it yellow? When I was in university, I dissected the arteries of pigs and cows. Regardless of whether it comes out of the left ventricle or the right ventricle, it should be white after washing. Jiang Fuyue. Sorry, even if I'm smart, I can't answer these two questions. Xie Dingyuan, why is she ignoring me again? After ordering, the waiter placed the order on the spot. Do you want red soup or mandarin duck soup? Jiang Fuyue asked Xie Dingyuan, I'm fine with anything. What about you? He thought for a while. Can we have half red soup and half clear soup? The waiter, of course, then I'll serve you both the mandarin duck soup. Xie Dingyuan nodded calmly. Yes, mandarin duck soup. God knew that a second ago, he didn't even know what mandarin duck soup was. Fortunately, he didn't make a fool of himself. After placing the order and verifying that there was no mistake, the waiter left the private room. Xie Dingyuan heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he met Jiang Fuyue's slightly scrutinizing gaze. Have you eaten hot pot before? Here it comes. Yes, he said, but not often. This was the truth. No wonder he could ask questions like what is Huanghe? Jiang Fuyue, do you like it? Xie Dingyuan, it's okay. This was a lie. Previously, when he was in the capital, Xianxia took him there once. The experience was very unpleasant. After eating, he smelled of hot pot from head to toe. Walking on the road, he was like a moving hot pot base. For a clean freak, it was no different from torture. Soon, the base of the hot pot was served. One red and one white, with an S shape in the middle. Then, the dishes were served. Xie Dingyuan stared at the plate of Huanghe in front of him for a full 2 minutes. Even when the pot was boiling, he still couldn't take his eyes off it. Suddenly, he said, this should be pig's throat. Jiang Fuyue, ? The private room was too quiet, only the sound of bubbling could be heard. Xie Dingyuan thought that he had found a topic to talk about, so he worked even harder. The length of pig's throat is about 60 to 70 centimeters, and the length of the bezoar throat is at least 1 meter. The main ingredient is smooth muscle, which is a protein. Compared to the liver, stomach, and other internal organs, it has higher nutritional value. Jiang Fuyue, ? So the topic of yellow throat can't be settled? Cough. Actually, bezoar throat should taste better because it's thicker than pig throat, but it's more troublesome to deal with. You need to cut it open with a scalpel first, then use hemostatic forceps. That. Jiang Fuyue finally couldn't take it anymore and interrupted. Xie Dingyuan, ? The girl smiled. The pot is already boiling. Aren't you going to eat? Oh. He finally picked up his chopsticks. Then, it was time to eat in silence. This restaurant tasted good. The dishes were fresh, and the pot was fragrant. No wonder the business was so good. When they came in just now, the main hall was full. Jiang Fuyue cooked a plate of tender beef and asked the waiter to bring in rice. She had been using her brain for the whole day, and she was really hungry. She ate without any distractions. On the other hand, Xie Dingyuan was secretly looking at her from the corner of his eye. The girl was sweating profusely. Her lips were bright red, and under the smoke, her pair of peach blossom eyes looked more moist. Her eating speed was not slow, but she was not rude at all. Instead, there was a kind of frankness and straightforwardness. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue was about to cook coriander balls when she looked up and asked Xie Dingyuan, "Do you like the red soup or the clear soup?" He was caught red-handed, so he hurriedly looked away and pretended to be calm. Both are fine. Digression, second watch, 1000 words. Third watch. Since both were okay, Jiang Fuyue put half of each in the clear soup and half in the red soup. You can eat it when it floats. Xie Dingyuan nodded and said, okay. Both of them liked coriander, and the meatballs were chewy. They tasted delicious and were soon gone. Xie Dingyuan scooped up the last meatball with a colander and was about to give it to Jiang Fuyue. The latter was slightly stunned and looked up at him. I can get it myself. Xie Dingyuan just shook his head and didn't say anything. He firmly put the meatball into the girl's bowl. Thank you. You're welcome. The man smiled. Jiang Fuyue said, actually, we can order another portion. Xie Dingyuan was confused. He suddenly understood why Jiang Fuyue had been silent the last few times they talked. Now, it was his turn to be silent. In the end, the two of them ordered another portion. Knock knock knock, please come in. The door was pushed open from the outside. The person who came in was a short man with a big belly. He wore a chef's hat that looked like a white mushroom. He was holding a portion of coriander meatballs in his hand. He walked straight to Xie Dingyuan's side and said with a smile, "Old Xie, what a rare guest. I remember that you never enter hot pot restaurants. What brings you here today?" Xie Dingyuan's eyelids twitched. He greeted him dryly. Laoxing Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and looked between the two of them. Finally, her gaze fell on Xie Dingyuan, who was forcing himself to calm down. She seemed to be deep in thought. Not entering hot pot restaurants. TSK, from your tone, you don't seem too happy to see me? Laoxing put the meatballs into the pot. He was very professional. Half of the meatballs were clear soup and the other half were red soup. He even stirred it a few times. He was very considerate. Xie Dingyuan's expression was unflattering. Laoxing didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled and looked at Jiang Fuyue. And this is? Jiang Fuyue nodded. Xie Dingyuan ignored him. Laoxing asked and answered his own question. Which niece of yours is she? You're so pretty. You're in university, right? When a certain someone heard the word niece, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Eh? Isn't that so? Laoxing rolled his eyes. Could it be that you? Xie Dingyuan could not let him continue guessing. Let me introduce you. This is my friend. He could have said that they were colleagues, but for some reason, he did not do so, even though he knew that it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. As expected, oh. Old Xing dragged out his tone. Friends. All relationships start from friends. There's nothing wrong with that. Xie Dingyuan's eyes flashed with guilt for a moment, but he quickly concealed it. When Jiang Fuyue looked at him suspiciously, the man was magnanimous and upright. Hello. Old Xing reached out his chubby hand to Jiang Fuyue. The next second, Xie Dingyuan pulled her back. Aren't you busy in the kitchen? I'm busy. But no matter how busy I am, it's not as important as meeting my old classmate. Only then did Jiang Fuyue realize that the two of them were classmates. But, Xie Dingyuan's classmate opened a hot pot restaurant. They were probably elementary school or middle school classmates. No. Old Xing seemed to have seen through her thoughts. He smiled and said, my postgraduate classmate. It's the real deal. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Oh. Huh? Why aren't you surprised at all? Did Lao Xia tell you before? No. Aren't you curious? A postgraduate classmate of a national treasure scientist opened a hot pot restaurant? Jiang Fuyue, everyone has their own ambitions. There were even people who sold pork from B University. Education could be closely related to employment, or it could be completely unrelated. It was all personal choice. Only then did old Xing look at the girl in front of him, who was a little too calm but also a little too charming. Red lips and white teeth. She was really beautiful. Youthful and lively. She was really young. He suddenly became serious. Hello, my name is Xing Wanxiang. You can call me Old Xing. I'm the owner of this hot pot restaurant. It's very interesting to talk to you. Jiang Fuyue looked at the chubby man in front of her and smiled slightly. Hello, Jiang Fuyue. Which university are you studying at? I'm in my 3rd year of high school. Are you serious? You're only in your 3rd year of high school. Then you're 10 years younger than me. I wanted you to call me brother, but now it seems that you can call me uncle. Xie Ding Yuan, no. Jiang Fuyue, it doesn't matter how you address me. Yes, it doesn't matter. What matters is the person. I, Old Xing, will definitely make friends with you. By the way, what do you think of these coriander meatballs? Jiang Fuyue gave a neutral comment. The ingredients are fresh, the meat is chewy, and it's delicious. Old Xing immediately beamed. Of course. Let me tell you, this meat is the freshest pork leg. I went to the market early in the morning to pick it up. I chopped it up by hand and mixed it with balabla. Jiang Fuyue listened carefully and occasionally nodded in agreement. Everyone who was serious about their work was worth paying attention to and listening to. For example, Jantar and Old Xing in front of her. From them, one could always find the purest passion and focus for something. As for Old Xing, he saw the little girl listening attentively. From the seasoning to the cooking method, how to plate it, how to decorate it, he talked endlessly and eloquently. Xie Ding Yuan, who was completely ignored, ? What should I do to get her attention back to me, waiting online? It's urgent. Digression, yesterday's 3rd watch was 2,000 words. Old Xia, I can't even compare to a fat guy who's out of shape. Asterisk. Old Xing, huh? Xie Dingyuan pointed to the door. He's here for you. It was the waiter who had helped them place the orders. He stood outside and said, Brother Xing, there are a few more tables here. The kitchen is too busy. What he meant was for him to go back quickly. Old Xing had no choice but to leave reluctantly. He hadn't finished chatting with the girl yet. Do you want to add me on WeChat? Xie Dingyuan's eyelids twitched. He had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, Jiang Fuyue nodded. Sure. Hey. I'll give you a discount next time. Old Xing quickly glanced at his WeChat. Jiang Fuyue accepted his friend request. Old Xing left happily. Before he left, he remembered that his old classmate was still around. He smiled and added, Old Xia, take your time. If it's not enough, I'll add more. I'll bring it over myself. Xie Dingyuan. Again? At this moment, the coriander meatballs in the pot floated up. The timing was just right. Do you want some? Jiang Fuyue scooped up 2 meatballs with a colander and was about to give it to him. Xie Dingyuan replied in a muffled voice, I'll do it myself. Upon closer inspection, it sounded like he was acting out of spite. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue didn't notice it. She nodded and put the meatballs in her bowl. Xie Dingyuan, ? Why didn't she ask him again? It tastes good. It's fresher than the previous dish. I think it was freshly made. She took a bite and nodded. Xie Dingyuan pursed his lips. He felt even more depressed. In the end, there wasn't much food left. There were only a few coriander meatballs floating on the soup. Jiang Fuyue felt that it was a pity, but she really couldn't eat any more. She rolled her eyes and asked Xie Dingyuan, do you want some? The man's eyes lit up. This time, he didn't say that he wanted some and obediently pushed the bowl over. Jiang Fuyue followed his advice and scooped up the meatballs and put them in his bowl. Xie Dingyuan took a bite. It's delicious. After eating, Xie Dingyuan went to pay the bill. By the time they left the shop, the sky was already dark, and the night wind was chilly. Achoo, Jiang Fuyue rubbed her nose. The next second, warmth covered her back, and the man put his jacket on her shoulders. However, his hand didn't suffer the slightest bit, and he consciously retreated. Therefore, when Jiang Fuyue turned to look at him, the man was already standing half a step away. They didn't overstep their boundaries, and the atmosphere wasn't ambiguous. Because of this, she calmly chose to accept. After all, the wind was really cold. Thank you. You're welcome. He was very polite and gentlemanly. But when old Xing saw the scene, he was dumbfounded. His fat face was dull, and his shock was no different from being drenched in a pot of boiling hot pot soup. Even the silly love of the past knows how to drape clothes over a girl now. Look at that calm and collected appearance, rational and calm. But the little hands behind her back that were constantly fiddling with her hands were completely different. Cough. Old Xia, wait, a man and a woman turned around at the same time. Under the light, one was handsome and indifferent, and the other was beautiful and otherworldly. They were an indescribable match. Old Xing was in a trance for a moment. Then, he went forward with a smile and put a few red notes in Xie Dingyuan's hand. Take it, this meal is on me. I promised the girl, and I even added her on WeChat. You can't go back on your words. When Xie Dingyuan heard the first half of the sentence, he wanted to give the money back, but after hearing the second half, his face darkened, and he didn't give it back. Who asked you to be so generous? Old Xing squinted as if he had seen through his thoughts. He deliberately said to Jiang Fuyue, come often in the future. Uncle will treat you. Then, he turned to Xie Dingyuan and smiled meaningfully. You too, bring your niece here often. The door is open for you. Xie Dingyuan. You want to poison me and make me mute? Let's go. His face was cold, and his expression was indifferent. Jiang Fuyue said her goodbyes and followed him. Old Xing stood there and watched the two of them leave. He smiled like a spring breeze, and his heart was rippling. He was even humming an off-key song. The waiter standing at the door listened to him and sang, ambiguity makes people feel wronged. Can't find the evidence of love. Don't even have the courage to hug. TSK, on the way to the parking lot, the two of them walked side by side, bathed in the street lights. She was wearing his coat, and he looked at her side profile from the corner of his eye. Both of them were silent, but it wasn't awkward. Is the hot pot delicious? Xie Dingyuan asked. It's delicious. But you don't seem to like it very much. Jiang Fuyue turned to look at him. Actually, it's not bad. He wanted to say, it's okay to go with you. Shen Qiannan, who was shot by an arrow from afar, was confused. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. But old Xing said that you never go to a hot pot restaurant? The man's scalp tightened. That was in the past. It's different now. Oh. While talking, the two of them arrived at the parking lot. Old Zhang was already waiting in the driver's seat. Xie Dingyuan opened the door of the back seat and let Jiang Fuyue get in first. He bowed and got in first. The car was steady all the way. Jiang Fuyue was sleepy, and the two of them didn't talk anymore. Old Zhang peeked through the rearview mirror, but unfortunately, he didn't see anything special. However, when he glanced at the suit jacket on the girl's body, there was a faint flicker of light. Half an hour later, the black Mercedes-Benz drove into the Imperial Heaven Palace. We're here. Jiang Fuyue returned the jacket to him. Thank you. Then, she pushed the door open and got out of the car. Suddenly, tomorrow morning, still together? Jiang Fuyue turned around and saw the man's handsome face bathed in the light through the lowered car window. The coldness faded, and there was a hint of warmth. At this moment, his dark eyes were looking at her, and there seemed to be light in them. Jiang Fuyue thought for a while. Is it convenient for you? Xie Dingyuan nodded. Yes. Okay. See you tomorrow. That night, Jiang Fuyue had finished reading the 2 research papers and went to bed early. Before going to bed, she planned what she needed to do the next day in her mind. She was precise about what she needed to do in the morning and what she needed to do in the afternoon. If possible, she wanted to make the plan more compact. However, Lao Bai's speed was obviously not fast enough. She was downstream, and every step she took had to be based on the data provided by Lao Bai. The current upstream was too slow, so she could only slow down the boat. If only it was Xia Dingyuan. Jiang Fuyue thought that he would be able to keep up with her. The person who could keep up with her was sitting in the study. There were documents spread out beside him, but his eyes were not on them. He was supporting his head with one hand and looking ahead. However, there was nothing in front of him. There was still the smell of hot pot on his clothes. In the cold night, it was even more pungent. According to his habit, he would change out of his clothes and throw them into the laundry basket as soon as he entered the house. However, he didn't want to do that today. It seemed that if he kept the smell, he would be able to keep the feeling. That kind of feeling, when he walked with her, even if they didn't say anything and there was a safe distance between them, his heart would still beat faster. In the past 30 years of his life, this kind of experience was strange and novel. It also had a fatal temptation, which attracted him to keep exploring and exploring. Xia Dingyuan felt that he had become very strange. The hot pot that he didn't like was suddenly not so unbearable. The problem of being too close to the opposite sex seemed to be cured. However, it was only limited to Jiang Fuyue. The girl that he used to dislike was now good in every way. He couldn't help but pay attention to her. That night, Xia Dingyuan wrote in Jiang Fuyue's observation record of suspicious behavior. Because of her, I seem to have become another person. But this feeling is not bad. She is more interesting than any research topic. Should I create another observation record of suspicious behavior? The next day, Jiang Fuyue had breakfast and was ready to go out. Jiang Shaodi swallowed the last bite of his sandwich, picked up his small school bag, and followed Jiang Fuyue. He held Jiang Fuyue's hand and said, "I'll go with my sister." Han Yunru gave each of them a bottle of hot milk when they were putting on their shoes. Jiang Fuyue had a small bottle, and Jiang Qinxing had an extra large one. Drink it on the way. The restaurant hired a part-time worker. She could go there 2 hours later and make breakfast for the children. The siblings went out. After taking a few steps, a familiar Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of him. The car window was lowered, and a handsome man's face was revealed. Xia Dingyuan looked at Jiang Shaodi, who was holding a milk can with both hands. At the same time, Jiang Shaodi was also looking at him. Well, he had seen this uncle before. His face was very ugly before, but it was not ugly now. In fact, he was quite handsome. It was just that he did not like to smile, so people did not dare to get close to him. Jiang Shaodi noticed his gaze and couldn't help but move closer to his sister. Jiang Fuyue patted his head and said to Xia Dingyuan, "You go first. I'll send him out to wait for the school bus." Xia Dingyuan opened the car door and said, "Get in." Jiang Fuyue, ? Send him first, then go to the laboratory together. That seemed okay. Digression, 3,000 words. Sister Yu, I'm sleeping. Lao Xia, I'm thinking about her. Second update. When they got off the car, Jiang Shaodi held his milk can and said to Xia Dingyuan very politely, "Thank you, uncle." Xia Dingyuan's eyes twitched. "You're welcome." After Jiang Shaodi got on the school bus, Jiang Fuyue got back into the car and drove all the way to the DNA building's experimental area. Xia Dingyuan was with Jiang Fuyue. "Are you going to the laboratory today?" she asked. "Yes. There was a board meeting yesterday, so I had to be there. But I usually stay in the experimental area." Jiang Fuyue found that compared to yesterday's meticulous suit, he only wore casual clothes today. But they were still ironed straight and there were no wrinkles. The two of them went into the changing room. Jiang Fuyue had already changed into a lab robe and was holding a glass of milk in her hand. She raised her head and drank 2 mouthfuls. Xia Dingyuan happened to come out from the side. He saw the girl's snow-white neck and her delicate chin as she raised her head. The man swallowed his saliva and his Adam's apple bobbed. But the moment Jiang Fuyue looked over, he quickly looked away and pretended as if nothing had happened. "You go in first. I'll finish outside." Her experiment habits were very good. Xia Dingyuan knew this as early as when they shared the Q University's interdisciplinary laboratory. No hurry, he said. Jiang Fuyue didn't care and finished the rest of the milk in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. When they went in, Xie Dingyuan walked beside her. The faint smell of milk lingered at the tip of his nose, mixed with the girl's original amber fragrance. His eyebrows moved slightly, and his fingertips rubbed against each other impatiently at an invisible angle. The two of them didn't arrive early. Anyway, Lao Bai was already there. He sat in front of the lab table and looked a little sleepy as he looked at the screen full of data. But the moment he saw Jiang Fuyue, his expression brightened and he became energetic again. I rushed 3 sets of data. His expression was rather proud, but the dark circles under his eyes exposed the fact that he had stayed up all night. Jiang Fuyue walked over to take a look. She could feel that the other party was instantly on guard. His entire body was tense. Was she that scary, Lao Bai? Don't you have any F***king idea? There really are 3 groups, of course. I'm a top student from Binhai University. How long did it take? Ah? Jiang Fuyue smiled faintly and said, you didn't go back last night? Living in the lab? Lao Bai! Exclamation point. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fuyue sat in front of the computer, opened the model, and began to import the data. She turned on 3 computers at the same time and ran 3 sets of data at the same time. Lao Bai was dumbfounded. You can do this? Then, wouldn't it take him the same amount of time to analyze 3 sets of data after staying up all night to analyze 1 set of data? F***ck, you, what are you doing? Jiang Fuyue looked up and glanced at him. Why are you asking the obvious? Lao Bai's lips trembled and his teeth chattered. Little girl, you don't have any morals. This is called planning. If I get 100 sets of data, can you analyze all of them in the same amount of time as 1 set? Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment and answered seriously, if there are 100 computers here. Lao Bai. Ah. I'm dead. The others did not believe Lao Bai's description yesterday. They wanted to see for themselves if Jiang Fuyue was really that good, so they paid extra attention to the situation here today. Now that they saw it, they were speechless. They all silently mourned for Lao Bai in their hearts. A top student from Binhai University was trampled on the ground by a high school student. TSK, how tragic. The completed model was almost twice as fast as Jiang Fuyue's estimated speed. Before Lao Bai's 4th set of data came out, the 3 sets in her hands had already been completed. Lao Bai stood up abruptly. Suddenly, his vision turned black and he felt dizzy. Fortunately, old Jean was quick enough to support him. Otherwise, he would have fallen to the ground. What happened? The others immediately surrounded him. Lao Bai leaned on old Jean, half opened his eyes and waved his hand. It's nothing, it's nothing. My blood sugar is acting up again. Everyone took glucose, and those who took out chocolate, took out chocolate. After a quarter of an hour, Lao Bai finally recovered. Jiang Fuyue did not dare to approach him. Lao Bai would instinctively tremble when he saw her. You, stay away from me. Jiang Fuyue. She felt helpless. This reminded her of the vomit kid Ho Siyuan from the competitive physics class. Was there going to be another dizzy kid now? After Lao Bai adjusted himself, he prepared to continue on the experiment table. However, he was ordered by Xie Dingyuan to go to the restroom outside to sleep. You are not allowed to come in again today. But what about the data? There were still more than 200 sets. If he stopped here, the entire experiment progress would be delayed. Xie Dingyuan, I'll do it. Huh? Everyone was shocked. The team had been established for many years, and they could be considered old partners with Xie Dingyuan. In the beginning, Xie Dingyuan would personally take charge of the specific experimental steps on the experimental platform. Later on, he was the one who controlled the overall situation and brought up the outline. He almost never personally took the field. Only Jiang Fuyue's eyes were jumping with excitement. Even before the experiment began, the battle instinct in her blood was already stirring. They were evenly matched. Who was faster? Old Jean. I think there's something wrong with the girl's eyes. She looks like she wants to eat Professor Xia. She's going to peel his skin and break his bones. Lao Bai left and went out of the restroom. He looked quite disappointed, but in fact, he had a big smile on his face. Oh my God. I'm finally free. He quickened his pace as if he was escaping and prayed in his heart, cherish life, stay away from high school students, amen. Xie Dingyuan sat in Lao Bai's seat, and Jiang Fuyue was next to him. He used 5 minutes to familiarize himself with the steps. His eyes were sharp and his hand speed was amazing. Jiang Fuyue had been observing him the whole time without batting an eyelid, as if she was studying a new type of organism. Curiosity, scrutiny, exploration, all these emotions melted into her eyes, making Xie Dingyuan impatient. However, the man was strong and did not show any of it on his face. He still looked as calm as ever. Okay, he said. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Then let's start. 10 minutes later, Xie Dingyuan came out with the first set of data. After Jiang Fuyue received it, her fingers flew as she imported the data and analyzed it at the same time. Another 8 minutes later, Xie Dingyuan's second set of data came out one after another. However, Jiang Fuyue's first set of data analysis results were not out yet. She turned her head and looked at the man deeply. Xie Dingyuan could clearly see the fighting spirit rising in her eyes. His lips curled up into a smile. Jiang Fuyue pursed her red lips slightly, retracted her gaze, and focused on the model. Her fingers were so fast that only afterimages could be seen. The sound of the keyboard tapping seemed to be hitting people's hearts. 2 minutes later, the optimization was completed. Not only was the first set of data analysis results out, but the second set was also completed at the same time. The girl turned her head and smiled provocatively at the man. Xie Dingyuan's eyes darkened slightly. 5 minutes later, the third set of data was out. From 10 minutes to 8 minutes, and now to 5 minutes. The man's speed did not slow down as time passed. Instead, it became faster and faster. Jiang Fuyue's optimization speed was not slow either. The two of them seemed to be at loggerheads, chasing each other. If he took the lead this time, she would pull it back next time. The next time, Xie Dingyuan might have the advantage again, but Jiang Fuyue would definitely catch up and overtake him in the next round. The two of them, one in front and one behind, chased each other closely. Gulp, old Jean swallowed his saliva disappointingly. I'm seeing things. What about you guys? To be honest, I didn't see it clearly at all. Are they competing to see who can break the keyboard first? I agree with your idea. So who will break the keyboard first? They did not find it strange that Professor Xia had this kind of speed. However, Jiang Fuyue was actually on par with him. This was very scary. Were all high school students these days so strong? Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan were both potential players who became stronger when faced with a strong opponent. In the end, the two of them were forced to go faster and faster, and faster and faster. When the 132nd set of data was released, the time difference between the two of them had shrunk to a few seconds. That's enough. Xie Dingyuan was the first to stop. Jiang Fuyue, ? It's lunchtime. Aren't you hungry? She was not hungry at first, but after hearing what he said, she did feel a little hungry. Let's go. Huh? Let's eat. Oh. Jiang Fuyue pushed the keyboard away and left her seat. She had been sitting for too long. When she suddenly stood up, her whole body fell forward uncontrollably. Before she could exclaim, the man's long arms caught her in the next second and she fell into a warm embrace. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. Xie Dingyuan, are you okay? She shook her head and stepped out of his embrace. My legs are numb. The man's arms were empty, and a trace of regret flashed through his eyes. Digression, second watch, 3,000 words. Old Mother Yu's mood at this moment was like the title, 1,000,000 words, the two of you finally hugged, third watch. A new month, a new ticket. Silently begging for one, you will work hard to make 99 and yeah kiss as soon as possible, ha ha ha. When the others saw this interaction, other than disbelief, they were dumbfounded. Professor Xia hugged the girl first, right? His hands were on her waist, he hugged her, and their eyes were glued to each other. That's right, right? Old Jean said, something's wrong. Sago tree, have you bloomed? I think an iceberg has sprouted. Xie Dingyuan shot a glance at them, and they all shut their mouths. Jiang Fuyue changed out of her lab robe. Her neck was a little sore, and she twisted it twice to ease it. Xie Dingyuan changed his clothes and stood in the corridor waiting for her. His fingers moved unconsciously, as if he was missing a certain touch. Okay. He turned around and said without changing his expression, let's go. The two of them went to the cafeteria together. Along the way, they were still discussing the model and data. They didn't mention anything about the hug. Jiang Fuyue only took it as an accident and didn't think much of it. As for what was going on in the other person's mind, perhaps only he himself knew best. After lunch, the two of them returned to the laboratory. Xie Dingyuan said, you can take a nap in the lounge outside. Jiang Fuyue waved her hand, no need, I'm not sleepy. She wanted to import the analysis results from the morning into the regression model and test it again. Xie Dingyuan said, I'll help you. As he spoke, he sat down in front of another computer and began to import the analysis results using Jiang Fuyue's method. She had figured out this model herself. For the sake of simplicity, the names of many function keys were not perfect. Most of them were replaced by a single letter. For example, she only used the word D to represent delete for convenience. Anyway, it was fine as long as she could understand it. As for other people, they were not within her scope of responsibility. However, Xie Dingyuan only needed to watch her operate it once before he was able to grasp all the functions and operate it on the spot. Jiang Fuyue had a new understanding of his learning talent. As for Xie Dingyuan, after using the model developed by Jiang Fuyue, he watched as the 20-minute retest process was shortened to a few seconds. One could imagine how shocked he was. The current state of the two of them was, they were competing on the surface, but secretly admired each other. Jiang Fuyue thought that his arrogance was not without reason. Xie Dingyuan thought that prejudice had made him look like a fool in the past. After waking up in the afternoon, Lao Bai's face was rosy again, and the dark circles under his eyes had disappeared. He returned to his post, only to find that out of the 200 or so sets of data that had not appeared, there were only 30 or so sets left. Oh my God! He was shocked and wondered if he was still asleep. Old Jean said, stop shouting. You're not seeing things, and you're not dreaming. Lao Bai, then what's with the data? In the morning, Professor Xia and Jiang Fuyue came up with data and models respectively. It was like a tug-of-war competition, and they came up with more than 100 sets. You can relax now. More than 100 sets? Lao Bai gulped. Are you serious? Take a look for yourself if you don't believe me. There, Jiang Fuyue even came up with the analysis report. Oh, and she even double-checked the data. Lao Bai. Damn it. Both of them were inhumane. Where are they? Old Jean pointed inside. In the laboratory? Yes. Lao Bai was silent. Being able to enter the laboratory was an acknowledgement of a scholar's research ability. However, he did not expect Jiang Fuyue to be so fast. She had only been here for less than a week, and she already had such qualifications. Thinking back, the fastest among them only started to come into contact with the laboratory after half a year. Sure enough. Comparing goods to goods would lead to discard, and comparing people to people would lead to death. Jiang Fuyue's ability was obvious to all. No one thought that Xie Dingyuan was opening the back door for her. Old Jean laughed at him. You didn't die unjustly, did you? Lao Bai gritted his teeth. You didn't die unjustly, but you can't accept it. She was such a young girl. She had not even graduated from high school, but she had already left them far behind. How amazing would she be in the future? It was hard to accept. Jiang Fuyue followed Xie Dingyuan through 5 interlocked doors and finally entered the core laboratory area. Both of them were wearing protective suits that had been sprayed twice for disinfection. The core area was equipped with biosafety cabinets, ultra-low temperature refrigerators, centrifuges, electrothermal cell culture cabinets, microscopes, experiment tables, small animal laboratories, and so on. There was a thick pipe with a diameter of about 0.5 meters on top of the biosafety cabinets. It was directly connected to the roof. It was in a negative pressure state, and some of the main operations had to be carried out in the cabinets. Jiang Fuyue did not approach. She only stayed in the distance to observe. BSL-4. BSL referred to biosafety level, the biosafety level. The higher the level, the stronger the level of protection. Level 4 was the highest level. Xie Dingyuan shook his head. According to the strict evaluation standards, this place is barely level 3. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. But the level of protection seems to be much higher than level 3. It's never wrong to be careful. That was true. The two of them stayed inside for nearly 2 hours. It was already past the time to get off work. Jiang Fuyue reluctantly left under the urging of the man. According to the procedure, they should first be disinfected before entering the buffer room. Only in the buffer room could the outer protective suit be removed. However, when Jiang Fuyue passed through the interlocked doors, the door handle scratched her protective suit. She had not been disinfected yet. It was very likely that she carried the germs of the core laboratory area. Xie Dingyuan's expression changed slightly. Jiang Fuyue took a deep breath. She was still calm and stood still. Xie Dingyuan said, "I'll take you into the spray disinfection area now. But the protective suit is broken. You can't wear the clothes inside anymore." Jiang Fuyue knew what he wanted to say. There was no time to be awkward and pretentious. She made a prompt decision, "Then I'll have to trouble you to help me take it off later. Not just take off the protective suit, but take off all of it." Digression, 3 chapters, 2,000 words. Although he couldn't let the goose and the goose kiss, it was good to arrange for them to be naked. This chapter redefined Pride and Prejudice. It was also an important turning point for the male and female protagonists to change their views on each other. For geniuses, love would only grow on the soil of evenly matched opponents. When the layers of restraints were peeled off, it was like a blooming flower shedding its redundant petals, revealing the delicate bud inside. Her long legs were straight and white like stems. Her arms were like scallions, glowing. With her straight shoulders and long neck, the girl was like a red plum blooming in the snow. Standing in the snow, there were specks of red. The man's pupils constricted. The next second, he looked away as if he had been scalded, but his hands did not slow down. Disinfection, spraying, secondary disinfection, and ultraviolet sterilization. Jiang Fuyue cooperated with the man's movements until they passed the buffer zone. Xie Dingyuan took off his protective suit and cleaned it. Only then were the two of them completely safe. Standing in the sterile room, the two of them faced each other. When the crisis was resolved, the delayed awkwardness gradually showed its true form. Xie Dingyuan was fine, at least he was still wearing clothes, but Jiang Fuyue, she turned her back and wrapped her arms around her chest. Only a slender and white back view was left. Because of her movements, her shoulder blades were more prominent. The man also turned around at the same time, not daring to look at her. However, the lustrous snowy color kept flashing in his mind, making his eyes scarlet and his breathing rapid. Silence filled the room. A man and a woman stood with their backs facing each other. Xie Dingyuan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. "We still have to stay for 10 minutes. How do you feel?" Jiang Fuyue shivered. Cold, she had tried her best to stop her body from trembling, but her voice still revealed her true reaction. Xie Dingyuan looked at the position of the exhaust vent. The turbine was spinning rapidly and releasing cold air. This step was mainly to kill bacteria and viruses that could not tolerate low temperatures, just in case. He raised his hand to unbutton his shirt, took it off, and handed it over. "Put it on first." But in this way, his upper body would be naked. Seeing that the girl did not take it for a long time, Xie Dingyuan frowned. With his back facing her, he slowly moved closer to her, wanting to hand it closer. "You take it, His words came to an abrupt end. The man's body stiffened. He seemed to have touched something warm. In such an environment, the only thing warm could only be the girl's skin. "I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." At this moment, Xie Dingyuan was still in a back-to-back position. He held the shirt in his hand and handed it over from behind. "Why didn't you take it?" Jiang Fuyue stood in the same place, wanting to cry. It was not that she did not want to take it, but, "I can't move." "What?" The man's expression changed slightly, and he no longer cared about avoiding suspicion. He turned around and walked up to the girl. The things that he had tried his best to ignore and avoid were all laid bare in front of him at this moment. Xie Dingyuan took a deep breath and put on a shirt for her. Then, he grabbed the girl's right hand, from her 5 fingers to the back of her hand, and then her entire arm. Do you feel anything? Can you use the strength of your biceps to maintain this height and not fall down? Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. Her body was cold, but her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Let me try, Xie Dingyuan let go. In the next second, his entire arm fell down as well. Jiang Fuyue, I'm sorry, I can't control it. The man did not say anything. He frowned and started to check her left hand. Same steps, same question. Jiang Fuyue did as she was told and answered seriously. The left was better than the right. At least she could stay in the air and not fall. Next, he checked her legs. The man squatted down, and she moved sideways. Awkwardness mixed with a hint of ambiguity fermented between the two. Xie Dingyuan's face was cold. Very good. You can still move your waist. Jiang Fuyue gritted her teeth. In the end, she obediently cooperated with his examination. Is it a bacterial infection? There are no exposed wounds on your body. It shouldn't be a bacterial infection. Then what about a virus? Not really. It takes time for the virus to multiply and conquer the immune system. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Then, it could only be, Xie Dingyuan, it's poisonous gas. She thought for a moment. When you came out? Yes. It had a chemical reaction with the disinfectant in the spray area. It produced chlorine and another harmful gas. Then now fortunately, you came out quickly and did not inhale much. He stood up. It only caused different paralysis in the limbs. It did not damage the nerves in the brain. But 10 minutes is not enough. You have to stay for at least half an hour before you can go out. Jiang Fuyue's teeth chattered. She was already very cold. If she waited for another half an hour, she was afraid. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the man's bare chest. Aren't you cold? How could he not be cold? The air was getting colder and the room temperature was gradually dropping. Every pore on Xie Dingyuan's body was crazily contracting. I'm not cold. He shook his head calmly. Jiang Fuyue was not blind, but she did not expose him. She just tightened the shirt on her body. The two fell into silence again. The girl's legs were close together, which made her skin look even more beautiful and slender. The hem of the man's shirt was longer, but she was 1.73 meters tall, so the hem only covered her thighs. Her feet stepped on the floor. Her toenails were round and smooth. Perhaps because she was nervous, the arches of her feet were slightly tense, and the bone structure under her skin could be seen clearly. But even so, there was no sign of depression on her face. Her beautiful side profile was always written with rationality and calmness. In contrast, Xie Dingyuan was not very comfortable. Specifically, his eyes were weak and his gaze was evasive. It was as if the girl was the one who was in charge, and he was panicking and helpless. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. Jiang Fuyue closed her eyes and forced herself to open them again. She slowly exhaled a breath of white air. After another 5 minutes, her limbs gradually regained their senses. The numbness and coldness spread from her ankles to her thighs, and then to her lower abdomen. She began to shiver uncontrollably. Are you okay? Xie Dingyuan asked. The man's back was facing her. He was standing in the corner furthest away from her. It was obvious that he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. I'm fine. Jiang Fuyue replied. When she opened her mouth, she realized that her voice was hoarse. The man was silent for 2 seconds. Don't force yourself. There's still 15 minutes left. The temperature is getting lower and lower. You can't hold on if this continues. Jiang Fuyue gritted her teeth. I have to hold on even if I can't. In the corner, the man frowned. You're a girl. You don't have to be so eager. Jiang Fuyue smiled. She tried to distract him with words. Then what else can I do? Faint on the spot? Or was it tears? Or break out of the door and bring out the possible virus? Xie Dingyuan, see, you can't say it yourself. She sighed. There's no better solution than to hold on. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought you in. I didn't notice that the protective suit was stuck in the alloy lock of the interlocking door. Jiang Fuyue asked him again, are you cold? Xie Dingyuan. No. Liar. He had already given her his clothes. He was obviously very cold. Jiang Fuyue said, research shows that when one's attention is divided, the strongest subjective feelings will inevitably be ignored. For our current situation, there's an 80% chance that it will produce a subjective anti-freezing effect. Do you want to try? Okay. How do we distract? Chat? Xie Dingyuan, okay. What do you want to talk about? Jiang Fuyue's fingertips were trembling because of the cold. She sniffed. 2 professional questions require thinking and will consume calories. Let's talk about something that doesn't require thinking. Okay. Jiang Fuyue, how old are you this year? Xie Dingyuan, is this a difficult question? 28, then you're 10 years older than me. You don't have to emphasize. I know better than anyone else, Jiang Fuyue, it's your turn to ask. The man pondered for a moment. Do you like Xianxia? Jiang Fuyue, what kind of like do you mean? Between a man and a woman. Not at the moment. At the moment? Her eyebrows were almost knotted. Yes. Who knows what will happen in the future? Not at the moment doesn't mean that it won't happen in the future. You'll like Xianxia in the future? The man's voice suddenly became louder. Jiang Fuyue understood his worries as a parent. Don't worry. I won't affect his studies and the college entrance examination. Xie Dingyuan. You can't like him. Why? She couldn't hide her surprise. Arranged marriages aren't popular in the rich anymore, right? Anyway, I can't. Jiang Fuyue didn't say anything. Why don't you agree? There's no need for that. She wouldn't use her likes and dislikes to make a promise to anyone. No one had the right to make her make such a promise. The man pursed his lips into a sharp arc. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue couldn't see it. Next, it was her turn to ask, what kind of research does your girlfriend do? She was very curious. What field was this woman, who could resonate with a genius like Xie Dingyuan, good at? Most likely, it was an interdisciplinary field. She knew a little about everything. Only then could she match the breadth of a genius' knowledge. Xie Dingyuan was silent. It's not convenient to answer. I don't have a girlfriend. He said word by word. Digression, 3,000 words, a huge lag. However, his mother smiled throughout the whole process. 12 o'clock. Really? Xie Dingyuan, you seem to be very surprised. Jiang Fuyue was indeed a little surprised. At your age, the atmosphere froze for a moment. She quickly realized that something was wrong and swallowed the rest of her words. Xie Dingyuan, your ideal type? Why aren't you talking? Is it hard to answer? Jiang Fuyue? She felt dizzy. As soon as she said a word, her body leaned back uncontrollably. Xie Dingyuan did not get an answer. After some hesitation, he turned around and looked at her, only to see that she was about to fall. His actions reacted before his brain. When he came back to his senses, Jiang Fuyue was already in his arms. Her breathing was shallow and her eyes were closed. The front of the shirt that the girl was holding was suddenly split open because of her weak hands. In an instant, the snow filled his eyes and the red plum blossoms were lightly decorated. The man's brain exploded with a bang. His cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading to his ears. Finally, his entire neck was boiling hot. His hands scrambled to gather her clothes, and then he fastened the buttons with trembling fingers. Finally, he flattened the hem of her shirt. But at this moment, he suddenly stopped. His hand stopped at the girl's slender waist. He saw that the bruises on her originally fair skin were particularly obvious. They were distributed on both sides of her waist. It looked like, pinched. Xie Dingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. His line of sight was fixed on the 2 marks. Suddenly, he stretched out his hands and gestured in the air. Then, he looked at Jiang Fuyue with a somewhat sharp and scrutinizing gaze. The light and darkness were fluctuating, flickering. In the end, all the complicated intertwined feelings turned into helplessness and a sigh on his lips. No matter who you are or what your identity is, you're in my arms now. The man flattened the hem of her shirt and also covered the marks on the girl's waist. He tightened his arms and the two of them were almost face to face. Xie Dingyuan's remaining body temperature was transferred to her. The two of them shared their body temperature. Although Jiang Fuyue's eyes were closed, she was not completely unconscious. When she came into contact with the heat source, she subconsciously wanted to get closer. Hiss. Xie Dingyuan steadied her head and leaned back to avoid it. Don't rub against me. The girl grumbled as if she was dissatisfied. However, she eventually stopped her actions and quieted down. He seemed to have realized that this was not a good thing to do. Even though she was unconscious, rationality and calmness were still engraved in her bones. Xie Dingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. The room temperature was close to 0, but his back was drenched in sweat. Jiang Fuyue? He called her softly. Wake up. Don't fall asleep. We can leave in 5 minutes. Didn't you say you wanted to hold on? Why did he fall? Jiang Fuyue, it was unknown whether it was the man's call or her strong willpower, but her thick eyelashes fluttered lightly. In the next second, the girl slowly opened her eyes. You're awake. The two of them looked at each other and the man smiled. Jiang Fuyue quickly realized that she was in his arms. However, she did not move away immediately because she did not have enough strength. Thank you, she said. What are you thanking me for? You didn't ask me to lie on the ground. Xie Dingyuan laughed. He held her waist with one hand and supported her shoulder with the other. Do I look like that kind of person? Jiang Fuyue smiled and said softly, it's said that a man without a girlfriend has a low EQ. Maybe you're that kind of person? Could it be that he couldn't get over his girlfriend? The last 5 minutes were not as difficult as she had imagined. Jiang Fuyue leaned against Xie Dingyuan quietly. Her limbs were weak. Xie Dingyuan stood where he was and let her lean on him. They did not speak much. It was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Finally, time's up. Let's go out. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded. But as soon as she took a step, her body slid down uncontrollably. Xie Dingyuan supported the girl's waist with one hand and pulled her up with a little force. Jiang Fuyue took a deep breath and tried to stabilize herself. Then, she tried to take a second step. Before her toes touched the ground, the man held her in his arms in the next second. One of his warm palms supported her back, while the other held her knees. Jiang Fuyue's eyes were sluggish. She did not seem to realize what had happened. Xie Dingyuan's Adam's apple moved slightly. I'll carry you out. She looked up at him. The man's smooth jawline came into view. There was a hint of forbearance in his firmness. Jiang Fuyue, thank you. Put your hands on my shoulders. The next second, the girl wrapped her soft arms around his neck. The man was not wearing a shirt. When their skin touched, it was as if an electric current had passed through her body. He did not show it on his face, but the muscles on his shoulder blade were tense. Jiang Fuyue's wrist was close to that area. Naturally, she noticed it. Are you nervous? She asked. Don't talk if you don't have the strength. Is this avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial? Xie Dingyuan carried her and walked through the last interlocked door. I told you not to talk. Jiang Fuyue smiled, but her eyelids gradually became heavy. Okay, I won't talk. Xie Dingyuan sensed that the hand around his neck was gradually losing strength. His gaze tightened and he hugged her even more firmly. Jiang Fuyue? Jiang Fuyue? After a while. Yes? You can talk. She smiled. You're so conflicted. One moment you want me to shut up, and the next moment you want me to talk. The man was silent and his voice was low. Now that I want to hear it, tell me more. But I don't know what to say. Say that I'm nervous. He took the initiative to bring up the unfinished topic. Are you nervous? Xie Dingyuan, a little. Why? I'm not wearing any clothes. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Yes, you took it off and gave it to me. Are you cold? Xie Dingyuan, I'm a little sleepy. Don't tell my family. After saying that, he closed his eyes and sank into darkness. Jiang Fuyue woke up in the hospital. The white ceiling came into view, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. For a moment, she thought she was still in the core experiment area. However, the truth was that she was wearing a blue hospital gown with vertical stripes and lying on the hospital bed. There was a needle in the back of her hand and the 4 tube was connected to the 4 bottle hanging upside down at the side. The liquid dripped into the wall of the tube drop by drop and entered the skin. Jiang Fuyue blinked. 2 seconds later, her eyes suddenly became clear. Don't move. A low voice came from the side. Jiang Fuyue turned around and saw the man standing in front of the hospital bed. He was wearing a black shirt with the sleeves slightly folded and the buttons were still buttoned to the last. At this moment, he was looking at her with a hint of disapproval. Jiang Fuyue, I want. As soon as she opened her mouth, she realized that her voice was hoarse. She took a deep breath and adjusted for a moment before continuing. I want to sit up. Xie Dingyuan did not move. Jiang Fuyue blinked at him. Her peach blossom eyes were full of ripples. The man couldn't resist at all. A sigh escaped from his lips. Just lie down properly. What are you tossing about for? Although he said that, he reached out and helped her sit up. He even carefully put a pillow behind the girl's back. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Thank you. Don't move your hand. How long have I been asleep? He raised his wrist and looked at his watch. 15 hours and 27 minutes. The two of them came out of the laboratory at 6 p.m. Lao Bai and the rest had already left. Xie Dingyuan carried the unconscious Jiang Fuyue and took the elevator directly to the underground parking lot. Lao Zhang had already received a call in advance and parked the car at the elevator entrance. They got into the car and went straight to the hospital. It was now 10 a.m. the next day. Jiang Fuyue, then. What did the doctor say? Xie Dingyuan poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her. The amount of toxic gas inhaled was too little and caused a temporary coma. Other than that, there are no major problems. She breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly her eyebrows moved slightly. So, you were the one who watched over me for the whole night? The man looked away uncomfortably and said in a muffled voice, I didn't inform your parents. In other words, they were not coming and he was the only one who could watch over her. Jiang Fuyue raised her head and drank the water. The temperature was just right. How about you? Are you okay? If she remembered correctly, Xie Dingyuan was also quite cold. In any case, she still had a layer of clothes to cover her body. He was naked from the waist up. I did a physical examination. There's no problem. That's good. As soon as she finished speaking, the two of them fell into silence again. The scenes that were deliberately ignored began to reappear in her mind. Her snow-white skin was slender, smooth and clear. His arms were broad and his chest was warm. Under the obvious awkwardness in the air, there was a hint of ambiguity that could not be explained clearly. It was as if there was a faint smell of wine in the crack of an old vault. Just smelling it was enough to make one intoxicated. The two of them spoke at the same time and paused at the same time. Their eyes met and looked into the depths of each other's eyes as if they wanted to see through each other's souls. Digression, Third Watch, 2000 words. Xia 99 and Yea's first princess hug. Are you hungry? The man was the first to look away, pretending to be calm. Jiang Fuyue looked at him suspiciously. A little. Xie Dingyuan flipped over the small table and took out a thermos. He opened it, took out the small compartments inside, and arranged them side by side. Finally, he handed the chopsticks to Jiang Fuyue. He rarely did this kind of thing. His movements were obviously a little unfamiliar, but the whole process was orderly and not messy at all. Eat. There were 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and they were still steaming. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and asked him, You bought this? The nanny at home sent it over. Sorry to trouble you. The man waved his hand. She lowered her head and drank a mouthful of vegetable porridge. It was fragrant and soft, and the taste lingered in her mouth and cheeks. Xie Dingyuan stood aside and watched. Quietly. How is it? It's delicious. The man heard it and smiled faintly. But the moment the girl looked over, he hid it. Have you eaten? Jiang Fuyue asked him. Yes. Jiang Fuyue nodded and began to focus on the food. Her left hand, which was injected with the needle, could not move, so she could only rely on her right hand. The table was smooth, and sometimes it was easy to poke the small compartments forward if she used too much force. Every time this happened, Xie Dingyuan would reach out in time and push the small compartments back to their original positions. The 4 small compartments, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, were placed side by side on a proper horizontal line. Oh, she forgot that this person was obsessive-compulsive. After eating, without Jiang Fuyue doing anything, Xie Dingyuan put the bowls and chopsticks back into the thermos. Take it back and wash it. As he spoke, he took a tissue and handed it to her. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand and took it. She was impressed by his thoughtfulness as she wiped her mouth. It seemed that for researchers, as long as they were willing to pay attention, no matter how small the details were, they could be noticed. Did the doctor say when I can be discharged? You have to stay for another 2 days. Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment. Can I use a computer? It's not a big problem. But, what do you use a computer for? I have a new idea that should be able to make the model better. You see, we are now using the TAD algorithm to build the framework. If we change it to, Jiang Fuyue explained the general idea to him. When it came to professional knowledge, her eyes shone brightly, as if she was glowing. Xie Dingyuan was also listening attentively. From time to time, he would add in a sentence or two. So, can you get me a laptop? The higher the configuration, the better. After talking for so long, she was actually waiting for him here. A smile flashed across the man's eyes. Ask Lao Bai to bring it over in the afternoon. Ah? They're coming? Yes. There's no need for that. Jiang Fuyue looked conflicted. It's not a serious illness. Was he that free? All the data was out? Believe it or not, even after he leaves the hospital in 2 days, he still can't catch up with my progress. Xie Dingyuan's mouth twitched. In the end, under her insistence, Xie Dingyuan agreed not to let Lao Bai and the others come over. Then I'll send it to you in the afternoon? He remained calm. Jiang Fuyue immediately nodded and agreed. Thank you. The man's lips curled into a smile, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. At first glance, he was still the mature, steady, and flawless Professor Xia. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fuyue finished the last bottle of 4-drip, and Xie Dingyuan left. A tall and handsome man with an extraordinary bearing was carrying a large thermos in his hand. This scene was strange no matter how one looked at it. However, the person involved didn't realize it at all. The moment he walked out of the ward, he even curled his lips with a hint of slyness. Jiang Fuyue called Han Yunru and said that she would be staying in the laboratory for the next few days. Han Yunru nagged her to take care of her body and not work too hard. Jiang Fuyue responded patiently. The mother and daughter talked about the renovation of the new store for a while before ending the call. Jiang Fuyue put down her phone, lay back on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, the sun was already setting outside the window. Xie Dingyuan brought a laptop as promised. Jiang Fuyue glanced at it and knew that it was the latest high-end model. It was still the thermos, but he brought 2 meat and 2 vegetables. Jiang Fuyue said, "It's delicious." After dinner, she wanted to go downstairs for a walk. Xie Dingyuan said, "I'll accompany you." No need. The laboratory should be very busy, right? Go back and rest early. You don't have to come over tomorrow. She wasn't bedridden and needed someone to take care of her. Besides, this person was Xie Dingyuan, the sole commander of the project. Without him, the overall progress would be more or less affected. Jiang Fuyue didn't want to be the culprit. The man glanced at her and his eyes darkened, but then he nodded. Okay. Aren't you going for a walk? I'll leave and accompany you for a while. Jiang Fuyue agreed. The setting sun dyed the sky a bright orange red, and the white clouds were cooked and turned red. The two of them walked side by side on the boulevard, and the early autumn wind brought a bit of coolness. Yesterday, the man suddenly said in a low voice. The situation was special, I know. The girl's eyes were open, and there was no grudge on her face. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Xie Dingyuan's eyes flickered, and he wanted to see something different from her face. However, there was nothing. There was always an end to the road. Jiang Fuyue walked him to the door, and Xie Dingyuan had no reason to stay. He swallowed hard and said, I'm leaving. Okay. Under the setting sun, the girl looked at him with clear eyes, as if he was the only one who couldn't forget those charming things. But she just treated it as normal. She said thank you and distanced herself from him, staying out of it. Xie Dingyuan's heart sank, and he strode away. Jiang Fuyue walked downstairs for another half an hour before returning to the ward. At night, she finished 2 parts, turned off the computer, and fell into a deep sleep. In the study of Imperial Heaven residence, Xie Dingyuan sat in front of the computer. The screen had turned black, but he didn't look away. Instead, he let it wander in a state of emptiness. In the silence, he seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, there was a ding-dong, and a new email notification sounded. The originally black screen lit up, and he moved the mouse and clicked to read it. The man read 10 lines at a glance, and his expression was cold. After flipping to the last page, Xie Dingyuan let go of the mouse, and picked up the phone beside him. He found a number in the address book and dialed it. The person on the other end picked up quickly. How is it? Have you received the email? Yes. It's all inside, but the strange thing is that after she flew to City A, she stayed in the hotel and didn't go out at all. This is very strange. Traveling is not like traveling, and doing business is not like doing business. Did she just stay in a hotel in City A for 2 days? That hotel isn't a place for internet celebrities to check in. To the question on the other end, Xie Dingyuan only listened and didn't answer, but his eyes became more and more profound. But then again, why are you investigating a high school student for no reason? And she's a girl. Why, are you interested in her? The last sentence was purely a joke, but when it fell on the man's ears, it was inexplicably piercing. Xie Dingyuan's face turned cold, and his tone turned cold. You talk too much. The other end was silent. After a while, he replied in a muffled voice. I'll pay attention next time. Xie Dingyuan ended the call, got up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The light elongated his shadow, and in the gloomy night, it inexplicably gave birth to a trace of loneliness. Of course, she could only stay in the hotel. Otherwise, how could she appear at Ketty's auction with another identity, become a VIP in the private room, and bid for the red chalcedony, TSK, a girl dressed as a man, if it weren't for the close combat, and if he didn't happen to grab that slender waist that didn't resemble a man's, he would probably still be in the dark. Jiang Fuyue, who are you? Xie Dingyuan fiercely closed his eyes, and his temples throbbed uncontrollably. Suddenly, a few images uncontrollably popped up in his mind. White snow, red plum blossoms, long legs, a beautiful back. He suddenly opened his eyes and panted unsteadily. In addition to being startled, there was also a well-concealed self-loathing on his face. He turned around and returned to his desk. Bang, he slammed his fist on the table. After an unknown period of time, all the fanciful thoughts were suppressed, and he returned to his rational and calm appearance. Turning off the computer, it seemed that he had also abandoned the influence that person had left behind. He left the study and went downstairs to get some water. Sir, you're not asleep yet? Nanny Lu came out of the kitchen. Yes. Do you still want to bring food tomorrow? I bought an old hen, it's just right for stewing soup. No need. She didn't appreciate it at all, so why should he rush her? Xie Dingyuan's mouth tightened, and his eyes became sharp. Under Nanny Lu's puzzled gaze, he turned around and went upstairs. His back was cold. Nanny Lu, ? Wasn't everything fine this morning? All kinds of reminders, afraid that the taste wasn't suitable, and even specifically asked for scallions, ginger, and garlic. Why now? Digression, first update, 3,000 words. Xie Dingyuan, she doesn't care about me. Second update, midnight. Mrs. Liu, where's my uncle? Xianxia had just returned from playing basketball. He was only wearing a thin basketball jersey in the cool autumn weather, but he was sweating profusely and panting with a red face. Mrs. Liu quickly gave him the brine she had prepared in advance. It's just mixed. Drink some. Sir just went upstairs. Huh? When did he come back? Why didn't I see him come in when I was outside? Zhongxiang smacked his lips. There was salt in the brine, and he was not used to drinking it. Sir came back in the afternoon and stayed in the study. He didn't even eat dinner. Huh? Is he that free? Xie Dingyuan had been leaving early and returning late for the past week. Previously, he had insisted on picking Yuehan up from school for a few days, but now it was over. Zhongxiang was happy. If only he was so busy a few days ago. Now, he did not have to go home on time, but Jiang Fuyue took a long leave. Now, they missed each other again. Zhongxiang was depressed for a long time because of this. However, when he saw that ECI was as depressed as him, he suddenly felt a little better. I can't see it, so you don't have to see it either. Mrs. Liu, Sir is only free today. He didn't come back last night, huh? My uncle didn't come back last night? That's right. He came back early this morning, changed his clothes, and left with a lunchbox. He stayed for less than half an hour. Zhongxiang, lunchbox? What lunchbox? There was a cafeteria in Hanqing, but Xie Dingyuan never brought food. Mrs. Liu, it seems that Sir's friend is sick, and he brought the food to the hospital. Friend? Zhongxiang was even more confused. Did his uncle have a friend? More importantly, this friend could make him deliver food personally. This was very mysterious. Did he say who it was? Mrs. Liu smiled. How would I know? Sir didn't say anything. However, I guess it should be a girl. What? A girl? Zhongxiang was like a dog that smelled feces and instantly stood up. Mrs. Liu took the empty cup from his hand and put it aside. She was a little embarrassed. My guess might not be right. Zhongxiang asked her how she could tell that it was a woman. Auntie Liu said that when Xie Dingyuan asked her to cook, she specifically asked what girls like to eat these days. I told you that everyone has different tastes, but most girls nowadays don't like greasy food. Xie Dingyuan listened to her and asked her to make it as light and delicious as possible. The congee with pork and century egg was also replaced with vegetable congee. I've never seen Sir pay so much attention to anyone. At this point, Nanny Lu clicked her tongue in wonder. Zhongxiang murmured, a woman, still young, something must have happened to Uncle. He immediately ran upstairs, wanting to find the person involved to get some gossip, but he suddenly stopped halfway. No, with Uncle's personality, even if there was something, he definitely wouldn't say it. It was pointless for him to ask. He might even be scolded. This matter had to be taken seriously. Zhongxiang went back and paced back and forth in front of Mrs. Liu. His eyes were bright and dark, and his expression was very conflicted. Mrs. Liu simply ran to get a dry towel for him. Don't worry. Take your time to think. Wipe your sweat first, don't catch a cold. Zhongxiang took it and wiped it twice. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Mrs. Liu, will my uncle still be sending food to the hospital tomorrow? The night was dark, and the moon was cold. In the quiet bedroom, the man's eyes were closed, and he had already fallen asleep. The moonlight shone through the window and sprinkled on the wooden floor, reflecting a faint light. The light fell on the edge of the bed, reflecting the man's frown. In the silence, there were a few muffled gasps with some forbearance. But the night hid everything, and no one knew, including the person who was still asleep and had not woken up. Xie Dingyuan was dreaming. In his dream, he was in a world of ice and snow. What entered his eyes was a blanket of silver and white. But strangely, it was not cold. The wind was warm and humid, and there was a faint fragrance floating in the air, which made him feel inexplicably dry. He keenly sensed that something was wrong, but as he was watching from the perspective of God, he could not control himself in the dream. He could only watch as the man ran barefoot in the snow and finally stopped in front of a plum tree. The plum blossoms were bright red like blood, and they were dipped in bright colors and placed on the branches. He was obsessed and wanted to reach out to pick them, but before he could touch them, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The snow disappeared, and the plum blossoms were gone, replaced by a familiar laboratory. 5 interlocked doors and a spray sterilization area. A man and a woman stood facing each other. Xie Dingyuan could clearly see the forbearance and depression in his eyes, and the abnormal breathing rate. "You're so white," he heard him say, and even wanted to reach out to touch her. The girl turned her back to him, and her eyes were full of shyness. With this movement, a large white back came into view. Not only was him confused, Xie Dingyuan, who was in the perspective of God, also began to have difficulty breathing. The next second, the scene changed again, and it was a ward. Outside the window, the endless night spread, and the bleak moonlight shone on the ward. The girl was sleeping in such a peaceful and quiet place. Her lively peach blossom eyes were covered by thick eyelashes, her nose bridge was high, and her lips were bright red. He walked to the bedside and stared quietly. Just when Xie Dingyuan was almost mesmerized, he suddenly moved, bent over, and moved closer to those red lips. "You can't do this without her consent," Xie Dingyuan scolded, but that person turned a deaf ear. "You're taking advantage of me." Just as their breaths intertwined and their lips were about to touch, the scene turned upside down once again. The next thing he saw was a bed, a blanket, billowing waves of cotton. In the tranquil night, there was a soft, intermittent melody. The sweat of a man. It was a woman's moan. Nothing can be said. Xie Dingyuan woke up abruptly and sat up on the bed. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and his cold pajamas stuck to his body, giving him a suffocating feeling. Suddenly, the man's body stiffened. He lifted the quilt as if he had seen a ghost and fled from the bed. It was as if she could avoid something unacceptable by doing so. The night breeze blew in through the window, bringing a little bit of coolness. At the same time, it also allowed him to gradually return to his senses. Xie Dingyuan stood by the bed. Behind him was the half-closed window. The curtains were slightly raised, and the moonlight poured in. Miraculously, it overlapped with the window in the ward in her dream. Even the moonlight was as bright and cold as before. Unfortunately, there was no girl sleeping on the bed. There was only a messy quilt and unsightly bedsheets. The man took a deep breath and calmed the heat and restlessness in his body. Then, he rushed forward, grabbed the bedsheets, lifted them, and threw them into the corner. The crumpled bedsheets were piled up in the corner, and the moonlight couldn't shine on them. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Mrs. Lu was woken up by her biological clock. She got up and washed up as usual, then went to the kitchen to cook porridge. After boiling the water, she changed the heat to a simmer and spent another 10 minutes preparing the dishes. When she was done in the kitchen, she wiped her hands and turned to the laundry room. As she walked, she thought about what she needed to wash today. First of all, she needed to change the young master's clothes from head to toe. He was sweaty from playing basketball yesterday. Secondly, the guest room needed to be cleaned today, so she might as well change the bedsheets as well. Sir's shirt and coat had to be washed separately. He was a clean freak, so she couldn't be careless at all. When she reached the laundry room, Mrs. Lu was almost done with her work. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Why was there a sound so early in the morning? Could it be that there was a burglar? She held her breath and carefully approached the door. She put her ear to the door. Unexpectedly, the door wasn't closed properly. It was just ajar. When she put her ear to the door, it opened with a creak. The tall figure standing in front of the washing machine suddenly turned around and looked at her. Mrs. Lu was stunned. When she saw who it was, she was stunned and couldn't move. It was only a few seconds, but it felt extremely long. After a moment of dead silence, Mrs. Lu's lips trembled, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. "Sir, why are you here?" As she said that, she couldn't help but glance at the washing machine behind the man. Washing the clothes personally? But it shouldn't be. Xie Dingyuan didn't say anything and walked away with an unfathomable expression. However, if one observed carefully, they would notice that the man's footsteps revealed a sense of urgency that was not normal. It was almost like he was in a panic. Mrs. Lu was puzzled. She walked over and squatted in front of the washing machine. "What are you washing?" Half an hour later, the washing machine stopped working. She then opened the lid and took out the things. Bedsheets? Didn't you just change them? Why do you want to wash them again? Moreover, it's 2 sheets, digression, 3 chapters, 2,000 words. Are Xiaji 99's bedsheets okay? At the end of the previous chapter, there was a quiz for everyone. There was no answer yet, so you can continue to answer the questions. Will Xianxia be able to find out that the young lady in the hospital is Sister Yu? A. Yes. B. No. Nanny Lu returned to the kitchen after drying the bedsheets and continued to prepare breakfast for her nephew and uncle. At 8 o'clock, Xie Dingyuan went downstairs on time as usual. He wore a perfectly ironed shirt without a single crease. His jacket hung on his arm, and his trousers wrapped around his long legs. Sir, breakfast will be ready soon. The man nodded. He did not mention anything about what happened in the laundry room, and his expression did not change at all. Nanny Lu did not say much. She turned around and went into the kitchen. Soon, breakfast was served on the table. Sir, try the chestnut millet porridge I just learned. I've asked the nutritionist to check it and readjust the recipe to ensure that the nutrition intake is as balanced as before. There are no deviations. Xie Dingyuan lowered his head and tasted the porridge. Even such a simple action of holding the spoon could be seen to be different from the rest. Nanny Lu grabbed her apron and looked nervous. What do you think? Not bad. He said concisely. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good. That's good. Where's Zhongxiang? It's Saturday today. He doesn't have to go to school. He should still be asleep. Xie Dingyuan looked at his watch. Wake him up in an hour for breakfast. It was easy to get gallstones if he stayed in bed on an empty stomach. Okay. After breakfast, Xie Dingyuan was ready to go out. Nanny Lu immediately handed him his jacket. Sir, are you coming back for dinner tonight? No. Okay, then I'll cook for the young master. Okay. Xie Dingyuan took his jacket, changed his shoes, and was ready to go out. Nanny Lu turned around and went back to the dining room. She started to clean up the dishes and brought them to the kitchen. When she came out again, she saw Xie Dingyuan standing in the middle of the dining room. He was facing the kitchen and she bumped into him. Auntie Lu! Exclamation point. She was very confused. The chicken soup I mentioned yesterday. Have you stewed it? Ah? Stewed it. The man coughed. Make a bowl. I'll bring it to the hospital. Nanny Lu did not dare to say or ask anything. She nodded. I'll prepare it right away. Okay. In addition to the soup, bring some of the best dishes, ? Nanny Lu's eyes were full of doubts. Didn't he say last night that he would not send the food? Why did it change after a nap? However, she did not dare to question Xie Dingyuan. She could only dive into the kitchen and prepare a meal suitable for the patient as quickly as possible. She even packed a pot of hot chicken soup and handed it to Xie Dingyuan. This chicken soup just came out of the pot, so it's a little hot. It's best to let it cool for a few minutes before you drink it, so it won't burn your mouth. There are also cucumbers. I've smashed them and divided them into 2 compartments with the seasonings so that they won't be pickled to death. When you eat, just pour the seasoning in and mix well. Xie Dingyuan listened attentively and nodded from time to time. Auntie Lu finished speaking in one breath. She was quite surprised by her husband's patience and perseverance today. Usually, he didn't have the time or patience to listen to such things. He was even more certain that the person in the hospital was a girl. Otherwise, how could she be so meticulous? Is there anything else I should take note of? Mrs. Lu shook her head. No. Okay. He picked up the thermos and strode away. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Mrs. Lu cleaned up the kitchen and was about to go upstairs to wake Zhongxiang up. Unexpectedly, Zhongxiang woke up on his own. He walked into the kitchen sleepily in his slippers. Mrs. Lu, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Yes. They're all ready-made, and they're still warm. Where's my uncle? Sir went out. Oh. Zhongxiang yawned and stared at the golden fried egg on the plate and swallowed his saliva. Did my uncle say when he's coming back? No, he just said that he's not coming back for dinner. Hee hee. Then he could go to the internet cafe and stay there until nighttime. He didn't have to worry about being caught by his uncle. Oh, by the way, Sir is rushing to the hospital, so he asked me to supervise your breakfast. Mrs. Liu added another fried egg to his plate. I was just about to eat. Before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened. What did you say? My uncle went to the hospital? Yes. He even brought food and chicken soup. He's very thoughtful. When did he leave? Oh, it's been almost 40 minutes. Xianxiang. His stalking plan was ruined again. F***CK, City Hospital, VIP ward. It's really nothing. It's just a small problem. I can be discharged tomorrow. Okay, please tell Teacher Sue that I'll be back on time for the second half of the exams. I really don't have to come. The air in the hospital is not good. Okay, bye. Jiang Fuyue had just ended the call with Wan Shoutong when Xia Dingyuan opened the door and walked in. Seeing that she was holding her phone, he asked casually, "Are you on the phone?" Jiang Fuyue, I'm done. Okay, let's have breakfast. She blinked. Didn't you say that you don't have to come today? The man didn't look up. He flipped the small table, took out the small compartments in the thermos, and placed them on the table. His movements were obviously more practiced than yesterday. This is considered a work injury. I feel bad about leaving you alone in the hospital. Jiang Fuyue took the chopsticks he handed to her. The food in front of her looked very good. The air was filled with the rich aroma of the chicken soup, which went into her nostrils overbearingly. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but swallow her saliva. However, she said, even if it's a work injury, you don't have to come here personally to deliver food, right? Xia Dingyuan was so angry that he laughed. You're complaining that the boss is delivering food personally? Can't you know what's good for you? She shrugged. Thank you, boss. The man was stunned. Immediately, the anger in his eyes faded. Only a faint smile remained. Drink the soup first, while it's hot. While Jiang Fuyue was drinking, Xia Dingyuan started to mix the cucumber. The cucumber was already patted, and the seasoning was in place. He just needed to pour the cucumber into the seasoning and mix it. Everything was fine at first, but a drop of sauce spilled out when he was mixing the cucumber. Suddenly, the man's face changed. He put down his chopsticks and began to look for a tissue. Not only did he wipe off the drop of sauce, but he also wiped the entire small table board. The corners fell and sewed. When he finished doing all this with a frown, the wrinkles between his eyebrows were finally relaxed. When he looked up, he was surprised to see the girl's teasing eyes. There was a faint smile in her eyes. Xia Dingyuan's movement stiffened. Jiang Fuyue took the used tissue from his hand and threw it into the trash can beside the bed. Is it okay now? She asked. Yes. Yes. TSK, it seemed that not only did she have obsessive-compulsive disorder, but she was also a neat freak. After that, Jiang Fuyue focused on eating. Xia Dingyuan sat next to her and watched her. After eating, he cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, put them in a thermos, and took them away. Jiang Fuyue asked him, "Are you going to the laboratory?" Yes. She took out a USB flash drive from under the pillow. The latest optimized data model. Plug it into the computer. You don't need to install it. You can use it directly. Xia Dingyuan took it and put it in his trouser pocket. I'll come back in the afternoon. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Okay. He smiled. Why didn't you refuse? She raised her eyebrows. If it was useful to refuse, you wouldn't be here now. The man was speechless for a moment and couldn't refute. Jiang Fuyue said, besides, don't you feel guilty? As an employee, I have to make my boss feel at ease. So, should I thank you? She said smoothly, you're welcome. Xia Dingyuan. Why is it so pleasing to the eye when she's angry with me? Zhongxiang couldn't stalk her, so he went to the internet cafe. He played from morning to afternoon. In the end, he was so hungry that he went out to look for food. Unknowingly, he walked to the entrance of Jiangji restaurant. He smacked his lips and wanted to eat pancakes. However, the long line in front of him made him stop in his tracks. In the end, he turned around and entered the convenience store next door. He spent 5 yuan to buy a cold sandwich. As he chewed, he smelled the fragrance of pancakes floating in the air. Just pretend that he ate pancakes. Yes, it smells so good. After eating, Xianxia was about to go back to the internet cafe. When he passed by a fruit shop, he suddenly heard Jiang Fuyue's name. He paused and looked in the direction of the sound, in the fruit shop. Wan Shoutong was holding an apple in one hand and a pear in the other. She looked at Lu Bowen with a conflicted expression. Which one should I buy? Lu Bowen thought for a while. What kind of food does Jiang Fuyue like? I don't think I've seen her eat in the classroom. Lu Bowen's mouth twitched. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's a kind gesture. Most people can eat apples and pears. Is that so? Wan Shoutong was still unsure. Lu Bowen was anxious. Hurry up. The sun is going to set soon. Why are we still going to the hospital? Hospital? What hospital? Another voice interrupted. The two of them subconsciously turned around and saw Zhongxiang standing not far away. He raised his eyebrows and questioned them. Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. Xie Jojo, watch me show you how upright my body is, it's midnight. Also, please vote for me. There will be 10,000 chapters the day after tomorrow. Why are you here? Wan Shoutong was surprised. Zhongxiang walked up to them and asked, who's in the hospital? Lu Bowen and Wan Shoutong quickly exchanged glances, not knowing if they should say anything. Is it Jiang Fuyue? I heard her name just now. Lu Bowen. Why are you pretending to be quiet? Say something. Yes. Zhongxiang frowned and asked, what's wrong with her? Lu Bowen said, she seems to have a cold and a fever. It's not a big problem. Zhongxiang turned to Wan Shoutong and said in an unfriendly tone, is that so? Wan Shoutong pursed her lips and her face turned pale. She was obviously frightened by his fierce look. I'm asking you a question. She shivered and the apple in her hand fell to the floor. The lady boss cried out in pain. Zhongxiang was confused. Am I so scary? Lu Bowen explained in a gentle tone, she's timid. She's scared of you and can't speak at all. Troublesome. Zhongxiang took a deep breath and slowed down his tone. Hey, what's wrong with Jiang Fuyue? Does she have a cold or a fever? Wan Shoutong said, Jiang said so on the phone. She also said, what did she say? Zhongxiang was anxious. She said it's a small problem and she'll be discharged soon. She doesn't want us to visit her in the hospital. Although that was the case, Wan Shoutong was still worried. She talked with Lu Bowen and they decided to buy some fruits and go to the hospital. Then they appeared in the store and bumped into Zhongxiang. Aren't you going to the hospital? Wan Shoutong said, huh? Zhongxiang said, hurry up and buy some. What are you waiting for? It'll be dark soon. Lu Bowen rolled his eyes. Zhong, do you want to come with us? Nonsense. Of course I'm coming. But. Wan Shoutong frowned. Which kind of apple or pear do you want? Lu Bowen. Why are you still thinking about this? F***ck, Zhongxiang, I'll buy both. Add a few more things. Wan Shoutong was about to cry. We don't have enough money. I'll pay. Hey, boss, get us a bamboo basket to wrap it up. After leaving the fruit store, the three of them walked towards the city hospital under the setting sun. Zhongxiang was carrying a fruit basket that weighed at least 5 kilograms. No, why didn't you take a taxi? Wan Shoutong said softly, it's not far. It's only a 10-minute walk. Taking a taxi would be a waste of money. Zhongxiang, F***ck. Lu Bowen, say something. Ah? They were walking on the road when the basket passed by them. In the ward, the setting sun shone through the glass window and cast a golden glow on the floor. Jiang Fuyue sat at the head of the bed and looked at her laptop. Her fingers were flying across the keyboard. Suddenly, there was a sound coming from the door. The next second, the door was pushed open from the outside. Xie Dingyuan walked in with a thermos. When he saw the door, he stopped in his tracks. Are you busy? Jiang Fuyue's eyes did not move away from the screen. Her fingers moved even faster. Sorry, give me 2 minutes. She said 2 minutes, so she meant 2 minutes. No more, no less, just right. She stopped typing and retracted her hands. She turned to Xie Dingyuan. You're quite punctual. The doctor said you'd better eat on time. He walked over and lifted his chin slightly. Put your laptop away. Jiang Fuyue closed her laptop and put it away. Xie Dingyuan put the thermos on the small table. In front of Jiang Fuyue, he took out a few small boxes and placed them side by side. Then, he passed a pair of chopsticks to her. Eat. At this moment, the door was pushed open again, accompanied by a few noisy conversations. Is it here? Did you remember wrongly? That's right. Didn't you hear what the doctor said just now? Why don't we open it and see? So troublesome, digression, second watch, 1,000 words. So the correct answer to the previous question was they were really going to bump into each other. There will be more tomorrow morning. Zhong Xiang opened the unlatched door, but because he used too much force, he smashed the door against the wall, making a loud noise. Let me see if she's here. Zhong Xiang was stunned. It was not because Jiang Fuyue was here, but because, Uncle? Why are you here too? At this moment, Wan Xiutong and Lu Bowen, who were one step behind, realized that they had found the right place. Their faces lit up and they ran happily toward Jiang Fuyue. Jiang. We're here to see you. Lu Bowen put down the heavy fruit basket in his hand and nodded. Wan Xiutong was worried when she heard that you were hospitalized. She insisted on seeing you in person. Jiang Fuyue did not expect that she would really come. I told you that I'm fine. Why are you still? Wan Xiutong did not speak. She just looked at her and blinked. She looked obedient and pitiful. How could she continue? Of course, she patted her head. Thank you. Jiang Fuyue's movements were gentle and slow. Her tone was soft and gentle. Wan Xiutong's cheeks instantly turned red. She pursed her lips and 2 small dimples appeared on her face. Oh. Sister Yu is going to kill me. Xie Dingyuan looked at the interaction between the 2 girls with a strange expression on his face. However, there was another person who looked even stranger. He could not hide the confusion in his eyes. Zhongxiang looked at Xie Dingyuan and then at Jiang Fuyue. Then, his eyes quickly swept over the few dishes on the small table. Whether it was the appearance or the taste, they were very familiar. He was 99.9% sure that Nanny Lu had made them. So, the young lady who could make his uncle personally deliver food to the hospital was Jiang Fuyue? When did their relationship become so good? Didn't his uncle hate Jiang Fuyue? Didn't he always look down on Jiang Fuyue and advise him not to provoke her when he got close to her? Why now? And now he was the one who provoked it? Zhongxiang couldn't figure it out, so he asked directly, Uncle, why are you here? Food delivery. Why do you have to send Jiang Fuyue food when she's sick? He muttered softly. I should be the one sending food. He said the second half of the sentence so softly and quickly that no one could hear it except for himself. Xie Dingyuan looked up. She's a member of the research team. Research group? It took Zhongxiang a while to react. He suddenly looked at Jiang Fuyue and asked, You asked for a month's leave just for this? Otherwise? Zhongxiang scratched his head. Can you understand what my uncle is doing? Was he already so powerful? He hadn't even started to catch up, but the other party was already about to finish the race. This feeling was really indescribable. Zhongxiang fell silent. His eyes were half closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xie Dingyuan urged her. Hurry up and eat. Okay. After eating, Xie Dingyuan left with the thermos and Zhongxiang. Jiang Fuyue said, The doctor said that I can be discharged tomorrow morning. I want to go home and go to the laboratory the day after tomorrow. Okay. He nodded. Your progress is faster than theirs anyway. Zhongxiang finally reacted. He ran over to the bed and asked, Little Yaya, are you in pain? Are you really okay? Do you want to rest for 2 more days? Little Yaya, Xie Dingyuan's eyebrows twitched. Jiang Fuyue was about to say something when suddenly, let's go, Zhongxiang. Xie Dingyuan stood not far away and called out coldly. Wait a minute, uncle, I haven't. No, why are you dragging me? I'm already an adult. Can't you leave me some face? You're not even fully grown yet. What face do you want? I'm fully grown. Don't drag me, I can walk by myself. Say a few more words, just a few more words. That one sentence should be enough, right? Half a sentence. Can't be less than that. The two of them left the ward and their voices gradually disappeared in the corridor. Wan Shoutong swallowed her saliva and suddenly felt that Zhongxiang was a little pitiful. Lu Boan closed his mouth, which was big enough to swallow a duck egg, and asked calmly, Sister Yu, do you want some fruit after dinner? I'll peel it for you. Zhongxiang got into the car unwillingly and turned to look out the window angrily. Uncle is so annoying, however, no matter how angry he was, Xie Dingyuan ignored him. You like to look out the window? Okay, you can take your time. You're so angry that your cheeks are puffed up, then puff up. You can be a human, but you have to be a frog. Zhongxiang, ? I'm so angry that I'm lonely. When they returned to Imperial Heaven residence, the two of them entered the house one after the other. Nanny Lu came up to them with a smile but found that the atmosphere was a little strange. She quietly poured water for the two of them and put it on the coffee table. Then, she tactfully returned to her room. Uncle, what do you mean by this? Xie Dingyuan had already put down his jacket and was unbuttoning his cufflinks. When he heard this, he paused and slowly looked up. What do you want to say? Why won't you let me talk to Jiang Fuyue? You know that I like her. Like? Yes. Zhongxiang raised his head and said confidently. What makes you like her? She's only 17 or 18 years old? Her messed up grades? Or the upcoming college entrance exams? Xie Dingyuan, you can't even control yourself, how can you like someone else? I don't think Jiang Fuyue has any intention of falling in love at such a young age. You should give up on this idea. Don't make it too ugly. It won't end well. It wasn't clear whether these words were meant to knock Zhongxiang or to warn himself. Digression, 3rd watch, 2000 words. Zhongxiang stared at him and said, Uncle, don't you think that you're a little too sensitive when it comes to Jiang Fuyue and me? The man's gaze sharpened. Zhongxiang's scalp tensed up. Why are you looking at me? It's true. From the very beginning, when he said that he wanted to pursue Jiang Fuyue, Xie Dingyuan had been very disapproving, but it was fine. He did not support it, but he did not oppose it either. At most, he verbally educated him and gave him chicken soup for the soul. After that, he began to express his disapproval, especially when Jiang Fuyue went to the imperial capital to participate in the physics and information science competitions. Xie Dingyuan almost had the word dissatisfied written on his face. Then, at this moment, he had only said that he liked Jiang Fuyue, and Xie Dingyuan had spared no effort to attack and belittle him. Uncle, are you giving me a hard time? Xie Dingyuan was speechless. Am I that bad? You used to hate Jiang Fuyue, but you've always thought that I'm not good enough for her. Why don't you think that she's not good enough for me? Also, don't you think that she's arrogant, pretentious, and doesn't know what's good for her? Why did you bring her food personally? Every question made the man speechless. However, Zhongxiang still wanted to get to the bottom of it, as if he would not give up until he made it clear. Enough. You shouldn't be thinking about these things at your age. If you really like her, study hard and improve your grades. Don't be left too far behind. When the time comes, no matter how loudly you shout that you like her, she can't hear you. After that, Xie Dingyuan went straight upstairs. Zhongxiang's inferiority complex was touched by these words. He was stunned and could not react for a long time. When he reacted, he realized that something was wrong. Not only did he not get an answer to any of the questions he asked his uncle, but he was also the one being lectured. The next morning, Jiang Fuyue finished the discharge procedures and took a taxi home. Jantar and Han Yunru went to the restaurant. Since it was the weekend, Jiang Qinqing was at home. As soon as he heard the door open, he ran over and hugged Jiang Fuyue's leg. Sister, you're back. Jiang Fuyue put down the key and touched his head. Have you been good these days? Yes. Very obedient. He counted with his fingers, one by one, for her to hear. The homework assigned by the teacher has been completed on time. The mathematical Olympiad test paper is done every 2 days. I even compared the answers to my own questions. I filmed Uncle Wu's video very seriously. I even did 2 live streams to interact with my fans. Jiang Fuyue listened as she led him to the living room. Jiang Chenxing clung to her leg like a puppy, chattering nonstop. I also helped Dad taste a lot of dishes and gave a lot of suggestions. Dad said that my tongue is very sharp and super awesome. Jiang Fuyue nodded. You are quite awesome. Jiang Shaodi was shy for a second, and his face turned pink. Sister, are you thirsty? After that, he ran into the kitchen without waiting for Jiang Fuyue to answer. 10 seconds later, he came out with a glass of water. White steam rose from the mouth of the glass, and there was a slice of lemon floating in the water. Mom said that a slice of lemon can beautify and nourish the skin. It can also replenish vitamins. Jiang Fuyue took the glass and drank half of it gratefully. Just as she put down the glass, Jiang Shaodi asked if she was hungry. Before she answered, the little guy ran into the kitchen. After a while, the sound of pots and bowls could be heard. 10 minutes later, a bowl of piping hot egg noodles was placed in front of Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Shaodi said, Sister, eat. Just like that, Jiang Fuyue finished the lemon water and a big bowl of noodles. Then, she was about to clean up the dishes. She even rolled up her sleeves, but Jiang Shaodi stopped her and asked her to stay aside. Jiang Fuyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You've become bold? The little boy blinked and said pitifully, No, I haven't. The PE teacher said that I'm on the skinny side. You sit and watch TV. I can wash the dishes. I told you that girls should do less housework, or your hands will become rough. Why don't you listen? Jiang Fuyue, ? Sure enough, he had become bold. He even dared to lecture her. In the end, it was Jiang Shaodi who took the dishes to the kitchen to wash. As he wished, Jiang Fuyue sat on the sofa and watched TV like a master. Halfway through, the little boy peeled a beautiful fruit plate and put it in front of her. Mom said that you have to study, earn money, and worry about the family. It's very hard. You need more nutrition. Jiang Fuyue, with a brother in hand, I have a salted fish. At night, Jantar and Han Yunru closed the shop and came back. When they entered the door, they seemed to be arguing about something, and their voices were much louder than usual. Jiang Shaodi ran over and hugged Jantar's leg. Dad, are you arguing? No. Jantar touched his head and softened his tone. Then why are you talking so loudly? Han Yunru smiled. Then let's be quiet, okay? Yes. Quiet, we won't disturb my sister's sleep. Eh? Yaya is back? Jantar craned his neck and looked upstairs. Jiang Shaodi nodded happily. Yes, my sister is back. Han Yunru, when? This morning. Dad, Mom. Speak of the devil. Jiang Fuyue happened to come downstairs. Jiang Shaodi immediately stopped clinging to Jantar and ran to Jiang Fuyue. He was like a little cannonball. Are you done with your work? Han Yunru changed her shoes and walked to the living room. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. I have a day off. I have to go back. Is that so? Then you have to take care of yourself. Why do I feel that your face has lost a lot of weight? Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed. Really? I feel the same as before. Han Yunru looked at her and felt sorry for her. You've really lost weight. Jiang Fuyue coughed softly and quickly changed the topic. What were you talking about with Dad? Why are you so emotional? Speaking of this, Han Yunru couldn't help but sigh. It's all because of your Uncle Peng. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. What's wrong with them? Chao Ji deliberately withheld their resignation letters. They didn't agree to let them leave, but they didn't arrange any work for them. They just let them be idle and didn't pay them. It's been almost a month, but they still don't want to let them go. Previously, they couldn't wait for them to leave. Now that they know that they came to help your dad, they simply detained them. How shameless. They didn't want it, but they didn't allow others to have it. Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment. What do Uncle Peng and the others think? Now that they have completely fallen out with Chao Ji, your Uncle Peng and the others might not even accept them if they keep them with high salaries, let alone now. Now that our branch is about to open, and Chao Do has already sent out the advertisement. It's impossible to change the time. If they can't come, we have to hire new people. But where can we find them in such a short time? Therefore, Han Yunru was also anxious. Needless to say, Jantar, Chao Sampeng called every day. If he wasn't complaining about his failure, he was complaining about how ungrateful and unkind Yu Shengmei was. Jantar wasn't anxious at first, but after a few calls, he became visibly irritated. As for the argument with Han Yunru just now, he couldn't control his voice because he was on the verge of exploding. Yeah, do you have any good ideas? Jantar suddenly asked with hope in his eyes. Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment. I can only hire a good lawyer for them. Are we going to file a lawsuit? Han Yunru's eyes narrowed. Jantar was also sweating. He knew too well how time-consuming and laborious it was to file a lawsuit. The final result might not be satisfactory, just like when he and Yu Shengmei went to court to fight for the inheritance. Chao Dayong's will was clearly there, and he had signed it himself. He even hired a lawyer to be a witness, but in the end, the court ruled that he had no right to inherit because he wasn't related to his master by blood and didn't go through the formal adoption process. In that battle, Jantar lost miserably. So much so that he was now traumatized by the mention of a lawsuit. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. Hiring a lawyer doesn't mean that we have to file a lawsuit. The lawyer can represent Uncle Sampeng and negotiate with Chao Ji Worldwide Commerce. This involves some legal procedures and regulations. Chao Ji Worldwide Commerce can ignore Uncle Sampeng, but they definitely won't dare to ignore the lawyer. Moreover, in a sense, the lawyer's appearance is also a form of deterrence and warning. Chao Ji Worldwide Commerce also has a legal department. Even if some people want to play rogue and delay tactics, the lawyer's team will remind them not to do so. Jantar looked hesitant. Will this work? Jiang Fuyue smiled. We'll know after we try. Digression, first update, 3,000 words. Second update, 12:30. F City. Inside an ordinary residential building. Bah. What bullsh****** T Master's wife. Is she even worthy? If it wasn't for Master taking pity on the orphans and widows and taking extra care of them, would she have taken advantage of the situation? If she wants to change from a sparrow to a phoenix, then so be it. Everyone has the right to pursue a better life. That's understandable, but one can't be so evil after taking advantage of others. We all know who Master wanted to leave Chao Ji's to. What does that have to do with Yu Shengmei? She's good. She's so ruthless. She caused senior brother to take her away for more than 20 years. How many times did she visit Master when he was hospitalized? How many times did she ask? She didn't use any strength, but she ran away faster than anyone else when it came to harvest. I'm curious. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Chao Sampeng sat in front of the door. His voice was loud and he wasn't afraid of losing face. The entire building echoed with his scolding. And this scene had been playing out for half a month. Every day, from lunch to lunch, it was time for him to practice his voice. The entire building was quiet. No one dared to make a sound. This was the staff dormitory of Chao Ji's. The neighbors were all employees of Chao Ji's. There were people from the kitchen, the front desk, and the various administrative departments of the company. Even the middle-level leaders had rooms here for lunch. Of course, they knew who the shameless Yu Shengmei Chao Sampeng was talking about was. At first, it wasn't that no one jumped out to stop him, but they were all hit on the head by Chao Sampeng with a metal spoon. It was so painful that their souls were about to leave their bodies. Who dared to interfere? Just like that, they listened to President Yu's gossip for half a month. In the end, they didn't want to interfere anymore. Every time this happened, everyone would habitually prick up their ears to listen to what he had to say. They couldn't wait to say more explosive, even more explosive. After today's scolding, Chow Sampang got up, patted the melon seed shells off his legs, and slowly put away the small stool. Then, he turned around and went into the room, slamming the door. Suddenly, he felt refreshed. Chow Fuman and Chow Dazhuang, who lived upstairs, sent out congratulatory messages in the group. Second senior brother is mighty. Second senior brother is the best. Chow Dazhuang, Chow Biao, and Chow Xianxia, who lived downstairs, followed closely behind. After reading the messages, Chow Sampang replied, "Who's going to write tomorrow?" Chow Xianxia, "Me." Chow Sampang, "You should learn more from a bio. Look at what he wrote today." He hit the nail on the head. Chow Xianxia, "Got it." Chow Sampang put down his phone and picked up his teacup. His throat was dry from all the scolding and he had to moisten it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. He paused in his actions. Which blind and smelly thing came up to ask for a beating again? Clang, putting down the teacup, he picked up the thing that was used to eat, a big iron spoon. She opened the door aggressively and pointed her spoon at the other party's nose. "You don't have to ask." "That's right, I was the one who scolded her. What do you want?" Wang Qingyang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. "Hello, my surname is Wang, and I'm a lawyer from Taihe Law Firm. I've been entrusted by Miss Jiang to handle your resignation disputes." Chow Sampang, ? Huh? Not here to pick a fight? Cough. May I ask if we can talk inside? Please, come in. Wang Qingyang, your spoon is not bad. Of course. It's made of pure iron, about 10 kilograms. Chow Sampang realized that the spoon was still pointing at the other party's nose. He quickly retracted it and hid it behind his back, smiling awkwardly. Digression, second watch, 1,000 words. The wrong chapter has been corrected, third watch, later. 15 minutes later, Chow Fuman and Chow Dazhuang, who were upstairs, and Chow Biao and Chow Xianxia, who were downstairs, were all gathered at Chow Sampang's place. "Are you a lawyer? You look so young, can you be trusted? Is the fee expensive?" Everyone was talking at once. Wang Qingyang answered them one by one. "Please believe me, I'm really here to help everyone." Sampang and Dazhuang looked at each other for 2 seconds. Sampang gave Dazhuang a look, and Dazhuang understood. "Lawyer Wang, thank you for coming all the way here. I'll make you a cup of tea." As he spoke, he got up and went into the kitchen. In fact, he took out his phone and called Jan Tar. The call was quickly picked up. "Hello? Eldest senior brother. It's me, Dazhuang." "Dazhuang, what's the matter?" "A lawyer came to us just now and said that his niece hired him for us." "Is that true? He's here so soon?" Dazhuang was shocked. "It's true. Yes, Yaya said that he's a very good lawyer. His name can intimidate a lot of people. Cooperate with him. The branch is about to open, and your sister-in-law is waiting for you to support her." Chow Dazhuang's heart warmed. Eldest senior brother did not forget about them. "We'll be there on time." After ending the call, he carefully made a cup of tea and brought it out. He put it in front of Wang Qingyang and said in a serious tone, "Lawyer Wang, we'll have to trouble you." Sampang heard this and knew that there was hope. He immediately became cautious. "Okay." Wang Qingyang's expression was slightly serious. "I've already understood the situation before coming here. I've also heard a lot from you. Just do as I say, Chow family villa." "This rascal." A man cursed in a low voice. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Okay, I got it. Continue to keep an eye on him. Other than cursing, I don't think he can do anything." After ending the call, the man turned and opened the door of the study. "Auntie." Behind the desk, a woman in a suit slowly looked up. Her hair was black, and her skin was smooth. At first glance, she looked like she was in her 30s. However, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes revealed her real age. "Why, Chow Sampang cursing again?" Her tone was cold and calm. "Yeah." The man lowered his head and his expression was very ugly. "Auntie, it's already been half a month. It looks like it won't stop. If you continue to indulge him like this, I'm worried that the woman raised her hand. It's just a few words. Why are you panicking? That's because you don't even know what he said. Oh? Yu Xiangmei suddenly became interested. What did he say? I'm not sure. Just say it. I've been through so much in my life. What's there that I can't handle? With difficulty, the man repeated what he had just heard. In the meantime, he had been observing the woman's expression. At first, Yu Xiangmei was still able to maintain her composure. But later on, her expression became colder and colder until it was filled with killing intent. How dare he tell others about the Chao family's private affairs? It was a rebellion. He's rebelling. Auntie, now you know how arrogant Chao Sampang is, right? And this is what I scolded today. I couldn't even bring myself to say the things I scolded before. You're their master's wife and an elder, but they... Enough. Yu Xiangmei took a deep breath and sneered. If he likes to scold, then let him scold as much as he wants. Continue to delay the Human Resources Department. There's no need to arrange any work for him. Auntie, why do you have to do this? In my opinion, if they want to leave, we should take this opportunity to let them go. No one can blame anyone. In the future, Chao Ji will completely belong to the Yu family. Isn't that good? Anyway, we've already planned to get rid of him. Now that they've taken the initiative to ask for it, it's the best opportunity. What do you know? Yu Xiangmei sneered. After they leave Chao Ji, they'll turn around and go to Jantar. I'd rather raise a few more good-for-nothings than let that side get so many people for nothing. But this is not a long-term plan. If Chao Sampang finds a lawyer, the current situation will be very unfavorable for us. If we really go to court, we'll be sued. Yu Xiangmei's eyes narrowed and she could not hide her arrogance. Those good-for-nothings? Do they know the law? Do they even know how to hire a lawyer? Don't be ridiculous. At most, they'll make a scene and curse people behind their backs. What else can they do? A ruthless look flashed in the woman's eyes. So what if I drag them to death in Chaoji? I won't let Jantar take away what I don't want. The man wanted to say something, but suddenly his phone rang. Auntie, I'll go out and take a call. Yu Xiangmei waved her hand. The man left the study. Hello. Legal department? What's wrong? Hiss, lawyer? What lawyer? Okay, I got it. Wait for my reply. The man hung up the phone and his face suddenly darkened. Auntie. He opened the door and returned to the study. His expression was solemn. The worst has happened. Yu Xiangmei was stunned. What? Chao Sampang found a lawyer. Now the lawyer has come forward and asked the legal department to communicate and negotiate with them regarding their resignation. Otherwise, speak. They'll take the legal route and file a lawsuit. This Chao Sampang. Where did he get the intelligence to find a lawyer? Yes, it must be Jantar. Jantar helped them find a lawyer. Digression, third watch, 2000 words. He had to admit that Yu Xiangmei was smart, but not smart enough. She was only half right. Auntie, what should we do? The legal department is on standby, waiting for your instructions. Yu Xiangmei sneered. Does he think that everything will be fine just because he found a lawyer? Who is he trying to fool? Since he wants to take the legal route, fine, we'll accompany him to the end. The man's eyelids twitched. Yu Xiangmei said, tell the legal department to be tough and not be too polite. The worst result is a lawsuit. I was not afraid of Jantar back then, and I'm still not afraid of him 20 years later. The man braced himself and took out his phone to convey the message. About an hour later, the legal department called in a hurry. No, the other party is stronger than we thought. He didn't leave any room for negotiation. He showed his cards as soon as he arrived. We can't resist at all. And the other party's lawyer? What about the other party's lawyer? It's Wang Qingyang from Taihe. Who? The head of the legal department side. He's the senior partner of Taihe law firm in Beijing, the most famous criminal defense lawyer in the country. The case of Zhang Huaishu killing his wife, which once caused a sensation in the country, and the case of 235 serial murders were all turned around by him. He was a legendary figure who made the murderer panic and had nowhere to hide by just interrogating him in court, even though there was pitifully little evidence and no obvious direction. In the end, he was sentenced to death. Lu Xianxia gasped. How did you get involved with him? Yes, I also want to ask, why did Xiao Ji get involved with him? There's really no need to get entangled with Wang Qingyang over a simple labor dispute. If it really goes to the stage of a lawsuit, I'm afraid that the entire Xiao Ji will be overturned by him. Boss Lu, let Boss Yu think about it carefully. We can fight the lawsuit, but if the opponent is Wang Qingyang, our entire team is not confident that we can win. Let Boss Yu be mentally prepared. Lu Xianxia conveyed these words to Yu Shengmei word for word. Not confident? Then why does Xiao Ji keep this group of good-for-nothings? A lawyer is enough to make them so scared? However, when she searched for this person's information online, Yu Shengmei was speechless. How did he manage to invite such a person? The woman was surprised and suspicious. Of course, this he was not referring to Chao Sanpeng, but Jan Tar, who was behind Chao Sanpeng. The investigation showed that he was just a poor pancake seller. Although they had some popularity on the internet, they were far from being as big as Xiao Ji. How could such a lowly person make the famous criminal defense lawyer in the country lower himself to deal with the dispute of a few people's resignation? Yu Shengmei did not think that this was an accident or coincidence. Perhaps her judgment of Jan Tar had been wrong from the beginning. This unknown made her subconsciously fearful. Xianxia, go and investigate the relationship between Wang Qingyang and Jan Tar. How did they get together? All right. What about Chao Sanpeng and the others? Yu Shengmei was silent for a long time. Talk it out. Lu Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Then I'll inform the legal department. They'll know what to do. To be honest, he was really afraid that Yu Shengmei wouldn't be able to take this lying down and would go head-to-head with him. As soon as he relaxed, the communication on the other side went on smoothly. They reached an agreement in the evening. How was it, Lawyer Wang? Chao Sanpeng and the rest of the people quickly surrounded him when they saw him come out. It's done. Ah? That's it? They were pleasantly surprised. Take your ID cards and go through the resignation procedures. Lawyer Wang, thank you so much. Wang Qingyang waved his hand. I was asked to do what I was asked to do. If you want to thank someone, thank Miss Jiang. Yes. My niece is capable. I'll go back to the capital first. Call me if there's anything. After Wang Qingyang left, they quickly rushed to the Human Resources Department. This time, the manager personally came out and addressed them as Master Chao. He was very polite and was completely different from his previous indifferent attitude. Come, take a seat and drink some water. I'll immediately get someone to stamp it and go through the process. Chao Sanpeng raised his chin and said proudly, hurry up. I don't want to stay here for a second longer. The manager's smile froze. Chao Dezhuang picked his ear. Who was the one who threatened to drag us to death? The manager was speechless. Are you still dragging us to death? Why aren't you letting us die? Master Chao, look. It's the higher-up's intention. We can't do anything about it. Sanpeng snorted and did not make things difficult for him. Tell Yu Shengmei that we've been working hard all these years and working hard in the kitchen of Chao's restaurant without complaint. The manager was sweating profusely. Soon, the process was completed. Sanpeng and the others received the resignation notice as they wished. That night, they packed their things and boarded the high-speed train to Linhuai. The next morning, Jantar personally came to the high-speed train station to pick them up at 8 o'clock. Senior brother, here, Jantar's eyes lit up. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go home. Aye. They walked out of the station happily. Dazhuang ran to hail a taxi. Suddenly, a Kuranin stopped in front of him. Sorry, I wanted to hail a taxi. I didn't want to stop you. Dazhuang apologized repeatedly. At this moment, the window rolled down and an honest face appeared. Mr. Jiang, get in. Mr. Jiang, who is that? Dazhuang was stunned. Sanpeng and Abiao also looked at each other. Jantar squeezed forward. Oldly. You're here so quickly? Thank you for your hard work. The lady boss called me in advance, so I didn't dare to delay at all. I immediately drove here. When the other drivers saw this car, they didn't dare to touch it. The road was smooth. Xianxia nodded and turned to the others. Come, get in. Sampang gulped. And said, Eldest senior brother, is this car yours? Xianxia scratched his head. You can say so. In fact, in the beginning, he was firmly against buying such an expensive car. It cost millions. It was Xianxia who supported him. After all, they had 2 shops now and could be considered as small bosses. Sampang and the others came to help because of their friendship and also because of their work. If they did not show their strength, how could they give others confidence? A car was a matter of face and also a matter of character. It was necessary to make it more expensive. Xianxia, is there any use in doing all these superficial things? Jiang Fuyue, there is. Xianxia, sister is right. Xianxia was still hesitant. In the end, when Han Yunru nodded, he agreed with a smile. A true wife-slave. Jiang Fuyue and Jiang Shaodi each contributed half of the money to buy the car as a congratulatory gift for their parents. At that moment, Xianxia was shocked. He knew that his daughter was rich. After all, she even bought 2 villas. But what about his silly son who only knew how to cook? Where did he get so much money? How could he spend millions in one go? Yet, his daughter and wife were unperturbed, as if they were used to it. Xianxia, ? Am I still a member of this family? After that, he secretly asked Wu Qian how much his silly son could earn. Wu Qian looked at him in surprise, as if to say, as a father, you actually don't know. Xianxia touched his nose awkwardly and laughed awkwardly. In the end, Wu Qian said a number and added a conservative estimate. As a father, he immediately turned sour, too sour. He worked so hard to sell pancakes, leaving early and returning late, sweating profusely. His son made videos and ate in front of the camera, yet he earned dozens of times more than him. And he bought half a Kuranin in one go. For the first time, Xianxia felt that in front of his children, he seemed to be a bit inexperienced. This made him even more determined to run the branch well. Thus, he had to stabilize Sampang and the others and let them follow him with peace of mind. Now, looking at the surprised and admiring expressions of his brothers, Xianxia suddenly felt, his daughter was right. No wonder his silly son liked to be a follower so much. As a father, he was not as good as his son when it came to earning money. Even his awareness was not as good as his son's. Sampang got on the car and looked left and right. He touched this and that and was very curious. Senior brother, this must be worth millions, right? Seems like it. Seems like it? You don't know the price? Xianxia scratched his head. He was still not used to showing off like this. It was quite embarrassing. It was bought together with Xianxia and Xianxia. It was a congratulatory gift for me and Rudang. Oh, you, who? Sampang froze. Dezhuang, Abayo, and the others were also dumbfounded. Who gave it to you? Xianxia was a bit confused by their reactions. My daughter, Jiang Fuyue, and my son, Jiang Xianxia. Didn't you give them red packets last time? It didn't make sense for them to forget so quickly. Sampang, Dezhuang, Abayo, Fu Man, and Xianxia, ? Senior brother, are you sure you're not doing Versailles? Digression, 1 update, 3,000 words. At 12:00 p.m. I also want to buy Kuranin for mommy and daddy. Filled with surprise and excitement, Sampang and the others entered the Imperial Heaven residence in the Kuranin. After getting out of the car and entering the residence, Dezhuang suddenly stopped. Ahem. Let me take a selfie first. He took out his phone and clicked on it. Chao Biao did not want to be left behind. Me too. Chao Fuman, in that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Chao Xianxia, ahem. I didn't want to take a selfie at first, but since all of you are taking one, I can't not be part of the group, right? In the end, Xianxia could only watch as his juniors posed in front of their phones. One of them aimed at his own face and switched to a standard 8-toothed smile, but the focus of the camera was on the lake heart stone not far away. The words Imperial Heaven Residence were engraved on the stone in red. It was very eye-catching. The other one was Bill Scissorhands. The corner of the camera accidentally swept to the front of the Curanin behind them. The double R logo was proud and arrogant. Another one leaned against the iron gate. The background was a blurred fountain pool and the outline of the villa could be vaguely seen. They each found a good angle, took a selfie, and posted it. Chao Dazhuang's caption, "The weather is good. The lake and mountains are all in sight." Chao Biao, yeah. Chao Fuman, "The wind is blowing on the iron gate. Senior brother invited me in for hot tea." Chao Sampang was useless at writing. "Dazhuang, give me a selfie." "Okay, I'll take a look at your photo first." "Here." "Good guy." It was a neatly arranged grid. Not to mention the Lake Heartstone, Curanin, and the big villa, there were also the mountains in the distance, the precious forest nearby, and the moment when Ah Biao and Fu Man got out of the car. Amazing. What should I pair with? Sampang scratched his head. Chao Dazhuang thought about it. His language was quite good. Occasionally, he would write a little sour poem. The most vicious and hurtful words about Yu Shangmei were all written by him. "Being reserved is not popular anymore," he said. "Let's be more aggressive, how about that?" F-City. Yu Shangmei held 2 meetings in a row. Finally, it was over. She could finally sit down and enjoy an undisturbed lunch. As usual, she opened her WeChat moments while eating and habitually scrolling down to refresh. Suddenly, his gaze froze as a movement appeared in his eyes. "Chao Sampang, you used to ignore me, but now I'm out of your league." "That's right, it's you, because this message is only visible to you." It was accompanied by a 9-square grid. Yu Shangmei clicked on the photos one by one, from a high-end neighborhood to a luxurious villa, and then to Curanin. The last photo was a group photo of them and Jantar standing on the lawn of the villa. Clang, the woman slammed her phone down and turned the screen down. Her face was completely pale. This Chao Sampang. How dare he mock and ridicule him? Purposely posting on WeChat moments? But what surprised Yu Shangmei even more was Jantar. Was he already living in a villa and driving a luxury car, just by relying on his little pancake stall? At that moment, the woman's heart was no longer filled with anger. Instead, it was filled with deep fear and vigilance. Before this, Yu Shangmei had never thought that Jantar would one day stand out. But now, she couldn't help but think about it. But the more she thought about it, the more panic she felt. "Hey, Shan Hua, it's me. Come to the office, I have something to tell you." "Yes, right now." "Okay, I'll be right there." "I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Lu Shanhua came earlier than expected. At that moment, Yu Shangmei had already pushed her lunch aside and left most of the food untouched. "Auntie, what's the matter?" "Go to Linhuai, digression, 2nd watch, 1,000 words. 3rd watch, tomorrow morning." "Linhuai?" Lu Shanhua was stunned. "Don't we have a branch that we're planning?" The man frowned. "What do you mean?" "I've specially chosen a location for that branch. It's right next to Jantar's new branch. The renovation should be done by now. You'll be in charge of it personally. No matter what method you use, I want Jantar to fail miserably within 3 months and close down his business. Since he was selling pancakes, he should just stay at his stall and make a living. Why did he have to open a branch? Was he even worthy?" "Auntie," Lu Shanhua did not understand. "The matter has already been resolved. Why are you still entangled with him? If he wants to open a branch, just open one. One of us is in F-City, while the other is in Linhuai. We can completely not interfere with each other." "Not interfere?" Yu Shangmei sneered. "He's blatantly trying to poach people from under me. This is called not interfering? This is clearly a provocation." "But Chao Sampang and the others were originally going to be fired, I don't care." The woman interrupted coldly. "They haven't officially resigned. They're still with me. Jantar dared to reach out to me. It means that he doesn't take me seriously at all. If I don't teach him a lesson, I won't be able to take it lying down." Lu Shanhua frowned and refused to budge. He was a department manager here. If he went to Linhui, he would at most be a store manager. He would be a fool to agree. Yu Xiangmei obviously knew this too. She softened her tone and smiled. Xianxia, you've been helping me since you graduated from university. It's been almost 10 years. Auntie has never mistreated you. Lu Xianxia lowered his eyes and said humbly and sincerely, Auntie has been very good to me. Without your care and nurturing, I wouldn't be who I am today. Yu Xiangmei sighed. You're a good person. In some aspects, you're even more capable than Xiao Hai. Duan Hai, the son of Yu Xiangmei and her ex-husband, was the same age as Lu Xianxia. All these years, you've suffered. Auntie has seen it all. I'm also thinking about the best arrangement. Lu Xianhua's gaze flickered. Yu Xiangmei curled her lips. If you can handle this Jantar matter beautifully, I promise you that I will immediately hold a board meeting and recommend you to be the CEO of the Asia-Pacific region. You will be in charge of the Southeast Asian market, and you won't have to rely on Xiao Hai as the general manager. You will have the right to make decisions independently. This was equivalent to the feudal officials of ancient times. Although the Southeast Asian market wasn't a big cake, Lu Xianxia was tempted by the fact that he didn't need to go through Duan Hai. Over the years, he had been suppressed by Duan Hai, whose strength was inferior to his own, and had suffered enough. If there was really such a chance, all right, I agree. Yu Xiangmei's stiff spine slowly softened, and she leaned back in the chair again. That's right. Auntie will wait for your good news. Lu Xianxia lowered his gaze and said calmly, the last time you asked me to investigate the relationship between Jantar and Wang Qingyang, how is it? It doesn't matter. One of them is in the imperial capital while the other has lived in Linhui for a long time. Before this incident, they had no interactions. No interaction? Why would Wang Qingyang help Chao Sanpeng and the others? Lu Xianxia shook his head. I'm not sure. Did you investigate carefully or not? The man frowned slightly. If you don't believe me, you can send someone else. Only then did Yu Xiangmei realize that her tone was too harsh. She glanced at her nephew sitting at the desk and slowly exhaled. Sorry, I was too impatient. The next day, Lu Xianxia packed his luggage and flew to Linhui. After checking in, he immediately went to the newly renovated branch that was said to be next to Jiangji. It was the usual style of Chaoji restaurant, but the storefront wasn't spacious enough and the lighting wasn't good. It was obvious that in order to compete with the Jiangji restaurant next door, they had lowered many of their standards. In Lu Xianhua's view, it was simply child's play. With the development of Chaoji restaurant today, the company had its own operating system. Whether to open a branch, where to open a branch, which area to target customers, and so on, these all needed to go through a standardized process, layers of discussion and communication, and team investigation and testing before finally coming to a conclusion. The act of opening a branch just because of a word from the person in power and the vicious competition with the opponent was no different from the actions of those unreasonable shrews on the street. Lu Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. For the first time, he doubted whether it was right or wrong for him to stay in Chaoji restaurant and work so hard for so many years. Hey, handsome. Take a look at our menu. We're opening the day after tomorrow. A girl who looked like a university student walked up to him with a smile and handed him a flyer. Lu Xianhua's eyebrows moved slightly. Jiangji restaurant? Yes, you know? Did you see it on Weibo? You have Weibo? Of course. We have millions of fans and billions of readers. That good? When this branch opens, it will be even better. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Oh? You're so confident? I'm confident in Uncle Zhang's cooking skills. It's really delicious. Slurp, as the girl spoke, her eyes lit up and she swallowed her saliva. Digression, third watch, 2,000 words. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Today is the author's birthday. It's a bit too much, but the update will continue as usual. Moi Lu Xianxia smiled. Perhaps he felt that the girl was exaggerating. Are you an employee of Jiangji restaurant? The girl looked at the flyer in her hand and hesitated for a moment. I think so. What do you mean by you think so? I'm a temporary employee. A university student working part-time? Yes. This is for you. Take it. You're welcome to try it the day after tomorrow. As she spoke, she ran to another person. Miss, here. Do you know Xianxia Restaurant's pancakes? Yes, the one that's super popular on the internet. Let me tell you, the day after tomorrow will be. Lu Shanhua glanced at the flyer in his hand. The picture of the pancakes was good and the words were eye-catching, but that was it. He shook his head and stuffed the flyer into the trash can beside him. Then, he turned around and went back to the restaurant. No matter how delicious the pancakes were, it couldn't change the fact that they were a staple food. Xiaoji Restaurant was different. Although they started with pancakes, they had developed a very complete menu. Not only did they have pancakes, but they also had other high-end and exquisite dishes. In this regard, he was very confident that Xianxia Restaurant couldn't compare. However, if Lu Shanhua could turn the flyer over and take a closer look, he would find that there were not only pancakes, but also many special private dishes with strange names. In order to maintain a sense of mystery, there were no pictures on the flyer. However, just the names of the dishes were attractive enough. For example, Crystal House Crystal Pearl. Or half apple and 3 parts pear tree. Elegant and cute. The most important thing was that these names were all from fans. Solicitation, submission, selection, and announcement. After a set of processes, the dishes that were only heard of but not pictured had already gained fans. And these were all Chao Dou's ideas. For this, he had consulted Wu Qian, the internet veteran, many times. It could be said that the early publicity was very good under his efforts. He just had to wait for the opening day to see the results. When Lu Shanhua returned to the restaurant, he immediately called for a short staff meeting. He gathered everyone in the restaurant, talked, encouraged, and finally set the opening time for the day after tomorrow. Manager, this isn't good, right? Xianxia Restaurant next door is also opening the day after tomorrow. I know. Then why are you still? Lu Shanhua smiled and said calmly, opening for business depends on the calendar. There are only a few good days in a period of time, so it's normal to bump into them. Our Xiaoji's reputation and brand have been around for so many years. Why would we be afraid of clashing with others? But Xianxia Restaurant is really popular. During this period of time, they often saw people coming in and out of the next door. After asking around, they found out that they were all fans who came to check in. Others had not even opened yet, but they were already naturally attracting customers. What about them? It was cold and cheerless, and no one cared about it. Lu Shanhua did not explain too much and only said, it's settled then. Everyone, get ready. Also, go to the university town and recruit a few college students to help us distribute flyers. The price will be 200 yuan a day, lunch included. Alright. Originally, he thought that there would be a lot of people fighting over this part-time job, but in reality, manager, I can't find anyone. Those university students think it's too far and refuse to come. How could that be? Lu Shanhua frowned. How did the Xianxia Restaurant recruit so many university students? How can we compare with Xianxia Restaurant? Lu Shanhua frowned. That person realized that his words were ambiguous and hurriedly tried to remedy it. Xianxia Restaurant is very popular online. They don't even need to recruit people. Those university students came over on their own. Because there are too many people coming, they even specially set up a queue number. It's limited to 3 people at a time. But even so, many students still signed up. One by one, they fought over it and rushed to be a worker. I really don't know what these kids are thinking now. Lu Shanhua raised his eyebrows. Go and find out how much Xianxia Restaurant pays. We'll pay double the price. He did not believe that no one would come. The staff looked embarrassed. That Xianxia Restaurant did not pay them. No money? Yes. Lu Shanhua was shocked. Then what are these university students after? It said that they're all there for the lunch and dinner. Huh? The boss next door is also the head chef. He personally cooks for these students. Those who have tried it all said that it's good. Word of mouth spread like wildfire. Everyone wants to try it, so they come one after another. He had seen with his own eyes that these university students had finished their work for the day and were reluctant to leave the restaurant. They were clamoring for supper. That scene was like a group of little puppies waiting to be fed, stretching their necks and barking for food. It was amazing. Lu Shanhua's expression was not very good. He muttered, "Is it really that good?" The staff subconsciously smacked his lips. "I don't know. Actually, it was fake." Although he had not tried the dishes cooked by Boss Jiang next door, he had eaten the pancakes at his stall. Anyone who had tasted it once would never forget the taste. It was simply too fragrant and delicious. Chaoji also had pancakes, and they were the main brand. Not only did they sell their appearance, but they also sold their feelings. They were especially high-end. However, for some reason, eating such pancakes in this kind of restaurant did not make people feel superior. Instead, it made people feel awkward. As soon as they heard the name, the image of a small stall in a deep alley automatically appeared in their minds. It was not luxurious or high-end, but it was full of smoke and fire. "Lu Shanhua, you can't find the person, but you have to send out the flyers. Either you hire someone to do it, or you do it yourself." After saying that, he turned around and left. At night, Lu Shanhua returned to the hotel. He planned to stay here for the next 3 months. Perhaps in less than 3 months, he would be able to succeed and retire. After taking a shower, he took out his phone and called Yu Shangmei to report the day's work. "You plan to open on the same day as Jiangji restaurant? Since you want to compete, of course, it's more interesting to face it head-on." "Shanhua, I really didn't misjudge you." Lu Shanhua was expressionless, but his tone was very sincere and humble. "Thank you for trusting me. I will spare no effort to complete the task." "Very good. If you need any support, just let me know." Lu Shanhua, in terms of publicity, I don't think it's enough. After all, Jiangji restaurant has a certain amount of popularity online. Since we're going to face it head-on, we can't be too far behind. What do you think? Yes. That's the reason. Do you have any good ideas? In addition to the opening discount, the company's multimedia account also needs to be promoted tomorrow. I've already prepared the advert. Yu Shangmei, that's not a problem. I'll let the PR department know tomorrow. Also, on the opening day, I want to invite a food celebrity to the scene to help out. In addition, it's best to invite a few gourmets to taste it. I've already contacted the TV station to come over for an interview. With these people, the content will be much better. Okay, just do it. As for the gourmets, Lu Shanhua, I remember that you have some friendship with Mr. Niegua Tao. Yu Shangmei did not speak for a long time. If we can invite him, I'm sure the whole internet will be in an uproar. At that time, it will also be a marketing and promotion for Chaoji restaurant. Yu Shangmei continued to be silent. Finally, she said. Okay, I'll try. Lu Shanhua smiled. At the same time, the Jiang family of Imperial Heavenhua Mansion was also preparing for the upcoming opening. Jantar drafted a 32 original menu and personally brought Chao Sanpeng and the others to familiarize themselves with the process regardless of day or night. From the processing of the raw materials, to the preparation methods, and finally to the serving of the dishes on the customer's table, the entire process was standardized and professional. Only the dishes made in this way could completely meet Jantar's requirements. Of course, there were still some important steps that required him to personally check in order to achieve the perfect results. On this point, he could not be too standardized. Otherwise, it would appear rigid and soulless. The current standardized and flexible model was originally suggested by Jiang Fuyue. After trying it out and finding that it was feasible, it was finally decided. Sanpeng and the others had not worked so hard in the kitchen for a long time. They were really tired, but the excitement and hope they felt was unprecedented. Eldest senior brother, your culinary skills are so much better than before. Even better than master back then. Yes. This is the first time I know that carrots and coriander can be cooked in this way. It's really delicious. And this dish, just by looking at the finished product, I can't guess what the raw materials are. You have to taste it carefully before you can discover it. Also, the knife skills and plate presentation are amazing. I've never seen a cuisine with such a bowl knocking and eggplant arrangement, I just want to know how the soup is made. How can it be so white, so fresh, and not at all oily? A bunch of happy chefs gathered in the spacious kitchen, cooking and discussing at the same time. Jantar was surrounded in the middle and answered their questions one by one. He had the spirit of a judge. Han Yunru retracted her gaze and turned to look at Jiang Fuyue. Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. The second chapter, 10:30. End of chapter 454. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.